In the modern era, Chao unexpectedly traverses into a realm of cultivation. Upon opening his eyes, he finds himself in an elegantly antiquated chamber, surrounded by the soothing ambience of an ancient aesthetic. Beside him lies a breathtaking beauty, soundly asleep, a welcoming gift bestowed upon him by the system, which has also granted him a unique talent for dual cultivation. Armed with this extraordinary ability, he embarks on a journey to win the heart of the enchanting sect leader and ultimately unify the realm of cultivation. However, as he seeks to reconcile the realms of mortals and demons, he is destined for unforeseen adventures. Chapter 1. The Initial Gift. A partner in cultivation. Where am I? Chao inquired, rubbing his temples as he surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings. The chamber was decorated in a classic style, exuding a feminine charm, with a simple yet elegantly crafted vanity adorned with hairpins and other feminine artifacts. At the center stood a spacious circular platform, encircled by flowing purple drapes, creating an air of sophistication. As he scanned the room, he closed his eyes, striving to recall the events leading up to this moment. He had been embroiled in a fierce argument with his girlfriend, and in a fit of frustration, had raced down the highway, when suddenly, a blinding white light engulfed him. When he regained his senses, he found himself in this entirely foreign place. He even dreamt of an ethereal beauty engaging in intimate moments with him. Recalling this, a smile crept across his face. After nearly 20 years of life, I've never experienced such a delightful dream. But as he continued to observe the circular platform, he noticed a stunningly beautiful woman lying beside him, completely unclothed. Her visage was exquisite, radiating an otherworldly aura that made her seem unapproachable, her skin as pale as snow and as translucent as crystal. It's her, he thought, recognizing the woman from his dream as the very one next to him. He had never encountered anyone so breathtaking in his life. Compared to her, even the most famous celebrities appeared mundane. How could I possibly mistake such beauty? He pondered, pinching himself to confirm his reality. Ouch! Could this not be a dream? Just then, a voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Welcome to the realm of cultivation. Who's there? What is this world? Chao exclaimed, startled as his gaze shifted from the woman to search for the source of the voice. This is the realm of cultivation. As the chosen child of fate in this world, I have prepared 5 talents for you, which can be unlocked through completing tasks. The first task, a partner in cultivation, is a complimentary gift for you to complete directly. Seize this opportunity and develop cautiously. This world is fraught with danger. Do not assume you are invincible merely because you are the child of fate. You are the 16th chosen, and the previous 15 have all perished. Chao contemplated his situation, gradually accepting the reality of his transmigration. So I've crossed over? And being the child of fate is perilous? Surely, you misunderstand the concept of a child of fate. That aren't they supposed to have unparalleled experience in cultivation, be showered with affection from beautiful women, and experience fortuitous encounters? 16 predecessors have perished, and you call this fate? In response to Chao's barrage of questions, the system provided an explanation. Because this world is exceedingly dangerous, filled with countless treasures and techniques. High cultivation levels do not guarantee invincibility and can make one vulnerable to targeted attacks. Thus, having a few trump cards and means of survival is prudent. Today is a special day for you. The young lady will only awaken at dawn. Seize the opportunity, claim your rewards, and proceed with your endeavors. With that, the system fell silent. Let me see what rewards await, Chao said. Activating the system panel before him, 5 tasks were displayed. The first was marked as completed, while the others remained locked. Clicking on the first task, the interface announced, "Congratulations. You have acquired the first talent, Dual Cultivation Talent." Dual Cultivation Talent. Practice without limitations on frequency or duration, beneficial solely to the body without burden. During dual cultivation, both parties cultivate at 10 times the normal speed. Upon completion, the male partner releases essence for the female partner to absorb, with no adverse effects on the male, and an unlimited supply of essence. Enhancements of the Dual Cultivation Talent. Eliminates excess body fat, revealing beautifully toned muscles, significantly enhancing physical strength, with increasingly pronounced effects as cultivation progresses, ensuring boundless stamina. Dual Cultivation Talent Skill. Love-stricken enchantment. Casting this skill will make the target infatuated, unable to extricate themselves, and obedient to your will. Additional effects of dual cultivation. Handsome appearance and charming demeanor, garnering admiration from all. Isn't this akin to living off a dream? It seems rather unhelpful for cultivation, and the benefits seem to outweigh the costs for the other party. Truly a double-edged talent, Chao sighed, though the corners of his mouth betrayed his excitement. Suddenly, his gaze lingered on the talent skill, deep in thought. It stated, casting this skill will make the target infatuated, unable to extricate themselves. It did not specify the gender of the target. Could it work on anyone? He shook his head vigorously, Such notions were not to his taste. Upon claiming his rewards, he discovered that the second task required a day-long cooldown. Yang Chao expressed his disdain for the system's entire family and searched for any other options, yet found none. Is the system there? What is it? Is this all there is? What more do you desire? I say system. Though this is my first time traversing, I am not so easily deceived. Other systems offer shops, points for exchanging treasures. Firearms and grenades can be exchanged. Why is there nothing here? No wonder the children of fate here have such short lives. Yang Chao adopted a shrewd demeanor. You seem to be ill-informed. This is the realm of cultivation. What need have you for firearms? Cultivate here for decades, and you shall dominate your world. As for treasures, you will soon find yourself overwhelmed with choices, the system replied, showing no deference. Am I to rely on this pretty boy talent to slay demons? Are not the monsters often female? What if I encounter a male? Will that skill still be applicable? I cannot say for certain. The previous children of fate did not harbor such unsavory thoughts. However, you may give it a try, the system teased. What do you know? This is called pragmatism. Nothing is more important than survival, Yang Chao replied awkwardly. Indeed. But allow me to kindly remind you, if you continue to chatter, dawn is approaching, and the young lady will awaken soon. Yang Chao, upon hearing this, smacked his thigh. I completely forgot about the main affair. Withdraw now and do not peek. Although the system remained silent, Yang Chao imagined it rolling its eyes at him. Gazing at the beauty before him, Yang Chao felt a surge of heat coursing through him, further intensified by the various enhancements of his talents. It matters not. If I must choose a way to perish in this world, I would rather die in ecstasy. With that, Yang Chao lunged forward. Chapter 2. Who are you? Where did you come from? Yang Chao was abruptly roused from his blissful slumber by a piercing scream. Rubbing his face to shake off the drowsiness, he looked at the panicked beauty, now fully dressed, and asked, You're up so early? What's the matter? Who are you? Where did you come from? Why are you in my cultivation chamber? The beauty, with disheveled hair and tear-stained cheeks, questioned. Why are you crying? I am Yang Chao, a gift sent to you by XX. We are partners in cultivation. Yang Chao was astonished to discover that his initial words had transformed into a series of beeping sounds, as if the system had muted his explanation. Preposterous. Who is your Dao partner? How did you manage to infiltrate the heavily guarded Lingxiao pavilion? You lecherous rogue. The beauty exclaimed, her eyes ablaze with fury. With a murderous glint in her gaze, she advanced step by step towards him. Yang Chao, disregarding the gravity of the situation, hastily grasped a bedsheet to wrap around his waist, retreating while attempting to explain himself. I assure you, every word I speak is the truth. I am indeed summoned here by the will of this world. What was it called? The will of the world. Upon awakening, I found myself in your cultivation chamber, and the one who brought me here said it was to welcome me by presenting you as my Dao partner. I thought you were aware and had consented to this arrangement, hence my lack of decorum. If you doubt me, just look at my attire. I am certainly not a native of your realm, Yang Chao earnestly declared. Gesturing towards the peculiar garments on the floor, the beauty cast a skeptical glance at the strange clothing, her belief wavering. In the mundane world, such a scenario would be deemed utterly absurd. Yet within this realm, the extraordinary did not seem impossible. She recognized that she could indeed send someone discreetly to a different location, and it was evident that this man before her was not a practitioner of the arts, nor did he appear to be lying. Her divine sense revealed no deception. Yet you have sullied my purity, and for that, you must perish. With that, the beauty raised her right hand, enveloped in a surge of true energy. The confusion that had previously marred her expression was replaced by a chilling seriousness as she resumed her advance. Yang Chao felt a pang of fear and desperately called out to the system, but there was no response. It appeared he could not rely on it now. Given the beauty's fierce demeanor, his life was truly at stake, and he would have to rely on his own wits. Please, do not be hasty. I might not have to die. I can take responsibility. I can cook, earn money, and support a family, capable of handling everything from the kitchen to the living room, and I can manage a quarrel or confront a rogue. He pleaded earnestly, maintaining eye contact with the beauty. I require none of what you offer, nor do I need you to take responsibility. As an outsider, you may not grasp our customs. The Lingxiao pavilion was established by our venerable master for his two daughters. Through her explanation, Yang Chao gleaned the basic details of the Lingxiao pavilion. It was founded by an ancient patriarch for his two daughters, and due to special circumstances, it only accepted female cultivators. The daughters served as the pavilion lords, followed by 12 elders and 4 stewards, with the beauty being one of the latter. If a suitable husband were found for the pavilion lord, the entire Lingxiao pavilion would serve as her dowry, thus the beauty's assertion that she did not require any responsibility from him, as everyone within the pavilion belonged to the future husband of the pavilion lord. Your pavilion lord already promised to someone? Yang Chao inquired nervously, eyeing the advancing beauty. The pavilion lord is still in her cultivation phase. Matters of marriage are far from her concerns, she replied coldly, her expression unyielding. Then why can't I marry your pavilion lord? Chao, emboldened by his newfound potential since acquiring dual cultivation abilities, thought to himself that any woman was within his reach, just because of you? The beauty's brows knitted in disdain and anger, her chin lifted as she regarded Chao with the contempt one might reserve for an insignificant insect. You are not a practitioner. To us, you are merely an ordinary person incapable of defending the Lingxiao pavilion once our patriarch ascends to the heavens. You are mistaken. The one who brought me here last night was also an immortal. He spoke of a connection between me and this place, suggesting I would encounter extraordinary fortunes in the future. Given that the pavilion lord's marriage is still distant and no candidates have been designated, why not grant me an opportunity? After all, I am now your man. It would be unwise to let such fortune slip away. Chao spoke with confidence, weaving tales with ease. The beauty paused, her brow furrowing as she contemplated his words. He does have a point, she thought. Other sects had exchanged gifts with male companions, yet her situation was different. Maintaining the pavilion's integrity was paramount. Once the pavilion lord married, she would lose her purity and significance in the Lingxiao pavilion. The rules dictated that before the pavilion lord was wed, female cultivators could form partnerships with male companions and leave the pavilion. But after the marriage, all members would be considered part of the dowry, belonging to the pavilion lord's husband. Noticing her hesitation, Chao stepped forward, gently taking her hand. I may not be eloquent, but you are my first woman. I swear to cherish and love you with my life. If you desire vengeance, I am willing to perish at your hands. He placed her delicate hand over his heart. The beauty inhaled deeply, lowering her hand as her expression remained stoic, yet her eyes betrayed a flicker of resignation and hope. She understood the risk she was taking, but with no better options at hand, she could only hope this man would indeed possess the fortuity he claimed. Since matters have reached this point, your fate now lies in your own hands. You have nothing upon your arrival, so I shall prepare some daily necessities for you. You cannot continue wearing those strange clothes, she stated before turning to leave. Chao collapsed onto the circular platform, deflated like a punctured balloon. He had narrowly escaped death and had never experienced such a situation before. As he regained his composure, his thoughts turned to the insufferable system. System, come forth, he demanded. What is it? Came the reply. Why did you not respond when I called you earlier? I can only assist you with questions, not resolve your problems. If I had to solve everything personally, why would you even seek assistance? Even a pig would be invincible in such a scenario. Chao voiced his grievances silently within. So, tell me, did you not arrange for her to be my Dao partner in advance? That was not the case, isn't that a crime? I nearly met my demise just now. Such matters require mutual consent. What kind of nonsense is this? Mutual consent. Given your slow progress, you would take a century to reach her bed, you. Chao was left speechless. Now, system, I must ask, did the previous 16 also find themselves in a similar predicament? He awaited the answer, anxiety etched on his face. Not at all. Each has their own destiny. Thank goodness. That eases my mind, Chao sighed, running a hand over his chest, feeling a sense of relief. At that moment, the beauty re-entered, having changed into a new outfit, her appearance enhanced, radiating breathtaking beauty that left Chao momentarily entranced. What are you gawking at, fool? Come here. I'll fetch you some daily supplies, she remarked, rolling her eyes at his dazed expression, retrieving items from her storage ring. Chao approached, donning the storage ring before placing the supplies inside, which included a change of clothes, a handheld mirror, and a sword that appeared far from ordinary. Though the clothing is old, wear it for now. I will have someone craft more outfits for you. We do not accept male cultivators, and thus have no attire prepared for them, she stated, assisting Chao in donning the garments. Assuming the role of a caring mistress, this is a communication mirror. If you wish to contact someone, simply infuse a strand of true energy into it. Once recorded, you can use it while out and about. My true energy is already embedded within. One mirror can store the energy of up to 100 individuals, she explained, and Chao placed the mirror into his ring as well. Chapter 3. The arrival of my girlfriend's ex-boyfriend. Moreover, this sword, known as the Qing Feng sword, paired with my Mingyue sword, may not be the pinnacle of divine artifacts. Yet it serves as a commendable tool for a novice like you to practice with. Even when you acquire a superior sword in the future, do not discard it. Cherish it as a memento. Chao took the sword she handed him, scrutinizing it closely. The blade was delicate, exuding a faint azure hue that emanated a subtle chill. His imposing stature made the sword appear somewhat diminutive in his grasp, yet he found himself enamored, gazing at it repeatedly, for it was a gift from his beloved. Having just arrived with nothing in hand, I have no offerings for you. However, from now on, anything that belongs to me shall also belong to you, he said, a hint of awkwardness crossing his face as he scratched his head. I understand, There is no need for concern on your first day here. Since you are still a novice in cultivation, I suggest you practice alongside this year's newly recruited cultivators to grasp the foundational knowledge. Once you have attained a basic comprehension of cultivation, I shall personally guide you. Your journey shall commence as a cultivator. Then, the enchanting beauty proceeded to explain the realm levels to young Chao. In this world of immortality, the realms extend from the novice cultivator to the half-immortal, immortal, transcendent immortal, mysterious immortal, celestial immortal, jade immortal, Tao immortal, true immortal, divine immortal, spiritual immortal, and ultimately to the saintly and ancestral immortals. Only upon attaining the status of an immortal can one truly be considered transcendent. After becoming a celestial being, one is required to reside in the heavenly realm and may not descend to the mortal world. Otherwise, severe penalties may ensue. Typically, the most common transitions are from cultivator to mysterious immortal, celestial immortal, and jade immortal. The more exalted figures, such as Tao immortals and true immortals, are seldom seen, as they often retreat to picturesque mountains brimming with spiritual energy for solitary cultivation, rarely emerging from their secluded abodes. Those beneath the mysterious immortal level refer to their superiors as Xianjun, for males, and Xianzuan, for females, while peers are generally addressed as fellow immortals. And those of lower status are politely referred to as junior fellow immortals. My current realm is that of a jade immortal, and my name is Mei Rushua, among outsiders. You may address me as Xianzuan Rushua. Yang Chao approached, embracing Mei Rushua with a playful grin, declaring, then privately, I shall call you Shueshua, my little Shueshua. He leaned in, poised to steal a kiss. Oh dear, this is scandalous. We must be more proper in broad daylight. Mei Rushua gently pushed him away, her refusal tempered with tenderness. Shueshua, little Shueshua, how utterly nauseating, she remarked with a disdainful expression. My woman, I shall call you as I please. Come now, little Shueshua. Let us indulge in our affection, he teased just as a series of knocks echoed at the door. Xianzuan Rushua. Young Master Morong Xiaoyao has arrived and wishes to see you. He is currently waiting at the Mingxiang Pavilion, the maid announced playfully, fully aware of their light-hearted exchange. Upon hearing this, Rushua paused momentarily. What a coincidence. Regardless, I shall have to speak with him eventually. With a newfound calm, she adjusted her attire and prepared to step outside. Who is Morong Xiaoyao? Yang Chao inquired, piecing together the maid's expression, yet unable to suppress his curiosity. A friend. Please wait here. I will go take a look, Rushua replied before pushing the door open and stepping out. I shan't wait. I must see what your ex-boyfriend is truly like, he exclaimed, promptly following her outside. In the fragrant tea room, a gentleman of refined demeanor and delicate features was sipping tea when he spotted Rushua approaching from a distance. Hastily setting down his celadon teacup, he strode forward to greet her. Rushua, can you guess what delightful treasure I have brought for you this time? Morong Xiaoyao said with an air of playful mystery. From now on, please address me as Rushua Xianzuan, she replied, unfazed. It is fortuitous that you came, for I have matters to discuss with you. What is it? Why so serious? Morong Xiaoyao stuttered, sensing an unsettling change in the atmosphere. Let us conclude our relationship here, Rushua stated decisively. She was not devoid of feelings, rather. She was a person of clarity and resolve. Given the tangled circumstances, she believed it better to cut ties swiftly than to prolong the pain for both parties. But why? Were we not well before? What did I do wrong? Tell me, and I shall amend my ways, Morong Xiaoyao implored, testing the waters for the cause of her sudden shift. Could it be that she had learned of my affair with my junior sister? Impossible. Rushua, as the head steward of Lingxiao Pavilion, managed finances and artifacts and rarely ventured out. So how could she possibly know? It is not your fault. It is fate that keeps us apart. We are fated to meet, yet destined to part. You are a good person, and I cannot wrong you. Rushua's eyes glistened with unshed tears, for they had shared a bond that could not be easily dismissed. So you do have feelings for someone else? She nodded in response. Upon hearing this, Morong Xiaoyao's countenance fell, his shock causing him to stumble backward into his chair. The plum blossom ornament he had concealed behind him tumbling to the ground and shattering into fragments. Tell me, who is he? He demanded, his eyes ablaze with indignation, his voice hoarse, as he pointed tremblingly at Rushua. The poise he once held now completely vanished. There is no need for further discourse. Let us part amicably, as we have not truly crossed any lines. Farewell, we shall remain friends. Rushua maintained her icy demeanor, and as she spoke, she produced a verdant bracelet, slowly extending it to the revered gentleman. Understanding the situation, Morong Xiaoyao resigned himself to the harsh reality, for he could not bear such betrayal. After accepting the bracelet, he retrieved a delicate pendant from his robe and returned it to Rushua, uttering a farewell as he departed without partaking in any meal. Rushua picked up the ornament Morong Xiaoyao had dropped, forcing a smile as she shook her head, recognizing it as merely a trinket commonly found in market stalls. Previously, She had cherished such items, for it was not their material value that mattered. She treasured the sentiment behind them. How could a steward of a sect fail to recognize such triviality? Yang Chao, lurking nearby, had witnessed the entire exchange. He discerned that Murong Xiaoyao was a man of narrow heart, and if Ru Shui were to be with him, she would find no happiness. He muttered quietly to himself, attempting to comfort his own conscience. Indeed, how broad-minded you are. I believe if it were you, you would likely cry even louder. Yang Chao heard the system's teasing voice echo in his mind. You claim that this system lacks everything, lamenting that your troubles are doubled. If only you had the time to exchange some treasures with me or to unlock additional functions. After losing 16 sons of fortune, are you still unperturbed? Yang Chao finally found an outlet for his frustrations as he berated the system in a fit of exasperation. Weren't you told to wait there? Why did you follow me? Ru Shui managed to squeeze out a faint smile amidst her displeasure. I'm merely concerned for your well-being. She continued. That Murong Xiaoyao is far less imposing and handsome than your husband, and his heart is not as expansive as his. You should be pleased, not disheartened. Yang Chao approached, wrapping his arms around her in a rather bold attempt to console her. Ru Shui shot him an exasperated glance, ignoring his words, and discarded the broken ornament and exquisite pendant into the trash bin. You have to prepare for your lessons at the Spirit Law Pavilion tomorrow afternoon. Isn't it nearly time for a meal? Is it not true that cultivators do not require meals at every instance? Sometimes during seclusion, they go for extended periods without food. But I haven't cultivated yet. I need to eat. I'm starving. Why not return and cook for yourself? Did you not just boast about being able to manage both the hall and the kitchen? As Ru Shui hastened her pace on the way back, Yang Chao trailed behind, jogging to keep up. Chapter 4. 10 partners. The following day, Yang Chao rose early. Having been rebuffed by Ru Shui when he sought to cultivate together the previous night, he had retired to bed early. With class approaching, he took the opportunity to spruce himself up, aiming to leave a favorable impression on his teachers and classmates. Gazing into the bronze mirror, he felt strikingly handsome. His natural good looks, coupled with his innate talents, left little room for competition among his male peers. Suddenly, inspiration struck, and he smacked his thigh. The cooldown for the second task should have ended by now. He hurriedly accessed the interface, and indeed, the task cooldown had concluded. However, as he opened the task, he was left utterly astounded. Boldly inscribed were the 4 characters, 10 partners. Is it truly possible to play such a game? Yang Chao thought it rather amusing, yet as a man, he had no aversion to such a task, and felt a swell of confidence. Wait. The first task involved 1 partner, the second task involves 10. Does this mean the third task will require 100 partners, the fourth 1,000, and the fifth 10,000? His intellect seemed to leap ahead. Oh dear, will I even have time for anything else? Am I here to cultivate or to dance among the clouds? Despite his sigh, his lips curled into a grin that stretched nearly to his ears. Regardless, his ultimate goal was to secure the position of the pavilion master and take over the Lingxiao Pavilion. Last night, Ru Shui had mentioned that the Lingxiao Pavilion boasted over 5,000 members. If he were to conquer it all, he would still be short by nearly half. It appeared that after seizing the Lingxiao Pavilion, he would need to target another pavilion as well. As Yang Chao calculated his prospects, excitement coursed through him, and he made his way toward the Spirit Law Pavilion, feeling increasingly optimistic about the days to come. Responsible for educating the new disciples is one of the 4 deacons, the esteemed Xianjun Xinu, known for her grace and wisdom. Together with the chief steward Mei Rushue, the task supervisor Zhu Qingwan, and the head of the Lingxiao Pavilion's security, Zhu Yiyun, they have been close companions since their early days of cultivation, sharing a bond so profound that they often jest about their partnerships. Yesterday evening, Rushue brought Yang Chao to meet Xinu, discussing their circumstances in her presence. Though Xinu did not explicitly state her thoughts in front of Yang Chao, he could sense an unusual gleam in her eyes. Unbeknownst to him, Xinu held a favorable view of Rushue and Xiaoyao, having only glimpsed Xiaoyao a few times, yet perceiving him to be a person of remarkable demeanor. While Yang Chao was indeed handsome and tall, in this realm where power reigns supreme, strength is the true measure of worth. One is hailed as a Xianjun, while the other is but a novice cultivator. Xinu silently sympathized with Rushue. Upon arriving at the Lingfa Hall, Yang Chao chose a seat near the front. Approximately 200 new disciples had gathered, all selected from the Lingxiao Pavilion's sphere of influence for their exceptional spiritual energy. As the Lingxiao Pavilion does not admit male cultivators, aspiring men often seek training in neighboring sections. Each year, the pavilion enrolls around 200 individuals, yet roughly 100 are lost to various tasks. Many also form partnerships with disciples from other sects, resulting in a modest growth rate. This remains true during times of tranquility. In the event of conflict with demons or monsters, losses would significantly rise, prompting a relaxation of admission standards. Yang Chao's presence sparked considerable excitement. as the Lingxiao Pavilion had never admitted a male cultivator of his stature and charm. Some, unable to contain their curiosity, approached him for conversation. While he engaged with his newfound peers, he mused that there was no need for haste. His time would come, and this was merely the beginning. As the hour for class arrived, Xianu entered promptly, and an instant hush fell over the room. Clearing her throat, she addressed the young disciples. Greetings, dear students. In the initial days of our term, we will focus on theoretical learning, and I shall be your guide. You may refer to me as Xianjun Xianu. To embark on the path of cultivation, one must first practice qi, akin to laying a solid foundation for a house. Only with a firm base can the structure rise tall and stable. As the saying goes, mastering qi ensures a prosperous journey ahead. But how does one cultivate qi effectively? Qi, also known as spiritual energy, pervades all things in the world. Some areas are rich in spiritual energy, while others are sparse. Thus, every sect seeks to establish itself in a locale abundant in qi, much like our own Lingxiao Pavilion. In essence, the practice of qi can be categorized into 4 primary methods. The first method involves directly absorbing the qi from the natural world. However, this yields the slowest results, even in the most vibrant environments. The second method entails extracting spiritual energy from objects, or from energy compressed into solid forms, such as crystal stones or the cores of mystical creatures. The third method is the enhancement through medication, which is the swiftest approach, yet also the most unstable. It can serve as an auxiliary during regular training, but should not be overindulged. The fourth method involves dual cultivation. This is something you will gradually comprehend as you mature. So I shall refrain from elaborating further. Do not, Master Xinyue. You have interrupted at the most captivating part. This is precisely the method I desperately seek. Yang Chao exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement. The classroom fell silent for 5 seconds before erupting into laughter. Even Master Xinyue's cheeks flushed crimson. Silence. Silence. If you are interested, that classmate may seek the master for private consultation, said Bai, her expression serious as she cast a disapproving glance at Yang Chao. What kind of person have you befriended? After knowing each other for only a few days, you wish to engage in practical endeavors? Truly, some are beyond teaching. In the morning, they had practiced the method of qi cultivation, and in the afternoon, Yang Chao found himself distracted, pondering his multitude of potential dual cultivation partners. He was resolute in his choice of over 10,000 companions. Finally, when school was dismissed, Xinyue returned to her abode, the Xinyue Palace, and Yang Chao followed shortly, seeking an audience. After the maid announced his arrival, he was ushered in, where Xinyue received him in her study. Have you come to inquire about dual cultivation? As discussed in class? She remarked, her gaze fixed on her book without looking up. Indeed, he replied, feeling somewhat sheepish. What is there to be embarrassed about in humbly seeking the master's guidance? Huh, this question I merely learned from texts. Even your sister Rushue is knowledgeable on this matter. Truth be told, I lack your practical experience. Xinyue laughed, her frustration momentarily dissipated. Observing Xinyue's cool demeanor, Yang Chao's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a glimmer of mischief as he secretly activated his dual cultivation skill, infatuated enchantment. This skill, colorless and flavorless, is a household essential for both daily life and travel. He began to envision Xinyue succumbing to desire, under his command, alongside her 4 stunning celestial sisters. With such words, why do you still linger? Xinyue's icy tone abruptly shattered his daydream. Yang Chao wiped away the drool that had escaped him and cast another skill. Did you not hear me? Why do you appear so dazed? Xinyue's impatience grew as a hint of annoyance surfaced on her exquisite visage. All right, I shall take my leave. However, if you feel unwell later, do send someone to find me at Rushue's place. I am always available. You are incorrigible. As he exited the palace, he muttered to the system, come out. I've activated my skills twice. Why have they yielded no results? Do you think you are worthy? You are nearly 100 realms below her. How dare you entertain such thoughts? The system retorted harshly. Well, you never mentioned that realm disparity would render it ineffective. Yang Chao cursed inwardly, feeling utterly exasperated. Chapter 5. Dual cultivation is indeed swift. Yang Chao returned to Rushue's palace, wondering why he had returned so late. Shouldn't school have ended long ago? As Yang Chao returned, Rushue presented 2 meticulously prepared dishes. With a hint of confusion, he sought the guidance of the esteemed Xinyu, who had returned later than anticipated. Ah, such a commendable attitude towards learning. You are indeed a teachable child. Let us dine swiftly before the food grows cold. Rushue remarked, serving 2 bowls of rice and joining Yang Chao to partake in a modest meal. Why is it all vegetarian? Cultivating immortality does not equate to renunciation. One can consume meat, can't one? He grumbled, feeling quite famished after an afternoon of study, yet he did not let his complaints hinder his hearty eating. Very well. Next time, I shall instruct the chef to prepare meat dishes for you. Hurry, finish your meal. We shall commence our training today, Rushue said. her eyes sparkling with affection as she observed young Chao's diligence, which brought her great joy. After their meal, the duo made their way to the training chamber, where they sat facing each other on cushions, their hands pressed together. Is it permissible to practice dual cultivation while clothed? This seems quite different from what I had envisioned, Yang Chao expressed, feeling somewhat disheartened by the sight, reminiscent of a martial arts film where two practitioners shared energy to heal one another. What on earth occupies your mind daily? Our realms differ vastly. We cannot engage in shared cultivation at this stage. Your task is to practice the techniques learned today. Meanwhile, I shall channel my internal energy to assist you in opening your meridians, thereby accelerating your cultivation. If you wish to cultivate in that manner, you still have a century to wait, Ru Shui replied, casting him a playful eye roll. Yang Chao followed the day's teachings, entering a meditative state and beginning to circulate his energy. Before long, he felt a warm current emanating from his lower abdomen, spreading throughout his body. At that moment, he sensed a powerful true qi flowing from their connected hands, traveling up his arms to his abdomen, and then smoothly radiating outward, leaving him with a delightful tingling sensation. Both unique and pleasurable. Through a night of diligent practice, they successfully opened the first of 10 meridians required for a cultivator. Each meridian corresponded to a natural elemental force: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, and light. Each time a meridian was opened, one could cultivate the corresponding elemental techniques. The final two were the Ren and Du meridians, which required replenishing true qi through meditation before they could be opened. This process was slow and energy-consuming. Once opened, the flow of true qi would become continuous, enabling one to absorb spiritual energy during everyday activities, thus achieving a state of perpetual cultivation, a true initiation into the path of immortality. You managed to open a meridian overnight? Ru Shui gazed at Yang Chao in astonishment. While she understood that her high-level assistance would expedite the process significantly, the fact that he accomplished this in a single night still seemed extraordinary, especially since she was unaware of his tenfold enhancement. I had told you long ago that my partner is no ordinary individual. I now feel remarkably powerful. Brimming with inexhaustible energy, I could easily defeat 2 tigers, Yang Chao declared with a mischievous grin, glancing at the time and noting that it was still early. Beloved, it is said that desires are strongest in the morning. Shall we savor this beautiful moment together? As he spoke, his hands were not idle, assisting Ru Shui in loosening her garments, and she, not overly resistant, permitted him to proceed. Today, Yang Chao arrived at the Lingfa Hall, as usual for his studies, while Shui, as if entranced, absorbed the essence he released from within her. Following his bold remarks yesterday, many more approached him today, for indeed, where wolves abound, the meat is scarce yet of exceptional quality. When class commenced, Xinyue ambled into the classroom, unfazed by the clock. She had spoken about the varieties and methods of qi cultivation yesterday. I wonder if everyone has revisited and solidified their understanding? To which the class responded in unison, affirmatively. Excellent. Today, we shall delve into the concept of meridians. It is widely acknowledged that qi traverses through these meridians. The more pathways you open, the greater the true qi within you. Moreover, by unblocking a specific meridian, you gain the ability to learn the corresponding techniques associated with it. Once all your meridians are opened, your internal true qi will flow ceaselessly, allowing you to absorb spiritual energy at any moment. Thus, the unblocking of meridians is pivotal in one's cultivation. The esteemed Xinyue, having cultivated for thousands of years, has traversed all her meridians. When we achieve the same, shall we not be akin to her? A chubby, endearing girl with wide eyes inquired. That is an astute question. Upon the complete unblocking of all meridians, a qi sea forms within. The longer one cultivates, the larger the qi sea becomes. When it exceeds the capacity of the body, it radiates outward, which explains why one might perceive an unassuming individual as possessing an immense aura. They could very well be a sage. Of course, such sages have their ways of concealing their presence. Now, let us proceed as the esteemed one instructed and attempt to cultivate our qi to unblock our meridians. Yang Chao, upon realizing his cultivation was progressing sluggishly, stealthily slipped away. The Lingshao Pavilion, nestled between mountains and sea, offers breathtaking vistas, teeming with wildlife such as deer, wild boar, and even the occasional tiger. Having had his wife assist him in cultivation last night, he resolved to procure some game for her today. Soon, Yang Chao's storage ring was filled with several wild rabbits, plump mountain chickens, a goose, and a wild boar, along with some mushrooms he fortuitously gathered, for dishes were ready. Upon reaching the small kitchen, he instructed the cooks to prepare the various ingredients. He took it upon himself to chop the wild boar into sizable chunks, blanching them in large pots to eliminate the strong odor, before stewing them with an array of spices. A touch of fine white wine was added to enhance the flavor, a culinary technique that astonished the cooks, who whispered among themselves in disbelief. By noon, 4 dishes and a soup were ready. Crispy roasted rabbit, mountain chicken with mushrooms, hearty wild boar stew, and a goose cooked in an iron pot, culminating in a delightful tomato and egg soup. The dishes bore the hallmark of northeastern cuisine, all stews that wafted intoxicating aromas. Each dish was served on a plate, with the leftovers reserved for the maidservants and cooks to sample. Having tasted the offerings, they unanimously declared it the finest meal they had ever encountered, astonished that meat could surpass vegetables in flavor. Previously, the meat or fish they had consumed often bore a fishy taste, but this was an entirely different experience. The essence is remarkably pure, effortlessly absorbed, and its effects are profound. It appears that a breakthrough to the next realm is imminent. After an entire morning, Ru Shui finally refined and absorbed the essence, her exquisite face radiating with joy. Upon seeing Ru Shui emerge, Yang Chao hurriedly approached her, exclaiming, "My lady, you must be weary. Look at the delicious feast I have prepared for you. Did you make all this?" Ru Shui inquired, astonished at the table laden with dishes, all of which were meat-based, lacking her preferred vegetables. How can mushrooms possibly be paired with mountain chicken? This peculiar combination did little to whet her appetite. "Of course. Do give it a try," he urged, handing her chopsticks and rice. Ru Shui hesitated before the array of dishes. The deep hues of the meat dishes were far from appealing. However, the crispy roasted rabbit looked quite tempting. She picked up a piece and placed it in her mouth. Crunch! A spark of delight illuminated Ru Shui's expression. How can this be so delicious? The crisp skin and tender meat melded together in a symphony of flavors, far surpassing the enjoyment derived from absorbing essence. Anyone who could savor such culinary delights daily would be foolish to endure the hardships of cultivation. Disregarding her ladylike demeanor, Ru Shui indulged heartily, while Yang Chao served her a bowl of soup to complement her feast. His wife, devouring her meal with such gusto, appeared even more endearing than usual. Ru Shui continued to relish the remaining dishes, leaving the table spotless, with not a morsel left behind. As he gently touched Ru Shui's slightly rounded abdomen, he marveled at how it had grown so much in just 2 days, prompting her to playfully strike him with her tiny fists. Chapter 6. The first mission in the following days, Yang Chao practiced cultivation with Ru Shui in the evenings, attending the Lingfa Hall for studies during the day. After completing the theoretical lessons, he began practical outdoor exercises. With diligent effort over several nights, he had successfully opened 2 meridians, acquiring 4 beginner manuals, 2 focusing on fire techniques and 2 on water techniques, under the careful guidance of his mentors. He quickly became adept at controlling his powers. Yang Chao's own strength had risen to the mid-stage of a semi-mortal, a remarkable feat achieved within 10 days. An accomplishment rarely seen in history. During dinner one evening, Yang Chao recalled his practice of the fireball technique, reminiscent of the ninjutsu he had once seen in a comic. An idea struck him. Could there be a similar technique in the realm of cultivation that mimicked the shadow clone technique? This would greatly facilitate his upcoming talent missions. He shared this notion with Ru Shui, albeit only the first half of his thoughts. Ru Shui smiled in response, remaining silent. In the blink of an eye, her figure shimmered and transformed into 2 identical versions of herself. A moment later, 4 identical Ru Shuis were simultaneously enjoying their meal. One individual remarked that this technique was not particularly extraordinary, yet if one wished to cultivate it, they were a century too early. Better to discuss it once one reached the realm of the profound immortal. As long as one possesses it, that suffices. You already stand at the threshold of the half-immortal realm. However, your progress alongside those practitioners has been rather modest. According to the regulations of Lingxiao Pavilion, any friend above the half-immortal level must undertake missions. I intend to speak with Sister Qingwan about taking you along on the next mission for some practical experience. That sounds splendid. I have longed to step outside for some fresh air, yet I have not ventured out since my arrival, Yang Chao exclaimed with palpable excitement. Aware that practical experience is the finest test of one's strength, I will ensure she takes you along when she embarks on her mission. Her presence assures me of your safety. Madam has always treated me with utmost kindness, and I shall find a way to repay you for this, he responded earnestly. Day after day, his lack of seriousness had become a common sight for Ru Shui, who merely rolled her eyes in response. The term undertaking a mission refers to the jurisdiction of Lingxiao Pavilion, where every county and city houses a Lingxiao temple, which contains a spirit information stele. If the local populace faces disturbances from malevolent entities, esteemed elders will organize residents to worship and elucidate the situation. The spirit information stele within the Divine Perception Hall of Lingxiao Pavilion will then display the occurrences, dispatching corresponding personnel to exterminate the evil and uphold justice. The resident's duty is to maintain a continuous offering of incense, especially during festivals and significant occasions. One day, Yang Chao perfected all 4 basic techniques at the martial arts arena, and through diligent evening practice, he ascended to the upper immortal realm. Just as he was about to take a rest, he felt a vibration from his storage ring. It was the audiovisual mirror. Rushue conveyed that there was a mission today and urged him to hurry to the Divine Perception Hall. Upon arrival, the team for the mission had already assembled, with only Yang Chao absent. Two breathtaking beauties, one being Rushue and the other, without a doubt, Zhu Qingwan, stood at the forefront, accompanied by 4 of Zhu Qingwan's maidens. What mission warrants the personal leadership of the esteemed Qingwan? Yang Chao inquired bluntly, failing to recognize the impropriety of his abruptness. In truth, it was not a significant task. Rushue had mentioned that they were taking him along, as his safety was paramount. I must accompany you on this mission to ensure your absolute security, she added, her tone laced with playful sarcasm. Yang Chao, sensing her teasing, scratched his head and offered a sheepish smile. He approached Qingwan, bowing in gratitude. Well then, let us depart. Qingwan commanded, and with her signal, everyone retrieved their swords and ascended into the air, preparing for flight, while Yang Chao stood in bewilderment. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and follow. Qingwan cast a glance downward at him. I haven't learned how to fly on a sword yet, Yang Chao replied, still perplexed. Esteemed Qingwan, how many people can your sword carry? Upon hearing this, Qingwan nearly lost her balance. He seemed to think of sword flight as a carriage. Yet, with no other option, she resolved to take him along. Come here. It should be no problem, Yang Chao beckoned. He took the package handed to him by Rushue, embraced it, and placed a kiss upon it. Wait for me to return, he said, as he continued to channel his energy. With a swift motion, he stood upon Qingwan's flying sword, causing Rushue to stomp her feet in embarrassment. Qingwan shot her a significant eye roll, while the other maidservants stifled their laughter. After bidding farewell to Rushue, they set off. Due to the rapid pace of their sword flight, Yang Chao lost his balance and nearly fell, swaying left and right before hastily clutching Qingwan in front of him. It was not intentional. His hand inadvertently brushed against something round and soft, and habitually, he gave it a gentle squeeze. How could Qingwan, untouched by worldly affairs, withstand such provocation? She turned her head, her eyes glinting with a murderous intent, her face flushed as crimson as a vibrant fabric. Are you seeking death? She hissed, her voice barely above a whisper, yet Yang Chao felt the truth in her words. This is not my fault. You took off without a word to hold on tight. I nearly fell just now, he retorted. Can you release me now? She replied, her voice equally cold and laced with menace. No, I have acrophobia. And after almost falling, my legs feel like jelly. Even if you were to kill me, I wouldn't let go. Yang Chao shook his head vigorously, his resolve unwavering. Then lower your hand. Are you still squeezing while facing death? Reluctantly, he placed his hands back at his waist. After a moment of calming his nerves, Yang Chao grew restless once more. Qingwan, revered immortal, where are we headed this time? To Qingshi Town in Lianchun County. The journey will take a day without stopping for meals or lodging. If you feel hungry, Sister Rushue has prepared provisions in the package. I have said all I need to. Do not disturb me further. What if I need to relieve myself? He asked. Hold it. Gazing at the exquisite beauty before him, Yang Chao was momentarily entranced. Qingwan was perfect in every aspect, yet her demeanor was too frigid, resembling an ice princess. Meanwhile, Qingwan felt an uncomfortable pressure behind her. Turning to see Yang Chao, she declared, no one can save you today. You must pay. With that, she unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon him, her strikes resounding like the wails of a slaughtered pig, causing even those on the ground to hear the commotion. The next morning, they arrived at Qingshi Town, where the local residents welcomed them under the guidance of the town mayor. He led them to a prepared inn while recounting recent eerie occurrences in the village. Approximately 10 days prior, several farmers reported missing livestock during the night. Initially, no one paid much attention, assuming they had simply wandered off or been taken by weasels. However, as days passed, nearly every household experienced a loss of poultry. And soon thereafter, cattle, sheep, and pigs also vanished in large numbers. Eventually, farmers resorted to sleeping in their animal pens, for when they dozed off, their livestock would inexplicably disappear. It appears only livestock are harmed, not humans, Qingwan mused quietly, already gathering her thoughts about the nature of the culprit. From the circumstances described, it seems to be a spirit rather than a demon, for spirits are clever yet timid. Even when faced with adversity, they merely resort to pilfering poultry and livestock from human dwellings. The vast majority of spirits aspire to cultivate themselves towards immortality and would not engage in a life-and-death struggle with humans unless absolutely necessary. In contrast, demons are bold and inherently brutal. They believe themselves to be formidable in their cultivation and emerge to wreak havoc upon the populace, inflicting suffering upon the innocent, slaying humans and seizing chickens alike. They inherently stand in opposition to righteousness, though it must be noted that there exist exceptionally cruel spirits and benevolent demons, albeit in rare instances. Qingwan accompanied the town mayor to several farmhouses, meticulously examining the traces left behind. It appeared that the miscreants had yet to fully transform. and the matter did not seem overly challenging. Once the inspection was complete, arrangements were made for the group's sustenance and lodging. After their meal, the demon hunting team gathered in their hotel room to deliberate on the evening's endeavors. Following Qing Wan's instructions, the mayor concentrated all the livestock and poultry from several farms into one household, preparing to lay ambush that night. As the moon hung bright amidst a sparse sky, Qing Wan and her companions firmly grasped their talismans, cautiously concealing themselves beneath straw mats on the rooftops of the farms. The situation in the livestock pens was clearly observable, their scents masked by medicinal herbs. Around the midnight hour, beneath the moonlight, shadows danced upon the trees, and a multitude of luminous, feline-like eyes emerged, quietly observing the farmhouse with great vigilance. Suddenly, several phantoms darted towards the cattle shed, and at that moment, the instructed group sprang into action, encircling the demons within. It soon became apparent that a horde of cat demons was the source of the trouble. They forsook the righteous path of cultivation to torment humanity, and thus, they could not hope to survive. With that resolve, Qing Wan charged forward. The clash of blades and the flicker of talismanic light ensued within moments. Half of the demons were vanquished. Their shrill cries pierced the night, and for Qing Wan, these untransformed cat demons proved to be mere trifles. Observing the imminent conclusion of the skirmish, Chao felt a pang of urgency. On his first mission, he had yet to unleash a single skill, an embarrassment he could not bear. Resolute, he raised his hand and unleashed 3 massive fireballs at the remaining cat demons. However, the agile creatures deftly evaded the slow-moving projectiles, which instead ignited the cattle shed in a brilliant conflagration, allowing the cat demons to escape without so much as a hair remaining. With a wave of her sleeve, Qing Wan extinguished the flames, her gaze fierce as she glared at the instigator, who wore an expression of innocence. Hands raised in a gesture of helplessness. This is not my fault. I can only cast fireballs. Thus, the ambush concluded in failure. Upon returning to the hotel, to express his remorse for the unsuccessful operation, Chao took it upon himself to prepare an abundant feast. It must be said that while he may falter in many endeavors, his culinary skills were commendable, resulting in a delightful meal that lifted the spirits of the dejected team. Consequently, they harbored no further grievances regarding the night's events. After dinner, the 4 maids retired to 2 separate rooms, Qing Wan to one, and Chao to another. Having overeaten, Qing Wan initially intended to take a bath, but opted to rest on the lounge chair in her room before doing so, simultaneously retrieving a few books from her storage ring to peruse. The door, painted in a delicate hue, creaked open as Chao entered, balancing a foot bath on his shoulder and a towel draped over it. He gently nudged the door shut with his foot. Did he not consider knocking first? Qing Wan, engrossed in her book, exhibited a hint of discontent. After a long day, she yearned for a soothing foot soak. As the saying goes, to maintain one's health, one must soak their feet daily. Skipping a meal is permissible, but the foot bath should not be delayed. He placed the basin at her feet, urging her, "Come, place your feet inside. Besides my culinary skills, my technique here is unparalleled." "No need," Qing Wan replied. "I shall bathe shortly, so it would be an inconvenience." Observing her tone was not one of aversion, Chao, emboldened, seized her foot to assist with her slippers. Qing Wan hastily withdrew her foot, standing up. "Are you courting punishment? If there is nothing else, please leave." "There is indeed a matter," he countered. "Today's endeavor did not go as planned, and I wish to express my apologies, while also inquiring about our next steps. This being your first attempt, I can understand. I shall manage the arrangements moving forward and will inform you when the time comes. If there is nothing else, you may depart," Qing Wan replied, her expression still as stoic as ever as she returned to her book. Undeterred by her frosty demeanor, Chao initiated small talk. "What book are you reading?" "Insights on Cultivation from Predecessors. I have several volumes that may suit your needs. Would you like to borrow one?" "Certainly." "Qing Wan, do you possess any techniques pertaining to water or fire elements? My repertoire is rather limited, and I wish to contribute more in future endeavors." With genuine intent, he pulled a chair closer and sat beside her. Qing Wan remained unresponsive, her naturally aloof personality keeping her emotions hidden. Her rare display of temper, as when she wielded her sword against him, was an anomaly. "Didn't you acquire the 4 basic techniques?" "Elementary techniques are largely similar. There is no need to learn too many. Only after your meridians are fully opened can you practice advanced techniques." Chao felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, realizing that Ru Shui had shared this with her. His earlier bravado about only knowing the fireball technique felt painfully foolish. "Do you think those beasts will return for revenge tonight?" He hastily shifted the topic. "Having narrowly escaped, they are unlikely to return to face death. You should rest soundly," she reassured. "That won't do. Those cunning creatures might return. Perhaps I could stay here for the night?" He ventured cautiously, as Qing Wan opened her room. A humanoid figure gracefully arced through the air before landing flawlessly. "No means no. She retorted. Why resort to force? How rude. Yang Chao brushed off the dust from his clothes. To encounter such a lowly, despicable child of fate was unprecedented for Yang Chao. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Already irate, he felt a surge of humiliation. How dare you speak so brazenly? Why am I despicable? Is it not because of your inept system, which provides nothing of value, merely bestowing a pretty boy interface? I would not be in such a pitiable state if I had a marketplace function to exchange for anything I desired. Would I still be so lowly? Instead of grumbling, I ought to focus on upgrading the system. Yang Chao, with his incessant chatter, stood there for a good half hour, while the system remained silent. To passers-by, it must have seemed like a person was conversing with the air, as if possessed. Chapter 8. Little Ghost, I've endured you long enough. Come out for a duel. The following morning, Yang Chao rose early to prepare breakfast for everyone, and the meal was met with great satisfaction. Although those who practice cultivation can abstain from food for extended periods as their realm increases, delectable dishes should never be overlooked. After breakfast, Qingwan took out a handkerchief containing the fur she had collected from the cat demon the night before. Raising her right hand, she channeled her energy, summoning a swirling mass of colorful smoke, from which a vibrant butterfly emerged and alighted upon the cat demon's fur before fluttering out the window. Upon Qingwan's command, several individuals soared into the air, riding their swords, and Yang Chao hastily climbed onto Qingwan's sword, wrapping his arms around her waist. Are your legs still weak? Qingwan furrowed her brow. Yes, still weak, he replied. If you keep acting recklessly, I might just tear you apart and feed you to the cats. With that, she pursued the colorful butterfly. Before long, they arrived at a bamboo grove shrouded in mist, where each stalk of bamboo exuded a faint aura of demonic energy. Once inside, one could immediately sense an unusual atmosphere, far beyond what the minor demons of the previous night could conjure. Clearly, a greater demon lurked here. Everyone, be cautious, she warned, closing her eyes to activate her spiritual awareness and gradually explore the area. I found it, Qingwan exclaimed as her eyes flew open. She sensed a deep cavern at the foot of the mountains within the bamboo grove, suffused with a rich demonic energy. Follow me. The group hastened to the entrance of the cat demon's lair, where they were spotted by a minor demon stationed at the entrance. They're here. Prepare for battle. The little demon shouted as it fled. Indeed, the creatures they had encountered last night were the most basic level. These guarding the cave had already taken on half-human forms, their bodies covered in fur. Looks like we've startled the snake in the grass, Yang Chao said anxiously. There's no need to make a fuss. If it weren't for Sister Ru Shue's precious love, I wouldn't even need to intervene for such trivial demons. We could simply charge in and eliminate them, Qingwan retorted. Undeterred by Yang Chao's teasing, he followed behind her, swaggering into the cave. The cavern was modest in size, containing only a few dozen cat demons. In a frenzy to escape, the frightened demons scurried away, well aware they were outmatched. Qingwan and the others would not let a single one slip away, dispatching them with ease, each strike as effortless as a withered branch snapping. Yang Chao found himself at a loss, unable to contribute, when he noticed a diminutive figure, a juvenile cat demon, sneaking along the cave wall. Straightening up, he drew his sword and pointed it at the small creature. Little ghost, I've tolerated you long enough. Don't run, let's settle this one-on-one. Ignoring his lack of swordsmanship, he infused his sword with his true energy, wildly slashing in the direction of the small demon. The others, understanding his intent, stepped aside, allowing Yang Chao to confront the little demon. However, the juvenile cat demon proved to be more formidable than he had anticipated. It darted left and right, quickly recognizing Yang Chao as the weakest among them. As it revealed its sharp claws and began to counterattack, Yang Chao found his clothes torn and tattered, several wounds marring his skin. In a moment of utter confusion, Qingwan swiftly dispatched the cat demon with a single blow. Observing Yang Chao, whose muscular physique was bare from the waist up, I found myself intrigued. It was my first encounter with a cultivator who dedicated himself to physical training. One might ponder whether it would not be more prudent to invest that time in refining martial techniques for self-preservation. Nonetheless, it must be said that possessing such an attractive exterior certainly yields advantageous attention from higher-ranking celestial beings. Qingwan remarked with a hint of scorn. Yang Chao, unfazed by her derision, removed the tattered remnants of his upper garments, standing tall like a small tower, his elongated form accentuated by perfectly sculpted muscles and handsome features. In an instant, his presence rendered the four senior sisters utterly flustered, prompting them to hastily produce healing ointments, applying and administering them anxiously. Qingwan rolled her eyes and turned away, preferring not to witness the commotion. Hey, Qingwan, there's still space on my back for you to apply the medicine. Yang Chao called out with a mischievous grin, addressing her retreating figure. Go to hell, and stop calling me Qingwan, Celestial. At that moment, the lifeless cat demon suddenly opened its eyes and launched a surprise attack on Qingwan, who was turning away. Yang Chao, noticing the impending danger, instinctively stepped forward to shield her from the full force of the cat demon's strike. Be careful. Ah! He was thrown violently against the wall, crashing down and spitting blood, losing consciousness. When he regained his senses, he found himself in a bed within a room, with Qing Wan at his bedside, her expression a mixture of concern and urgency. You're awake. You scared me to death. If anything had happened to you, how would I explain it to Sister Rushua? Qing Wan, shedding her usual aloof demeanor, appeared as anxious as a young girl. It's just a scratch, I'll be fine. Cough, cough. Yang Chao grimaced, clutching his chest in pain. Say less and rest for a few days. You'll recover. Qing Wan gently smoothed his chest, attempting to ease his discomfort. Yang Chao could hardly withstand such tenderness, closing his eyes to savor the sensation of her slender, cool fingers gliding over him. Oh, how delightful. This injury was almost worth it, until he realized his body was betraying him. Seeing his reaction, Qing Wan's cheeks flushed. Perhaps I should have been more forceful. Your mind seems to wander to such thoughts. Yang Chao retorted, can you blame me? I'm a man, not a eunuch. It's only natural to respond when touched by a breathtaking beauty, such as yourself. How about you lie here instead, and see if you can endure my touch? Slap. Go to hell. Qing Wan lightly smacked his chest before standing up. What would you like for lunch? I'll bring it to you. Anything you make is fine. Though I must say, that slap stung quite a bit, Yang Chao replied, his expression pained. Qing Wan shot him a disdainful glance as she exited, leaving a lasting impression on her heart. In this patriarchal cultivation world, where men dominated every aspect, with few exceptions of formidable women, conflicts were predominantly led by men. As time progressed, the survival rate for men dwindled, resulting in sex and powerful beings being largely controlled by women, relegating men to a subordinate status. In a woman's fate, should fortune smile upon her, she may find a beloved partner, marrying with a spirit of devotion, living life in harmony with her spouse, retreating gracefully from the limelight, wholly dedicated to serving her husband. Conversely, if misfortune befalls her, she may be relegated to the status of a mere plaything, reduced to the role of a furnace for others' desires, leading to a life more torturous than death itself. Even the formidable patriarch of the Lingxiao Pavilion, a figure of immense power, must painstakingly secure a suitable dowry for his daughter, striving for her future prosperity. In a world where men who would risk their lives for women are perceived as extraordinary, Yang Chao, without a moment's hesitation, reacts instinctively, revealing he is far from a superficial charmer. With this thought, Qing Wan felt her cheeks flush, a peculiar sensation blossoming within her heart towards Yang Chao, an emotion she had never encountered before. After all, which woman does not yearn for a sense of security and the feeling of being protected? It seemed the millennium-old ice within her was beginning to thaw. Chapter 9. The thawing of ice when one harbors intentions in their heart. It is akin to wheat sprouts thriving exuberantly after rain. Upon reflection, Yang Chao is indeed a man of wit and humor, adept at caring for others, skilled in the culinary arts and massage, handsome and well-built, possessing many admirable qualities. As Qing Wan stirred the porridge, her mind wandered. In truth, she was not particularly skilled at cooking. If it were not for Yang Chao's request, she would hardly have bothered to prepare a meal herself. As one of the stewards of Lingxiao Pavilion, she had her own small kitchen with cooks to attend to her needs. Their culinary skills were passable, but as cultivators, they did not place much emphasis on the quality of food. Once the porridge was ready, Qing Wan carried the earthen pot to the room, placing it on the table. She ladled a small bowl, stirring it with a spoon before offering it to Yang Chao. Here, here. What do you mean by here? Do you intend for me to eat this myself? I can barely lift my hand. Yang Chao straightened his posture, his arm drooping limply. This was rather farcical. Qing Wan discerned his pretense. Wasn't he just clutching his chest? How could he truly be unable to lift his arm? After all, everything was interconnected. Any movement brought pain. He grimaced exaggeratedly, expressing his discomfort. Enough with the nonsense. Is there any part of you that isn't connected? Qing Wan chose not to dwell on this and sat beside him, feeding him a spoonful. Hot, hot, hot. Yang Chao exclaimed. Do you know how to care for someone? You should blow on it first and test the temperature with your lips before giving it to me. Qing Wan followed his advice, bringing the spoon to his lips once more. There, just right. Delicious. Yang Chao beamed, enjoying the meal, teasing Qing Wan with a playful grin. If it tastes so good, you should have more. It would be splendid if my injury took a long time to heal, as then you could continue to care for me. If you were to die, I would personally bury you. Would you care to test that? Qing Wan smiled, offering him another spoonful. Though Qing Wan's smile was radiant, Yang Chao felt an unsettling chill. You are the best, Wan Wan. I want to see you every day. I certainly do not wish to die. Enough. If you call me Wan Wan again, I shall have nothing more to say. Do not overstep, Wan Wan. She retorted, finding his affection excessive. Remarkably, a mere bowl of porridge took an entire hour to consume. After finishing the porridge, Yang Chao suggested that he needed support to stand and stretch a bit. As he stood up, his right arm casually draped over Qing Wan's neck, his hand resting effortlessly on her shoulder. Upon noticing the murderous glare from Qing Wan, he innocently remarked, "This is truly not my fault. It's not as you imagine. I can't feel my arm right now." With that, he let his hand dangle as if it were lifeless. "So, you really can't feel it?" Qing Wan, with a fierce glint in her eyes, grasped Yang Chao's arm with a fierce grip. "Ah, you wicked woman, I shall retaliate." Yang Chao discarded his pretense, swiftly lifting her from behind her knees in a princess carry and throwing her onto the bed, immediately following with his entire weight pressing down upon her. Qing Wan was taken aback by the sudden turn of events. In her struggle, she even forgot that she could easily send him flying with a single palm strike. By the time she remembered, it was too late. 2 hours later, Yang Chao sat on the bed, tidying up the disheveled sheets. He then lay back down, embracing Qing Wan, who was turned away with tears in her eyes. Wan, truly, it is not my fault. Who could resist such celestial beauty? If a man can withstand you, he is not worthy of the title. Qing Wan shot him a glare, her eyes devoid of hatred, but her heart still heavy. Noticing her silence, he continued, "I have a question for you. For someone like you, and Ru Shui, who have cultivated for over 1,000 years, have you not encountered anyone you fancied? Yet here you both remain untouched, leaving the spoils to me." Heh. He chuckled, reveling in his good fortune. Can cultivators be compared to ordinary folk? Typically, they possess lifespans ranging from thousands to tens of thousands of years, and those who attain immortality can live alongside the heavens. Those with partners often accompany their male counterparts to their respective sects or wander as free-spirited immortals. Those still residing in Lingxiao Pavilion have yet to find their companions. The last time Sister Ru Shui led her disciples for a sect exchange, she encountered the carefree immortal, who was utterly captivated by her beauty. He persistently courted her with unwavering attention. And now, you come along and directly claim the beauty for yourself. I truly wonder what Sister Ru Shui sees in you. Humph. After finishing, Qing Wan pinched Yang Chao to express her dissatisfaction, which he perceived as a playful gesture. "Do you still not recognize my merits? It seems you have yet to fully grasp my worth. If not, I shall continue to elaborate." Yang Chao threatened playfully. "I was wrong. Spare me, my lord. I shall never dare again." Qing Wan hastily pleaded for mercy, feeling utterly spent. After 2 hours of vigorous activity, her body ached, and she felt as though he was entirely lacking in tenderness. An entire night without rest. Yang Chao rose early, bustling about in the kitchen. He expertly fried eggs, boiled milk, and even baked bread in the oven while slicing beef, filling the kitchen with an enticing aroma. Qing Wan, still drowsy, crawled out of bed, stretched lazily, and rubbed her eyes. Upon seeing the lavish breakfast laid out on the table, she shyly smiled and, feeling too sleepy to rise, thought, "This is something I should have prepared." After being conquered, Qing Wan displayed the gentle demeanor of a devoted wife, a stark contrast to her previously frosty disposition. "I know it is all because of me. Come quickly and see if the breakfast I prepared suits your palate." Yang Chao pulled Qing Wan to the dining table. "What is this?" Qing Wan inquired, pointing at the bread. "This is called bread. It's soft and sweet in texture. Take a piece, spread some egg on it. Add a few slices of beef, and then cover it with another piece of bread. Here, give it a try. How does it taste?" Yang Chao handed her the prepared sandwich. It's delicious. I've never tasted anything like this before. Where did you learn to make it?" Qing Wan's mood brightened. The formerly aloof and cold demeanor she possessed rarely allowed her to jest with others, often giving off an air of impenetrability. "I'll prepare the meals for you, and you shall have my protection. Although my abilities are still lacking, my potential is boundless," he remarked, unwilling to lose face in front of his partner. "I know. You little stingy person, just kidding. In less than half a month, you've managed to open 2 meridians and reach the realm of an immortal. Such speed qualifies you as a genius," Qing Wan said earnestly. "That's because I haven't practiced in the past couple of days. If I had, I would have opened more than 2 meridians. Once you finish refining the essence, shall we cultivate together? Dinner needs to be swift. We must return quickly. The tasks I intended to finish in a day have been delayed for several days. I have no idea what has transpired in the sect, or if there are new tasks. The affairs within the sect are quite busy. And as the deacon responsible for missions, I shouldn't be out for long." "All right then, I had hoped to spend a few days alone with you," Yang Chao said as he wiped his mouth and returned to his room, storing his belongings in a storage ring. He bid farewell to the locals, and they departed on their swords, retracing their path. The return journey was markedly different. Yang Chao's flirtatious responses were now met only with playful teasing, no longer accompanied by punches or kicks. Chapter 10. A brief separation exceeds a new marriage. After a day's flight, the group arrived at Lingxiao Pavilion, where they encountered Ru Shui, whom they hadn't seen for many days. Standing there like a celestial being, she exuded beauty and tranquility, her gentle gaze resting on Yang Chao. Filled with concern and joy, upon seeing Ru Shui, Warmth surged within Yang Chao. He mustered a smile and approached her. Ru Shui stepped forward as well, and they silently gazed at each other, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Indeed, a brief separation surpasses a new marriage. One might think you haven't seen each other for years. Qing Wan's teasing shattered the atmosphere they had just cultivated. It seems these days, my sister has been led astray by this rogue. To Yang Chao's surprise, even his formerly cold sister was now capable of humor. After exchanging playful banter, Qing Wan returned to the Hall of Affairs to handle business, which had amassed during her absence. Yang Chao and Ru Shui returned to their dwelling, where Yang Chao recounted the events of the past few days to Ru Shui, embellishing the tale with suitable flourishes. Ru Shui felt delighted for them, as she wished to assist Yang Chao in securing Ling Shao Pavilion. Otherwise, if someone else took charge, Yang Chao, as a male cultivator, would have to take Ru Shui along to venture out, which she was reluctant to do, having never left the place she had known since childhood. You must be hungry, right? I shall prepare lunch for you. Or perhaps I should take charge. It has been several days since you savored a meal prepared by my own hands. Today, I shall present you with a few novel dishes. With that, Yang Chao hurried to the small kitchen, and before long, for dishes and a soup graced the table. For the past few days, aside from cultivating, Ru Shui had been preoccupied with various matters and had scarcely eaten, but the delectable meal left her with a satisfied belly. Once they finished dining, Yang Chao eagerly urged Ru Shui to commence their cultivation. What the haste? I've something to discuss with you. Ru Shui gently withdrew her hand. What is it? Recently, Senior Danmu from the Medicine King Valley sent invitations to various sects, seeking contenders for a martial arts competition to court his granddaughter. The highest cultivation level permitted for participants is no more than Tai Xian. Here is the invitation, which states there will be 3 rounds, an interview on the first day, alchemy on the second, and martial arts on the third. The event is scheduled for the 15th of next month, leaving us with less than 20 days. As she spoke, Ru Shui retrieved the invitation from her storage ring, her smile radiant as she gazed at Yang Chao. Isn't our Ling Shao Pavilion known for not accepting male cultivators? Why have they sent us an invitation? Do they know about my situation? Yang Chao asked, perplexed. Though our Ling Shao Pavilion may not rank among the top sects, we are nonetheless a prestigious establishment. It is well known that our sect does not accept male cultivators, and they have invited us merely to observe. Ru Shui refrained from delivering any discouraging words. What do you think, dear husband? Are you interested? Cultivators are acutely aware of the significance of elixirs, which come in various forms and serve different purposes, applicable to all facets of cultivation. Some high-grade spiritual herbs even possess effects akin to magical artifacts, serving as crucial means of survival. However, due to the focus of alchemists on refining and sword techniques, they often lag in other areas, typically relegated to a support role in combat. Nevertheless, the majority of cultivators relish the thrill of battle, and alchemists are a rare breed, with only a handful possessing true talent, leading to fierce competition among various sects for such practitioners. While every sect has alchemists, none dare claim superiority over the Medicine King Valley in the art of alchemy. This time, it is certain that major sects and even powerful practitioners from outside realms will attend. The heirs of the Medicine King will employ every means at their disposal to secure victory. After Ru Shui elaborated, Yang Chao resolved to participate for 3 reasons. First, he is the child of destiny, and fortune, in essence, is merely luck. Being a child of fate, he believes his luck must be exceptional. Second, his talent is ideally suited for this endeavor. Considering the interview, if he cannot pass based on his appearance, then the interviewer must be blind. Third, Yang Chao possesses unwavering confidence in his innate skills. Should he falter in the 2nd or 3rd rounds, he can simply resort to cunning tactics. He has already attempted this twice with a success rate of 100%. Fortunately, he kept these thoughts to himself. Had he voiced them, the system would have surely criticized him for his unrealistic confidence, considering he is entirely unprepared for one aspect and merely a novice in another. With such impractical reasons, he remained blissfully assured, oblivious to the source of his courage. Before Ru Shui could finish her explanation, Yang Chao, brimming with enthusiasm, swept her into his arms and dashed towards the grand bed. Perhaps due to the several days of absence, Yang Chao was particularly moved today. Like snow, he felt utterly enervated, yet still yearning for more. He summoned his 4 close maidservants, who were originally intended to accompany Ru Shui as dowries. Upon their arrival, without the need for Yang Chao to lift a finger, Ru Shui waved her delicate hand, and the garments of the 4 maidens fell away, instantly transforming the room into a scene of springtime beauty. Yang Chao could only accept the situation with a resigned smile. The following dawn, Yang Chao rose early as usual. His night of cultivation bore significant fruit, with the 3rd meridian seemingly on the verge of being unblocked. Upon seeing the beautiful forms sprawled languidly across the floor, a sense of accomplishment welled up within him, prompting him to prepare breakfast with contentment. Due to the exhaustive events of the previous night, It was some time before Ru Shui and the others lazily stirred to partake in the meal. The atmosphere was lively and harmonious, filled with laughter. Though they were somewhat delayed, arriving late for class, Yang Chao hurried to the martial arts arena. Over the past few days, several exceptionally talented disciples had successfully opened their first meridian. Those who had unblocked their meridians practiced fire-based techniques, while the others engaged in meditation to cultivate their energy. Everyone was preoccupied, and none noticed Yang Chao's tardiness. Yang Chao approached Xin Yue, who was observing and guiding from the sidelines, and respectfully cupped his fists in greeting. I pay my respects to the esteemed Xin Yue. This is Yang Chao, reporting back after completing a task. Upon seeing Yang Chao, Xin Yue glanced around to ensure no one was nearby, and teased him softly. Isn't this your first task? You didn't defeat a monster. Yet you returned with a celestial cultivation talent. Not at all, esteemed one. It is merely your favor, Yang Chao humbly replied. Not at all. Xin Yue smiled, her tone calm, yet playful. You've already managed to secure 2 stewards of Lingxiao Pavilion within half a month. If you were to be bolder, winning over the pavilion master would be just a matter of time. This pavilion might soon bear your surname, Yang. Esteemed one, you jest, Yang Chao replied, refraining from elaboration, pondering who might have leaked such information. He was unaware that the 4 sisters shared an unbreakable bond, discussing everything without concern. Why not take the remaining 2 of us sisters together to enjoy the blessings of companionship? Xin Yue tilted her head, smiling at him, appearing quite serious. Her tone suddenly shifted. I truly gave you face. Are you like a monkey, climbing up at the slightest opportunity? I genuinely do not know what means you employed to win over my 2 elder sisters. You are still hundreds of years too early to catch my eye. Xin Yue concluded with a playful swat at the back of Yang Chao's head, urging him to focus on his cultivation and improve his skills. If you manage to marry the heir of the Medicine King, I might regard you with a higher esteem. Hastily, Yang Chao fled to continue his training. Chapter 11. Completion of the second task. After a day of cultivation, Yang Chao felt minimal progress. This was partly due to the numerous personnel in the martial arts arena, making it difficult for Xin Yue and the other sisters to provide adequate guidance. Furthermore, he had already perfected the 4 techniques he had learned: Fireball Technique, Heart-Burning Purgatory, Water Spirit Decision, and Water Element Technique. All of these were ranged attacks, and he realized, after battling the cat demon, that he possessed no skills in close combat. Thus, melee skills have become my utmost priority at present. Soon, I shall unlock the 3rd meridian, allowing me to learn the golden techniques, such as the indestructible mantra and the golden bell shield, both of which are defensive arts. Additionally, I aspire to master several sword techniques as means of close combat. This morning, I recalled Ru Shui's admonition that I needed a day or 2 to refine and absorb the excessive essence from last night. Therefore, I decided to spend a couple of days at Qingwan's residence. Upon my arrival, I found Qingwan dining and requested an extra set of utensils. What brings you here today? Is it inconvenient due to your monthly cycle? How rude. Can you not be serious? She retorted. I meant to ask why you are not accompanying Sister Ru Shui today. Qingwan playfully thumped him. Last night, Sister Ru Shui was filled with essence and requires 2 days to refine it. So today, I am here to fill you up. Yang Chao grinned wickedly at her. Where else could you find a husband like me? Not only can I assist you in your cultivation, but I can also cook for you. I almost wish to find one for myself. Pervert. On a serious note, how prepared are you regarding the matter of the Medicine King's heir seeking a spouse? Qingwan set down her utensils, as she had grown accustomed to Yang Chao's cooking, making it difficult to enjoy others' meals. I intend to unlock the 3rd meridian with you tonight, so I can practice the golden techniques tomorrow. You know my close combat skills are lacking, thus I wish to learn a few more sword techniques. Do you have any that are suitable for me? Yang Chao inquired. Of course, I shall provide you with 2 sets shortly. Then you can visit Sister Ru Shui. She manages all the techniques, sword arts, and secret skills of the Lingxiao Pavilion. You can select the best ones to study. Unlike techniques, top-tier skills require the complete unlocking of all meridians before they can be learned. However, sword arts can be mastered now, though they may require considerable time, so do your best. Qingwan understood the significance of the Medicine King's heir, yet she did not wish to place undue pressure on Yang Chao. Having eaten well, it is time for some exercise, she declared, lifting Qingwan and carrying her towards her chamber. What is the hurry? I want to converse with you. While engaging in conversation, Yang Chao swiftly unlocked the 3rd meridian with Qingwan's assistance. The surging energy within him invigorated his spirit. Yet Qingwan soon found herself overwhelmed and quickly summoned 4 maidservants for urgent assistance, leading to yet another sleepless night. The following morning unfolded as usual, with Yang Chao rising early to prepare breakfast. However, today he had no intention of going to the training grounds. Instead, he planned to seek Ru Shui to learn sword techniques and the golden arts. Upon reaching Ru Shui's residence, she surprised him with delightful news. Through the refinement and absorption of essence over the past 2 days, she had broken through a realm and achieved Taoist immortality. a level she had been stuck at for a long time. As one ascends in the cultivation realm, the challenges of refining increase exponentially. And it is not merely a matter of refinement. One must also possess opportunities and moments of enlightenment. Some cultivators remain in seclusion for centuries, yet they fail to transcend their limitations. Now, Ru Shui has reached the realm of Tao Immortal, akin to the 12 elders and 2 pavilion masters. Though she is merely a novice, while the pavilion masters are at mid-stage and the elders are in the late stage. The elders have cultivated for a slightly longer duration than the pavilion masters, who have relied heavily on abundant resources for their advancement, an inevitable circumstance given their privileged conditions. This development is a momentous occasion within the sect. Attaining the status of Tao Immortal bestows upon one the title of a formidable being, conferring significant stature in the entire realm of cultivation. The Lingxiao Pavilion, bolstered by the 12 Tao Immortal Elders, has ascended to a prominent position among the major sections. It is indeed a cause for celebration, and arrangements for a grand banquet are underway. Subsequently, Yang Chao expressed his desire to learn sword techniques and cultivation methods. Ru Shui was astonished at how swiftly he had opened his third meridian, prompting her to head to the scripture pavilion in search of superior cultivation methods and sword techniques. Yang Chao waited in the hall, where a maidservant approached to pour tea. He, however, was not idle. He playfully patted one maid's behind and caressed another's cheek. Reveling in their established rapport, the maidservants, delighted to indulge him, welcomed his advances. As he admired the enchanting maidens, a sudden realization struck Yang Chao. Had he unwittingly completed his second task? He hastily summoned the operation panel, which confirmed the completion of the second task, allowing him to claim his rewards. Reward 1. A tenfold enhancement of dual cultivation talent. Reward 2. Acquisition of a new talent. Instant comprehension, the ability to effortlessly grasp all cultivation techniques, sword arts, secret skills, alchemy, and other cultivation-related skills. Gazing at the second reward, Yang Chao was overwhelmed with joy, exclaiming, "At last, the system has delivered. With this talent, I shall soar to great heights. What are those 16 fools ahead of me? Ha 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 ha." The system observed Yang Chao's exuberance with a sense of bemusement, noting how unremarkable he seemed compared to other worlds where the fortunate ones arrive at full potential. A mere hint of fortune sent him into a frenzy of delight. It appeared that human nature was predictable. Initially, all functions were revealed to him, eliciting joy. But as the rewards became less impressive, his enthusiasm waned. A basic reward would suffice to keep him elated for days, revealing the system's deft understanding of human psychology. Yang Chao promptly sent a message to Ru Shui via the audiovisual mirror, instructing her to procure the finest sword techniques and fire, water, and metal cultivation methods without concern for the time involved, assuring her of his exceptional aptitude. Ru Shui, upon reading the message, pondered how his talent had seemingly surged in such a brief span. She had never before encountered the notion that innate talent could be cultivated postnatally. Yet she complied with Yang Chao's request, gathering only the top-tier methods and techniques. Upon receiving the cultivation methods and sword arts, Yang Chao swiftly made his way to the training chamber. Ru Shui had provided him with 6 cultivation methods and 2 sets of sword arts. The Supreme Fire Cultivation Method Heavenly Fire Scorches the Plains. The top-tier Water Cultivation Method Purple Flame Water Prisons Trace. The Elite Metal Cultivation Method Diamond Body Technique. And 2 premier sword arts, Chaotic Sword Technique and Netherworld Sword Classic. Indeed, having perused all the martial arts techniques, he has mastered them all, albeit at a nascent level. Though these skills are but rudimentary, they are typically reserved for practitioners of 2 realms above his own. Even the most gifted prodigies would require an additional realm to merely initiate their training. He could be considered a true genius, not only invincible within his own realm, but also possessing the strength to contend across boundaries. Yet, upon discovering that all the techniques were only of minor proficiency, Yang Chao felt a sense of dissatisfaction. Why must they all be at a mere foundational level? He mused. Isn't the concept of one point leads to understanding merely a pathway to comprehension, rather than an invitation to delve deeply into the complexities? Perhaps his next task would indeed offer a deeper insight, as the system proceeded to elucidate the meanings of certain terms. In light of this, he realized that his priority should not be the martial techniques, but rather the pursuit of a companion. Reflecting on the system's words, Yang Chao recalled the next task, only to be disheartened by the month-long cooldown period. System, does the time spent on tasks during the cooldown count towards my progress? On what basis can you assure me that the next task will involve 100 companions? Surely, this is a leap in logic. If not, I stand to lose out. The system found itself momentarily speechless by his argument. Chapter 12. The Revelation in the Training Arena, observing the disciples engaged in their ninja drills. Xin scanned the area as if searching for someone. It appeared that her anticipated companion had not arrived today. A playful exchange with someone felt rather entertaining. and a knowing smile graced Xianyu's lips. That evening, a grand celebration was to be held for Ru Shui. With ample time at hand, Yang Chao ascended the mountain to procure some game and ventured into the sea to catch an assortment of seafood. The large lobsters, crabs, and mantis shrimp, vibrant and lively, were left unattended on the shore, while he also collected some sizable conchs, scallops, and clams, returning only when his hands were full, unable to bear any more living creatures as they could not be stored in his spatial ring. Upon returning to the small kitchen, the kitchen staff were taken aback. "Young master, how did you manage to bring back so many sea creatures? Surely, these are not for cooking," they exclaimed, overwhelmed by the sheer variety. Although they possessed some understanding of spells, many were instinctively afraid of such things. Yang Chao offered no explanation, confident they would soon understand. "Please process the wild boar first, and prepare some spare ribs." This morning, Ru Shui mentioned her desire for ribs. "Clean the wild ducks. I shall roast them. As for the vegetables, you can manage those," he instructed, gauging their culinary skills. Once his orders were given, he began to prepare his seafood. He meticulously cleaned the seafood, steaming the lobsters and crabs separately, while placing the rest into a large pot, ready to be boiled to perfection when everyone arrived. Such fresh seafood deserved to be savored in its natural flavor. The roast duck was ready, accompanied by sliced scallions and sweet bean sauce, while the seafood sauce was prepared, awaiting the feast to commence. For this family banquet, Ru Shui had invited a few of her close friends along with their personal maids, who were seated at a separate table from the kitchen staff. The meal commenced with 4 cold dishes, followed by stewed ribs with green beans, roasted duck, and finally, a grand platter of seafood at the center of the table. Ru Shui also unveiled a cherished bottle of fine wine. Although the young ladies were not afraid of seafood, they gazed at the sea creatures with disdain, questioning how one could possibly eat such things. "Sister Ru Shui, do you not provide your young master Yang with pocket money? Just look at what we have, either caught from the mountains or gathered from the sea." The mischievous Xinyue was the first to stir the pot. "Indeed, how could you serve such fare to guests? Surely, you are not short of funds." Ru Shui also expressed her bewilderment. "Unless you eat first, we shall not partake. If you dare not indulge, neither shall we." Qingwan joined in, fanning the flames. Among them, a young lady seated beside Qingwan merely smiled and remained silent. In terms of beauty, she was no less stunning than the other 3 renowned beauties, whose allure could enchant nations and bring calamity to kingdoms. Yet, her demeanor radiated a charming innocence. Yang Chao was momentarily taken aback. This was their first meeting, and she was none other than one of the 4 sisters, Ji Yun. Hey, my eyes might just fall out. In just half a month, you've captivated 2 of my sisters. How can you gaze at what is in the pot while eating from the bowl?" Xinyue's playful jab elicited laughter from her sisters, their camaraderie unfettered. "What pot and bowl? Look at me treating you all to a meal, and you 3 have so many opinions. This one here is the most polite. Xinyue, you ought to learn from her. Stop laughing so heartily. You need not worry about marrying off a young lady like you. Yang Chao is not a man to be trifled with. Mind your own business," Xinyue retorted, casting him an exasperated glance. At that moment, Yang Chao presented Ru Shui with a freshly peeled lobster, sans dipping sauce. "Try it plain first," he urged. Ru Shui, with a face of disdain, shook her head and recoiled from the lobster being offered. Yang Chao gently held her shoulders. "Come now, do me this favor, open your mouth." "Ah." The other beauties erupted in laughter, as if witnessing a child being coaxed. Reluctantly, Ru Shui took a bite, and her eyes lit up after a few chews. "This is absolutely delectable. The lobster's meat is firm, tender, and elastic, with a subtle sweetness and freshness. You all must try it." She took another generous bite, and, after dipping it in the sauce, offered one to Qingwan. Qingwan tasted it, and couldn't stop exclaiming how delicious it was. "Peel one for me." Xinyue, tempted, wished to join in. As Yang Chao peeled one for her, she reached out, only to see the lobster being passed to Yun instead. "You did that on purpose?" Xinyue huffed. "Who was it just now that said this seafood was inedible? And now you complain about what is caught from the mountains and the sea?" Yang Chao chuckled, intentionally teasing her. "You." Yang Chao peeled another lobster and handed it to her. "I'm just teasing, don't be upset. That's more like it." Xinyue replied with a playful roll of her eyes, her expression indicating she had forgiven him. The plate was soon empty, and Yang Chao returned from the kitchen with another large platter. "Dig in, there's plenty more." Not only was the seafood met with rave reviews, but the roast duck also dazzled them with its crispy skin and fragrant meat, achieving the pinnacle of perfection, where the skin melted in the mouth. "Sister Ru Shui, why not have your young master take me in as well? I feel like staying in your palace forever." Xinyue, ever the jester, had everyone in fits of laughter. "Very well, sister. I shall have someone prepare your new quarters. Come now, my husband." We first proceeded to the bridal chamber, where they indulged in drinks, provoking a wave of laughter. "You all have imbibed too much. I shall prepare some hangover soup." Yang Chao hastily concocted an excuse to withdraw, for otherwise, This wild girl might utter something further. Sister Rushua, how have you recently elevated your cultivation so swiftly? We sisters usually share the same level of prowess. Has there been an opportunity that you could enlighten us about? Xinyue, with hazy eyes, gazed at Rushua. Speaking of opportunities, there indeed exists one. But Rushua tantalizingly withheld the details. Oh dear sister, do share. You are driving me to distraction. Xinyue playfully nudged her, while Iyun straightened up, attentively awaiting her words. And only Qingwan smiled faintly. In this world where strength reigns supreme, the enhancement of one's cultivation is of utmost concern to cultivators. They often seclude themselves for decades, even centuries, and some remain in seclusion indefinitely in pursuit of attaining immortality. Despite their lifespans spanning tens of thousands of years, many find such a lengthy existence less enjoyable than a mere few decades in the mortal realm. Numerous individuals, unable to bear the hardships of cultivation, cease their practices and align themselves with other powers. The opportunity Rushua referred to was the very gathering hosted by her, as she recounted the events in full to everyone. No wonder Sister Qingwan had also advanced rapidly. This indeed presents an opportunity for our Lingxiao Pavilion, Xinyue pondered. If we could all ascend at such a terrifying pace, the overall strength of our entirely female sect, Lingxiao Pavilion, would be unimaginable. I intend to discuss this matter with the Pavilion Master upon her emergence from seclusion. What if the Pavilion Master cannot accept Yang Chao? In that case, I shall resign my position as steward and venture forth with him, Rushua declared with unwavering resolve. If that is the case, sister shall accompany you on this adventure. Qingwan affirmed her stance. Let us not dwell on such matters. Tonight, sisters shall not return until intoxicated. If we become inebriated, we shall rest here, Rushua proclaimed, raising her cup, and the sisters resumed their revelry. When Yang Chao entered with the soup, several ladies were sprawled over the table, some reclining on the chairs, all inebriated. He had no choice but to carry them one by one to their rooms for rest. Finally, as he cradled Xinyue, he playfully smacked her backside, saying, I warned you against your nonsense. Chapter 13. Partner Iyun in recent days, through relentless day and night training, I have finally opened the fourth meridian, elevating my realm to the mid-stage of Taisien. I have mastered two top-tier wood-based techniques, the 10,000 Wood Sutra and the Power of Nature, achieving minor success in their cultivation. My previous sword techniques have also reached the intermediate stage of comprehension. Wood-based techniques are auxiliary in nature, enabling cultivators to convert their internal energy into life force. Not only can they accelerate wound healing, but they can also provide substantial vitality support to oneself or others in critical moments. Furthermore, wood-based techniques allow practitioners to absorb the essence of surrounding flora through a special breathing method, thereby enhancing their cultivation. This is especially beneficial for cultivators who have not yet fully opened their meridians, as it enables rapid recovery of true energy during combat. A few days ago, during a break from my practice, I prepared a substantial amount of beef jerky and sausages. Although I can manage without meals for several days while on a mission, I still prefer to eat something at mealtime. I stored them in a storage ring, which alleviates any concerns about spoilage. Today, I intended to concoct some beverages to quench my thirst on the journey, preparing milk tea, mung bean soup, and chrysanthemum tea, which I poured into bamboo segments and sealed securely, alongside some slender bamboo sticks to use as straws. Just as I finished preparing them and had yet to take a sip, a mission arrived. The task location was a small town named Lingxiao City, situated at the foot of Lingxiao Pavilion. The town derived its name from its proximity to the pavilion and, being backed by it, attracts many visitors each year for leisure, worship, and cultivation, thus rendering it quite prosperous. Recently, a mine near Lingxiao City experienced a collapse. Curiously, after rescuers dug through, dozens of miners trapped inside vanished without a trace. Additionally, numerous residents reported hearing what they believed to be vengeful spirits crying out in the dead of night. Initially, they thought it was merely a prank, questioning how such malevolent entities could exist in the vicinity of Lingxiao Pavilion. However, following the mining accident, they requested an investigation from the pavilion. Given the nature of the inquiry, it was deemed unnecessary to deploy a large number of personnel. Thus, it was decided that Iyun and Yang Chao would proceed with the investigation, as she oversees safety at Lingxiao Pavilion and is adept at such inquiries. Iyun traversed the air on her sword, while Yang Chao embraced her waist from behind. Alas, I have so many cultivation techniques to practice that I have neglected my sword flight. Yang Chao feigned embarrassment, though he could master any technique at a glance, merely desiring to hold her waist. Not to worry, the distance is short, and we shall arrive swiftly. Hold on tightly, Iyun replied, nonchalantly dismissing any awkwardness. With that, the two vanished from sight. He is quite intentional. Don't think I am unaware of his thoughts. Upon returning from this mission, your household shall be one member larger. Xinu said, puffing up her cheeks in irritation to Rushua and Qingwan, who exchanged knowing smiles without further comment. In the span of a tea's brewing time, they reached the site of the mining incident, which was already under the watch of local officials. Upon noticing the presence of Lingxiao Pavilion's representatives, two officials hurriedly approached to report the situation, which amounted to the fact that nothing had been discovered. Subsequently, Yun and her companion entered the mine. The debris from the collapse had been cleared, revealing a single shoe, a piece of torn cloth, and no traces of blood. Yun activated her spiritual awareness to encompass the entirety of the mine and indeed detected faint, elusive traces of ghostly energy. Could it truly be haunted? To avoid inciting unnecessary panic, Yun chose not to make this information public. However, the residual ghostly energy was too subtle to trace further, severing that lead. Hearing whispers of ghostly wails in the dead of night, they resolved to investigate further after dusk. Thus, the two proceeded to an inn. "Young lad, 2 rooms, please," Yun inquired. "Isn't 1 room sufficient for us?" Yang Chao replied, puzzled. "Why waste money on 2? This is my first time encountering such occurrences. I am afraid." Yang Chao feigned innocence, his voice barely above a whisper. "Very well. 1 room on the top floor, with a window, please," Yun conceded, tossing a silver ingot to the young attendant. "Certainly, esteemed guests. Follow me, and please be cautious on the stairs," the attendant said, beaming with hospitality as he led the way. "Would you like some food and drink delivered to your room? The culinary delights in our vicinity are indeed renowned. Let us indulge in some dim sum, while the rest shall be set aside, as Yang Chao has already prepared the libations and dishes." As they ascended the stairs, the patrons below began to converse about the striking couple. Wherever such a handsome man and ethereal woman go, they become the center of attention. Is that beauty human or a celestial being? How can one possess such exquisite beauty? Is it not possible for her to be a fairy? Just look at her, emanating an otherworldly aura. Surely she hails from the celestial pavilion. Unlikely. They do not accept male cultivators. Did you not notice the man beside them? They must have taken a room together. Alas, why concern yourselves with such trivial matters? She is already taken, which is quite fortunate for that lad. You few combined do not even match his singular charm, remarked a female patron, unable to bear the conversation any longer. Upon reaching their room, the attendant delivered the dim sum, only to have Yang Chao secure the door from within. He retrieved sausages, beef jerky, and milk tea from his ring and arranged them on the table. "Come, Yun, taste the snacks I brought," he urged, while simultaneously opening a bamboo tube and handing a straw to Yun. "Did you make all this?" Yun inquired, taking a sip of the milk tea. "This is delightful. It's my first time tasting such a beverage. It surpasses even the treasured nectar of the pavilion master. What girl does not adore milk tea? Try these as well," he said, nudging the beef jerky and sausages towards her. No wonder Xinyue expressed a desire to reside in Sister Rushue's palace. "Your creations are simply exquisite. What shall I do when I return after completing my tasks and become picky with food? That is easily resolved. You may come to Rushue, and I shall prepare meals for you," Yang Chao replied. "Xinyue, that sharp-tongued little girl, harbors fanciful thoughts. She has cultivated for over 1,000 years. While you are but a fledgling," Yun gently patted Yang Chao's head. This gesture nearly overwhelmed Yang Chao with emotion. Not only was she beautiful, but her tenderness was disarming. After their meal, they rested, one on the bed and the other on a lounge chair. Faced with such a gentle companion, Yang Chao found himself unable to act upon his impulses. To do so would be to commit an act of beastliness, a crime. Besides, he was not that sort of person. At this moment, Rushue and Qingwan in the celestial pavilion simultaneously sneezed. As night fell, no anomalies were detected, and the following days passed in similar fashion. Lingxiao City is quite bustling. You have yet to visit. Would you like me to accompany you for a stroll through the streets? Remaining in the inn is hardly adventurous. Let us see if we can uncover something new. Indeed, I have been yearning to explore, Yun replied, subsequently commissioning several garments and footwear for Yang Chao, attending the theater, dining at fine establishments, and frequenting crowded locales, yet yielding no significant discoveries. Just as they contemplated returning, the sound of gongs drew near. Curious and eager for excitement, Yang Chao grasped Yun's hand, leading her towards the commotion. Upon arrival, they realized it was a slave auction. Come one, come all, to witness the spectacle. These are the recent captives from the war between our Tianlong nation and the Rakshasa, all young and robust men, suitable for labor, servitude, or guarding homes. Such splendid young fellows can be acquired for merely a silver coin. A rotund man with beady eyes stands atop a wooden crate, using a paper tube as a megaphone to entice passers-by. In front of him are dozens of muscular men clad only in tattered shorts, flanked by a few henchmen wielding knives. Soon, a crowd gathers, pointing and whispering about the slaves. It is rather astonishing to witness such blatant human trafficking in this realm of cultivation, yet no one seems to intervene. These are soldiers captured in battle, sanctioned by the state, and with a stroke of luck, One might even encounter the bankrupt daughters of affluent families or the wives and daughters of officials whose homes have been raided. However, these are not on my shopping list today, remarks a young nobleman, dressed elegantly, with a stout build and a round face. The kind who would struggle to find a wife without his family's wealth. This young man, eager to impress young Chao, discusses the slaves while his gaze wanders appraisingly over Yun, whom he typically ignores. Chapter 14. First encounter with the cauldron. I'll take all these slaves, declares a voice from the outskirts of the crowd as discussions about which slave to purchase unfold. The crowd parts, revealing a middle-aged man, seemingly around 50, attired like a wealthy gentleman, accompanied by a striking young lady, dressed as a refined maiden, and a retinue of several servants. I'll take all these slaves, he reiterates to the hefty slave trader, tossing a bag of coins without requiring change. The trader, recognizing a valuable client, responds with courtesy. But the gentleman pays him no mind and swiftly turns away, with the slaves following closely behind under the watchful eyes of the servants. This person is unusual. Yun communicates to Yang Chao through a thought transmission, and Yang Chao perceives the oddity as well. Firstly, the middle-aged gentleman's expression lacks the astute calculation typical of a businessman. Instead, it exudes a sinister and ruthless aura. Moreover, the young lady trailing behind him has not uttered a single word, her eyes vacant and her gait unchanging, appearing almost dazed. The servants, seemingly normal, reveal a faint red glimmer in their eyes upon closer inspection. Just as the two, sensing something amiss, decide to follow, a plump hand grasps Yang Chao's sleeve. My friend, we seem to be well acquainted. Why not join me for a drink at my residence? The speaker is the stout man who had previously scrutinized Yun. Yang Chao, incensed by the man's demeanor, swiftly delivers a slap that renders him unconscious, and then hastens to catch up with Yun. The entourage of the gentleman is numerous and moves at a leisurely pace, allowing Yun and Yang Chao to follow casually. They arrive at a residence on the outskirts. But Yun, noting that the day is still young, decides to wait until nightfall before entering. Did you notice anything unusual? Yun inquires of Yang Chao. Yang Chao expressed his concerns to Yun about the troubling matters at hand. If he was not mistaken, the woman in question had likely been transformed into a furnace vessel. This led to the inquiry, what exactly is a furnace vessel? Through Yun's explanation, Yang Chao learned that a furnace vessel is a form of dual cultivation, wherein a woman's body is utilized as a medium to absorb the essence of heaven and earth, as well as the treasures of nature. After refinement and purification, men absorb this essence through intimate union. Some cultivators also employ furnace vessels to concoct elixirs, and infuriatingly, they are even used to forge magical artifacts. In this process, women receive no benefits and are devoid of emotions, merely serving as tools for others' cultivation. Consequently, men not only avoid hindering their own progress, but also gain double the effect by absorbing the essence cultivated by the furnace vessels. Due to the apparent efficacy, many engage in this practice, though some do so willingly while others are coerced. It seemed that this noble lady had not only been forced into this role, but had also been subjected to some form of restraint, implying she might possess awareness, yet lack control over her actions. Upon hearing this, Yang Chao could scarcely believe that such scoundrels existed. Infuriated to the point of wanting to confront and eliminate these beasts, but was restrained by Yun. Perhaps you will uncover even more unsettling truths if you venture inside tonight, Yun suggested, seemingly aware of what had transpired. As night fell, the two stealthily infiltrated the premises, ascending to the highest building to survey their surroundings, taking note of every movement within the courtyard. Why not charge in and eradicate those beasts outright? Yang Chao could barely contain his agitation. That won't do. They do not exude ghostly energy. Those servants and the young lady are under magical control, not possessed. Let us observe further, Yun advised. Later in the night, distant rustlings echoed, indicating the approach of a procession, the steward in front, the young lady behind, and the servants pushing a cart laden with motionless slaves, trailing at the rear. As they traversed the grand courtyard towards a smaller one behind. Following closely, they arrived at the small courtyard, which was enveloped in a chilling and eerie atmosphere, the temperature dropping several degrees. Yang Chao, unnerved by the ominous ambience, clung to Yun's waist, burying his head into her embrace. Yun gently patted him, reassuring him. You are safe with me. The steward halted at the center of the small courtyard, near a fish pond, and began to explore the nearby artificial hill. Suddenly, the entire courtyard trembled. The water level in the pond plummeted, revealing the stone slab at the bottom, which split apart with a jolt. In an instant, a surge of vengeful energy erupted from the depths of the pond. Yun was taken aback, realizing this was ghostly energy. She had not anticipated such occurrences right beneath the nose of Lingxiao Pavilion. Before long, a horde of walking corpses sluggishly emerged from below. Throw them in, the steward commanded coldly. The seemingly strong servants seized a slave each, tossing them into the pond as if they were mere chicks, prompting the walking corpses to converge eagerly. The speed of the corpses was sluggish, but the first three to emerge were notably distinct. In the realm of ethereal echoes, Yang Chao was informed by Yun of three peculiar figures ahead. One, resembling a child adorned with a small round hat and sporting a rosy visage, was known as the mischievous spirit. Beside it stood a figure cloaked in crimson robes, with disheveled hair obscuring its face, pale hands dripping blood from its nails, incessantly muttering, "I harbor such hatred," revealing itself as a female vengeful spirit. The third entity, a grotesque amalgamation of an animal's body and a human head, bore a round, pudgy face twisted in a menacing grimace, flanked by two underdeveloped heads, creations of a dark fusion between human and beast. These three were not mere mindless corpses. They were spiritual corpses, capable of self-cultivation and nourished by their master to enhance their abilities. Agile and imbued with potent magical prowess, they possessed an insatiable thirst for blood. In the blink of an eye, the three spiritual corpses lunged at a nearby body, gnawing voraciously. As they fed, a throng of ordinary corpses approached, primarily consuming human brains, with the potential to evolve into spiritual corpses themselves. The sheer number of these undead beings posed a grave threat to countless innocents. To harbor such a multitude of malevolent entities near Lingshao Pavilion suggested that this practitioner was indeed a person of extraordinary caliber. Yang Chao was repulsed by the hellish scene before him. The grotesque sounds of muscle tearing and bone shattering, combined with the horrifying imagery, sent shivers down his spine, igniting an urge to retch, while Yun appeared unperturbed. What once was a distinguished estate, surrounded by high walls, now resembled a true inferno on earth. "When shall we strike?" Yang Chao whispered to Yun. "Let us wait a moment longer, to discern if any other monstrosities remain. Once he confines these corpses, we shall act. Eliminating this practitioner will render those creatures insignificant." Chapter 15. The Malevolent Practitioner as the Corpses Feasted. The practitioner continued to toss crystalline stones and elixirs into the pool for their consumption. After approximately an hour, the bottom of the pool was stripped bare of corpses, with the modified monstrosity greedily licking the remaining blood from the ground. "Enough. Return and cultivate diligently," commanded the practitioner. As before, the three spiritual corpses swiftly moved ahead, followed by a staggering mass of ordinary corpses. Once they were all inside, the stone slab at the bottom trembled and sealed, while the pool slowly filled with water, restoring an illusion of normalcy, as the ominous aura that had pervaded the courtyard dissipated. Just as the group intended to retrace their steps, Yun seized the moment, darting swiftly towards the practitioner's vulnerable back. The practitioner, sensing an ambush, lacked the time to turn, pulling two attendants to shield himself. The sword's aura instantly cleaved the attendants into several pieces, scattering them about. The practitioner, propelled by the force of the attack, tumbled forward before regaining his footing, revealing that his cultivation was not as formidable as presumed. Once steady, the practitioner regarded the two furious figures before him, bowing slightly and inquiring, "May I ask the esteemed purpose of your late-night visit to my humble abode?" "Your kind." A heretical practitioner who defies the natural order and incites the wrath of both heaven and humanity deserves to be eradicated by all. The glint of murderous intent filled Yun's eyes. Such practitioners, who audaciously challenge destiny and rebel against the laws of nature, tread upon a forbidden path that straddles the realms of yin and yang. They employ nefarious methods to forcibly capture souls, preventing their victims from transcending the cycle of rebirth, transforming innocent spirits into mere instruments for their own gain. This sacrilege against the cycle of life and death is met with unwavering justice. Once discovered, these practitioners are destined for annihilation, their very souls extinguished to ensure eternal damnation. Typically, these malevolent practitioners possess inferior talents and progress slowly, yet they harbor insatiable ambitions. Unable to achieve their desired results through legitimate means, they gradually succumb to the path of evil, further stalling their already sluggish cultivation. Who among the gifted would willingly forsake a promising future, inviting the ire of both gods and men, condemned to a life in the shadows? Such practitioners not only use human lives to forge demonic entities, but also transform beautiful and talented women into cauldrons to nourish their cultivation, utilizing them to concoct elixirs and artifacts. The potions derived from the filth of the world often serve to ensnare, addict, and manipulate the minds of others, while the artifacts are crafted from vile and toxic materials, inflicting grievous harm upon any cultivator who encounters them. Clearly, the heretical practitioner was in a state of panic. Should his presence be unveiled, his fate would be utter annihilation, unless he could eliminate or bribe those in the know. He recognized that the individual before him was several realms his superior. Thus, he feigned humility, claiming, "I was merely momentarily misguided in my path." I am willing to eradicate all demonic entities, abandon my cultivation, and forsake my aspirations, wishing only to live as an ordinary person. I implore you, revered one, to grant me a chance for survival. Such a plea, though seemingly sensible, was a calculated move on his part. Even if this life were to be wasted, there would always be another chance in the next. Spare me your pleas. Let your life remain, Iyun declared, unleashing a powerful strike that sent the heretic hurtling several meters away, utterly incapable of matching her strength. Since you insist on bringing about your own demise, do not blame me for my ruthless actions. Did you truly believe I was powerless against you? To dare cultivate at the foot of Lingxiao Pavilion, one must possess certain means. The heretic, grasping his chest, coughed forth a mouthful of black blood. In the realm of cultivation, the comparison of realms is of paramount importance. Yet treasures and artifacts serve as crucial instruments of victory. A cultivator of a higher realm could easily fall prey to one of a lower realm if caught unawares. Iyun, fully aware of the treacherous and vile tactics employed by such practitioners, retorted, "You may wish for my demise, but I shall ensure your spirit remains unscathed." Humph, do you take me for a mere child? Should I perish, the narrative would still unfold as you dictate. Enough of this idle chatter. Either you extinguish my life, or I shall fashion you into a cauldron for my amusement. You will find yourself trapped in a web of your own making. The heretical practitioner, being the coward that he was, could not trust the words of others. With that, he produced a copper mirror, the size of a human face, emanating a sinister purplish-black aura, unmistakably an evil artifact. He levitated the mirror into the air, its ominous glow gradually enveloping the entire courtyard. Recognizing the urgency, Iyun seized her sword, preparing to unleash her sword technique, only to discover her inability to do so. As she furrowed her brow in confusion, the heretic's sinister laughter echoed in the air. "Hee, do you feel the inability to perform your techniques? Allow me to elucidate. This mirror is known as the mirror of equanimity. Its reflective surface equalizes the cultivation levels of all practitioners and fiends within its purview, forcibly aligning them with my own realm. Thus, although you possess the capabilities of a xianxian, your vital energy remains dormant, rendering your advanced techniques ineffective, as their effects are confined to your current state." Iyun adjusted her focus and prepared to counter the malevolent practitioner, but to her surprise, he was merely a phantom that dissipated into nothingness. "I neglected to mention that I now govern this space. Within it, you are unable to wield your consciousness or uncover my true form. Is it not disheartening, my dear? Haha. I have already devised how I shall refine you into a furnace for my alchemical endeavors. Your unique beauty and talent, rare in this world, could undoubtedly be transformed into an extraordinary artifact, allowing me to indulge in pleasure as I see fit." Yang Chao felt his blood pressure surge in irritation. The Nine Suns incineration technique ignited an eternal flame throughout the space, fueled by his fury, intent on incinerating everything in its path. The servants were reduced to ashes, while the noblewoman vanished without a trace. "Has your level ascended?" "Indeed. I have reached the Xianxian realm. We must resolve this swiftly. Should he unleash fiends that ascend to the Xianxian level, we shall be in peril," Iyun stated solemnly. "Do not fret. This fire will not reduce him to ash just yet," Yang Chao reassured her. "Haha, to triumph over me with such paltry skills is quite improbable. I command this entire space, rendering your flames impotent against me." With those words, the ground trembled once more. "This is dire. He intends to release the fiends," Yang Chao exclaimed, swiftly directing his gaze towards the rocky outcrop, executing a series of sword techniques. The sounds of injury and bloodshed echoed. "You clever little rascal, rest assured. Your corpse shall not be wasted upon your demise. I shall refine you into the mightiest ghost king, while the lovely maiden becomes the ultimate artifact. The thought is simply delightful. You lot, attack, kill the men, capture the women alive." The malevolent practitioner commanded the fiends. Naturally, the fiends also ascended to the Xianxian level. The three spiritual corpses adeptly evaded the eternal flames of the Nine Suns incineration technique, while the remaining undead, though elevated in rank, lacked the ability to cast spells and were gradually consumed by the inferno. Iyun initially managed to contend with the minor and fierce ghosts, but as they resorted to underhanded tactics, she began to falter. After all, young women often recoil from filth. Conversely, Yang Chao faced the fiends with overwhelming force. Although his meridians were not fully opened, his vital energy surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Every technique and swordplay seemed to be cast upon the fiends without reservation. Do not squander your vital energy so recklessly. Unless purified, the fiends are unyielding and immortal. We cannot utilize purification techniques in this space until we devise a solution. Do not exhaust your energy, Iyun cautioned, retreating under pressure. This is indeed a formidable predicament, Yang Chao mused, observing the undeterred fiends that rose time and again, unfazed by their defeats. Chapter 16. The fate of his survival lies in your hands at this moment. The malevolent cultivator was gravely injured, hastily consuming a medicinal pill while channeling energy to heal. In truth, the malevolent cultivator was akin to the alchemist, both lacking in inherent strength. The alchemist specialized in elixirs, while the malevolent cultivator focused on dark entities. Observing the situation under the control of the dark creatures, the malevolent cultivator gradually felt at ease. Convinced that he must not reveal himself, should the truth come to light, he would be relentlessly pursued by cultivators across the realm. Let time take its course here. This place cannot absorb spiritual energy, and their failure is merely a matter of time. I still have a trump card yet to be played. They cannot stir up any significant commotion. It is time to practice with the enchanting beauty. With this thought, the malevolent cultivator departed with a sinister smile. Trapped and unable to escape, and despite the abundance of spiritual energy, the incessant consumption of energy without replenishment was untenable. Frustrated, Chao repelled a dark creature with a swift motion and looked upwards. Perhaps I can shatter the mirror if I strike it with force. Chao leaped high, delivering a powerful blow to the mirror, only to find it as ineffective as striking the surrounding barrier. These 3 spiritual corpses had been obliterated countless times, yet each time they restored to their original state. Within the barrier, the dark energy surged, allowing the creatures to replenish their power, while they lacked any spiritual energy for restoration. Chao approached Yun, realizing that this stalemate was unsustainable. Is there any sealing technique or magical artifact that can confine them? I just employed a sealing formation, but its efficacy was disappointing. It could only restrain temporarily. It is impossible to seal them, and the magical artifacts are unusable. Perhaps this space is too tainted. Yun and Chao stood back to back, refraining from launching offensive moves. Given the exertion of slaying only for them to be resurrected, it was more prudent to focus on defense. Amidst the conflict, Chao grew intrigued by the female, vengeful spirit's exclamation of hatred. What do you truly despise? She inquired. I detest men, the spirit replied. I hate men. Surprised, Chao responded. If you loathe men, why not fight me instead of pursuing women? I shall strike whoever my master commands, the female spirit said, her movements unwavering. How can one become your master? Chao queried. The one who possesses my body becomes my master, she revealed, disclosing the restrictions placed upon her. I truly cannot undertake such a task. Chao shivered, feeling a growing dread. Death seems less daunting now, she admitted, finding it difficult to proceed with such a task. Yet, Yun's eyes gleamed with realization. It turned out the malevolent cultivator had imposed such restrictions upon the female spirit. Who could have anticipated such a thing? Even if others were aware, they would find it implausible. Turning to the little spirit, she asked, What do you desire, dear child? I want delicious food. Lots and lots of delicious food. Once I defeat the bad guys, my master will reward me with plenty of treats, the small spirit exclaimed, grinning broadly at the thought of delicacies. Had you mentioned your craving for delicious food sooner? Here, big brother has some, Yun said, retrieving sausages, beef jerky, and milk tea from her storage ring and offering them to the little spirit. Upon receiving the treats, the spirit paused, sitting down to indulge in the feast. Eat slowly. No one is competing with you. These treats are best savored, Chao advised, concerned that the little spirit would finish too quickly and resume fighting. She then turned to the hybrid creature, half human and half animal, and asked, What is it that you desire? I want money, a great deal of money, the creature replied, squinting its eyes with a cunning merchant's demeanor. Desiring wealth, one must dance for me here, a coin for an hour. No, that is far too little. Indeed, a merchant haggles. Then let it be 10 coins. Agreed. The little ghost indulges in treats while the fiends perform a dance. The female specter engages in battle with Yun, who casts a glance at Chao. Do not look at me. I truly cannot handle this. This arrangement lightens the burden, as the two alternate, striking the female specter while the idle one feeds the little ghost and collects tips. How delightful. The malevolent cultivator rises from the training chamber, his wounds nearly mended by elixirs and dual cultivation healing. His furnace companion arranges his attire. It is time to check on those 2 rascals. If I delay, that young lady may perish, and that would be unfortunate. Following closely behind him is his furnace companion, accompanied by several new attendants, as they arrive at the backyard. The sight before them nearly causes the cultivator's nostrils to flare with indignation. What are you doing, you little scoundrel? Consuming and drinking without restraint. And you, greedy old fool, have you taken to dancing? Hurry up and attend to me. The little ghost and the fiends are particularly fearful of the cultivator, and at his stern command, they leap into action. Time cannot be squandered any longer. It is your turn now, he instructs his furnace companion, who promptly vanishes from sight. The battle within the barrier remains fierce. A 3-against-2 skirmish is a fairly even contest, and Yun and his companion are not exerting their full strength. Suddenly, the young lady appears amidst the fray, just as a fiend is about to strike her. Instinctively, Yang Chao retaliates, sending the creature flying and rescuing her. He crouches down, inquiring, "Are you unscathed?" "I am fine," she replies, but then a massive black-purple hand materializes beside her. In a moment of distraction, Yang Chao is ensnared, leaving only his head free, utterly immobilized. In a state of urgency, Iyun unleashes his full strength, severing 3 fiends that charge toward Yang Chao. "Do not move. If you come any closer, I shall choke him," echoes the voice of the malevolent cultivator as the hand tightens, eliciting a pained expression from Yang Chao. All right, I shall remain still. What do you intend to do?" Iyun halts in his tracks. "Haha, I have stated my desire. You shall become my furnace. I will contemplate sparing this young man, but his fate entirely rests in your hands." The cultivator's lascivious laughter resonates through the air. Despicable, shameless, vile. Tears well in Iyun's eyes, a feeling of helplessness overwhelming her. "My patience is limited," he warns, and as his words fade, the hand constricts further. Yang Chao remains silent. Yet his pallor betrays his distress. "Cease at once," Iyun commands, tears finally spilling down her cheeks. "What? Are you feeling pity? Then let us begin by removing your garments, one by one, so I may indulge in the view." Observing Yang Chao's torment, Iyun digs her nails into her palms, slowly moving toward her belt. Yang Chao witnesses this and remembers, do not trust him. He will not leave any survivors, and if he does, it spells doom for him. Taking heed of Yang Chao's counsel, Iyun halts her actions. The rascal, thwarting my good intentions, Yang Chao felt a tightening grip around his neck. Just as he was on the verge of asphyxiation, a glimmer of light caught his eye. He turned to behold the young lady of noble birth, her eyes shimmering with a captivating red glow. She ceased her constricting grasp, a hint of flirtation dancing in her gaze. Seizing the opportunity presented by her momentary lapse, Yang Chao broke free and sprinted to Iyun's side, gasping for breath. "What transpired? Who told you to release him? Hurry and capture him again." The irate, evil cultivator bellowed, enraged at the beauty that had slipped from his grasp. Yet, the noble lady seemed oblivious to his outburst. Her eyes filled with affection as she approached Yang Chao. Only Yang Chao understood the gravity of the situation. In a moment of life and death, he recalled his innate skill, infatuated and bewitched. He had not anticipated its overwhelming strength, which had surprisingly quelled the previous restraints. It appeared the system was indeed favoring him. Chapter 17. Regressing a century of cultivation of. Even if you employed some trickery to render her uncontrollable, as long as I remain unharmed, you shall never escape this lifetime. The obnoxious voice of the evil cultivator echoed ominously in the air. Yang Chao gazed at the noble lady, her face blooming like a peach blossom, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she approached him. "You manage quite well, but I find myself lacking the spirit for such matters at present. The situation warrants decorum. To strike now would be rather inappropriate," he thought, casting a helpless glance at Iyun. "Iyun, what is the matter with you?" Upon seeing her, Yang Chao was momentarily taken aback. Even as the noble lady nestled into his embrace, he felt oblivious to her presence. Iyun was enveloped in a crimson aura, her once lustrous hair disarrayed. Her pallid complexion and the murderous intent emanating from her eyes sent a chill down his spine. "Break!" Iyun's commanding voice resonated, unleashing a powerful pressure that enveloped the entire space. Yang Chao, bolstered by his reinforced body, found himself pinned to the ground, unable to move. The noble lady collapsed, and the recently revived demonic entities were rendered immobile, their expressions contorted in agony. With a splatter, the evil cultivator revealed himself mid-air, spewing blood as he was hurled backward, crashing heavily to the ground, his eyes wide with fear and confusion. "You actually burned your essence to forcibly elevate your cultivation? Do you intend to perish alongside me? I have no desire to kill you. I merely seek you as my furnace." How many accomplished female cultivators retreat into the shadows after becoming companions to others, silently contributing behind their male counterparts? Only when a man succeeds can a woman bask in shared glory. You dare to sacrifice your cultivation for a mere brat at the immortal realm. Is it truly worthwhile? The last 3 words were spat out by the evil cultivator. For a cultivator, burning essence accelerates physical decay, significantly shortening lifespan. This act can awaken dormant bloodline powers, granting the cultivator a fleeting surge of strength. However, such power is difficult to control and can inflict severe harm on the cultivator's body, potentially leading to collapse. In rare circumstances, burning essence may trigger the body's self-repair mechanism, bestowing new abilities or breaking through limits. Yet such occurrences are exceedingly uncommon and require specific cultivation methods and fortuitous circumstances. Iyun gradually approached the injured malevolent cultivator, who was crawling backward on the ground. Her gaze was akin to that directed at a lifeless corpse, one that would never attain rebirth. "You disgust me, and I shall not grant you a swift death." As she spoke, a flurry of sword shadows descended upon the malevolent cultivator, not fatal, yet rendering existence a torment worse than death. Yang Chao observed Yiyun, as if witnessing a transformation. She appeared a gentle maiden, her warmth melting his heart. It was difficult to reconcile this image with the fierce persona confronting them. Little did he know, this was the consequence of her determination to protect those dear to her. This was precisely why the security of the grand sect, Lingxiao Pavilion, was entrusted to a girl who usually exhibited such tenderness. She would fight fiercely for what she cherished. Since that is the case, let us all perish, the malevolent cultivator declared, biting his tongue, his cheeks swelling alarmingly. Suddenly, he expelled a mist of blood, prompting Yiyun to retreat several meters to avoid the foulness, landing lightly on the ground. The malevolent cultivator opened his mouth wide, extending his hands toward the three demonic creatures. The souls of the creatures floated upward and entered his mouth, their bodies collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Yiyun, what has happened? Are you all right? Yang Chao rushed forward in a panic, grasping her hand and examining her closely. Though he could not fathom the situation, it was evident that she was far from unscathed. Yiyun, with disheveled hair and a pale, exquisite face, offered a sorrowful smile and shook her head. I do not wish for you to witness me in this state. Not at all. You remain beautiful, Yang Chao replied, pulling her into his embrace with heartfelt concern. The malevolent cultivator had absorbed the souls of the creatures, becoming increasingly demonic. Yet, there was no time for him to refine this power. Even if he did, he could not withstand a single strike from her. It was merely a desperate struggle for survival. With that, Yiyun swiftly advanced toward the malevolent cultivator, delivering a strike to his abdomen. The souls he had just ingested fled from his mouth, hovering in the air. He attempted to absorb them again, but Yiyun would not grant him that chance. A blade of light sliced through his neck, severing his head, which she grasped in her hand. After absorbing the soul, she discarded the head, a faint blue soul swirling in her grasp. Channeling her energy, she ignited an unnamed flame, incinerating the soul completely. Suddenly, Yiyun faltered and collapsed, only to be caught in Yang Chao's arms. He felt her body grow cold and her skin slacken. When he turned to look at her face, she shielded her eyes with her hand. I do not wish for you to see me like this, she said, retrieving a veil from her storage ring and donning it. Take the medicinal pill first. What shall we do next? Yang Chao stammered, his voice tinged with urgency. We must return to Lingxiao Pavilion. They will have a solution. He insisted, producing a pill for her to consume. Do not worry, find me a clean room. I need to stabilize my energy first. Rest assured, I shall not perish. Yiyun coughed violently. All right. Do not speak. I shall lead you, Yang Chao responded. Her words, I will not die, finally eased the weight on his heart. To him, as long as she survived, nothing else mattered. Even if she were to grow old and lose her beauty, he would care for her for a lifetime. Yang Chao hurriedly carried Yiyun to the front yard, seeking out a room that appeared to be uninhabited. He swiftly stripped the bedding from the bed and cast it aside before laying Yiyun down. Please step outside and prepare some food for me. I shall be famished after tending to my injuries, Yiyun murmured weakly. Of course, I shall get right on it. This is my forte. Yang Chao responded with enthusiasm, for he believed that the ability to eat was a sign of recovery. Upon entering the kitchen, he was confronted with a grotesque assortment of snakes, insects, rodents, and other unsavory items. Perhaps it is best to procure fresh ingredients, he concluded. At the market, Yang Chao filled his ring with an abundance of common provisions: chicken, fish, meat, eggs, milk, vegetables, and fruits. He also acquired a complete set of kitchenware, including a stove, table, and chairs, resolutely avoiding the repugnant utensils previously used by the nefarious cultivator. Here is a bag of silver. You can tally the cost yourselves, he said, tossing the bag to the vendors before hastily departing. It seems I must learn to fly on my sword. Though it may seem advantageous at times, it can be quite a hindrance when urgency strikes. He mused, confident that he could master it with a single review. Upon returning to the courtyard, Yang Chao prepared several dishes, filling the table to the brim. He then approached the room. Are you feeling any better? Perhaps we should eat a bit before you continue your healing, he suggested. All right. It sounds much better, though I remain quite weak, Yiyun replied. Yang Chao entered the room and assisted Yiyun in getting out of bed. I have prepared all your favorites: steamed egg custard, fresh steamed fish, pumpkin porridge, tender stewed chicken, and home-style tofu, he announced, well aware of Yiyun's preference for delicate and refreshing dishes. You are making my mouth water, Yiyun joked, indicating her recovery was progressing well. When I eat, please do not watch me, she added. Very well. I will sit behind you and watch you enjoy your meal. Yang Chao understood her desire for privacy, especially in front of someone she cherished. Yiyun was genuinely hungry, perhaps due to her earlier exhaustion or because the dishes were exceptionally to her taste, as she devoured the entire spread. I'm sorry, I have finished everything. Perhaps you should prepare more for yourself, she said apologetically. Seeing you with such an appetite brings me greater joy than eating myself. Now, go and continue your healing, Yang Chao urged, observing her remarkable recovery. Chapter 18. The noble lady Lin Xiaowan. Once he had decided on the evening meal, young Chao began to wander about the courtyard. He ventured to the alchemy room and removed all the medicinal pills. Disregarding their legitimacy, he could always feed them to dogs if need be. He also took every secret technique and method from the study, regardless of their authenticity, even contemplating their use as kindling for cooking. In the cultivation chamber, he gathered several illustrated books of dubious nature, taking them all, if only to learn a few postures. No treasures from the treasure room were spared either. The mirror belonging to the malevolent cultivator was quite remarkable. After his death, the mirror had fallen, causing the barrier to dissipate. At the time, Yang Chao had been solely focused on healing Yun and had neglected to clean the battlefield. With this thought in mind, he decided to investigate further. As he approached the back gate, he heard a woman's voice crying out from within, "Father, Mother, how tragic your deaths are. It is all my fault." As the heavy door was pushed open, it revealed a young lady who had just awakened, weeping profusely over the figure of a female specter. Yang Chao approached her, inquiring, "You have regained consciousness. Did you slay that beast?" Upon hearing his presence, she turned and, wiping her tears, responded with an agitated voice. It was evident that the beast she referred to was the malevolent cultivator. "Is that your family?" Yang Chao asked. The young lady nodded, expressing her profound gratitude. "You have avenged me, noble sir, and I am eternally grateful. However, my parents' and brothers' souls have become tainted by demonic essence, rendering them unable to transcend. I know you are a practitioner of immortality. I earnestly beseech you to guide their souls to liberation, so they may reincarnate and escape the torment of wandering spirits." "Very well, but could you elucidate the circumstances?" Yang Chao inquired as he assisted her to her feet. 3 years ago, a wandering cultivator sought refuge in our home for a night. My parents, being kind-hearted, provided him with accommodation and meals. Little did we know that he would, in his depravity, return to our home multiple times, lusting after my beauty and seeking to propose. Upon realizing he was no virtuous man, my parents rejected him. Yet, after several rejections, he became enraged. One night, he scaled the wall into our courtyard, using sorcery to subjugate our servants, and forced my family into the courtyard, where he publicly humiliated me. Thereafter, he coerced my parents and brother to provide him with their life force to enhance his own cultivation. Eventually, he treated me as a mere vessel for alchemical experiments. The tale unfolded further, revealing the depths of her family's plight. The malevolent cultivator, blinded by fury, murdered her father, severed his head, and grotesquely fused it with livestock to create a monstrous being. Her brother was transformed into a malevolent spirit, while her mother, dressed in red, was subjected to repeated torment by the household servants until her life was extinguished, her anger solidifying into a vengeful ghost. The fiend, drawn to the abundant spiritual energy at the foot of Lingxiao Pavilion, constructed mechanisms in the backyard to breed monsters, acquiring slaves from afar to satiate his needs. Recently, as slaves had become scarce and he was preoccupied with his cultivation, he grew complacent, leading to a tragic incident at the mining site. Listening to Lin Xiaowan's harrowing account, Yang Chao clenched his fists in rage. Such a villain deserved eternal damnation. He should be subjected to torment for 10 lifetimes, utterly obliterated in both body and spirit. Yang Chao assisted Lin Xiaowan in burying her family, carefully collecting their souls into his sleeve. He stored the items from the mirror and the ring of the evil cultivator into his storage ring before guiding the weakened Lin Xiaowan to the front courtyard to rest. After preparing dinner, he called for the two companions to join him. Yun, now free to move without significant hindrance, listened to Yang Chao's recounting and felt a deep-seated hatred towards the villain, subsequently offering words of comfort to Lin Xiaowan. "Come with me to Lingxiao Pavilion tomorrow. No one will dare to bully you again. I shall assist in liberating your parents and brothers," he assured her. In a rush of gratitude, Lin Xiaowan knelt and bowed her head repeatedly, exclaiming, "Thank you, noble benefactors. I shall dedicate my life to serving you in gratitude for your immense kindness." Yang Chao gently interjected, "There is no need for such formalities. Yun, perhaps we should return to Lingxiao Pavilion tomorrow to facilitate their liberation. Is this feasible?" Yang Chao felt a deep concern for Yun, wishing to spare her further distress. "There's no need," he reassured. With a flick of his wrist, he conjured a magical array, placing 3 wisps of soul within it. Before long, the malevolent energy dissipated, allowing Lin Xiaowan's parents and brothers to be reborn. "Your parents were kind and benevolent in their previous lives. They will surely reap good karma," Yun gently comforted as she patted Lin Xiaowan. Nodding in agreement, Lin Xiaowan said, "You two benefactors should rest early. We have a journey to undertake tomorrow, so I shall not disturb you further." With that, she rose to leave. "Miss, it would be better for you to stay in our adjacent room for safety," Yang Chao expressed his concerns. "There's no need for that, Brother Yang. This is my home, and I am quite familiar with it," Lin Xiaowan replied confidently. After spending an afternoon together, she found Yang Chao to be very amiable. Hence she affectionately addressed him as Brother Yang. Very well, rest well. We shall set off together in the morning. Since she insisted, Yang Chao opted not to press the matter further. Lin Xiaowan cast a complex glance at him before turning to enter the main room. Yang Chao took Yun's hand, intending to accompany her inside, but she withdrew, still conscious of her appearance. He chose not to comment. Following her into the room where they spent the night, one on the bed, the other in a chair. The following morning, Yang Chao rose early to prepare breakfast. He called Yun to join him at the table and then went to the main room to summon Lin Xiaowan. Knocking on the door, he called, Sister Xiaowan. It's time for breakfast. If you haven't had enough rest, you can sleep on the carriage later. Receiving no response, he said, Sister Xiaowan, I'm coming in, and pushed the door open. What he beheld left him stunned. Lin Xiaowan had donned her favorite outfit and had taken her own life. Did we not agree to return together? Why would you do something so foolish? Yang Chao murmured in shock, instinctively lifting her and placing her on the bed, only to realize her breath had long since departed. Xiaowan, why have you done this? We could have started anew together. Why can't you let go? You are such a good girl, raised with kindness by your parents. Your actions only bring sorrow to your elder brother and sister. Do you not understand? Tears streamed down his face as he tenderly arranged her appearance, a task he seldom undertook. His heart ached for the family. As he turned to wipe his tears, he noticed a piece of paper pressed beneath a vase on the table. Recognizing it as Lin Xiaowan's farewell letter, he read, Dear Brother Yang and Sister Yun, by the time you read this letter, I will have reunited with my parents and brother. Please forgive my sudden departure and my broken promise. I had little attachment to this world until I met you. Though our time together was brief, I know you are good people. Brother Yang, you have treated me better than any man besides my father. I truly wish to accompany you, but you cannot fathom what I have endured. As cultivators, do you not live for thousands of years? In my next life, I shall toil as a cow or horse to repay you. Brother Yang, though I deceived you by not keeping my promise, please wait for me. Lastly, I am profoundly grateful to both of you for your kindness. With that, Lin Xiaowan's final words were etched in sorrow. Xiaowan, I await your return. I swear by my life that I shall vanquish all the malevolent cultivators I encounter. Yang Chao, overwhelmed with grief, wept profusely and cried out to the heavens. After a lengthy wait, Yun sensed something amiss and approached to investigate. Upon discovering Xiaowan's lifeless body and the letter, even after living for over 1,000 years and witnessing countless joys and sorrows, she was rendered speechless and buried her veiled head in Yang Chao's embrace. Subsequently, Yang Chao laid Xiaowan to rest. Due to Yun's physical discomfort preventing her from flying, the two procured a horse-drawn carriage, their hearts heavy as they journeyed back. Chapter 19. You are the best remedy after a day of arduous travel. The two finally reached Lingxiao Pavilion. Upon arriving at Yun Palace, Yun resumed her cultivation to heal her injuries, while Yang Chao summoned Ru Shui, Qingwan, and Xinu to Yun Palace using a sound and image mirror. At last, they have arrived. They must possess a solution, Yang Chao thought, feeling a sense of hope as he paced anxiously outside the training room. Before long, the three approached, Xinu jesting, Young Master Yang, you've deigned to return? I thought you both would wait until the child was born to visit your relatives. Her voice echoed before her figure appeared, but upon noticing Yang Chao's pallor, the other two women sensed the gravity of the situation. What transpired between you and your sister? Ru Shui inquired, taking Yang Chao's hand with concern, while Qingwan looked on with worry etched on her face. What could possibly happen at the foot of Lingxiao Pavilion? Surely, it's just that you and our gentle Yun's sister were lost in each other's company. Xinu continued to tease, oblivious to Yang Chao's grim demeanor and the disapproving glances from the other two women. Thus, Yang Chao recounted the entire sequence of events in detail. Upon hearing his story, the three sisters were taken aback, realizing the perilous nature of the situation. Without hesitation, they entered the room, eager to assist Yun in her healing. Meanwhile, Yang Chao remained steadfast outside, continuing to pace. As Ru Shui and the others beheld Yun, a wave of indescribable astonishment and confusion washed over them. Their eyes widened in disbelief at the sight before them. Yun appeared as a woman aged beyond her years, her skin drastically sagging and covered in fine wrinkles, as though ravaged by the relentless tide of time. The once supple and radiant complexion had lost its vitality, appearing dull and lifeless. In stark contrast to the ethereal beauty she once possessed, her current state was almost unrecognizable. Unable to contain their emotions any longer, the three sisters wept uncontrollably, their tears cascading like a dam burst. Xinu was particularly remorseful, regretting her earlier recklessness and impulsiveness. Yun, witnessing her sisters in such sorrow, felt a surge of gratitude and warmth. Forcing a faint smile, she reassured them, Do not weep. I am not in mortal danger. I have merely lost a century of cultivation, and my appearance has changed somewhat. Yet, I am still very much alive. We are all individuals who have undergone countless trials of life and death. What are these minor setbacks to us? I have come to terms with it. So there is no need for you to worry about me. Ru Shui gently placed her hand upon Yi Yun's wrist, attentively sensing the flow of energy within her. As time passed, Ru Shui's tense expression gradually softened. After a thorough examination, she finally exhaled in relief upon discovering that Yi Yun's condition had significantly improved. Following 2 days of recuperation, Yi Yun's bodily functions had largely returned to normalcy. The previously weak pulse had now stabilized, becoming robust, with energy and blood circulating freely. Currently, Yi Yun's greatest concern lay in the severe depletion of her vital essence due to the burning of her life force. This not only resulted in a regression of her cultivation, but also rendered her countenance devoid of its former radiance, aging her considerably. However, Ru Shui did not exhibit a hint of worry. Instead, she smiled gently and spoke in a relaxed tone, "Do not fret, dear sister. I shall fetch some medicine for you." Her voice was soft yet resolute, imbued with confidence in her forthcoming actions. With that, she turned and departed. Ru Shui gracefully stepped outside, her gaze landing on Yang Chao, who was anxiously pacing back and forth. She softly remarked, "Stop your incessant wandering. It is quite dizzying to behold. Calm your mind. Yi Yun is safe and sound, and this time, you have indeed stumbled upon a great fortune." Yang Chao, upon hearing this, wore a puzzled expression and urgently inquired, "A fortune for me? What exactly is going on?" His voice carried a note of anxiety and concern. Ru Shui's lips curled into a slight smile, her tone light and melodious as she clarified, "You see, Yi Yun holds a deep affection for you. She would disregard her own life to save you. Now, she requires your assistance to regain her former self. Surely, you would not refuse her, would you?" Yang Chao nodded emphatically, his face resolute as he replied, "Yi Yun has become this way because she saved me. If there is a way to restore her health, I would do anything." Ru Shui regarded Yang Chao with a glimmer of mischief in her eyes and chuckled softly, "Rest assured, I have no intention of causing you any trouble. This is indeed a wonderful opportunity for you. Come, let us proceed inside." With that, she grasped Yang Chao's hand and led him into the training room. "Sisters, the medicine has arrived." Ru Shui exclaimed excitedly as she and Yang Chao entered the room, prompting Yi Yun to quickly don a veil upon seeing him. "Are you suggesting that the medicine is this living person, Yang Chao? Is it supposed to be simmered gently or eaten raw?" Xian chimed in, as irreverent as ever. "This medicine is not for internal use. Rather, it is for external application," Ru Shui patiently explained. It turned out that Yi Yun had suffered greatly due to the burning of her vital essence and energy, resulting in both a decline in her cultivation and a significant aging of her appearance. Fortunately, Yang Chao's abundant essence could aid Yi Yun in restoring her vitality. If it were anyone else, facing such a predicament would likely render them utterly helpless. After all, in a situation like Yi Yun's, restoring her to a normal state would likely drain an ordinary male cultivator completely. In this world, where patriarchy reigns supreme, no one would willingly make such a monumental sacrifice for a woman. Yet, Yang Chao stood apart from the rest. He possessed innate qualities that were exceptional. Not only did he have boundless stamina, but he also possessed an inexhaustible reservoir of vital energy. More importantly, these attributes posed no threat to his well-being. It seemed as though fate had favored him, marking him as the sole candidate to resolve this dilemma. Upon discovering a potential solution, the excitement among the onlookers was palpable. Yet only Yi Yun felt a deep sense of shyness and discomfort. Ru Shui, noticing the veiled Yi Yun, instantly comprehended her inner turmoil. "Sister Yi Yun, you are willing to risk your very life to save him, and just outside, he expressed his readiness to do anything for your salvation. The bond you share is profoundly deep," Ru Shui remarked gently. As Yi Yun absorbed these words, her face flushed a deeper shade of crimson. She lowered her head, her lips quivering as if she wished to articulate something, but hesitated. However, Ru Shui, sensing Yi Yun's apprehension, continued, "If you prefer that he does not see you in your current state, we could cast a spell to envelop this place in a thick mist. This would create a hazy atmosphere, adding a touch of romance." Yi Yun, moved by Ru Shui's suggestion, lifted her gaze, revealing a blend of shyness and anticipation. Ultimately, she gave a slight nod, silently acquiescing to the proposal. Thus, Ru Shui began to weave her spell, and in an instant, dense fog enveloped their surroundings. Everything became indistinct, as if they had stepped into a realm of enchantment. The silhouettes of Yi Yun and the others flickered in the mist, infusing the scene with an air of mystery and allure. Chapter 20. The Curious Orchid Heart Moon. After Yang Chao's attentive care and companionship over the past few days, Yi Yun's health gradually improved, and her cultivation level even saw a notable enhancement, radiating vitality and brilliance. Particularly after the substantial amplification of her talent task. The vital energy within Yang was not only of superior quality, but also abundant in quantity. Following yet another session of meticulous treatment, Yang Chao reclined on the bed, feeling somewhat fatigued, while Yun nestled against him like a delicate bird. Gazing at the beauty in his embrace, Yang Chao teased, "You previously refused to let me see you, yet here you are, completely unveiled before me." Yun, upon hearing this, felt a wave of bashfulness wash over her, her cheeks blooming with a rosy hue as she playfully chided, "How mean. I didn't want you to see me like that." As she spoke, she buried her head deeper, seemingly trying to conceal her current shyness. However, this only served to press her form closer against Yang Chao, allowing him to feel an exquisite tenderness and intimacy. A surge of emotion coursed through Yang Chao as he could not help but gently caress Yun's delicate hair, softly murmuring, "All right, I understand your shyness. However, do refrain from speaking in such a distant manner in the future. Why must we be so formal with one another?" Yun nodded slightly in agreement, and the two embraced, relishing the tranquility and warmth of the moment. After her recovery, Yun began to focus on nurturing her spirit, diligently cultivating and absorbing essence. Meanwhile, Yang Chao did not remain idle. He not only invited Qingwan to move in with Ruxue to train together, but also achieved remarkable progress. During their collective cultivation, Qingwan successfully broke through to the Dao immortal realm, standing shoulder to shoulder with Ruxue. Her strength saw a tremendous enhancement, transforming her into a formidable presence. Yet, although Yang Chao had opened his fifth meridian, his own realm did not elevate further. This was not due to a lack of effort or talent on his part, but rather because he was soon to venture to the Valley of the Medicine King. It was said that the Medicine King had a granddaughter who had reached the age for marriage. The Medicine King sought to find a capable and young husband for her, rather than an old and decrepit suitor. Consequently, for those vying for her hand, their cultivation level was restricted to not exceeding the Tai immortal realm. Yang Chao recognized the rarity of this opportunity and was filled with a profound sense of confidence and assurance. After all, in terms of strength, he had already attained the pinnacle of the Tai immortal level, having also mastered two formidable earth-based techniques. Furthermore, the skills he had previously cultivated had reached a level of great accomplishment. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that within the Tai immortal realm, he was an invincible entity, capable of contesting even those one realm higher than himself, with the potential to achieve a one-for-one exchange in battle. At that moment, he deeply felt the awe-inspiring power coursing through him. This sensation ignited a fervor within, prompting him to exclaim, "I am truly terrifyingly powerful now." The system silently retorted, having never encountered such naivety. Today, while observing her disciples practice at the martial arts arena, Xingyue found her mind wandering. Her gaze frequently swept the surroundings, seemingly in search of something. That rascal Yang Chao had returned for several days, yet had not once graced the training grounds. This left Xingyue quite displeased. She muttered to herself, "This Yang Chao is neglecting his training, preferring to stay home and indulge with his sisters. Do they surpass me in expertise?" With this thought, Xingyue resolved to check on him personally after her teaching concluded. After all, the current heir of the Medicine King was a matter of paramount importance to all sections. Thus, she conjured an appropriate excuse for herself, as if her actions were solely motivated by concern for Yang Chao's martial training. She continued to patiently guide her disciples in their practice, though her thoughts lay elsewhere. As evening fell and classes were dismissed, Xingyue made her way to Ruxue Palace, just in time to find Yang Chao had prepared an extravagant feast. Ruxue, Qingwan, and the three had just served their meals when Yang Chao noticed Xingyue's arrival. "Ah, your timing is impeccable. Have you come to mooch off our meal again?" Today, however, they only prepared meals for three. Yang Chao, accustomed to bantering with Xinu upon meeting, remarked, "Are you not eating?" Without a hint of reservation, Xinu sat down and seized Yang Chao's bowl of rice. Even while dining, Xinu couldn't resist playing mischief, declaring, "While your family of three enjoys a meal, poor Yun is left alone in an empty room. I truly feel for her." She feigned a sorrowful expression as she spoke. Even during the meal, her chatter was relentless. Yun, who was currently refining her essence, was in a pivotal moment of breaking through her realm and could not be disturbed, as Ruxue admonished her with a playful glare. Qingwan tossed a piece of rib into Yun's bowl, teasing, "You mock her while enjoying her cooking. Are you not afraid Yang Chao will stop inviting you for meals? Ah, you all conspire against me. Once you have husbands, you forget your sisters. It infuriates me. Perhaps I should just starve myself." Xinu exclaimed, glancing around for an outlet for her frustration, resorting to devouring her rice in large bites. The group burst into laughter at Xinu's antics. Ruxue and Qingwan exchanged glances, noting how peculiar Xinu was behaving today. "This is easily resolved. Come sleep with me tonight, and I shall assist you," Yang Chao suggested, filling another bowl with rice, a mischievous grin on his face as he looked at Xinu. Fully aware that she was the type to joke freely, thus he engaged her with light-hearted banter. "Humph, you think it would be that simple to win me over?" Unlike my sisters, I am not so easily deceived. You must first demonstrate your capabilities. Xinu countered, her tone unexpectedly serious. In the past, when Yang Chao joked similarly, Xinu would respond with a playful retort about how he was centuries away from marrying her, but today, her demeanor was earnest. Could it be? Ru Shui and Qin Wan, both astute, recognized the gravity of the situation. Sister, aside from you, the three of us are either at or on the brink of becoming Tao immortals, while you have yet to touch the threshold. Do you know why? Ru Shui gazed at her sister with a tender expression, subtly aiding Yang Chao. Since Yin began her healing, Xinu had been aware of Yang Chao's capabilities. Upon hearing Ru Shui's words, she fell silent, blushing and lowering her head. It seems, dear husband, you must exert yourself even more. Our family is about to gain a new member, Qin Wan teased, her laughter light and teasing towards Xinu. There's no time like the present. Today seems quite auspicious. Come here, let your husband observe closely, Yang Chao declared, inching closer to Xinu with a roguish glint in his eye. I am not ready yet, Xinu exclaimed, her heart racing as she saw him approach. Hastily placing her utensils down, she scurried out of the courtyard, her thoughts swirling. Although she had relished a few ribs, it felt as if something was still amiss within her. Behind her, the harmonious laughter of the family echoed. Chapter 21. Journey to the Valley of the Medicine King. In the Valley of the Medicine King, only a few days remained until the grand ceremony for the martial arts competition and courtship. Ru Shui and Xinu gathered with others to deliberate on the candidates representing the valley. After careful consideration, they ultimately decided that Ru Shui herself and Xinu would accompany Yang Chao. Ru Shui, graceful and strikingly beautiful, was the steward of the Ling Shao Pavilion, recognized by the outside world as its representative. Xin Yue, astute and quick-witted, excels in alchemy, surpassing all her sisters in this art. In contrast, Yang Chao has always struggled with the craft, despite his innate talent for grasping concepts with ease and having perused several alchemical texts. His success rate in producing satisfactory elixirs at a novice level remains dismally low. Thus, Xin Yue has been assigned to accompany him, providing guidance in his endeavors. Yang Chao and Ru Shui soar through the skies on a single sword, gliding gracefully among the clouds. His hands, seemingly possessing a will of their own, wander across Ru Shui's form, exploring every contour of her delicate physique. His fingers brush lightly against her skin, eliciting a subtle shiver, while a faint blush colors Ru Shui's cheeks. As they continue their flight, Yang Chao's actions grow bolder. His hands ascend to Ru Shui's waist, weaving through her flowing hair, ultimately resting upon her cheek, caressing it tenderly. Ru Shui's breaths quicken as she strives to maintain her composure, yet the turmoil within her proves difficult to quell. Amidst the lofty heights, their bodies draw ever closer, their breaths entwining harmoniously. Yang Chao's gaze reflects satisfaction and delight, while Ru Shui, her eyes clenched shut, savors this enchanting moment. They seem oblivious to all that surrounds them, lost in a realm that belongs solely to the two of them. Xin Yue rolls her eyes and accelerates ahead, choosing to lead the way, preferring to remain untroubled by their antics. As the hour has yet to arrive, the Valley of the Apothecary remains closed to visitors, prompting the trio to venture into the nearby, quaint town of Danchi. This serene settlement is bustling with participants eager to compete, its streets alive with vibrant activity. Young martial artists, guided by their elders or traveling alone, flock to this locale, all sharing a common ambition. They hail from various corners of the world, attired in a myriad of styles, yet united by their aspirations. Each of these promising individuals possesses extraordinary skills, their eyes gleaming with passion for martial arts and a fervent desire for victory. They exude confidence, whether clad in armor or wielding swords, knives, or whips, each showcasing their unique weaponry and fighting styles. The town is a hive of activity, with a constant flow of people. Inns and tea houses overflow with those seeking to hone their skills, exchanging insights and experiences while discussing the intricacies of their craft. The air is punctuated by the sounds of sparring and cheers, infusing the entire town with vitality and enthusiasm. At this moment, the town serves not merely as a temporary refuge, but as a vibrant hub of martial arts. These young aspirants gather their strength here, eagerly anticipating the moment the Valley of the Apothecary opens its doors, all yearning for the opportunity to showcase their talents and secure the legacy of the apothecary's heir. As Ru Shui and her companions stroll through the bustling streets, they search for a suitable inn or tavern. However, each establishment they visit informs them that there are no vacancies. The entrances of the inns and taverns were bustling with a continuous flow of people, a lively scene filled with notable figures from various sections. Consequently, the upscale inns had long been fully booked. The guests, adorned in resplendent attire or bearing exquisite weapons, engaged in conversations that exuded authority. The trio, Su Shui and her companions, couldn't help but exclaim at the sheer number of visitors this time. The demand for luxurious accommodations was indeed overwhelming, as everyone desired to stay in such splendid surroundings and indulge in comfort and convenience. Left with no choice, they continued their search, hoping to discover a nearby refuge. After a weary journey, they arrived at the last upscale inn. Along the way, they had attempted to secure rooms at several establishments, only to be met with the same disappointing news of no vacancies. Should this place also lack availability, they would have to resort to ordinary lodgings or guest houses. A rather humble predicament for those of high standing in the Lingxiao Pavilion. At the entrance of the inn, the opulent sign glimmered under the sunlight. Entering the lobby, they hoped to find a cozy haven. However, the receptionist's response cast a pall over their spirits. "I'm sorry, there are no rooms available." This news fell upon them like a bucket of cold water. Xinyue shook her head in resignation, stating, "As a steward of the Lingxiao Pavilion, encountering such a situation is an unprecedented experience." They began to contemplate whether to settle for ordinary accommodations, yet found themselves reluctant. After all, they were accustomed to luxurious comforts, and the thought of subpar lodging was somewhat distasteful. Just as they hesitated on whether to explore the options at a regular inn or guest house, a young man clad in simple garments quietly approached. His attire was modest, and his appearance unremarkable, yet he radiated a keen intelligence. With a charming smile and a glimmer of shrewdness in his eyes, he seemed to read their thoughts, softly inquiring, "Are you looking for a place to stay? I happen to have a premium room available. Might you be interested? However, the price, well." Yang Chao mused to himself about the existence of scalpers in every realm. After a round of haggling with the typically frugal steward Su Shui, they ultimately settled on a price 3 times the usual rate, a sum that could easily yield a profit. "You 3 wish to share a room?" the scalper queried as he led them upstairs, curiosity evident in his tone. "We prefer 2 rooms. Do you have any available?" Xinyue replied coldly, her disdain for such individuals palpable. The scalper hastily responded, "None left, none left." The inn's patrons, overhearing their conversation, were astonished to witness such extraordinary beauty in the 2 women, seldom seen in the world, sharing a room with a man. Eyes turned in unison towards the 4 ascending the stairs, expressing both envy and jealousy. Some envied the man's fortune for being in close proximity to such enchanting companions, while others resented his special treatment, harboring silent discontent. In an instant, the atmosphere within the inn became thick with a complex tension as whispers and furtive conversations filled the air. They were intrigued by the relationship among the 3 individuals, speculating about the stories that lay behind them. The 2 women, however, appeared oblivious to the attention they garnered, maintaining their usual composure. Their beauty and elegance captivated the men in the inn, inciting a silent rivalry among the other women. Amidst the envious and resentful glances interwoven in the air, the trio of stunning men and women became the focal point of the inn. Chapter 22. Encountering old friends. As Su Shui and her companions entered the room, the innkeeper withdrew, revealing a lavish suite indeed. At the heart of the room lay a spacious bed adorned with a soft, smooth duvet, exuding a subtle fragrance. A refined dining table was set with an array of fruits and pastries, complemented by an assortment of other furnishings. With only one large bed present, Yang Chao feigned a sigh and, in a mock display of exasperation, remarked, "Xinyue, what shall we do? There's only one bed, and of course, it belongs to the 2 of us. Perhaps you might have to make do with sleeping on the floor or on a lounge chair." Xinyue, not one to be outdone, crossed her arms and teased, "How can you, as a man, suggest that a woman should sleep on the floor? Is it that you cannot bear to be apart from your wife for even a day?" Yang Chao, unperturbed and finding humor in her retort, chuckled at her indignation. Su Shui, feeling a blush creep onto her cheeks, coughed lightly and maintained a stern expression, saying, "My dear sister, you dare say anything. He is merely jesting, and you take it to heart." With that, she shot a playful glare at Xinyue. In truth, the bed was ample enough for the 3 of us to share. Rendering the idea of sleeping on the floor unnecessary, Yang Chao continued his playful banter. "That simply will not do. I am not one to sleep soundly and require ample space," Xinyue declared, hastily claiming her spot on the bed. "You know what? I enjoy being a bit unruly in bed," Yang Chao replied with a mischievous grin, raising an eyebrow at Xinyue. "Go away," Xinyue exclaimed. "Sister Su Shui, you must rein in your Yang Chao." She pouted, adopting the demeanor of a petulant child. With the date for their competition drawing near, Su Shui, shaking her head with a sigh as she pressed her slender fingers to her temples, observed the playful exchange between the 2. Once the trio settled in, they decided to stroll through the nearby streets, as they were in close proximity to the Valley of the Medicine King, a place bustling with individuals seeking remedies and advice. Wandering through the lively streets, they encountered a plethora of shops, including apothecaries, taverns, and tea houses. The air was infused with the delicate fragrance of herbs from the apothecaries, showcasing an array of precious medicinal ingredients. The taverns resonated with boisterous laughter as patrons indulged in delectable dishes, while the tea houses were filled with people leisurely sipping tea and engaging in conversation, embodying a scene of tranquility and leisure. Vendors lined the streets, calling out to entice passers-by with various snacks and handcrafted goods, drawing curious onlookers. Occasionally, street performers showcased their talents, earning rounds of applause from the audience. The entire Danchi town thrummed with vitality and enthusiasm. Yang Chao purchased some fruits and rock candy from a stall, intending to prepare candied hawthorn for his companions, while the two beautiful women procured local specialties to bring back as gifts for their sisters. As noon approached, the sun hung high in the sky, radiating its intense brilliance. Yang Chao, Xinu, and another companion entered a restaurant. Seated around a table, they placed their orders, and Yang Chao retrieved some beef jerky and sausages from his bag. Xinu, having never tasted these delicacies before, approached the experience with curiosity. This is delightful," she exclaimed, savoring the jerky. As she relished the food, she playfully teased Yang Chao. "If your alchemical skills were as refined as your culinary talents, the granddaughter of the Medicine King would surely join our Lingxiao pavilion." Upon hearing Xinu's words, Yang Chao smiled slightly, unfazed by her jest. With a confident gaze fixed upon her, he suddenly proposed, "How about we make a wager?" Xinu paused her actions, intrigued by his suggestion. "What shall we wager on?" she inquired. With unwavering determination, Yang Chao replied, "Let us bet on whether I can secure first place in this competition. If I win, you shall be mine." A radiant smile adorned his face as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Xinu privately mused to herself, considering Yang Chao's approach to the competition more of a participation spirit, for he was merely beginning to grasp the art of alchemy. She reflected on her limited knowledge of his skills in martial arts and swordplay, pondering how much progress he could achieve in just over a month. Thus, she thought perhaps this wager posed no risk for her. "But what if you lose?" she queried. Yang Chao, seemingly perceptive of her thoughts, smirked and continued, "If I lose, then you shall claim me." Ru Shui, unable to contain herself, stifled a laugh at the unexpected turn of events. "Look at you, laughing like that. Is this truly the good husband you've raised? How dare he speak so lightly before you, and you remain indifferent, watching it unfold? Are you still my dear sister?" Xinu admonished, her face aflame with embarrassment, pointing a finger at Ru Shui, clearly seeking an explanation or response. Yet, contrary to Xinu's expectations, Ru Shui did not rebuke Yang Chao. Instead, she chuckled, which only intensified Xinu's mix of shyness and frustration, her face growing as crimson as a ripe apple. "Oh dear, do not be angry, my sister. Your husband is merely discussing this with you. If you wish to decline the wager, simply refuse him. Why place the blame on me?" Ru Shui remarked, cleverly seizing the opportunity to jest with Xinu. As Yang Chao's wife, her words not only diffused the tension but also showcased her wit and charm. "Fine. You two are ganging up on me. In that case, I accept the wager. From now on, I shall cling to your husband every day, leaving him no time for you." Xinu declared, her words spilling forth. With a haughty tilt of her chin, she suddenly felt she had misspoken and lowered her head, furiously consuming her meal, her cheeks growing even warmer. After finishing their meal, a few individuals strolled back onto the street. Yang Chao, with a warm smile, addressed Ru Shui, saying, "Later, we shall procure some meat and vegetables, along with flour. I will prepare dumplings for you all this evening." Ru Shui couldn't help but exclaim, "For cultivators like us, once we reach a certain level of mastery, we can actually go for long periods without the need for sustenance. Yet since I have been with you, I have never missed a meal. Now, even though eating is not essential for me, it has transformed into a delightful indulgence." As they walked, the group engaged in cheerful banter. Suddenly, Ru Shui spotted a familiar figure standing at a stall selling jewelry. Was that not Mu Rong Xiaoyao? Upon hearing Ru Shui mention her ex-boyfriend's name, Yang Chao followed her gaze. What is he doing here, scavenging for bargains at such a stall? I wonder which Navi girl he intends to deceive this time. Yang Chao mused, a knowing smile playing on his lips. Ru Shui gently tapped Yang Chao's shoulder, playfully chiding, "Do not say such things. It is rather unpleasant." Chapter 23. A master revealed. Mu Rong Xiaoyao perused the market stalls, his gaze intent and serious. He examined each necklace with great care, searching for one that truly suited his desires. In Yang Chao's eyes, his demeanor was not unlike that of an elderly woman selecting goods. At last, he chose a beautifully crafted necklace, completed the purchase, and turned to leave, oblivious to the presence of Ru Shui and her companions. After meandering through the market, Ru Shui and her friends returned to the inn, only to be astonished to find Mu Rong Xiaoyao there as well. He was seated in a corner with an exceptionally attractive young woman, though she could not compare to Ru Shui and her companions. Mu Rong Xiaoyao seemed unaware of their arrival, carefully presenting the newly acquired necklace to the young lady. Cultivators possess a heightened sensitivity compared to ordinary folk, and Ru Shui, Keen to eavesdrop, listened intently. Junior sister, do you know? During my last mission, I performed exceptionally well. The local mayor insisted on marrying his daughter to me. However, my heart belongs solely to you. There is no room for anyone else. Therefore, I resolutely declined his proposal. In his desperation, he gifted me a precious heirloom necklace, wishing for me and my beloved to remain united in heart and grow old together. He laughed. How laughable. Would we cultivators ever age like mere mortals? Observing the insincerity etched upon Xiao Yao's face and words, Ru Shui was reminded of how he had treated her in the past, the similarities striking. As the custodian of the Ling Shao Pavilion, she was well-versed and could easily discern that the gift he presented was of ordinary quality. Yet Ru Shui was not one to covet material possessions. Her satisfaction stemmed from genuine kindness. Nevertheless, witnessing this hypocritical side of him, she felt an overwhelming sense of relief within her heart. After all, the truly frightening individuals are not the forthright villains, but those who masquerade as gentlemen while concealing their true nature. Under the fervent and almost obsequious charm offensive of Murong Xiaoyao, the girl, who had previously worn a frown, finally shed her clouds of discontent. Her countenance brightening like the sun emerging after a rainstorm. Hesitantly, she accepted the necklace he offered. However, to his surprise, she did not adorn herself with it. Instead, she clutched it tightly in her hand, as if resolutely determined. With a gentle parting of her ruby lips, she spoke. Though I am acutely aware of the significance of this martial arts contest for our sect, I must confess that upon learning that my father had sent you to participate, my heart was initially filled with reluctance. Yet, the truth remains that my fellow disciples lack the prowess to compare with your exceptional talents, dear Xiaoyao. At this juncture, it seemed she was merely justifying her own feelings, her tone growing more resolute. However, should you triumph in this contest and successfully wed the granddaughter of the Medicine King, I sincerely hope you will cherish her dearly, yet not diminish the affection you have for me in the slightest. Upon finishing her words, her beautiful eyes gazed longingly at Murong Xiaoyao, brimming with anticipation. At that moment, he quickly reassured her. Junior sister, do you not understand that I never wished to partake in this contest? Were it not for our master's insistence on my participation for the greater good of our sect, I would never have left you to face this alone. My feelings for you, surely, you must comprehend them? Today, I vow before the heavens that if I ever neglect you in the slightest, may I, just as Murong Xiaoyao raised his right hand to the sky, solemnly swearing his oath, he was gently silenced by his junior sister's hand covering his mouth. All right, brother, I believe you. She playfully chided. My dear junior sister, you are too kind to me. If I were to wrong you, I would be less than a beast, he murmured, tightly grasping her delicate hand and gently pressing it against his cheek. His gaze filled with tender affection for the enchanting girl before him. Goodness, he is undoubtedly a master among masters. Yang Chao mused to himself, witnessing this tender scene. Your skills in wooing are truly remarkable. Should you be inclined to share your secrets with me, I would gladly forsake my own methods and willingly kneel to learn from you. Compared to Murong Xiaoyao, his own attempts seemed trivial and unworthy of mention. The women around him were either gifts from the system, compelled by force, or drawn by the obligation of healing others, while the remaining attendants merely acted on directives. If he could possess such remarkable skills, he would have no need to worry about failing his tasks. Nevertheless, it must be said that the junior sister was indeed a kind-hearted and innocent girl. Even if her beloved senior brother were to wed another, she would still remember to advise him to cherish his new bride. After listening for a while, Shui felt exceedingly bored and decided to take Xianyu upstairs to rest. Upon witnessing this scene, Yang Chao made his way alone to the kitchen, casually tossing a silver ingot to the chef before embarking on the creation of candied hawthorn. In no time, he began to prepare dumplings as well. When Yang Chao returned upstairs, carrying a steaming plate of dumplings, he discovered that the two ladies had already finished their baths and had dressed themselves elegantly. Alas, he thought to himself, he arrived a moment too late. He first arranged the meticulously prepared dumplings on the table, then presented several skewers of candied hawthorn made from an array of fresh fruits to the two women. The ladies were utterly astonished by the vibrant, translucent candied hawthorn before them. What marvel is this? The flavor is exquisite. How is it crafted? After savoring the delightful candied treats, their attention was drawn to the fragrant dumplings. As Xinyue devoured the dumplings with great relish, she mumbled to Yang Chao, if you were to open a restaurant in the future, your business would surely flourish. I'm not certain whether my restaurant would prosper, but at the very least, I can guarantee you a place to enjoy a meal, Yang Chao replied with a dismissive glance at Xinyue. He then turned to gently grasp Rushue's delicate hand, placing it tenderly on either side of his face, gazing deeply into her eyes with profound affection, and whispered, My dear Rushu understands me best. If I were to ever treat you poorly, I would be no better than a beast. Startled by his affection, Rushue quickly withdrew her hand, frowning in distaste as she retorted, Enough. Do not learn such frivolous expressions from those unrefined individuals. It is utterly nauseating. To add to the jest, Xinyue feigned a gagging gesture, claiming her appetite had vanished entirely. Yang Chao, with a hint of embarrassment, explained, I thought he might have been your ex-boyfriend. Considering you might prefer that type of man, which is why I said that. I merely wished to bring you joy. Rushue frowned slightly, her displeasure evident as she replied. Who told you I like such men? You know well that this world is predominantly male-dominated, with women relegated to a lower status. Most women either remain within their sects or become the consorts of their leaders, dedicating their lives to the sect, or they seek a true partner to venture into the world with. However, there are far too many hypocrites in this world to elevate their own cultivation and seize opportunities. They heartlessly treat their partners as mere vessels for their own advancement. Some would even relinquish their beloveds to others for the sake of so-called prospects. The only reason I once entertained that fellow was due to his initially modest cultivation. He appeared quite distinguished and charismatic. Yet, his excessive enthusiasm bordered on obsession, leading me to feel as though I had encountered someone genuinely caring. At this point, the usually composed Rushue's voice grew softer, as if she feared Yang Chao might misinterpret her words. She let out a gentle sigh and continued slowly. In truth, nothing substantial ever transpired between us. We have not even held hands. Thus, after encountering you, I was able to sever ties with him so decisively, as if fearing that Yang Chao might misunderstand. I never anticipated that upon seeing him again today, he would present himself in such a manner. At this moment, I feel profoundly grateful that I met you. I can attest to this. The prowess of that fellow back then pales in comparison to yours now. Yet he had the audacity to muster the courage to confess his feelings to an elder sister several realms above him, making excuses each year to visit Lingxiao Pavilion multiple times, merely to present her with gifts. It was only before your arrival that they exchanged tokens of love, affirming their relationship. However, witnessing the truth today revealed his true colors. Though his realm is similar to yours, in my eyes, you far surpass him in ease. For you wholeheartedly cherish your beloved. Xinyue, observing her sister Rushue in such distress, hastily spoke up to validate her words. Only women of profound background and formidable stature, like the pavilion master and the apothecary's granddaughter, possess the privilege to openly select their ideal consorts. For ordinary women, finding a kind-hearted companion is no easy feat. Hence, you must not disappoint the sincere affections of the elder sisters. In my view, you certainly will not betray their sentiments. At this juncture, Xinyue couldn't help but raise her head, her expression tinged with sorrow, lamenting, as a woman, she is acutely aware of the injustices faced by females in this world. Oh, I understand. Rest assured, I will see to it. Yang Chao offered no further explanation, simply embracing Rushue gently, tenderly stroking her hair. In truth, he harbored no strong opinions regarding these matters. In his eyes, men and women should treat each other with equality, without distinctions of superiority or inferiority. Although Rushue had a former boyfriend, he was unperturbed by this fact. After all, the evidence of her purity during their first night sufficed to prove her innocence. Nevertheless, the thought that Rushue and others had endured such unfair treatment stirred a twinge of compassion within him, nestled in Yang Chao's broad and warm embrace. Rushue's eyes glistened with unshed tears, cascading down her cheeks like a torrent. It is worth noting that if a man harbors doubts or misconceptions about a woman, her future life may often be fraught with difficulties. Yet, Yang Chao not only held unwavering faith in her, but also tended to her with utmost care and affection. Xinyue lowered her head slightly, moving gracefully closer to Yang Chao, her cheeks flushed with a delicate hue, radiating shyness. Her ruby lips parted as she murmured softly, I too seek solace and yearn to share this warmth with you. Yang Chao tenderly embraced Xinyue, and the three of them ultimately found themselves entwined in slumber upon the bed, though he made no further advances. The following morning dawned bright and clear, and the trio continued to stroll through the bustling streets. Approaching a lively crowd gathered ahead, they were met with a scene of great festivity. Ever fond of revelry, the spirited Xinyue exuberantly called for the other two to join in the merriment, while she herself eagerly dashed forward. As she approached, she discerned a contest stage, where stood a robust and rugged man, his muscular physique exuding a formidable presence. He was clearly not a practitioner of the celestial arts, but rather a warrior well-versed in martial skills. The man bellowed, Esteemed guests, I trust you have all gathered here for the martial arts competition at the Medicine King Valley, though the valley remains closed for a few more days. It is remarkable to see such a multitude gathered here. Since we have some time to spare, I have set up this small arena to weed out the pretenders. Upon recognizing the presence of Xinyue and Xinyue, the man continued. Upon hearing his words, Xinyue, and another turned their heads towards the source of the voice, revealing that it was Murong Xiaoyao, accompanied by a young woman, presumably his junior sister. Xinyue nodded slightly in acknowledgement, refraining from further conversation. Murong Xiaoyao, noticing her demeanor, remained unfazed and continued. This is my junior sister, Chu Xian, the daughter of the leader of Qingfeng Mountain, Chu Zhongzhu. He then turned his gaze to the other individual, smiling as he inquired, might I ask the name of this distinguished young gentleman? In truth, Murong Xiaoyao had already surmised the identity of the person before him, but feigned ignorance. Yang Chao, understanding his intent, opted not to engage in pleasantries. Simply bowing slightly and introducing himself, I am Yang Chao, the companion of Shueshue. Confirming his suspicions, a fleeting glint of malice appeared in Murong Xiaoyao's eyes, quickly replaced by a congenial smile as he sincerely remarked, Shueshue and young Master Yang truly make a pair of exceptional talents, a match made in heaven. Such a splendid occasion is indeed a delightful tale in the making. Yang Chao, internally amused by the insincere flattery, maintained a polite facade as he responded, You flatter me, Brother Murong. While speaking, he exchanged a few pleasantries with those around him. Meanwhile, the young sister, Chu Xian, stood out remarkably. With her graceful demeanor and striking beauty, she radiated the elegance of a refined lady. She greeted everyone with a warm smile and a humble, courteous attitude, endearing herself to all present. At that moment, Murong Xiaoyao proposed, I believe Brother Yang must possess exceptional skills. Why not seize this splendid opportunity to showcase your abilities on the stage, allowing us to witness your prowess? He regarded Yang Chao with eager anticipation. With Brother Xiaoyao here, how could I dare to show off? Perhaps it would be better for you to demonstrate your skills first, allowing me the chance to witness your grandeur. Speaking in such a grandiloquent manner is quite taxing, Yang Chao inwardly chided himself. Chapter 25. A Pyrrhic victory. Since it is thus, I shall no longer decline. With a graceful flip, Xiaoyao landed confidently upon the stage. He stood tall, his voice resonating as he introduced himself. I am Xiaoyao, here to learn from your esteemed techniques. The guardian of the stage responded with equal fervor, I am Lei Bao, and I have awaited this moment for quite some time. It became apparent that Lei Bao was a seasoned warrior, battle-hardened and prepared. Having spoken, the two individuals each assumed their stances, their gazes sharp as eagles, intently scrutinizing each other's every movement in an attempt to uncover vulnerabilities. After all, this was their inaugural clash, and neither was acquainted with the other's prowess or techniques. Hence, neither dared to be complacent. As the seconds ticked by, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, as if the very air had solidified. At last, Lei Bao could no longer contain his inner turmoil and resolved to strike first. He let out a thunderous shout and unleashed his ultimate technique, the indestructible tiger fist. This set of punches was fierce and powerful, imbued with a formidable momentum, each blow carrying the force of a thunderstorm, creating a whirlwind of energy. In battles between martial artists and practitioners, most cultivators focus on the refinement of their techniques, resulting in relatively weaker defenses, while martial artists excel in close combat. Thus, if one can close the distance to the enemy, the chances of victory significantly increase. At this moment, Lei Bao was driven by such thoughts, launching a full-scale assault in hopes of swiftly breaching Xiaoyao's defenses. To his astonishment, Murong Xiaoyao did not evade but instead absorbed the punch directly. The indestructible fist? Lei Bao was momentarily taken aback, then the corners of his mouth curled upwards. This was intriguing. He then retracted his fist and executed the same technique, albeit with greater speed and power. There are two methods to shatter the indestructible defense. The first is to identify a weakness. Every martial technique must have a soft spot, and striking that weakness guarantees victory. The second is to overwhelm it with sheer force, a straightforward and brutal approach. Although Murong Xiaoyao withstood the first punch without significant issue, he felt the turbulence of his internal energy surging, maintaining a stoic expression merely to impress someone in the audience. However, such trivial thoughts could hardly escape the notice of individuals like Su Shui and Xin Yu, who possessed remarkable insight. Enduring the turmoil within, Murong Xiaoyao discreetly began to circulate his energy for recovery. He understood well that his opponent was formidable, and this fierce assault could not be met head-on. Just as Lei Bao landed another strike, Murong Xiaoyao deftly shifted his form, evading the vital points. He executed his unique lightness skill, dodging the blow, and retaliated with two fiery techniques. Competing on the arena was inherently disadvantageous for cultivators, as the confined space hindered the full expression of many techniques and abilities. When the two opponents were in close proximity, it often became effortless for one to evade attacks. Faced with this predicament, Murong Xiaoyao quickly drew the sword from his waist. Engaging Lei Bao with his exceptional swordsmanship, he unleashed a move titled the Dance of the Clear Wind, causing his sword to twirl gracefully, emitting countless beams of light that coalesced into vibrant, blossoming flowers of sword energy, racing towards Lei Bao. Yet, to his dismay, these fierce assaults proved utterly ineffective against Lei Bao. It turned out that Lei Bao had cultivated true hard qigong, rendering his body as solid as rock, impervious to ordinary techniques. To triumph over him, one would need to surpass Lei Bao in strength. Alas, from the current state of the arena, Murong Xiaoyao did not hold the upper hand. Instead, he found himself at a stalemate against Lei Bao. Just as the spectators believed the outcome was sealed, a miracle unfolded. Murong Xiaoyao's lips curled into a sly smile, revealing a hint of cunning. He then retrieved a mysterious artifact, the sand flow pearl, from the storage ring adorning his finger. As he recited the incantation to cast his spell, a swirling tempest of yellow sand surged around the arena, obscuring the sky and rendering vision nearly impossible. At that moment, only Murong Xiaoyao could discern the surrounding environment. Seizing the opportune moment when the Thunder Leopard was momentarily blinded by the dust, he unhesitatingly unleashed the Red Flame technique and the Cold Ice Soul, two unparalleled martial arts. The crimson and azure beams of light clashed against the Thunder Leopard's form like a fiery dragon and an ice phoenix. As the thick smoke gradually dissipated, the Thunder Leopard was left battered and bruised, clearly suffering significant injuries, yet he struggled to lift his head. His eyes now brimmed with boundless fury and disdain. I never expected that the so-called elite would resort to such despicable tricks. I have truly overestimated you. Before his words fell silent, the Thunder Leopard suddenly channeled his energy, causing a tremendous force to erupt from his body, shattering his garments and revealing a bare, muscular chest. Simultaneously, his aura soared to new heights, as if a war god had descended upon the earth. Then, with a low growl, he proclaimed, "Heavenly Gang Technique." As the incantation left his lips, a dazzling radiance enveloped him, transforming him into a being of unparalleled strength. In response to the Thunder Leopard's accusation, Murong Xiaoyao remained unrepentant, his expression devoid of emotion as he replied, "There was no stipulation against the use of treasures prior to this contest. If you find it unfair, you are welcome to employ your own artifacts as well." Such brazen remarks, uttered by the usually graceful Murong Xiaoyao, were indeed astonishing. However, the Thunder Leopard remained unmoved, resolutely stating, "No need. I, Thunder Leopard, shall defeat you with my true strength, without the aid of any external forces." With that declaration, he surged forward like a bolt of lightning, launching a more ferocious and relentless assault than before. Murong Xiaoyao, realizing he could scarcely withstand the onslaught, felt a wave of despair wash over him. After all, both his new love and old affection were present in the audience. Should he falter in this battle, it would be a humiliation more painful than death. Yet, was it wise to reveal his trump card prematurely? Once his ambush tactics were laid bare, his opponent would undoubtedly take precautions in future encounters. Had he known he would find himself in such dire straits, he would have preferred not to step onto the stage at all. But now, regret was futile. He had no choice but to fight with all his might for a glimmer of hope. With determination, Murong Xiaoyao gritted his teeth and resolved, "Damn it, I'll go all out." In an instant, he swiftly retrieved a yellow talisman from the ring on his finger, the legendary immobilization talisman. Without hesitation, he swallowed 2 Guiyuan pills that would enhance his cultivation. After all, his master had provided him with an array of treasures before descending the mountain for unforeseen circumstances. At that very moment, the Thunder Leopard seized the opportunity, exploiting the opening to unleash an exceedingly fierce palm strike, akin to a tempestuous storm, that struck Murong Xiaoyao with tremendous force. Poor Murong Xiaoyao, caught off guard, was sent flying several meters backward, akin to a kite severed from its string, before crashing heavily onto the arena floor. Fortunately, due to having taken 2 rejuvenating pills in a timely manner, Murong Xiaoyao did not suffer any fatal injuries, though his wounds were far from trivial. At this moment, he was consumed by rage, his eyes turning an intense crimson, as if ablaze with a fierce fire. A chilling aura of murderous intent swiftly enveloping the entire arena. How audacious! This despicable scoundrel dares to play for real. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Thunder Leopard immediately focused all his attention, preparing to seize the opportunity to deliver a decisive blow to Murong Xiaoyao. Just as he attempted to defeat Murong in one fell swoop, he suddenly found himself immobilized, as if ensnared by sorcery. Trouble! How have I fallen for this trick again? Thunder Leopard thought, alarmed. Naturally, Murong Xiaoyao would not let such a golden opportunity slip away. He unleashed a flurry of his unique skills and exquisite swordplay, launching a tempestuous assault upon Thunder Leopard. The onslaught was so fierce that the heavens darkened and the sun and moon lost their light, continuing until he was utterly exhausted and could no longer strike. At this juncture, Thunder Leopard too had lost his ability to move, relying solely on his sword for support. Half kneeling on the arena. Chapter 26. A man of integrity or a pseudo-hero on the platform. After an ignoble and fierce battle, Murong Xiaoyao emerged victorious. However, he could no longer accept any further challenges. Amidst the jeers of the crowd, his junior sister hurried to assist him down from the arena. Although he was dissatisfied with the match, he forced a resolute expression. His body trembled slightly, as if he had reached his limit. Observing him, his junior sister felt a surge of concern and discontent. "Senior brother, if you push yourself like this, what will happen if it delays the important matters ahead?" she said softly. Although she too was displeased with the underhanded tactics employed during the duel, she refrained from undermining her brother's dignity in front of others. Murong Xiaoyao smiled faintly, his voice somewhat hoarse as he replied, "Junior sister, I understand your concern, but this match is of great significance to me. Although it is not an official competition, losing would jeopardize my chances in the upcoming preliminaries, and I must give it my all." His junior sister furrowed her brow, choosing not to respond. Sensing her unease, Murong Xiaoyao patted her shoulder, reassuring her, "I know you are upset with my use of artifacts in the arena, but artifacts are indeed a part of one's personal strength. Besides, the rules did not explicitly prohibit their use. Even if the opponent employs them, should I lose, I would have no cause for complaint." Coughing violently, he displayed a pained expression. "Senior brother, no need to elaborate, I understand. Let me assist you back to the inn for some rest," Chu Xian said, her brow furrowed with concern. The act of feigned vulnerability was particularly effective on such an innocent girl. As I observed the retreating figures of the two individuals, I recalled that I once held a rather favorable impression of him, believing him to be a paragon of elegance and virtue. Little did I anticipate that he would reveal himself to be such a despicable character. The young lady, too, seemed rather foolish, easily swayed by a few mere words. Although the rules of the arena did not explicitly ban the use of magical artifacts, it was an unspoken agreement among the participants that such practices were to be avoided. Should everyone resort to their artifacts, the contest would devolve into a contest of wealth rather than individual prowess, rendering the competition utterly meaningless. Xinyue, with a look of disdain, pouted her lips to express her discontent. Sister Xinyue's assertions were indeed cogent. Should my husband encounter this individual on the arena in the future, he must exercise utmost caution against his cunning and treachery. Such individuals are often duplicitous and hypocritical, proving to be far more troublesome than overt adversaries. Rushua nodded in agreement, signifying her concurrence with Xinyue's sentiments. "Rest assured, dear ladies, even if Murong Xiaoyao resorts to every trick in the book, he will ultimately achieve nothing more than a Pyrrhic victory. I can face him without the slightest trepidation. The top-tier martial arts and swordsmanship manuals you provided have now been mastered to perfection. I could easily handle such an opponent with a single hand," Yang Chao proclaimed confidently, seemingly dismissive of his adversary, despite the fact that the two ladies had yet to witness Yang Chao's true abilities. Their trust in him led them to believe wholeheartedly in his words. "Uft, who are you calling my lady? Spare us your vanity," Xinyue retorted, blushing furiously as she playfully stomped her foot and teased Rushua. "Hey, which charming lady was it last night who eagerly sought to join our little family?" Yang Chao persisted, grinning mischievously as he leaned closer, his expression full of playful mockery. "You didn't join, but weren't you sleeping in the same bed last night? You'll be the death of me. There are so many people here," Yang Chao exclaimed, running circles around Rushua as Xinyue chased after him playfully. The subsequent arena competitions featured only minor characters engaging in trivial skirmishes, with no formidable opponents making an appearance. Witnessing the intensity of the first match, those with aspirations of advancing preferred to avoid any unforeseen mishaps in this ostensibly meaningless contest. Xinyue and the others soon lost interest and returned to the inn to rest, with the ever-hungry Xinyue requesting milk tea from Yang Chao, savoring each sip as they strolled along. Upon entering the inn, they were drawn to their junior sister, Chu Xian, who was washing a bloodstained garment belonging to Murong Xiaoyao in the laundry room. After exchanging pleasantries, each busied themselves with their respective tasks. Once in their room, Yang Chao retrieved an assortment of food from his storage ring: sausages, beef jerky, braised beef, and salt-baked chicken, arranging them on the table. "Let us forego cooking this afternoon and simply make do with these ready-to-eat provisions. Is this what you call making do? This is far superior to our usual fare," Xinyue exclaimed, her eyes gleaming as she fixated on the sausages, nearly drooling, for they were her absolute favorite, delicious no matter how prepared. At that moment, Rushua turned to the two, inquiring, "What are your thoughts on today's arena matches?" "Well, I believe that aside from the first match which had some intrigue, the subsequent ones were rather lackluster," came the response. After witnessing the intense competition earlier, it is only natural that those possessing genuine skill would hesitate to take unnecessary risks at this juncture. Thus, despite Murong Xiaoyao's less than glorious victory, we must not underestimate him. It is regrettable, however, that a formidable competitor like Lei Bao has been eliminated. Xinyue, while savoring her sausage, expressed her thoughts in a somewhat indistinct manner. "In my view, today's arena contest has only bolstered my confidence. If Murong Xiaoyao and Lei Bao are considered the top contenders in this competition, then on the stage, I shall surely achieve an effortless victory." As for the interview segment, With my appearance and demeanor, it would be a grave oversight for the interviewer to deem me unworthy. My alchemical skills, however, still require refinement. Thus far, I have only achieved minor success with the elixirs taught by Qingyue, and the success rate remains rather low. Given this, a best-of-3 format would certainly lead to my triumph. With this thought, Yang Chao could not help but envision the splendid moment when he would embrace the granddaughter of the Medicine King upon his victory. What sort of best-of-3 is this? Only those who have passed the interview will advance to the subsequent events. Even if you claim victory in the arena, without mastery of alchemy, you cannot hope to gain true recognition, observed Shui with a shake of her head, rolling her eyes at the now laughing Yang Chao. Yang Chao, initially lost in merriment, suddenly halted as if someone had stepped on his tail, his expression darkening as dreadful thoughts crept into his mind. Indeed, this interview does not rank participants. But to elevate one's alchemical skills in mere days seems a fanciful dream. Yang Chao muttered to himself, his heart heavy with disappointment. The confidence he once brimmed with had taken a severe blow, leaving him somewhat dejected. Inwardly, he called upon the system, yearning for valuable advice or methods. Yet, to his dismay, the system appeared powerless, offering no substantial solutions. Nonetheless, Yang Chao was not one to surrender easily. He began to brainstorm alternative approaches. Suddenly, a glimmer of cunning flashed in his eyes. I still possess one final trump card, my innate talent. If I can locate the granddaughter of the Medicine King and cultivate a relationship with her, even if my alchemical endeavors yield nothing but refuse, the Medicine King would still have to declare it exquisite. With this thought, a triumphant smile reappeared on Yang Chao's face. Although this plan bore a certain degree of risk and immorality, it might just be his only viable option in his current predicament. Resolute, Yang Chao decided that once the valley opened, his first priority would be to identify the Valley Master's granddaughter. Chapter 27. The Little Beggar as Dawn Broke. The inn's lobby erupted with a cacophony of noise. The three of them, drawn by the ruckus, made their way towards the source of the commotion. As they entered the hall, they beheld a robust man clad in nomadic attire, vociferously berating a frail little beggar. The beggar, dressed in tattered rags and wearing an oversized straw hat that concealed his face, trembled slightly as he stood before the imposing figure. What a misfortune to encounter such a wretched creature so early in the morning. Why are you dawdling? Scurry away, lest you delay breakfast. The man's countenance was fierce, his tongue laced with profanities, and his tone dripped with disdain and contempt. You've completely ruined my appetite. Is there no one to intervene? With that, he seized a large chunk of lamb and shoved it into his mouth. Though his actions elicited disdain from the other patrons, none dared to intervene. Esteemed sir, I have not eaten for 2 days. I beseech you, allow me to beg for some food in this inn. The beggar implored. I understand that you all are here for the martial arts competition, but I simply ask for your kindness. He then offered his best wishes for their success in the upcoming contest. Hearing his words, the crowd turned to see that the speaker was, in fact, a young girl. From her demeanor, it was evident that she was indeed a girl of tender years. She bowed repeatedly as she recounted her plight. At this, Ru Shue's expression turned grave. She strode purposefully towards the little beggar, standing firm before her. Come with me, sister, I have some food for you in my room. With that, she extended her hand to assist the beggar to her feet. Upon seeing the beggar's face clearly, Ru Shue was taken aback. The visage was marred with festering sores and rashes, grotesque beyond measure, invoking a sense of horror. How can this be? Are you not also frightened? She mused. Were it a fair maiden with pleasing features, I would not hesitate to share a meal. Yet, confronted with such a sight, I find myself devoid of appetite, even feeling a touch of revulsion. However, might this fair maiden deign to join me for breakfast? The burly man leered at Ru Shue with lascivious intent, his gaze roaming over her exquisite form. As if she were a celestial being descended from the heavens, an unprecedented sight for him. Just as Yang Chao was about to react, a voice resonated from the second floor. How dare you be so uncouth? In broad daylight, to openly harass a lady. Do you not fear the law? The crowd turned to see Murong Xiaoyao, who then leapt down from the second floor, standing before the robust man and the little beggar, offering a few flatbreads to the latter. As a wanderer in the world, a practitioner of martial arts and cultivation, one must uphold the path of righteousness, striving to eradicate tyranny, assist the weak, and protect the peace and stability of the nation and its people. How can one turn a blind eye due to another's appearance? Ru Shue, esteemed lady, do you find my words just? Murong Xiaoyao inquired, bowing respectfully to Ru Shue, clearly addressing her. Ru Shue gave a slight nod in agreement, though her expression remained largely unchanged. At that moment, a raucous laughter erupted. Ha! The law. I am the law. You all should tell them who I truly am. The robust man turned to his attendants behind him, gesturing for them to pay their respects. The subordinates immediately bowed and reverently introduced to the assembly. This is His Highness Prince Kaisel from the Kingdom of Gold in the Western regions. Their voices brimmed with awe and flattery. As a prince, it was imperative that he set an example, showcasing the elegance and demeanor of his kingdom rather than causing distress to the two ladies present. Morong Xiaoyao, maintaining his composure and righteousness, expressed his discontent towards Kaisel, pondering that he must transform the impression left by the petty antics of the arena yesterday. He could not allow Ruxue to misconstrue his intentions, as he still harbored feelings for her. Very well, I shall remember you. You seem to be here for the contest at the Medicine King Valley. We shall meet again, Kaisel huffed disdainfully, flicking his voluminous sleeves before striding away like a gust of wind. Come, little sister, let us return to the room. First, have something to eat. And then I shall prepare some elixirs to treat your injured cheek. Ruxue gently took the hand of the young beggar and led her towards their quarters. Morong Xiaoyao watched helplessly as Ruxue brushed past him, a tumult of emotions surging within him, a mixture of anger and sadness. He mused to himself. Did Ruxue completely overlook my earlier conduct? Or is she still brooding over the events of yesterday in the arena? Regardless, Morong Xiaoyao resolved not to surrender easily. Clenching his fists, he vowed silently, once I succeed in marrying my junior sister and gain my master's true teachings, Ruxue shall undoubtedly be mine. Even if she has been with other men, what does it matter? Her future is destined to belong solely to me. Moreover, I shall claim the entire Lingxiao pavilion for myself, bringing both great sects under my dominion. With this thought, a resolute and avaricious glimmer shone in his eyes. As the group returned to their room, anyone unaware of Morong Xiaoyao's true nature might have been deceived by his earlier performance. The despicable scoundrel spoke of great virtue without a hint of shame. Upon entering, Xinyue curled her lip and began to critique Morong Xiaoyao's earlier behavior. Are you referring to that young master who came down from the second floor? He was actually observing for quite some time, only approaching to speak up once this lovely sister arrived. The young beggar remarked, clearly indicating that Morong Xiaoyao's actions were intended for Ruxue's viewing. Now, without the tension and anxiety she felt while downstairs, she appeared much more relaxed. Ruxue and Xinyue exchanged knowing smiles, fully aware of the circumstances. Come, little girl. Do not let yourself go hungry. Have something to eat first. Just a moment. I will summon the inn's staff to bring hot water so that we can help you freshen up and also check on your face. Yang Chao spoke kindly, reaching into his storage ring to retrieve an assortment of snacks, beef jerky, sausages, milk tea, and more, arranging them on the table. He then turned to head downstairs to instruct the innkeeper to prepare the water. The little beggar gazed wide-eyed at the array of delectable dishes before her, scarcely able to believe her own eyes. With utmost care, she picked up a piece of beef jerky and savored it, the rich aroma of the meat instantly enveloping her palate. Another bite of sausage plunged her deeper into blissful ecstasy. When she tasted the cup of sweet, fragrant milk tea, an unprecedented sense of satisfaction surged within her. Before long, the table, once laden with food, was entirely devoured by this little beggar, as if swept away by a tempest. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, she lowered her head and softly addressed the sisters. I'm truly sorry, sisters. These delicacies were simply too delicious, and before I knew it, I had eaten them all. It's quite all right. If you're still hungry, there's more where that came from. The two sisters consoled her understandingly. Just then, the waiter brought over a pot of steaming water. Thus, the two began to gently assist the little beggar in cleaning up, first delicately wiping her face and neck, then patiently washing her grimy little hands. After her bath, Xinyue produced a precious healing elixir and gently applied it to the beggar's wounded cheek, while Ruxue retrieved a set of her own clean and tidy garments for the little beggar to wear. Chapter 28. The eve of the harvest festival. Ruxue looked at the little beggar before her and softly inquired, What is your name? The little beggar smiled faintly. You can call me Xiaoyu. Ruxue's gaze fell upon Xiaoyu, who, after changing into the new clothes, revealed a well-proportioned figure with graceful lines. Though her face bore frightening sores and rashes, Xiaoyu seemed to sense Ruxue's gaze. She lifted her head and said, Sister Ruxue, I have been here for quite a long time. Whenever others see me, they either hit or scold me. You are the only ones who have treated me kindly. Please let me stay with you. I am somewhat familiar with this place and will surely be of help. She spoke cautiously, as if afraid of inciting disdain. Of course, you may stay. Once our matters are settled, you can return with us to Lingxiage. We will do everything we can to help heal your appearance. Ruxue's heart was filled with kindness and compassion. She could not bear to witness the suffering of this little girl. Within Lingxiage, many members had discovered girls of unfortunate circumstances during their missions and brought them back to the sect. If these children exhibited good potential, they would train alongside the others. If their potential were somewhat lacking, they could choose roles as maids or cooks. At that moment, Xiaoyu asked the sisters, Do you know about the various factions that have come to Yaowang Valley this time? Ruxue and Xinyue turned to her in unison, asking, What factions are involved? Xiaoyu replied with the familiarity of one well acquainted with the subject. Almost all the top-ranking sects are present. The most promising among them are Yi Fan of the Xintian sect, ranked first, followed by Xiao Zixuan of the Star Pavilion in second place, and Song Yifeng of the Phantom Valley, ranked fifth. As for the third and fourth ranked sects, the representatives they sent are relatively unremarkable. Ah, indeed, I wish to inquire. Does Linxiogo exclusively admit female practitioners? How is it that there exists a gentleman among them? This dialogue reveals that Xiaoyu possesses considerable familiarity with the various sections. The gentleman in question is named Yang Chao, a companion of your esteemed sister. Do not be misled by his modest cultivation. He displays remarkable attentiveness in his care for others, as Xinyue playfully teased Rushua. It turns out that brother Yang is already paired with someone. As this was mentioned, a fleeting shadow of disappointment crossed Xiaoyu's eyes. Though she quickly recognized the inappropriateness of her previous remark and hastily added, I had thought brother Yang was also here to participate in the martial arts contest for marriage. After all, a gentleman of his charming demeanor and witty nature would surely attract many admirers. Though her acquaintance with Yang Chao spans less than a day, he has left a profound impression on Xiaoyu. Not only is his conversation entertaining, but he also demonstrates exceptional kindness towards women, showing no sign of disdain even towards someone of less appealing appearance like herself. Upon hearing this, Rushua's lips curled slightly, revealing a faint smile. She regarded Xiaoyu with an appreciative gaze, devoid of suspicion, and softly remarked, "Your brother Yang is indeed competing in this contest. Should he miraculously emerge victorious, it would be a tremendous boon to have the heir of the Medicine King by his side. I did not anticipate your profound understanding of the affairs between the sections. Lately, the influx of participants for the martial arts contest has been incessant. Whether in taverns or tea houses, the most discussed topic revolves around it. Xiaoyu often hides in the shadows, listening intently, and the crowd has not driven her away. At times, her fascination draws her closer, though it elicits disapproval from others. Nevertheless, in this moment, Xiaoyu sincerely expressed, Sister Rushua is truly fortunate to have a companion as considerate and handsome as brother Yang. As it is often said, the sentiments of youth are akin to poetry. When one holds affection for another, it is inevitable that such feelings manifest in their words. Observing Xiaoyu's unwavering focus on brother Yang, Rushua and Xinyue exchanged knowing smiles, pondering amongst themselves. This fellow indeed possesses a commendable charm with the ladies. The individuals Xiaoyu spoke of are all exceptional cultivators of this generation, particularly Yi Fan from the Xintian sect, who excels in both alchemy and martial arts. Making him a frontrunner in this contest, Rushua calmly informed them. The Xintian sect? Is that not the sect of the sect master's father? An ISNT Yi Fan pursuing the sect master? How could the old patriarch allow him to participate? He is, after all, a prodigy seldom seen in the realm of cultivation throughout the millennia. To call him a genius would hardly be an exaggeration. Xinyue gasped in astonishment. Her mouth agape, as if she could swallow an egg whole. It seems that brother Yang may have little hope in this competition. However, Xiaoyu lifted her head, her gaze resolute and brimming with confidence as she declared, that cannot be. In my view, brother Yang is the most likely contender for victory. Your brother Yang indeed possesses many admirable qualities, yet his alchemical skills leave much to be desired. After all, aspiring to marry the granddaughter of the Medicine King while failing to master the art of alchemy would surely invite ridicule from others. Faced with such a predicament, Xinyue could only shake her head in resignation, articulating Yang Chao's most significant shortcoming. At that moment, the door creaked open, and Yang Chao strode in with confidence, bellowing. From afar, I could hear someone praising my handsome appearance. Ha ha ha. Let me tell you, if anyone continues to utter such trivial nonsense, don't blame me for being stingy. I might just withhold your meals. His words elicited another round of hearty laughter from those present. Yang Chao had prepared a hot pot along with various ingredients, arranging them neatly on the table. What is this? They inquired in unison. This is called hot pot. Inside, we have tripe, beef balls, lamb rolls, duck intestines, and of course, a variety of vegetables. Look, the hot pot base has just been sautéed to perfection. Once the pot boils, you can add your preferred ingredients according to your taste. Just wait a moment, and we can begin. However, do remember to dip the ingredients in these specially crafted sauces before eating. It enhances the flavor immensely. Yang Chao enthusiastically introduced the ingredients on the table, skillfully preparing a portion of dipping sauce for each person. Xinyue gazed at the array of raw food before her, feeling somewhat bewildered. Do we really have to cook it ourselves at the table? It doesn't seem as delectable as sausages. Please bring me a plate of sausages. Xiaoyu chimed in without hesitation. I want sausages too. And some beef jerky. Perhaps it was the sight of Yang Chao that made her feel particularly relaxed and at ease. In contrast to their lively demeanor, Rushua remained notably quiet, merely observing Yang Chao as he savored the hot pot. At that moment, she felt a profound trust in him. Sausages and beef jerky? Of course, we have those. But you must try the hot pot, if you don't oblige me. I might not prepare delicious food for you in the future. By the way, the sausages can also be tossed into the pot to warm up before eating, Yang Chao stated, placing the sausages and beef jerky down, while deftly picking up slices of tripe, meatballs, lamb, and vegetables to add to the boiling pot. After a brief wait, sensing the time was right, he eagerly beckoned everyone to join him. Yang Chao skillfully retrieved a selection of food from the pot, placing them onto a small dish, drizzling them with the meticulously crafted dipping sauce, and gently mixing. Thus, a delightful hot pot accompaniment was born. This method not only proved more convenient, but also allowed the ingredients to fully absorb the aromatic flavors of the sauce, enhancing the overall taste. After painstakingly preparing a serving, he promptly presented it to Rushua. With joy in her heart, Rushua accepted the dish and cautiously took a small bite. Instantly, the spicy and fragrant flavors enveloped her palate, leaving her utterly enchanted. The exquisite flavor nearly caused Rushua to forget that two individuals were anxiously awaiting her evaluation as she indulged herself in the delectable feast before her. Chapter 29. The Opening of Yawang Valley. Xinyue and Xiaoyu exchanged knowing glances as they observed Rushua relish her meal with gusto. Captivated by her enthusiastic dining, they surmised that the hot pot must possess an exceptional taste. Consequently, they emulated Yang Chao and began to select ingredients for themselves. Xinyue delicately retrieved slices of lamb, beef balls, and vegetables from the pot, arranging them on a small plate before drizzling them with sauce. She savored each bite with a satisfied smile gracing her face. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu opted for a few slices of tripe and duck intestines, cooking them in the pot before dipping them in a touch of sesame sauce and garlic paste, relishing the flavors that danced upon her palate. With each delightful mouthful, she closed her eyes, savoring the delectable essence of the hot pot. Amidst the enjoyment of the flavors, Xinyue curiously inquired of Yang Chao how he conceived the unique preparation of the hot pot. With a playful smirk, Yang Chao replied, "Curious, are we? Well, let us see if you become my woman first." Xinyue cast a glance at Xiaoyu, followed by a playful punch directed at Yang Chao. Yang Chao, with a slotted spoon, scooped the remaining contents of the pot into Xiaoyu's plate, jokingly saying, "Eat up, Xiaoyu. We're just accustomed to our playful banter, so don't take offense." He then proceeded to add more ingredients to the pot. Xiaoyu quietly observed the playful exchange between the two, a gentle smile adorning her face. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the room as Yang Chao rose early, as was his custom, to prepare breakfast for everyone. By the time the three women awoke, the table was already set with a sumptuous spread. They approached the table, still drowsy, and upon seeing the abundant breakfast, smiles of contentment blossomed on their faces. This day marked the opening of Yawang Valley. After their meal, the four of them set off towards the valley, their spirits high. Within Yawang Valley, lush vegetation thrived, and a plethora of rare herbs flourished, filling the air with the fragrance of medicine and vitality. At the center of the valley stood a magnificent medicinal palace, its grand plaza teeming with a multitude of heroes. Some wielded swords, others bore longbows, and some rode exotic beasts, each displaying their unique prowess. Surrounding the plaza, colorful banners fluttered, and the stage for the martial arts competition was fully erected. On the arena, a woman clad in white, holding a mortar, greeted the challengers with a warm smile. Amidst the swirling mist of Yawang Valley, an ancient stone archway was embedded in the cliffside, serving as the sole entrance to the valley. Beyond the arch lay an expansive field of medicinal herbs, vibrant and aromatic, resembling a paradise untouched by the outside world. On the martial arts stage, the atmosphere was electric as heroes gathered, some wielding long swords, others brandishing whips, and some barehanded, creating an extraordinary ambience. Yang Chao and the three women navigated through the throng. A beautiful maiden has arrived upon the arena, commanding silence from the gathered crowd. Today marks a significant occasion for our esteemed Medicine King Valley, as we commence the first day of the martial arts competition to seek a suitor for the granddaughter of our venerable Medicine King. The initial segment of this contest is an interview, personally overseen by the Medicine King himself, who will pose several inquiries. Those who provide satisfactory answers shall advance to the next round, while the unsatisfactory candidates will be eliminated, regardless of their cultivation level, formidable backgrounds, or expertise in alchemy. Ladies and gentlemen, please form a line according to your arrival, and follow me into the Medicine King's palace, where each of you will respond to his questions. With grace in her steps, the maiden led the assembly towards the palace. The Medicine King's palace resembled a mysterious stronghold, quietly standing amidst the thick mist of a tranquil valley. From a distance, it appeared to be a realm apart, evoking a sense of wonder akin to a celestial paradise. Before long, Yang Chao and his companions arrived at the Hall of Nurturing the Heart. Perhaps due to their slightly late arrival, they found themselves relegated to the back of the line. Though a sense of urgency simmered within them, they felt powerless to alter their situation. "Gentlemen, we have arrived. Please line up properly, remain calm, and wait patiently," the maiden announced. The first individual may now enter the hall. As her words concluded, she guided the first in line into the grand chamber. At that moment, a burly man, his face adorned with an abundance of flesh and exuding an imposing presence, abruptly rose from his place and strode forward with great confidence. He marched directly to the front row, unceremoniously tapping the shoulder of a slender figure clad in blue, who appeared somewhat delicate and held a sword. "Hey, make way for me. This spot belongs to me," he declared, disregarding any potential reaction from the other, as he forcefully squeezed into the vacant space. With a sudden shove, he propelled the frail man backward, creating ample room for himself. Faced with such brazen and unreasonable behavior, the slender man was evidently furious. He fixed his gaze ahead, his lips moving slightly as if muttering a curse, yet he refrained from taking any further action. Despite his seething anger, he chose to endure the indignity in silence. At this juncture, the confident Chao beside Shui spoke up. "I wager neither of those two will make it past the second round." Yang Chao, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "What leads you to believe that?" Just as Xiao Yu was about to respond, a resounding voice from behind them interjected. This first round of interviews is essentially a character assessment conducted by the venerable medicine king himself. The behavior of that reckless man speaks volumes about his character. The purpose of this martial arts competition is to find an exceptionally talented suitor for the medicine king's granddaughter, someone with profound cultivation, formidable strength, and a notable background to safeguard her. Just look at that frail individual. Such a cowardly and inept person could never catch the discerning eye of the medicine king. The speaker was a young man clad in a purple robe, standing directly behind them. Before him, his robe was embellished with exquisite patterns embroidered in golden threads, and he gently waved a feather fan in his hand, while a precious jade pendant, clearly not an ordinary item, hung from his waist, exuding an air of opulence. Xiao Yu glared at the young man who had interrupted her, ready to reprimand him for his rudeness, when another individual spoke up ahead of her. "Huh? It seems that heroes share the same vision. That little fellow has remarkable patience. If it were me, even knowing I might not pass, I would still engage him in a proper contest." Yang Chao scrutinized the tall man before him, marveling silently at his impressive stature. This individual was a rare sight indeed. Although Yang Chao considered himself tall and formidable, he suddenly felt diminutive in comparison. The man's features were sharply defined, his lines strong and masculine, embodying the quintessential image of a rugged hero. Moreover, his muscles were well-defined and robust, exuding a sense of strength. His voice resonated like a thunderous bell, imparting a bold and unrefined aura. He appeared somewhat simple-minded and brash. After surveying his surroundings, Yang Chao decided to approach the two men beside him, clasping his fists in greeting. "I am Yang Chao of Lingxiao Pavilion. May I inquire your names?" The burly man responded with a hearty laugh. "Ah, so you are Brother Yang. A pleasure indeed. I am Xiong Hao from Aoying Villa." The other man promptly introduced himself. "I am Su Mo of Qingyun sect. It is truly a stroke of fortune to meet you both today." Upon hearing this, Rushua felt a jolt of surprise. Was this not the renowned Qingyun sect, ranked second in the martial world, followed closely by the third-ranked Aoying Villa? To encounter their disciples here was quite unexpected. Chapter 30. How to win his favor. Just as the conversation was heating up, Yang Chao's gaze inadvertently fell upon the robust man who had previously cut in line. He observed that this man, along with a slender figure behind him, was making their way towards the exit, their steps appearing somewhat heavy, tinged with a hint of disappointment, clearly indicating they had been eliminated. Those who had passed were each gifted a fragrant pouch. Some hung it from their waists, while others held it to their noses, inhaling its scent. After all, this was a gift from the medicine king. It must possess special properties beyond merely emitting fragrance. Time flew by, and as noon approached, it was finally their turn. Xiong Hao stepped forward and entered the room. At that moment, Xiao Yu suddenly spoke up. "Brother Yang, this is a lucky charm my mother gave me. Please wear it. It will bring you good fortune." As soon as she finished speaking, she extended the charm towards Yang Chao with both hands. However, without thinking, Yang Chao blurted out, "You're already begging with that charm. How can it be lucky?" Instantly, he noticed several people casting disapproving glances his way. Realizing his blunder, Yang Chao felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, scratching his head as he explained, "Oh, I didn't mean it like that. This is a treasure your mother left you. How could I dare to accept such a precious item?" In the face of Yang Chao's polite refusal, Xiao Yu did not withdraw her hand but insisted, "You can return it to me when you come out." She then added, "Let us agree on this. If wearing this truly proves effective, I shall treat you to a delightful meal upon your return." With that, Yang Chao casually took the amulet and tucked it into his bosom. "Brother Yang, how can you casually place something so personal, belonging to a young lady, in your bosom? Isn't this meant to be kept close to the heart?" Yang Chao, taken aback by the comment, promptly retrieved the protective charm. After all, she merely lent it to him and did not say that it was his to keep. As Xiaoyu adjusted his belt with the charm, Xianghao exuberantly emerged, waving the amulet in greeting. Just as he was about to approach, the individuals from the Medicine King Valley halted him, stating that those who had completed the interview must not interact with those who had not, and requested him to wait in the hall for a while. I shall head over first. When you all come out, let us share a few drinks together, Xianghao declared, his cheerful laughter echoing as he made his way to the hall. Please, this way, young master. At the young lady's urging, Yang Chao followed suit into the hall. Su Mo had previously mentioned that the interview was a means for the Medicine King to assess the character of the participants. Xianghao's successful passage suggested his straightforward nature. Indeed, this ancient being who had lived for millennia had become almost otherworldly. What trivial tricks could possibly deceive him? It seemed sincerity was the key to addressing his inquiries. Resolute in his decision, Yang Chao strode confidently inside. Upon entering the heart-nourishing hall, Yang Chao found only an elderly man present. The elder bore a kind visage, his eyes shimmering with wisdom. He wore a simple Taoist robe adorned with modest cloud patterns, exuding an aura of transcendence. His long fingers moved with an air of unhurried grace, and his deep, measured voice conveyed a sense of warmth and familiarity. Greetings to the esteemed Medicine King from Lingxiao Pavilion. It is indeed a rare fortune to meet you today, Yang Chao exclaimed as he bowed respectfully. Rise. The Medicine King replied, appraising him with a gentle smile. Do not be so formal. Consider this merely a conversation with an elder. You claim to hail from Lingxiao Pavilion. Yet it is well known that the pavilion only admits female cultivators. He gazed at Yang Chao, his expression remaining amiable. That is because I am in a Taoist partnership with Mei Ruxue, one of the stewards of Lingxiao Pavilion, and thus currently reside there, Yang Chao answered sincerely. Since you already have a Taoist partner, why come here to compete for my granddaughter's hand? As he spoke, the Medicine King's smile faded, though his expression did not turn cold. It is Ruxue who informed me of your illustrious reputation, saying that if one could forge a connection with the esteemed Medicine King, the path ahead would be significantly smoother. Huh, your answer is quite straightforward. So, it seems you are here for the fame of Medicine King Valley, and not out of genuine affection for my granddaughter? The Medicine King chuckled coldly, his words laced with dissatisfaction. Among those present today, has anyone ever met my granddaughter? Are not all here drawn by your renown? Is it not your esteemed reputation that draws the most exceptional individuals from all corners to engage in martial contests? Yang Chao replied with unwavering sincerity. This series of incisive inquiries left the Medicine King momentarily stunned. Very well. Whoever becomes my granddaughter's husband will inevitably assume control of a sect. Even if there is already a partner, it is not a matter that cannot be accepted. To alleviate the awkward atmosphere, the Medicine King casually lifted the teacup beside him and took a small sip. However, the subsequent words of Yang Chao struck like a thunderbolt, catching the Medicine King off guard. Yang Chao slowly declared, currently, I have 3 partners. Before he could finish, the Medicine King, having just swallowed his tea, erupted in shock. What? 3? And you dare to say currently? Are you here solely to cause trouble? Do not presume that the ancient figure from Xiantian's sect grants you the audacity to behave so insolently. Even if that old fellow were to arrive in person, he must still show me some respect. With those words, the Medicine King, unable to contain his fury, violently smashed the teacup to the ground. It had been a long time since he had been so enraged. Calm yourself, Medicine King. Although I am young and have 3 partners, they are all beyond my reach in terms of realm and status. Perhaps it is my sincerity, gentleness, and ability to care for others, along with my talent and potential, that gives them a sense of security. Stop. Stop. I did not ask you to praise yourself. The Medicine King shot Yang Chao another glance. Very well. Let me ask you, how proficient are you in alchemy? Not very skilled. I have only just begun, and my success rate in refining pills is rather low. Yang Chao replied with a sincere expression. If you cannot refine pills, what business do you have in our Medicine King Valley? Without alchemical talent, how can I trust you to entrust my granddaughter and the entire Medicine King Valley to you? The Medicine King's face darkened, his voice filled with agitation. First, my current novice status does not imply I will remain a novice forever. Second, should I be fortunate enough to become your granddaughter's husband, it means I will have an heir to the Medicine King beside me. Even if my alchemical talent is subpar, having her around will compensate for our shortcomings in cultivation. Third, I believe one should not remain stagnant, confined to a single place. The notion of a man working outside while a woman stays home is outdated. The future of Medicine King Valley should have only one heir, which is your granddaughter. It is hardly ideal for your granddaughter's husband to be merely a caretaker at home. A true man should aspire to greater horizons. Do you truly need a son-in-law who merely accompanies his wife and children at home? Yang Chao's words struck a chord with the Medicine King, as he realized that entrusting all legacies to his granddaughter would indeed be the safest choice. The Medicine King cast another glance at Yang Chao. Very well. May I inquire about your origins? Which noble house do you hail from? I have no family, nor do I belong to any house, Yang Chao replied, fabricating an identity. After all, he knew the claim of having traversed realms would not be believed. The Medicine King, without hesitation, tossed a sachet towards Yang Chao. Go. Depart quickly. You have passed. Are you not surprised? Hey, why is my sachet different from theirs? Get out. I said, hurry up and leave. Yang Chao picked up the fragrant pouch without uttering any further words and turned to leave. As he watched Yang Chao depart, the Medicine King hastily grabbed a handful of elixirs and stuffed them into his mouth, shaking his head while murmuring to himself about how he had come to take a liking to him. Chapter 31. The talented Ye Fan upon Yang Chao's emergence. The three women immediately surrounded him, eagerly inquiring, how did it go? Did you pass? Yang Chao held the fragrant pouch and gently swayed it before them. The faces of Ru Shui and Xianyu were alight with excitement, while Xiaoyu maintained a calm demeanor, asserting, I told you my protective talisman would prove effective. The group chuckled as they made their way to the grand hall of the Medicine King's palace, where they found a table prepared by Xiong Hao and sat down together. Before long, Su Mo also joined them, holding a fragrant pouch in hand. The three quickly found camaraderie, and even the usually reticent Su Mo began to engage in conversation. Brother Yang, Su Mo remarked, it is well known that the Lingxiao Pavilion only accepts female disciples. Why, then, has this time been an exception made solely for you? His words were like pebbles cast into a tranquil lake, creating ripples of intrigue that piqued Xiong Hao's keen interest and drew the attention of all present. Indeed, what could be the reason? Please, enlighten us. Xiong Hao eagerly chimed in. Faced with the curious gazes of the crowd, Yang Chao's face radiated happiness and pride. With a gentle smile, he gestured towards the two beautiful women beside him, proudly introducing, these two are indeed the stewards of the Lingxiao Pavilion, and they are my partners in the path of cultivation. Now, I find myself residing in my in-laws' home. Ru Shui smiled and nodded at the gathering, while Xianyu, though silent, exuded an enchanting allure that was captivating. She did not refute him, but merely cast him a playful glance that was filled with charm. Observing this scene, Xiong Hao and Su Mo could not help but express their envy towards Yang Chao, repeatedly praising his good fortune. However, Su Mo, with his meticulous mind, suddenly pondered a crucial question. But does the Medicine King know of this arrangement? Although it is not uncommon for men to take concubines, given the weight he places on entrusting the entire sect to you, it seems unlikely he would easily acquiesce. Yang Chao furrowed his brow slightly, as if he had anticipated such a question. He replied candidly, after entering the inner chamber, I disclosed the entire truth to the Medicine King. In the end, he bestowed upon me this fragrant pouch as a token. As for whether I will pass the ensuing trials, we shall see. In my opinion, both of you have greater chances of success than I do. Upon hearing this, Xiong Hao and Su Mo were momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter in unison. Brother Yang, do you not realize? We are merely here to participate. The Medicine King's granddaughter is already destined to be Ye Fan of the Xintian sect, Xiong Hao jovially remarked. In response to Yang Chao's puzzled expression, Xiong Hao continued, Ye Fan is known as the most gifted prodigy of our generation. He has mastered the three arts of celestial martial alchemy, and ranks among the pinnacle of our age, his cultivation far surpassing others. And he possesses both striking looks and a charismatic demeanor. It is said that the leader of the Xintian sect has been nurturing him as a prospective son-in-law, meaning that the future of your Lingxiao Pavilion will essentially serve as his dowry. One wonders how the Xintian sect leader could bear to allow him to participate in the competition. With his presence, our chances of success are undoubtedly diminished. Yet, there was no trace of disappointment on Xiong Hao's face. Just as their conversation reached a crescendo, a young man entered the hall, escorted by four imposing and formidable figures. Behold, that is Ye Fan. Su Mo gestured towards him, inclining his head. The crowd's gaze converged upon this youth, who possessed an extraordinarily handsome visage, impossible to forget. His brows were as sharp and resilient as swords, and his eyes were as deep as the ocean. His nose was high and straight, and his lips were a vibrant white. Tall and graceful, he exuded an air of elegance and otherworldliness, akin to a celestial being emerging from a painting, captivating all who beheld him. The young women present felt their cheeks flush and their hearts race at the sight of such a charming figure, with even Yang Chao murmuring to himself, stunning. Perhaps disliking the attention or simply preferring solitude, Ye Fan and his companions opted for a secluded corner to take their seats. Once comfortably settled, his towering attendants swiftly turned to face all directions, vigilantly guarding him, while a remarkably beautiful and gentle maid attended to him with utmost care. At that moment, the enchanting girl responsible for presiding over the competition gracefully approached the assembly. With a smile gracing her lips and a melodious voice, she announced, Gentlemen, we have successfully concluded the interview segment. After a rigorous selection, 37 exceptional candidates have advanced to the next exhilarating round of arena trials. Furthermore, The Medicine King Valley has generously prepared a precious pill as a token of appreciation for those who were unfortunately eliminated, thanking them for their participation. As for those who successfully advanced, each will receive a finely crafted sachet containing rare and valuable medicinal pills, which will aid in the absorption of their medicinal properties during cultivation, providing numerous benefits. Now, please enjoy a sumptuous and delightful lunch before you depart at your leisure. Remember, do arrive early tomorrow morning for the drawing to determine your opponents in the forthcoming competitions. With that, she turned and left, leaving behind a throng of exhilarated young talents. After indulging in a meal and engaging in casual conversation for a while, the group eventually returned home to rest. Upon reaching their inn, Yang Chao plopped down onto a chair, eagerly inquiring, "Hey, I was observing quietly in the hall, but I never caught sight of that fellow Murong Xiaoyao. Did any of you notice him?" Both Su Shui and Xian Yu shook their heads, indicating they had not particularly paid attention to Murong Xiaoyao's presence. However, Xiao Yu softly replied, "In truth, I did see Murong Xiaoyao looking rather dejected as he left the venue. It seems that one has been eliminated." Yang Chao felt a twinge of dissatisfaction within. This was a prime opportunity for a lesson to be imparted upon him. "Murong Xiaoyao, you truly are a useless individual." As Shui observed Yang Chao's furrowed brow and his troubled demeanor, she gently approached him and inquired softly, "My dear husband, do you feel prepared for tomorrow's arena competition?" Yang Chao slightly knitted his brows in response, saying, "Initially, I believed that the contenders would only be experts like Murong Xiaoyao and Lei Bao. But having heard what Xiong Hao said today, and realizing how formidable Yi Fan is, I must admit to feeling somewhat uncertain. I wonder how much you know about this person, my lady." After a moment of contemplation, Shui replied, "Yi Fan frequently visits Lingxiao Pavilion to pay respects to the pavilion master, so I have heard a bit about him. Overall, he aligns with Xiong Hao's description. However, he possesses a reserved personality, is reticent, and interacts with others in a cold manner, often placing himself at the center of all things. Nevertheless, my husband need not be overly concerned. I have specially prepared some necessary treasures and techniques for your registration. You must familiarize yourself with these treasures as soon as possible. As for the techniques, strive to comprehend them to the best of your ability. After all, I had not anticipated his participation in this event. That was indeed my oversight." Shui's voice carried a hint of remorse as she spoke softly, retrieving the prepared techniques and treasures from her storage ring and presenting them to Yang Chao. Chapter 32. The arena competition. On the following morning, Yang Chao rose early and busied himself in the kitchen of the inn, preparing breakfast. Once the meal was ready, he approached the door of the three women's room, gently knocking and calling out, "Rise and shine, ladies, breakfast is ready." A subtle commotion ensued within, and soon the three women emerged from their rooms, yawning sleepily. As Yang Chao had only recently begun his journey in alchemy, today's arena competition held paramount importance. Before departing, Shui reiterated some of the opponents he needed to pay special attention to. Among them, the true threats were merely those ranked within the top 5. In comparison, aside from Yi Fan, who lacked any discernible weaknesses, the others did not hold a significant advantage over Yang Chao. However, failing to secure the top position in the arena would place Yang Chao at a considerable disadvantage in tomorrow's alchemy contest. Despite the old Medicine King's final decision also being of great significance, if the disparity between the two parties was too vast, the outcome would be difficult to predict. Just as the air was thick with concern, Xiao Yu, in a rare display of exuberance, bounced around joyfully, her face radiating delight, proclaiming, "I firmly believe that Brother Yang will undoubtedly secure first place." The group made their way to the arena, where Xiong Hao and Su Mo approached as Yang Chao and the others arrived, exchanging pleasantries. At that moment, the girl responsible for hosting the competition stepped into the center of the arena. To ensure fairness, each participant was given an openable orb. Each contestant would write their name on a piece of paper, place it inside the orb, and then all orbs would be placed into a circular revolving cage at the front of the arena. As the cage spun, it would dispense 2 small orbs, determining the opponents for this round, while the last participant would receive a bye, and this process would repeat for subsequent rounds. The rules of this competition are as follows. Participants may carry weapons, but the use of magical artifacts is strictly prohibited. Should anyone fall from the platform, they shall be deemed defeated. Alternatively, one may concede voluntarily. Furthermore, any deliberate attempt to harm an opponent will result in disqualification from all subsequent matches. Now, let us commence in earnest. The crowd obediently placed their respective small balls into the rotating cage, their gaze fixated upon it with unwavering concentration. Each time 2 small balls sprang forth, the staff of the Medicine King Valley promptly opened the cage and announced the names of the participants with great clarity. This arrangement allowed for the simultaneous unfolding of up to 5 matches in each round. In the first round of competition, Yang Chao was fortunate enough to receive a bye, and the top 5 seeded competitors from the sect did not face each other in their initial bout. This undoubtedly provided Yang Chao with an excellent opportunity to closely observe the performances of other contestants. Among them, his keenest interest was piqued by Yi Fan. At last, when Yi Fan took the stage, his opponent was revealed to be a slender cultivator wielding a long sword. However, to everyone's astonishment, this individual, upon ascending the platform, unhesitatingly declared his forfeit in front of the audience and hurriedly descended the steps. In the face of this situation, Yi Fan's expression remained as cold as ice, betraying no emotion whatsoever. What a surprise! I had anticipated seizing this moment to observe keenly, only to witness such an anticlimactic conclusion. It seems my own bystanding has gained me more dignity in comparison. Ultimately, fortune cannot rival true prowess. Xiong Hao's opponent was a towering ascetic from the western regions. Both were imposing figures, and Xiong Hao brandished his weapons, a pair of golden hammers. The ascetic held in his hand a large string of prayer beads draped around his neck. On the platform, Xiong Hao displayed a vigorous stance, wielding his twin hammers with an air of majesty. His opponent, the ascetic with his prayer beads, emanated an aura of mystery. As they faced each other, their gazes locked, sparks seemed to fly. Xiong Hao initiated the assault, swinging his hammers with ferocity akin to a tempest, each strike accompanied by the sound of slicing air. The ascetic, nimble in his movements, deftly evaded the onslaught, his prayer beads swirling to form an impenetrable defensive barrier. The two exchanged blows, neither yielding an inch. The clash of hammers against beads rang out, resonating throughout the arena. As the battle progressed through dozens of exchanges, their breaths grew increasingly labored, yet their fervor remained undiminished. Xiong Hao's hammer strikes quickened, taking on the fluidity of a swimming dragon, causing the ascetic to struggle to keep pace. Nevertheless, the ascetic was not to be outdone. He suddenly launched a surprise attack, sending the beads hurtling toward Xiong Hao like shooting stars. Xiong Hao sidestepped, retaliating with thunderous force, his hammers aimed directly at the ascetic's vital points. The ascetic retreated a step, tossing the beads into the air while reciting an arcane incantation. The beads gradually expanded before crashing down to ensnare Xiong Hao. Shrinking as they descended, Xiong Hao smiled slightly, a look of disdain gracing his features. With a powerful shout, he summoned his strength, causing the beads to explode outward with a resounding pop. The ascetic, momentarily stunned, drew forth a brass gong to continue the fight. Ultimately, due to the overwhelming disparity in strength, Xiong Hao delivered a decisive blow to the ascetic's abdomen with a fierce hammer technique, securing his victory. The monk fell to the ground, while Xiong Hao stood triumphantly on the arena, his twin clubs raised high, a victorious joy illuminating his face. Yang Chao approached, wrapping his arms around Ru Shui's delicate waist, inquiring whether the monk's prayer beads constituted a weapon or a magical artifact. The disciples of Yaowang Valley remained silent, implying that it was not a violation. As Ru Shui blushed and playfully swatted Yang Chao, he grinned, unperturbed by her embarrassment. The previous competitors had dispatched their opponents with remarkable ease, to the point of being termed as instant kills, yet Yang Chao found his observational opportunities rather lacking. Thus, the second round of the drawing ceremony commenced once more. Remarkably, Yang Chao found himself fortunate enough to be exempted yet again. He stared incredulously at the talisman dangling from his waist, contemplating, could this charm truly possess such miraculous efficacy? Yet, why did Xiao Yu remain a mere pauper? Simultaneously, Yi Fan faced his opponent for this round, a fellow young cultivator. This lad, though unremarkable in appearance, dressed meticulously, exuding an air of sophistication. He brandished a long sword, directing it toward Yi Fan with a hint of resignation in his tone. I did not expect to encounter young Master Yi in the second round. It seems my journey ends here. However, I am not one to concede easily. I humbly ask for your guidance in a few techniques. In response to his challenger, Yi Fan's demeanor was as frosty as the winter's chill. He did not even spare a glance at his opponent, merely replying indifferently, no matter. I find myself with idle time. Consider this an opportunity to pass the hours. His words dripped with unabashed disdain. The youth, clearly incensed by Yi Fan's contempt, shouted in anger, if that is the case, then I shall take my leave. Before his words had fully dissipated, he summoned his vital energy, conjuring a colossal water dragon that surged toward Yi Fan with ferocious intent. Yet, a faint smile graced Yi Fan's lips as he effortlessly waved a hand, dispersing the torrent with ease. Chapter 33. Finally on stage, the young man's expression hardened, a flicker of determination igniting within his gaze. He sprang into the air with the grace of a swallow, his sword piercing the air like a dragon emerging from the sea, infused with a fierce sword intent directed at Yi Fan. Observing this, Yi Fan adopted a more serious demeanor, his eyes glimmering with self-assurance. With a flick of his wrist, his sword danced like a rainbow, each strike elusive yet steeped in profound intricacies. In an instant, the clash of swords resounded as their blades met in a flurry of metallic echoes. Although the youth's swordplay was exquisite, it gradually paled in comparison to Yi Fan's profound mastery. Yi Fan's sword techniques flowed with the grace of a gentle stream, imbued with boundless variations that left his opponent struggling to keep pace. As time passed, the youth's breaths grew frantic, his swordsmanship revealing cracks. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Fan lunged forward, aiming for the youth's vital points. The young man hastily sidestepped, yet still bore the brunt of Yi Fan's strike, stumbling back in disarray. Logically, he should have conceded defeat, but Yi Fan's aloof demeanor ignited a fire within him. With a sudden flourish, he hurled his sword into the air, where it spun rapidly, seemingly attuned to his will. In an instant, the blade split into three, transforming into three glimmering swords, each hurtling toward Yi Fan from different angles at breathtaking speed. Every sword emanated a fierce aura, akin to lightning, dazzling all who beheld it. Upon witnessing this, Yi Fan's expression shifted slightly, yet he did not falter. With a swift motion, he evaded the strike. However, the three swords pursued him relentlessly, continuing their assault. Yi Fan retreated several meters, seizing an opportunity amidst the deluge of blades, as the arena was engulfed in a tempest of swordplay. Despite retracting his three swords, the young man found himself unable to evade the onslaught and, in desperation, rolled off the stage. Meanwhile, Suemo was embroiled in a fierce battle with Chao Zixuan of the Starry Sky Pavilion, both combatants marred by numerous wounds. Their strikes intertwined like a tempest, each clash resonating with a crisp sound. Realizing that this relentless exchange would only lead to mutual destruction, Suemo understood that even a victory here would leave him ill-prepared for the subsequent challenge. Breathing heavily, he locked eyes with Chao Zixuan, seemingly in search of a resolution. Suddenly, Suemo exclaimed, "Why don't we cease hostilities? Continuing this way serves no purpose." Chao Zixuan hesitated momentarily before also halting his offensive maneuvers. The two stood still, cautiously observing one another. The atmosphere was tense and silent as they contemplated their next moves. At last, Suemo proposed, "If we continue, we shall only benefit our next opponents. Instead, let us settle this with a single strike, testing our true energy against one another." After a brief moment of contemplation, Chao Zixuan nodded in agreement. Both warriors sheathed their swords and simultaneously channeled their full energy, striking in unison before retreating backwards. Suemo stepped back 2 additional paces, while Chao Zixuan cupped his hands in a gesture of respect, to which Suemo reciprocated before descending from the stage. While others were engaged in fierce combat, Yang Chao and his companions had laid out an array of snacks on their table. Sumo's strategy of resolving matters with a single strike of true energy was efficient and spared them further injury. He resolved to adopt the same approach in the next round. Suemo was undoubtedly astute, demonstrating keen insight. It seemed he hailed from an exceptional lineage, possibly a scion of a sect or from noble blood, as Yang Chao continued to embrace him tightly, expressing his thoughts, attempting several times to persuade Yang Chao to release him, but to no avail, leading him to cease his struggles. As the second round concluded, the arena lay in disarray. Contestants were either seated or sprawled out, utterly exhausted. Aside from Yang Chao and Yi Fan, the others bore various injuries. Some had torn clothing stained with blood, while others appeared pale and unstable. Among the crowd, Xiong Hao stood, sporting several bruises, yet his gaze reflected determination and anticipation for the next contest. The remaining 10 participants exchanged glances, acutely aware of each other's strength and the challenges ahead. The atmosphere was thick with tension. Everyone understood that the forthcoming trials would be even more arduous and brutal. They needed to recalibrate their stamina and prepare for a higher echelon of competition. During this brief intermission, they silently recuperated their energy, strategizing their responses. The bell for the next round was about to toll, and the 10 survivors clenched their fists, ready to plunge into battle once more. Their eyes burned with fervor, resolute in their determination to emerge victorious from this fierce contest. In the third round, Yi Fan faced Chao Zixuan, while Yang Chao was pitted against a martial artist clad in tight-fitting attire. "Dear brother," the challenger proposed, "shall we also engage in a contest of inner strength? Let us determine the victor with a single strike." Yang Chao smiled gently and clasped his hands in greeting to the warrior. Although the warrior was not familiar with Yang Chao, it was customary for one to propose challenges in their area of expertise. Thus, the warrior declined the suggestion. Observing this, Yang Chao, feeling somewhat helpless, assumed a stance in preparation. The warrior, without hesitation, unleashed a formidable series of palm techniques, striking towards Yang Chao with the ferocity of a tempest. Surprisingly, Yang Chao exhibited no inclination to retreat. He stood firm, bolstered by the formidable power of the diamond technique and his innate talents, which provided him with an extraordinary augmentation. He absorbed the onslaught of the powerful palm strikes without budging an inch. Not only was the warrior drenched in cold sweat from shock, but the 3 women seated nearby were also left speechless. Sister Rushue, logically speaking, the 39 diamond technique should not withstand such a palm technique. How could his body be so formidable? Did you perhaps enhance his physique? Xinyue inquired, her face a mask of astonishment. Rushue, equally taken aback, shook her head and replied, "In truth, I have not provided him with meticulous guidance. I simply assisted him in discovering sword techniques and skills suitable for him." At this juncture, Rushue abruptly halted her speech, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. As for the matter of dual cultivation, she ultimately refrained from voicing it. The warrior, gazing at his opponent Yang Chao, was inwardly astonished. He had exerted all his strength, yet had failed to harm even a single hair on Yang Chao. This palm technique was his signature move, yet it had proven utterly ineffective against Yang Chao. The warrior began to contemplate how to strike next in order to defeat him. But just then, Yang Chao suddenly vanished. The warrior's eyes widened in disbelief, momentarily at a loss. However, before he could react, a powerful force struck him squarely in the back. A sharp pain surged through him, and he found himself involuntarily propelled off the stage. At that moment, Rushue looked at Yang Chao with delight, her eyes sparkling with joy. She exclaimed, "The escape technique I taught you this morning was utilized remarkably well." Yang Chao, basking in Rushue's praise, wore a proud smile. He laughed heartily, saying, "Of course, I am your husband. How could I be anything less than extraordinary?" With that, he moved forward to embrace both enchanting beauties, causing them to blush and playfully shove him away, while Yang Chao reveled in his triumph, wholly unconcerned by the fiery gazes of those around him. Chapter 34. The climax approaches. Yang Chao, enveloped by the ethereal beauty of two celestial maidens, stirred envy among all present. Yet, it was his exceptional performance on the stage that truly captured everyone's attention. Who was this remarkable individual? He had never been heard of before, let alone seen. Even if one had not encountered him in person, was it possible they had not seen the two stunning attendants from the Lingxiao Pavilion in his embrace? Had he lost his mind? To my astonishment, he has come to participate in the martial arts competition, swaggering along with two exquisitely beautiful women. If I were the king of medicine, I would undoubtedly disqualify him at the very first challenge. What a fool he is, clearly lacking sense. Were I in the king of medicine's position, I would prefer to exchange one of those alluring beauties for my own granddaughter. However, let us not dwell on this young man's fortune with women. The spectacle of him enduring the fierce onslaught of his opponent on the arena, and then decisively defeating them with a single move, is truly remarkable. If you were to earn the favor of the steward of Lingxiao Pavilion as he has, and were provided with abundant resources for cultivation, do you believe you would surpass him in strength? Yang Chao paid no heed to the murmurs behind him, remaining entirely unaffected, absorbed in his own actions. Meanwhile, Rushue and Xinyue were left blushing and breathless, their hearts racing, appearing all the more enchanting and captivating. Following this intensely fierce battle, only 5 survivors remained, including Yi Fan and Xiong. At this moment, Yi Fan was battered and bruised, yet his usually stoic face betrayed hints of pain. He quickly donned a fresh set of garments and swallowed several precious pills, and as time passed, his complexion gradually improved. That wretched Xiao Zishuan is indeed extraordinary. In contrast, Xionghao's situation was far more dire. Fortunately, he had faced a relatively weaker opponent in the previous round. Otherwise, he would have been the one eliminated. After enduring numerous grueling battles, Yang Chao stood alone, unscathed. He leisurely snacked while teasing the beautiful women, emanating an air of comfort and ease. Initially, Yang Chao did not capture Yi Fan's attention, for Yi Fan was notoriously proud and dismissive of others. However, when he noticed that Yang Chao was not only uninjured but also kept his attire impeccably clean, he began to regard him with a newfound seriousness. Soon after, he learned the specifics from others, and a look of disdain crossed his face as he scoffed. Humph. Merely a lecher fortunate enough to have good luck. He too had a penchant for women, yet in his eyes, they were nothing more than accessories. He relished the benefits women provided, yet would never deign to invest anything in return. In his mind, only his own self mattered. His self-love eclipsed all else. In truth, the elder patriarch of Xiantian's sect had been reluctant to allow him to participate in this event. Although he was regarded as a potential son-in-law, once married, all, including Lingxiao Pavilion, would fall under Yi Fan's dominion. However, the Valley of the King of Medicine, a sect of notable repute, rivaling that of Xiantian's sect, would not allow its successor to be subordinate. Should Yi Fan, this contemporary prodigy, attend, he would undoubtedly be chosen and perhaps even receive covert assistance from the old King of Medicine. In such a case, Yi Fan would navigate between the two great sections. As for the granddaughter of the King of Medicine, the elder patriarch had not been blind to her character. Yet, his own 2 daughters, in terms of talent, cultivation, and strength, posed no issues, save for their overly naive mentality. Should they find themselves within the emperor's harem, it is likely that they would scarcely survive a single day. Surely, they would struggle to win favor against one another, and it is precisely this concern that prompted the old patriarch to painstakingly establish the Lingxiao Pavilion for his daughters. However, this time, Yi Fan, who had always heeded the patriarch's counsel, resolutely decided to participate in the martial arts competition at the Medicine King's Valley. Declaring that the valley's status and prestige were immensely influential, and his journey was intended to expand the power of the Xintian sect. His intentions towards the two pavilion masters were not easily swayed by outsiders. Once Yi Fan had made up his mind, no one could dissuade him. During that period, he implored the old patriarch daily, ultimately leading the patriarch to reluctantly acquiesce to his participation. At that moment, a gentle maidservant was attentively serving him tea and water, delicately fanning him to provide a breeze. Despite the Medicine King's Valley being perpetually spring-like and pleasantly temperate, she diligently cared for her master. After a brief respite, the new round of draws commenced once more. Indeed, Yang Chao was once again exempted, while Yi Fan was set to face Song Yifeng, and Xiong Hao was to contend with a strikingly handsome and slender young gentleman. Song Yifeng, esteemed by several major sects, had encountered few formidable adversaries thus far, and his injuries were not severe. Consequently, even as the heavily wounded Yi Fan engaged him, he did not immediately find himself at a disadvantage. Meanwhile, the clash between Xiong Hao and the handsome youth was fiercely intense, with both sides locked in a relentless exchange. Xiong Hao, possessing immense strength and formidable defense, despite sustaining significant injuries, proved difficult to overcome. The elegant youth, nimble and swift, found it equally challenging to gain the upper hand against the somewhat cumbersome Xiong Hao. The two pursued one another relentlessly, with Xiong Hao repeatedly missing his targets, creating a scene of utter chaos. Are you even going to fight? We are competing in strength, not in a race. The Medicine King's Valley seeks husbands who can protect the ladies, not mere errand boys. After several failed attempts, Xiong Hao, incensed by his own frustration, resorted to coarse language. Upon hearing this, the handsome youth's expression darkened, clearly displeased with Xiong Hao's words. Yet, he did not reply. Instead, he suddenly unleashed a fierce, sword energy directed at Xiong Hao. However, Xiong Hao stood undeterred, not even attempting to evade. He merely shook his body vigorously, dissipating the sword energy effortlessly. Humph. With a delicate face like yours, do you truly believe you can push me back even a step? If you can manage that, consider yourself victorious. Xiong Hao provocatively scoffed at his opponent. The handsome youth remained silent, but a flicker of unusual emotion passed through his eyes. He then brought his hands together, chanting an incantation. Before long, the arena was swarming with numerous small black insects. Under the youth's command, the insects scurried at an astonishing speed towards Xiong Hao. Even a rugged man like Xiong Hao, renowned for his resilience, found his expression drastically altered at this moment. He was fervently channeling his energy, striving to shake off the multitude of insects that had crawled onto him. However, these creatures seemed endless, continuously replenishing their ranks. Just as Xiong Hao was wholly focused on battling the insects, he abruptly turned his gaze towards the boy who had summoned them. The boy was momentarily taken aback, his heart sinking at the realization, but it was too late. Seizing the opportunity, Xiong Hao swiftly approached and grasped the boy's shoulder, forcefully throwing him to the ground and unleashing his energy to send the surrounding insects flying. In the process, the boy's hairstyle was thoroughly disheveled. Once he regained his composure, Xiong Hao widened his bear-like eyes and, to his astonishment, discovered that the boy before him was, in fact, incredibly beautiful. Captivated by the striking youth, Xiong Hao momentarily forgot to release his grip on the boy's collar. A sharp sound broke the silence. A resounding slap struck Xiong Hao's face, jolting him from his stupor. It was a girl. Xiong Hao continued to stare, his eyes wide, exclaiming loudly. Chapter 35. The heart arose at the sound of Xiong Hao's voice. The crowd's attention collectively shifted to the arena floor. There lay the girl whom Xiong Hao had thrown down, her silky hair dancing wildly in the air, embodying a unique beauty amidst the chaos. Yet, her tousled locks could not fully obscure her striking features. Her gaze radiated determination and defiance, conveying a message that she would not surrender easily. With a straight nose and slightly upturned lips, she exuded an air of stubbornness. Despite being covered in dust, her beauty and tenacity remained undiminished, instead accentuating her allure in this disheveled state. Wow, this girl is rather impressive, remarked one onlooker. What a nuisance for a girl to cause. Just as I am about to be eliminated, we can comfort each other. Get lost. You look like a scarecrow. If she stayed with you for 2 days, you'd be done for, retorted Ru Shui, casting a disdainful glance at the frivolous young men below the stage. She then turned to gaze affectionately at Yang Chao, softly stating, if I am not mistaken, this girl hails from the southern regions, adept at commanding snakes, insects, and vermin. They are skilled in sorcery and alchemy, living their days in the mountains as a mysterious people. Yang Chao nodded in acknowledgement, but before he could respond, Xianu tugged at Ru Shui's sleeve, saying, Sister Ru Shui, do you remember the girl from the southern region whom we once took in at Lingxiao Pavilion? There was an occasion when she embarked on a mission and fell in love with a wealthy young man. However, his family disapproved of their relationship, and he was ultimately forced to marry another. The following year, the wealthy young man's body began to rot. No remedy could save him, and he soon perished. That southern girl subsequently vanished without a trace. Upon recounting this, Xin couldn't help but sigh. As the snow nodded, I gleaned some insights into their living habits from that young lady. Upon hearing this, Yang Chao felt a chill run down his spine. Should he encounter such a girl? He feared he would fail task 3. It has nearly been a month, hasn't it? A glance at the mission board revealed that 3 days remained until the cooldown period expired. After completing the second task, the number of companions had not changed significantly. He could no longer afford to drift aimlessly through the days. Swift action was imperative to fulfill his objectives. Task 2 had effortlessly propelled Yang Chao to the pinnacle among his peers, yet he remained unable to glimpse the shadows of others. If only there were a system that could provide instant enlightenment, allowing one to achieve perfection in techniques with a mere glance, then encountering deities would mean slaying gods, and meeting Buddhas would mean vanquishing them. You moved. Thus, you have lost, the young lady stated, adjusting her attire with a serious expression directed at Xiong Hao. Xiong Hao, clutching his bruised face, nodded silently, resembling a chastised wife. Those from the Medicine King Valley approached to disqualify the young lady, declaring Xiong Hao the victor. Surprisingly, Xiong Hao graciously admitted his defeat and withdrew from the subsequent contests. Only the battle between Yi Fan and Song Yifeng remained on the stage. Yi Fan was a natural prodigy, having mastered advanced techniques and swordplay to perfection, while many of his contemporaries had yet to comprehend intermediate techniques. As time progressed, Yi Fan gradually gained the upper hand, unleashing a torrent of sword rain that enveloped the entire arena. With a resounding shout, Song Yifeng summoned the Golden Bell Shield, which erupted around him, forming a colossal golden barrier that shielded him from the descending sword rain. The continuous barrage of sword rain battered the Golden Bell Shield, yet it swiftly restored itself. Comparing true chi with me? Are you seeking your own demise? Even if you surrender now, I will not relent, Yi Fan declared, his fervor escalating. Fresh from defeating Xiao Zixuan, he now faced Song Yifeng, relishing the challenge, which inadvertently stoked his temper. Song Yifeng found himself at a loss, praying for his opponent's true chi to deplete first. Fortunately, he had not endured any grueling battles. Otherwise, he would have long since succumbed. Truly, these two top-tier contemporaries persevered for an entire hour, both drenched in sweat, but it appeared that Song Yifeng was struggling more, his handsome visage contorting into a grimace. If they continue like this, will I even have a chance to compete? A voice rang out, and the crowd turned to see Yang Chao. Mouth agape as he accepted grapes from Ru Shui, exclaiming foolishly, "Is he not a fool? The more they exhaust themselves, the better it is for him." Yet even so, Yi Fan remained intent on defeating him as if it were mere play. The crowd erupted in laughter at Yang Chao's absurd remarks, and even the two women in his arms rolled their eyes. My point is, if they both deplete their true chi, how will I showcase my prowess? Indeed, my husband is the most impressive, Xinyu stated, feeding him a segment of orange. By the way, where is Xiaoyu? Uncertain, he had just been here. Perhaps he had stepped away for a moment. Upon hearing Yang Chao's words, the two on stage ceased their techniques. Brother Song, if we continue to fight, it will only benefit those below us. If you withdraw, I shall remember this favor, declared Yi Fan, a statement so surprising from one who harbored such arrogance. His companions were taken aback, revealing the extent of his exhaustion. If you withdraw, brother, I too shall remember your kindness, replied Song Yifeng, his expression impassive. As if to say, are you treating me as a fool? Then there is no room for negotiation, retorted Yi Fan, his countenance darkening, murderous intent evident in his eyes. The very utterance of such a sentiment filled him with shame, and the lack of consideration from his opponent ignited a fury within him, though he struggled to contain it. The Medicine King Valley holds great significance for me. Song Yifeng maintained his stoic demeanor, showcasing his calm disposition. Yi Fan ceased further discourse, brandishing his sword and charging towards Song Yifeng, who swiftly countered with his own blade. Both were astute individuals, aware that their stamina would recover more readily than their vital energy. After an hour had passed, Yi Fan seized an opportunity, delivering a swift kick that sent Song Yifeng tumbling from the arena. Supported by his companions, Song Yifeng returned to his seat, while Yi Fan steadied himself with the tip of his sword, eyes fixed on Yang Chao below, who was still indulging in snacks amidst his entourage. A fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Yi Fan's gaze. His desire to eliminate Yang Chao stemmed not from envy of his fortunate avoidance of combat, but rather from the stunning beauties by his side, goddesses he believed were rightfully his. In the future, as the consort of the Lingxiao Pavilion's master, all 12 elders and 4 stewards would be his women, yet he had already lost 2 before even beginning to claim what was his. While one might dismiss the loss of ordinary beauties, the allure of these two exquisite maidens was unbearable, even for someone like him, who typically shunned the charms of beauty. Chapter 36. The finals. As Yi Fan's gaze bore into Yang Chao with lethal intent, the melodious voice of the event's host suddenly chimed in, urging the remaining two contestants to prepare for the imminent match. At these words, Yi Fan's sword tip slipped from his grasp, and he nearly stumbled, his body betraying the fatigue that threatened to overwhelm him. Internally, he cursed. Could they not allow me a moment to drink some water? Observing her master in such a state, the maid rushed forward to support him, addressing the host. My master has just endured 2 intensely fierce battles and is utterly exhausted. Meanwhile, his opponent has had the luxury of resting, which seems incredibly unjust. Concern was evident on the maid's face, a testament to her loyalty. However, the host, her expression as cold as ice, replied firmly, Miss, the rules are set. Everything is predetermined by fate, and we have no authority to alter them. Faced with her unwavering stance, the maid appeared somewhat unsatisfied, wishing to continue the debate. At this moment, Yi Fan raised his hand to signal her to refrain from further words and slowly began to speak. It is of no consequence. I merely require a brief respite, and shortly I shall be restored to my former self. Having said this, he descended from the stage with the assistance of a maidservant. Once off the platform, he hastily seated himself, lifted the tea from the table, and drank deeply, the sound of his gulping echoing as if he had encountered a long-awaited rainfall. The maidservant, having never witnessed such a display of disarray from him, hurriedly approached, gently wiping the sweat from his brow with a handkerchief, while fanning him with a folding fan in the other hand to provide a soothing breeze. His attendants busied themselves as well. Some fed him precious medicinal pills to replenish his spent energy, while others skillfully massaged his body to ease his taut muscles. Yi Fan sat upright in his chair, eyes closed, hands resting naturally on his knees, regulating his breath and quietly recuperating his strength. As time flowed by, approximately half an hour passed with no activity in the arena. Suddenly, a discordant voice broke the silence. How about I arrange a bed for you to take a nap? Yi Fan's eyes snapped open, and he turned to see the source of the voice, Yang Chao, wearing a smug expression. He suppressed his rising fury, pondering internally, very well. If you are so eager for demise, do not blame me for my lack of mercy. Enough, Yi Fan replied coldly. With that, he flickered and gracefully leaped onto the stage like a bird in flight. In tandem, Yang Chao, undeterred, followed suit and jumped up as well. Before ascending, Ru Shui had specifically advised Yang Chao to fully leverage his considerable true energy, as much of it was acquired through their joint cultivation. Therefore, Ru Shui was acutely aware of Yang Chao's true capabilities. However, Yi Fan regarded Yang Chao with disdain, perceiving him merely as a superficial pretty boy. He unleashed his ultimate technique, the Rain of Swords, filling the arena with a torrent of sword energy, countless sharp beams cascading like raindrops. To everyone's astonishment, against such a fierce onslaught, Yang Chao merely waved his hand, unleashing a terrifying surge of true energy that resembled an overwhelming tidal wave. The seemingly invincible rain of swords crumbled before this formidable force, disintegrating instantly, as if swept away by an autumn wind. Do you possess any other techniques? If not, I can lend you a couple of books. I've grown weary of this same routine. Yang Chao scoffed, a look of disdain etched upon his face. Yi Fan had never endured such humiliation. He roared in anger, seeking death. Yet, simultaneously, he felt a chill of realization, sensing the dreadfulness of Yang Chao's true energy. Although Yang Chao had remained unscathed, his true energy largely intact, Yi Fan understood that he seldom possessed the ease and grace to wield such power as Yang Chao did. With that, Yi Fan resolved without hesitation to employ a set of advanced, perfected sword techniques, the sword energy fierce, and aimed directly at Yang Chao. In the face of this sudden assault, Yang Chao remained unperturbed. He gently unsheathed his sword, wielding a masterful sword technique with remarkable composure. This scene elicited a palpable fear in Yi Fan, while both Xianyu and Ru Shui struggled to maintain their composure. After all, such a supreme swordsmanship had transcended the realms they could currently grasp. Even if they were to encounter it, fully comprehending and mastering it would be an arduous task. Initially, Ru Shui believed that Yang Chao's request for top-tier sword techniques stemmed merely from a playful desire. She had provided him with several manuals, thinking that if he could not fathom them, he would naturally abandon the endeavor. Yet, at this moment, it became evident that Yang Chao not only comprehended these techniques thoroughly, but had also reached a consummate level of mastery, leaving one in awe. It turned out that I had underestimated his rapid cultivation of vital energy. I hadn't anticipated his exceptional talent for comprehension. Ru Shui gazed at Yang Chao. Her beautiful eyes filled with affection, and even Xianyu beside her was left spellbound. Yi Fan suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. Yang Chao's prowess surpassed that of Song Yifeng and Xiao Zixuan by a considerable margin. The advanced sword techniques and skills Yi Fan employed were utterly suppressed by Yang Chao's supreme techniques. However, failure was not an option for Yi Fan. He had defied the wishes of the old patriarch to arrive at the Medicine King Valley, sacrificing his reputation as a compliant and sensible individual. He had believed this contest would be a mere formality, a sentiment shared by others who regarded the Medicine King's granddaughter's husband as an easy target. Thus, he could not afford to lose. The stakes were too high. If this continued, he would inevitably lose the contest. Xiao Yu approached with a light-hearted gait, her face radiating joy as she bounced back to the scene. Her attention was drawn to Yang Chao on the stage, whose performance was overwhelmingly dominant, leaving Yi Fan with no means to retaliate. Xiao Yu's eyes widened in astonishment, her mouth slightly agape as she expressed her surprise. Is Brother Yang truly this formidable? It seemed her preparations would go unused. She murmured quietly, her expression revealing an ambiguous mix of joy and regret. Where has Xiao Yu gone? Ru Shui called to her, beckoning her back to her seat. I've been feeling unwell after indulging too much these past few days and needed to visit the restroom. Xiao Yu replied with a cheerful grin. In the days spent with Ru Shui and the others, she felt a warmth akin to family, alongside the ease of friendship. Nurtured by Ru Shui's gentle demeanor and Yang Chao's attentive care. Sister Ru Shui, Sister Xinu, I wish to be with you and Brother Yang forever, Xiao Yu said, tears of happiness glistening in her eyes as she anxiously awaited their response. Chapter 37. The outcome of the contest. Ru Shui tenderly stroked Xiao Yu's head, her eyes brimming with warmth. She softly reassured, we had already agreed to return together, hadn't we? Once your brother Yang wins the contest, we shall take the granddaughter of the Medicine King with us. Her voice was gentle. Xiao Yu lifted her head to meet Ru Shui's gaze, nodding in agreement. Yes. I believe Brother Yang will surely win. On the stage, Yi Fan found himself increasingly at a disadvantage, aware that he was on the verge of losing the match. At that moment, a resolute expression flickered in his eyes. He exerted all his strength to swing his sword fiercely, driving Yang Chao back, and then retreated a few steps. Subsequently, he began to channel the energy within him with utmost effort, and in an instant, his aura surged dramatically, unleashing a terrifying wave that swept across the entire arena like a tempest. Had his realm truly ascended? He had now reached the level of Xinxian. However, the competition rules stipulated that participants could not exceed the realm of Taixian. Would this mean he had violated the rules and faced disqualification? It seemed that the good fortune of Lingxiao Pavilion was about to come to an end. How could one fight after transcending a realm? Yet, it must be noted that the previous opponent's swordsmanship and techniques were evidently far superior to Yi Fan's. Hearing the murmurs from the audience, Yang Chao could only smile helplessly. Just because his name was not prominent enough, did it mean he was unworthy of discussion, only to be referred to as part of Lingxiao Pavilion or that fellow? Below the stage, the three women displayed serene expressions, completely unfazed. Su Shui and Xinu remained calm, due to their significantly higher realms compared to others. They understood well that even if Yi Fan had elevated his realm, Yang Chao could still maintain dominance through his advanced techniques and swordplay, along with his inexhaustible true energy to respond with ease. Conversely, Yi Fan had hastily completed his breakthrough, failing to fully absorb, digest, and integrate the benefits of his ascension. Thus, he found himself slightly constrained in realm, yet his momentum was undeniably formidable. Xiao Yu, with an expressionless face, murmured, perhaps it might still prove useful. Meanwhile, Yi Fan harnessed his advantage in realm to unleash a formidable pressure. Logically, the pressure from a higher realm should impart immense stress, potentially hindering one's movements. However, in the face of this pressure, Yang Chao merely furrowed his brow slightly, while Yi Fan's concern deepened upon observing Yang Chao's calm demeanor. Fortunately, at this moment, his true energy had fully restored, allowing him to unleash his techniques in a relentless tide. A cold smirk crept onto Yang Chao's lips. What's this? Are we playing with techniques again? Very well, I shall entertain you. With that, Yang Chao formed hand seals and chanted incantations, and in an instant, a terrifying wave of heat erupted from him. The Nine Suns burning heaven technique. With Yang Chao's furious roar, an unquenchable inferno ignited upon the arena. This fire possessed astonishing power, capable of incinerating anything it touched, and could move freely according to the wielder's intent, engaging in battle. Unless the wielder voluntarily ceased their power or perished, this fire would never extinguish. In the blink of an eye, the flames had reduced the entire arena to a desolate wasteland, yet Yang Chao's control over the fire was exceptionally adept, preventing it from spreading elsewhere. This predicament left Yi Fan in a most uncomfortable situation, as he could not touch the ground and lacked the skill to dance through the air. He was forced to continuously leap back and forth to evade the searing flames. Before long, multiple parts of his clothing had been burned, leaving him in a disheveled and pitiful state. How did he achieve such a remarkable state, effortlessly comprehending numerous supreme techniques and swordsmanship? I am a rare talent, a prodigy that appears once in a millennium, having devoted nearly all my time to cultivation and understanding, yet I have only attained the intermediate perfection level. This individual is nothing short of a monster. As Yi Fan leapt gracefully, he unleashed his techniques in a bid to attack, yet his efforts yielded little success. This situation cannot persist. I have restrained my advancement in order to participate in the competition, and now, to elevate my level would be disgraceful. Yet I find myself at a disadvantage. Yi Fan had never encountered such humiliation. He even contemplated igniting his essence blood for power, but that fleeting thought was quickly dismissed. For burning his essence blood could lead to his ruin. How infuriating. If that is the case, then I shall fight with all my might. Seizing the moment, Yi Fan soared beside Yang Chao, his feet moving rapidly in a fluid dance while his hands relentlessly launched attacks. Yang Chao chuckled at the sight, remarking, "Your tap dance is rather amusing. It seems your techniques and swordplay are lacking. Now you resort to sheer force. I knew you were diverse. Perhaps you will even utilize my flames for alchemy later." Upon hearing this, Yi Fan's anger intensified, and his onslaught grew fiercer. However, Yang Chao evaded his strikes with ease, almost as if he were toying with him. Yi Fan felt a sense of urgency. He understood that if he could not swiftly uncover Yang Chao's weaknesses, victory would be elusive. Just as he pondered his strategy, Yang Chao radiated a brilliant golden light, as if adorned in a suit of golden armor. Standing still and absorbing Yi Fan's every attack with this golden armor and a 100-fold enhancement of strength. It was the utmost insult, implying that even standing still, Yi Fan could not prevail against him. Yi Fan, overwhelmed by such indignity, unleashed all his strength, even leaping onto Yang Chao to avoid the flames. "Is this all you have? Now, it is my turn to retaliate." With that, he grasped Yi Fan's body and pressed him down, relying solely on brute force. For he lacked any refined techniques. Yi Fan's typically stoic visage twisted into an expression of agony as he flailed his limbs in desperation, akin to striking an unyielding ancient iron, achieving no effect. Accompanying his relentless kicking was the unmistakable scent of singed hair, soon followed by the aroma of roasted meat. I concede. What? I said I concede. Are you deaf? What did you say? I can't hear you. Brother, I was wrong." As soon as Yi Fan's voice fell, the flames vanished without a trace. Yang Chao, bending slightly, found Yi Fan clinging to his neck with both arms. His legs wrapped around Yang Chao's waist, maintaining this peculiar posture without letting go. "Come now, let go. This position is rather indecorous," Yang Chao gently urged. "I am in excruciating pain. I cannot touch the ground," Yi Fan replied with a look of deep sorrow. Only when those around Yi Fan assisted him down did this farce come to an end. Chapter 38. The Brotherhood of Sworn Brothers. Yang Chao slowly descended from the arena. Though in truth, the so-called arena had long been reduced to a smoldering wasteland in the heat of battle. Xiao Yu rushed forward with great eagerness, enveloping Yang Chao's waist in a tight embrace, her cheek pressed against his broad chest. "Brother Yang, you are truly remarkable." Her excitement was palpable, even surpassing that of Ru Shui and Xinu. The two followed closely behind, their faces radiating joy and affection, playfully murmuring, "Oh dear, how can one tease like this?" Meanwhile, Xiong Hao approached, accompanied by the bug-controlling girl. Su Mo elegantly fanned himself and gracefully approached Yang Chao. "Brother Yang, your talents remain hidden beneath the surface. To have defeated an opponent as extraordinarily gifted as Yi Fan is truly impressive. It is certain that after this battle, your reputation will soar." Su Mo was the first to clasp his hands in congratulations. Indeed, initially, I thought he was merely a handsome face. However, before Xiong Hao could finish, the girl behind him gently nudged him. Realizing his faux pas, he awkwardly grinned and scratched his head, saying, "Hee, did I say something wrong again?" "Not at all, brother. Your compliment about my looks is far more pleasing than praise for my prowess, ha." Yang Chao responded jovially, in high spirits as he joked with everyone. "Brother Yang, you are indeed a hero. We shall not return until we are thoroughly intoxicated." Su Mo exclaimed passionately, "Excellent. Come with me to the inn, for I shall personally cook for you all, allowing you to savor my culinary skills." Xiong Hao, Su Mo, and the bug-controlling girl found nothing amiss, though they were slightly curious about a man cooking. However, Ru Shui and the others were well aware that they were in for a treat that evening. Upon arriving at the inn, Yang Chao made a beeline for the kitchen. Before long, he emerged with an array of delectable dishes. The aroma of braised pork ribs filled the air, the steamed fish was both tender and flavorful, and the slow-cooked lamb melted in the mouth. Additionally, he retrieved from his storage ring an assortment of delicacies, including beef jerky, sausages, and salt-baked chicken, filling the table to the brim. Xiong Hao, Su Mo, and the bug-controlling girl were astounded by such a lavish spread. They were all prominent young masters from major sects, marveling at the exquisite flavors they had never before encountered. Ultimately, they devoured every morsel on the table. with Xiong Hao and Su Mo requesting more sausages and beef jerky from Yang Chao to enjoy as snacks later. As night fell, the stars twinkled in the sky. In a spacious and brightly lit room, the four young women engaged in lively conversation, while the three young men each held a wine jar. Seated on the rooftop of the inn, sipping their drinks and savoring the delightful snacks. As the saying goes, 3 women can create a play. Then 4 women can weave a spectacular drama. The ladies found an instant rapport, chattering endlessly as if they had an inexhaustible wealth of topics to discuss. Through their enjoyable dialogue, they gradually came to know one another. Among them was the bug-controlling girl named Qing Ling, hailing from the southern regions. Due to a conflict with her family, she resolutely departed from her hometown, deeply intrigued by the art of alchemy. Upon learning of the martial arts competition for marriage being held in the Valley of the Medicine King, she disguised herself as a male and signed up to participate. At this moment, Ru Shui smiled gently at Qing Ling and softly inquired, "It seems you have a fondness for that Xiong Hao, don't you?" Qing Ling was momentarily taken aback, her cheeks flushing with a hint of crimson, yet she did not conceal her emotions. She candidly responded, "Well, one could say so. We met under somewhat adversarial circumstances, and I find him truly impressive. Moreover, he is honest and dependable, instilling a comforting sense of security akin to that of an older brother." This forthright nature of the girl from the southern frontier allowed her to unabashedly express her innermost thoughts. On the rooftop, Yang Chao, Su Mo, and Xiong Hao were reveling in their merriment when Yang Chao jestingly prodded Xiong Hao, "Old Xiong, what exactly is going on between you and that young lady? There's something quite peculiar about the two of you." Perhaps due to excessive drinking, Yang Chao's speech was slightly slurred. Xiong Hao, upon hearing this, exhibited a flicker of embarrassment but graciously confessed, "During the competition, I had no idea she was a girl. I inadvertently brushed against her chest. And after stepping down from the platform, I felt quite awkward and approached her to apologize. She readily accepted my apology, and I appreciate dealing with straightforward individuals." With that, Xiong Hao displayed his characteristic silly grin. Witnessing this, Su Mo immediately chimed in with playful banter. "Look at the two of you. One is about to wed the granddaughter of the Medicine King, while the other has won the heart of a beautiful lady in the arena, and here I am, empty-handed. Brother Yang, tell me, what does that foolish old Xiong have that I lack?" Before he could finish, Su Mo raised a wine jug and gulped down a generous mouthful. Yang Chao, upon hearing this, burst into laughter and teased, "What do you lack? You say old Xiong is foolish, yet he has the audacity to make bold moves. And you, when sparring with Xiao Zixuan, merely exchanged slaps. If you had struck his chest, perhaps Xiao Zixuan would have been yours by now." Following this, the trio erupted into hearty laughter, and after a moment, Su Mo shook his head and joined in the mirth once again. They then shifted their conversation to their future prospects. The sect, akin to the Lion Pride, annually recruits promising youths within its ranks. As they progress within the sect, female cultivators may remain, while male cultivators must venture forth, either to wander the world or to align themselves with other factions, or even to establish their own. In cases where a sect leader has no heirs or only daughters, they will select the most outstanding male cultivators for cultivation, aiming to elevate the sect through their daughters' marriages. Xiong Hao and Su Mo were on the verge of leaving the sect. Xiong Hao, as the heir of the Aoing Mountain Manor, was expected to do so. Su Mo, on the other hand, was under the leadership of a sect master with only one daughter, although there was another talented individual within the sect, comparable to Su Mo, who was favored by the master and designated as the successor, which is why Su Mo was sent to participate in the competition. After you so thoroughly bested Yi Fan, aren't you concerned he might retaliate by marrying your sect master and ousting you from Lingxiao Pavilion? Su Mo began to jest at Yang Chao, saying, "What is there to fear? Let us wander the world and make it our home. In the future, when we meet in the martial world, let us support one another." With that, Yang Chao clinked his jug with the two and took a hearty swig. As the conversation progressed, I, along with Xiong Hao, were also on the verge of leaving our sect. To speak without modesty, we are indeed distinguished among our peers, and it feels as though we have known each other for ages. Therefore, why not forge a brotherly bond? This way, we may look out for one another in the martial world. Su Mo regarded the two with a serious expression and declared, "I believe this is a splendid idea. You both seem to be forthright individuals, and I wholeheartedly agree." Xiong Hao said as he took a large bite of sausage, "I too find this most agreeable. Let us use today's arena rankings as our order of brotherhood," Yang Chao suggested, slightly intoxicated but still coherent. If we were to rank by age, he would be at a disadvantage, for in the realm of cultivation, strength reigns supreme. The other two had no objections, thus the trio knelt in unison, placing the jug before them, and together they proclaimed their oath, then downed the remaining wine, shattering the jug as it was tossed from the rooftop, eliciting a chorus of curses below. The three brothers curled up together on the rooftop, feigning slumber. Chapter 39. the alchemy contest due to their late night. Chao and his companions remained immersed in slumber. They arose with sleepy eyes, hastily performed their morning rituals, and eagerly set off for the Valley of the Apothecaries. Upon their arrival, the inhabitants of the valley greeted Chao with friendly smiles and nods. Feeling the warmth of their welcome, Chao smiled back, thinking to himself that, indeed, those who attain fame are surrounded by good people. The female host, with a beaming smile, surveyed the formidable contestants gathered before her and, in a melodious voice, elaborately introduced the specifics of today's alchemical competition. Each participant will possess their own alchemical furnace, the most common style. Next, you will carefully select the necessary materials from the splendid array of herbs laid out behind you. What you are required to concoct today is the commonly used 9-yang pill. The one of the highest grade shall emerge victorious. This pill is remarkably versatile. It not only aids in rapidly enhancing one's cultivation level and significantly boosts internal strength, but also effectively heals various wounds, and astonishingly, it possesses properties that delay aging. It is indeed an essential elixir for both home and travel. Furthermore, the method for concocting this 9-yang pill is not overly complex. The basic steps are generally the same for everyone. Hence, the ultimate deciding factor of victory will hinge upon which contestant possesses superior skill and dexterity. After all, those truly formidable alchemists have spent countless years immersed in their craft, honing their skills. With a heart full of joy, Chao approached his designated furnace, reached for a nearby basket, and was about to step forward to procure the necessary herbs when, suddenly, he felt a chilling sensation creeping up his back. Chao was taken aback and swiftly turned his head to investigate, only to be astonished to find Yifan glaring at him with a face full of resentment and hatred. However, following their encounter the previous night, it appeared that Yifan's grievous injuries had largely healed. Observing this, Chao's lips curled into a subtle smile, as he offered Yifan a nonchalant grin, seemingly dismissive. Little did he anticipate that this seemingly casual gesture would ignite the flames of hatred within Yifan's heart. Chao perceptively noted the shift in Yifan's gaze. Yet he had no desire to engage further. Resolutely, he turned away, redirecting his attention to the mountain of assorted herbs before him. These herbs were a dazzling array, each exuding a unique aura and enigmatic power. Selecting the right herbs was no simple task. It demanded profound expertise and considerable experience. One must possess intricate knowledge of the characteristics of various herbs, as many that appeared similar could possess entirely different properties. A mere misstep in selection or dosage could lead to failure in concoction, or even dire repercussions. Furthermore, to produce high-quality elixirs, the precise ratios of the various herbs were paramount. Mastery of these subtleties could only be attained through repeated practice and diligent accumulation of knowledge. After a prolonged deliberation, Chao finally emerged with his chosen herbs, just as Xiaoyu bounced over, her beautiful eyes sparkling with curiosity. "Brother Yang, I'm very interested in elixirs because of my face. Could I watch you and learn a bit?" she implored, her gaze filled with sincerity and yearning. She hoped to glean knowledge and techniques from Chao to aid in restoring her appearance. "Learn from me. I still have much to learn myself. My success rate in alchemy is low. I wouldn't want to mislead you." Chao responded candidly. "No, I want to learn from you," Xiaoyu insisted, playfully tugging at his arm. All right, but you can only watch and mustn't cause any trouble," he relented, and she eagerly nodded, skipping along behind him. At that moment, a figure in the distance was seen adjusting the position of his chest. "Prepare the furnace and ignite the fire," Chao commanded, adhering to the timeline as he sequentially added the herbs, channeling his internal energy to intensify the flames, while Xiaoyu stood beside him, fanning him and wiping his sweat. Suddenly, a resounding explosion shattered the tranquility, drawing everyone's attention to the source of the noise. There stood Xianghao amidst the chaos, his alchemical furnace shattered before him, smoke billowing all around. Though disheveled and covered in dust, he bore a sheepish grin, seemingly unperturbed by the explosion's outcome. He scratched his head, glancing at the crowd with a hint of embarrassment in his eyes. Around him, shattered pieces of the furnace lay scattered across the ground. The elixirs that should have been contained within the cauldron long vanished, leaving only charred herbs that emitted a faint, lingering aroma of medicinal potency. The onlookers regarded Xianghao with expressions ranging from astonishment to concern, while some were merely curious. Xianghao chuckled awkwardly, attempting to explain. "It seems the fire was a tad too vigorous this time." Beside him, Qingling rolled her eyes and dabbed at his face with a handkerchief, while Chao harbored suspicions that Xianghao had acted intentionally. As the crowd's gaze intensified, Yifan slowly lifted his head, pride radiating from his countenance, as if he were presenting his achievements to the assembly. His expression conveyed a blend of confidence and arrogance, brimming with faith in his creation. The examiners approached, drawn to Yifan's cauldron, poised to inspect the finished product, the 9-yang pill. A soft glow emanated from within the furnace, hinting at an enigmatic power contained within. Yi Fan stood silently by, his eyes fixed resolutely on the examiners, eager for their esteemed appraisal of his work. The atmosphere was thick with tension and silence, everyone holding their breath in anticipation of the evaluator's verdict. At that moment, Yi Fan's pride and confidence reached their zenith. He was certain that his 9-yang pill would astound the judges. After a meticulous examination, the examiners nodded in approval, exclaiming, "A top-grade 9-yang pill." The crowd erupted in astonishment. To craft such exquisite elixirs was a feat that even seasoned alchemists could seldom guarantee, making them quite rare in the market. The medicinal properties of this superior grade far surpassed those of lower tiers, often consumed for personal use. Yi Fan's success in producing a top-grade pill placed immense pressure on the others. As expected, shortly thereafter, several individuals faced disasters. Either their flames were too fierce, causing explosions, or they were too weak, resulting in incomplete formations. Chao, too, was in the critical phase of refining his concoction. Beads of sweat trickled down his forehead as he concentrated intently on the cauldron, his hands weaving incantations to regulate the temperature and intensity of the flames. He understood that failure at this juncture would render all his prior efforts futile. As time elapsed, Chao sensed the liquid within the cauldron thickening, a delightful indication that he was on the verge of success. However, in a moment of anxiety, his hand trembled, and a surge of flame leapt forth, searing the edge of the cauldron. Alarmed, Chao realized too late that he could not rectify the situation. With a thunderous explosion, the cauldron shattered, sending the concoction splattering everywhere, leaving Chao drenched in the remnants. He stood there, stunned, gazing at the chaotic scene before him, his heart heavy with despair and self-reproach. He recognized that his attempt at alchemy had culminated in utter failure. Chapter 40. The sacred elixir. Chao remained rooted in place, his eyes vacant as he fixated on the exploded cauldron, as though his very soul had departed. His face bore the marks of shock and disbelief. His lips parted as if to utter words that would not emerge. The failure in his alchemical pursuits plunged him into a profound setback, leaving him despondent. Shui and Xinyue rushed to console him, their concern palpable. The crowd around him cast sympathetic and regretful glances towards Chao, their eyes revealing a shared sense of sorrow for his misfortune. Some shook their heads gently, while others sighed, as if mourning his failure. However, in stark contrast to the others, Yi Fan wore an unmistakable smile, his lips curving upwards and his eyes sparkling with a hint of triumph. His smile seemed to mock Chao, unabashedly displaying his schadenfreude. Perhaps it was his delight in Chao's downfall, or perhaps he had his own schemes and plans in mind. Suddenly, Xiaoyu pointed excitedly towards the outside of the alchemy furnace and exclaimed, "Look over there." "What is that?" Everyone's gaze followed her. There, a pill emanating a faint golden glow was quietly descending onto the table beside the shattered furnace, as if suspended in midair. The examiner hurried forward, cautiously picking up the pill, speechless with astonishment, stammering, "The radiance of this pill leaves no doubt. It is indeed the legendary holy-grade elixir." His words immediately sparked a tumultuous reaction. The crowd abandoned their previous activities, converging to witness the splendor of the holy-grade elixir firsthand. After all, the appearance of such a pill signified that the competition had lost its significance. Yi Fan, equally incredulous, approached slowly, clearing his throat, prompting the crowd to part and make way for him. Upon reaching the front, he scrutinized the surroundings of the furnace and then addressed the examiner, "Honorable examiner, this seems to be the result of a failed alchemical process that led to the explosion, does it not?" His words plunged the attendees into contemplation, as the scene before them was indeed peculiar. How had this holy-grade elixir come into existence? Could it truly be a result of an accidental explosion? Or did it hide some undisclosed secret? Whispers began to circulate among the crowd, with some considering it a miraculous coincidence, while others speculated whether someone had intentionally orchestrated the explosion to conceal the true alchemical skills involved. In an instant, various theories and debates erupted, creating a lively atmosphere. This contestant, "The holy-grade elixir is a rare occurrence, one I have also witnessed for the first time. I believe none of you have seen it either. So, could it be that a fierce flame is necessary for its creation?" "No one knows," the examiner solemnly explained. "Honorable examiner, I have studied medical texts extensively. Yet the ancient formulas and scriptures do not record that an explosion can yield a holy-grade elixir," Yi Fan persisted, refusing to concede. "However, they also do not state that an explosion cannot yield a holy-grade elixir." The examiner maintained his impassive demeanor. Yi Fan opened his mouth to speak, but found no words. "What is recorded, then?" he inquired. The examiner promptly announced that Chao's results were valid. "Wait. I suspect that the ugly woman who wiped his sweat during his alchemy session secretly switched the elixirs," Yi Fan exclaimed, his eyes blazing with indignation as he pointed at Xiaoyu, uttering such disrespectful words. However, Xiaoyu remained unfazed by the situation. with her hands firmly placed on her hips. She confronted Yi Fan with indignation, exclaiming, as a scion of a prestigious family, "Are you truly unaware that one must provide evidence for every claim? You accuse me of swapping medicinal pills. Very well, produce your proof. If you possess irrefutable evidence, I am willing to submit to your judgment. Yet, if you fail to substantiate your allegations, does the esteemed Xiantian sect truly instruct its disciples to slander others without cause?" Faced with Xiao Yu's inquiries, Yi Fan was momentarily speechless, but he quickly resorted to a flimsy defense, retorting, "Umph. I perceive that you are merely a thief feeling guilty. Otherwise, why would you hesitate to allow a search for any concealed pills?" Xiao Yu responded with a cold laugh, unflinching in her retort. "A clear conscience fears no scrutiny. I am innocent, and thus I have no fear of any examination. As for you, attempting to malign my character with baseless accusations, what are your true intentions?" At that moment, the examiner's expression turned a deep shade of anger. He solemnly declared, "This young lady speaks the truth. If you suspect someone of cheating, you must provide concrete evidence. Although Yawang Valley is merely a place for alchemy, we will not tolerate any unfounded slanders against its integrity. Now, since you have raised doubts, please inform us how you plan to proceed if you cannot produce evidence." Yi Fan was uncertain whether he could uncover anything incriminating on Xiao Yu and was hesitant to make any rash promises. It was evident that he still harbored resentment from his humiliating defeat at the hands of Brother Yang the previous day. Yi Fan's alchemical skills were exceptional, yet it was his lack of composure that left much to be desired. Su Mo, fanning himself, shook his head, asserting, "They may fear you, but I, Su Mo, do not. Indeed, a loss is a loss. One must conduct oneself with integrity and transparency. As I said yesterday, if we were to take a step back, I would consider it a defeat, even if the opponent were to violate the rules and withdraw. After all, we all stand to urinate, right?" Bai Xiong shouted, hoping everyone could hear him. If allowed to speak first, he would have struggled to find the right words, merely echoing Su Mo's sentiments. While Su Mo expressed his thoughts delicately, Bai Xiong spoke plainly, albeit rather harshly. The reality is that those who lead the conversation tend to sway others. Once the two began to speak, others chimed in, pointing fingers and gossiping about how Yi Fan could not bear to lose and was lacking in grace. All right. Silence, please. Since the results of the sacred pill competition have emerged, I believe we can announce the outcome. The victor is none other than young Master Yang Chao. After the examiner proclaimed the results, he took the sacred pill and turned to report to the Medicine King Palace. Humph. Yi Fan shot a sidelong glance at Yang Chao, then turned and strode away with his companions. "Hey, Brother Yi, don't rush off just yet. It's only polite to enjoy a drink at my celebration before you leave," Yang Chao called out, though he did not initially shout. His voice quickened Yi Fan and his companion's pace. Shui gently nudged him, rolling her eyes. The young lady overseeing the event approached Yang Chao, bowing respectfully, "Young Master Yang. The Medicine King requests your presence. Please follow me. I shall lead the way." Yang Chao called out to everyone, urging them not to leave, but to stay and finish his wedding feast before hastily following the girl who led the way. Chapter 41. It was Yang Chao kept pace with the girl, stepping into the study of the Medicine King. Upon entering, he beheld the Medicine King seated with poise, seemingly awaiting his arrival. Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, he advanced a few steps forward. He knelt before the Medicine King, humbly performing a respectful bow. The Medicine King smiled gently and spoke in a harmonious tone. There is no need for such formalities. His voice emanated warmth and kindness, enveloping Yang Chao in a comforting sensation. Straightening himself, Yang Chao gazed at the Medicine King with profound respect. The figure of the Medicine King exuded authority, a tranquil aura radiating from him that imbued the entire study with a solemn atmosphere. Sunlight streamed through the windows, casting mottled shadows on the floor. The desk was neatly arranged with books and stationery, while ancient calligraphy and paintings adorned the walls, enriching the cultural ambience. "To be honest, I hold great hope for you." The Medicine King broke the silence, articulating his concerns. "However, with your tender age and the constant presence of charming companions, I worry my granddaughter may face neglect in the future. Rest assured, esteemed Medicine King, I am not one to chase fleeting affections. I assure you, I shall protect my beloved with my very life." Yang Chao responded earnestly, embodying sincerity. The Medicine King nodded. "From now on, you shall be my granddaughter's fiancé. It is time for you to meet her. My poor granddaughter has been without her parents for many years. She grew up under my care, and I have spoiled her a bit. She can be quite mischievous. In her childhood, she would consume various elixirs on a whim, which has led to some complications." He paused, sighing. "Well, you shall see for yourself. Come forth, Xiao Yu." As the Medicine King's words faded, a girl who had been eavesdropping at the door shyly approached, twisting her hands. "It is you," Yang Chao exclaimed, laughing heartily at Xiao Yu's bashful demeanor. "Oh, I understand now." He continued as he unfastened the lucky charm from his belt. The reason my journey has been so smooth must be your secret assistance. I wondered why the Medicine King was so furious during my interview, yet I still succeeded. The fact that I had a free pass in the arena was surely your doing, and you must have covertly switched my failed potion as well. His face lit up with realization. Chao Yu shyly nodded without uttering a word. Are you not concerned about Chao Yu's appearance? The Medicine King inquired, voicing his doubts. We had intended to take her back to Lingxiao Pavilion. If I could establish myself there, she would undoubtedly be mine as well. Should I leave? I would certainly take her with me. My 2 wives also get along splendidly with her, and I will make sure to help her with her appearance. Yang Chao assured the Medicine King, patting his chest. You foolish child. Where will you find someone who can cure a condition even I cannot? Chao Yu's condition was severely compromised due to the excessive and indiscriminate consumption of elixirs, rendering her beyond the reach of healing. The Medicine King lamented with a resigned shake of his head. Upon hearing this, Yang Chao felt a pang of disappointment in his heart. Yet he gently caressed Chao Yu's head to console her, saying, It's all right. Regardless of the circumstances, I will continue to treat Chao Yu with utmost care. During this time, Yang Chao and Chao Yu had shared a joyful companionship. Should anyone dare to speak ill of Yang Chao, Chao Yu would undoubtedly be the first to rush forward and engage in fierce debate with them. Well then, 3 days hence shall be an auspicious day. Let us hold the wedding on that day. In my humble opinion, once you have completed your nuptials, you might as well remain here and not depart. I can entrust the management of the Medicine King Valley to you. This way, I can wander about, exploring and relaxing my mind. What do you think? Chao Yu remained silent, merely gazing at Yang Chao. Yang Chao, in a tactful manner, expressed his gratitude to the Medicine King, saying, We are truly grateful for your generosity, esteemed Medicine King. But we at Lingxiao Pavilion have 2 other ladies managing affairs, and it is not so simple for us to extricate ourselves. Very well. It is not far. You may return to visit me whenever you wish. Now, you 2 continue your conversation while I make arrangements for tomorrow's wedding. As they watched the Medicine King depart, Chao Yu suddenly felt a wave of melancholy, sensing the passage of time upon the Medicine King's figure, and tears began to flow unbidden. Yang Chao reached out, gently wiping the tears from her cheeks, and then embraced her tightly, softly reassuring her. Why did you disguise yourself as a little beggar on the streets before the Medicine King Valley opened? Chao Yu slightly lifted her head, her eyes still glistening with tears, and smiled faintly at Yang Chao, responding, Grandfather is indeed correct. You are such a foolish boy. How could I not personally observe the company that comes from my marriage? If they possess poor character, like the scheming Murong Xiaoyao, or those who are reckless and combative, they shall be eliminated at the first hurdle. Yet, should I find someone who captures my heart, I will surely protect him until the very end. Upon hearing this, Yang Chao felt a stirring in his heart and continued to inquire. Then how is it that you have taken a liking to me? I do not consider myself exceptional, and I already have 2 wives. Do you not think I am somewhat fickle? Chao Yu gently shook her head and replied softly, Because when others see me, they either berate me or turn away in disgust. Only you, in your eyes, have I not perceived a hint of disdain. Although you have 2 wives, your care and sincerity towards them are evident. I, too, hope my future husband will treat me as you do. After speaking, Chao Yu rested her head on Yang Chao's shoulder, savoring the warmth of his embrace. Yang Chao silently held Chao Yu tighter, his heart filled with profound emotion. He understood that this bond was of immense significance to Chao Yu, and he vowed to treasure this deep affection. I will, Yang Chao declared, once again wrapping his arms around her head. Brother Yang, do you truly not care about my appearance? Chao Yu murmured softly, nestled in Yang Chao's embrace. It is time to address me as your husband. Naturally, I hope you will take good care of yourself. After all, we have a long journey ahead. I shall do my utmost to ensure your beauty remains intact, and even if I fail, I will never abandon you. I am well aware of your insatiable appetite. Henceforth, your sustenance shall rest in my hands. Yang Chao genuinely believed this, his mindset rooted in a bygone era where it was deemed immoral to forsake a sickly spouse. Let us seek out Ru Shui and the others. Guide me to the kitchen, and I shall prepare something delightful to celebrate. Chao Yu led him to the kitchen, where the others, upon discovering that Chao Yu was the granddaughter of the Medicine King, expressed their astonishment and embraced her with excitement. We are now one family. Chapter 42. The Grand Wedding. As night fell, silence enveloped the surroundings. After indulging in a sumptuous dinner, everyone returned to their respective quarters to rest. Chao Yu and her grandfather meticulously planned their wedding, considering every detail with great care, sending exquisite invitations to every sect that might be affected. Many who had participated in the competition remained, eagerly awaiting the grand celebration. Meanwhile, Yang Chao received an audiovisual mirror message from Qing Wan and Yi Yun. Until now, he had been the one to initiate contact, but today, having learned that it was the final day of the competition, they agreed to meet in a tranquil spot after completing their tasks. As night descended, They inquired about the competition through the mirror. Upon hearing that Yang Chao's wedding would take place in 3 days, they genuinely rejoiced for him. Yang Chao gazed at the two lovely ladies on the screen, a smile gracing his lips as he softly asked, "Have you missed me?" The two women blushed, nodding slightly in affirmation. Yang Chao felt a warmth in his heart and tenderly replied, "When I return, I will cherish you both dearly." The following day, Ru Shui and Xiao Yu busied themselves with the decoration of the hall, while the Medicine King arranged for the delivery of invitations. Yang Chao orchestrated a splendid banquet, with each table featuring 18 meticulously crafted dishes, a harmonious blend of meat and vegetables, nutritious and delectable. He finalized the menu and issued instructions for procuring game from the mountains, vegetables and fruits, as well as seafood from the coast. Thus, the entire Medicine King Valley bustled with activity for 2 full days. As night fell, tranquility was finally restored to the valley. The bride, adorned with care, sat patiently in her chamber, awaiting the grand wedding ceremony to unfold on the morrow. Yang Chao, having returned to his room, completed his evening routine and lay down to rest. Suddenly, the door creaked open gently, revealing Ru Shui and Xian Yu, who entered with the attire the groom would don the following morning, placing it delicately on the table. She gazed at Yang Chao, reclining on the bed, and approached to sit beside him, hoping to engage in conversation. Before Ru Shui could utter a word, Yang Chao, with an expression of sincere regret, softly said, "Ru Shui, I truly apologize for the discomfort I have caused you. You are the first woman in my life, yet my first wedding cannot be celebrated with you." His voice diminished, and he found it difficult to lift his gaze to meet her eyes. Yang Chao's heartfelt words deeply moved Ru Shui, who gently raised Yang Chao's face with her hands and comforted him with a smile. "You know, I do not mind these things. As long as you hold me in your heart, I am already very happy. Moreover, our circumstances are indeed quite special. If we wish to remain at Lingxiao Pavilion, you must first marry the 2 esteemed leaders. Should fate not favor you with the leaders, we can always hold our own wedding after we leave." Ru Shui's words warmed Yang Chao's heart. He grasped her hands tightly, his eyes shimmering with determination. "Thank you, Ru Shui. You are always so understanding. I promise I will not let you down. Trust me, no matter what happens, I will stand by your side and provide you with a blissful future." They exchanged smiles, their gazes intertwining, brimming with deep affection and trust. On this tranquil night, their hearts drew closer together. Cough, cough. "Come, try on these clothes and see which set fits you best." Xian Yu softly beckoned, rising to assist him in donning and adjusting his garments. You look truly splendid, tall and handsome. No wonder you have such an appeal to women," Xian Yu remarked, stroking her chin and nodding with satisfaction. "By the way, Xian Yu, we have yet to share a bed. How about we consummate our union tomorrow night? I assure you, I can handle it with ease." With that, Yang Chao pulled Xian Yu close, giving her a gentle pinch on her rear. "Wow, such a generous backside. It looks quite promising." "Humph, dream on." Xian Yu responded with remarkable calmness, deftly fastening his belt. "Oh, Sister Ru Shui, we have groomed our husband to such a fine state. Yet tomorrow he shall be sent into another's bridal chamber." She continued her playful banter. "Since we are all sisters, let us have Xiao Yu deliver him to your bed next time." Even the usually composed Ru Shui joined in the jest. The following morning, as dawn broke, the steward and servants of Medicine King's Valley busied themselves outside. Those who had not yet departed arrived early. The younger ones were invited to a separate courtyard to enjoy themselves, while the elder guests were escorted to the tea house to savor the scenery. Xianghao Suemo and their companions arrived before Yang Chao had even awakened, unceremoniously dragging him from his bed. "How can you still be asleep on your wedding day? If you do not go to greet the bride, we shall do it for you," Suemo quipped, eliciting uproarious laughter from everyone. Yang Chao rubbed his sleepy eyes, astonished at the number of guests present. It was not only Xianghao and Suemo, but also Song Yifeng, Xiao Zishuan, and several others who had participated in the competition. They had enjoyed their stay at the inn for the past few days, bonding over shared experiences. As they were all young men about to leave their sects, making friends in the martial world was always advantageous. As Yang Chao, still groggy, surveyed the gathering, he wondered aloud, "Where is Yifan? Are you still thinking about him? Last time, you nearly roasted him. He was quite upset, haha. Are you still pondering over his gift money? Yifan has returned, and others from the Xiantian sect have come over. He values his pride so much that he might not emerge from seclusion for decades, haha." Everyone began to tease each other in a lively manner. "Hurry and freshen up. We need to make haste to the wedding. Qingling and Sister Ru Shui have gone to Xiao Yu's place. Even though we are merely moving from the backyard to the front, we must not disrupt the customs," remarked Xianghao in a hushed tone. After Yang Chao finished washing up and donned new attire, the group set forth with great enthusiasm toward the backyard. Among the crowd were talented individuals playing musical instruments. Although the distance was short, nothing could be overlooked. Upon arriving at Xiao Yu's door, the bride's friends barred their entrance. After a series of challenges and the exchange of several red envelopes, they successfully made their way to Chao Yu's chamber. Hand in hand, they then proceeded to the main hall, where they presented tea to the old medicine king, followed by a departure from the home accompanied by family members. Did you all walk over like this? The bride cannot return with you. Once she steps outside, if her feet touch the ground, she will be destined for a life of toil. A woman resembling her sister-in-law explained the customs. No problem. Chao Yu, I will carry you back, Yang Chao said as he knelt before Chao Yu. Chapter 43. The bridal chamber. Chao Yu, delicately nestled against Yang Chao's broad back, felt a profound sense of security. Her face pressed against him. She could even hear the rhythm of his heartbeat through the veil. Amidst the playful shouts of those around, Yang Chao strode forward with unwavering confidence, each step seemingly obliterating all obstacles in his path. They traversed the front hall like two radiant stars heading toward the wedding stage. At that moment, guests began to arrive in droves, and the atmosphere grew increasingly vibrant and enthusiastic. Upon entering the hall, the medicine king had already taken his place, seated with an air of solemnity and mystery. Since there were no elders from Yang Chao's family, according to traditional etiquette, they could only proceed with the tea ceremony for the medicine king before honoring their ancestors. The head steward presided over the wedding ceremony of Yang Chao and Duanmu Siyu with great formality, each segment imbued with a sense of sanctity. They bowed to heaven and earth, expressing gratitude for nature's blessings, bowed to the esteemed medicine king, showing respect for his wisdom, and exchanged vows as husband and wife, promising to accompany one another for life. Clad in splendid bridal attire, Duanmu Siyu mirrored Yang Chao's actions in perfect harmony. Finally, she was led into the bridal chamber, eagerly awaiting the moment when Yang Chao would lift her veil that night. A significant number of guests attended the wedding, and fortunately, they had prepared several extra tables in advance, allowing all attendees to be comfortably seated. Yang Chao, accompanied by friends such as Xiong Hao and Su Mo, weaved through each table, toasting to the guests and receiving their heartfelt blessings. Every attendee praised the banquet, marveling at the unique flavors they had never tasted before, and particularly relished the exquisite dishes. The medicine king even presented his cherished century-old medicinal wine. The banquet persisted from the afternoon until dusk, with several close friends assisting Yang Chao in fending off drinks, ensuring he remained quite lucid as he entered the bridal chamber. Yang Chao settled beside Duanmu Siyu, grasping her hand and leaning closer to inhale her fragrance. Siyu, you smell delightful today. Allow me to lift your red veil, he declared, reaching out to do so. Siyu seized his hand, saying, Brother Yang, let's not rush into this. How about I keep my face covered? Yang Chao sensed her nervousness in her tight grip. Silly girl, I must see you, he replied, freeing her hands and lifting the veil. Upon unveiling, Yang Chao staggered back in astonishment. The person before him was not the familiar Siyu, but rather a celestial beauty descended from the heavens. Her skin was as fair as snow, delicate as silk, and her elegance was ethereal. Her long hair cascaded like a waterfall, shimmering with radiance. Her features were stunning, rivaling even the most exquisite beauties he had encountered. You are my wife now, he stammered, trying to regain his composure, yet uncertainty lingered in his mind. Indeed, I am Duanmu Siyu, she replied with a radiant smile, a hint of mischief dancing in her eyes. I see, you conspired with your grandfather to test my feelings, did you not? Yang Chao inquired with a sly grin, pointing a finger at her. Siyu nodded in affirmation. However, that blemish on your face was no mere illusion or makeup. How did so many fail to see through the deception? He questioned. Fool, it was not a facade. It was real. My grandfather applied a potion, and the sores and rashes were genuine. Once the antidote was applied, I returned to normal, Siyu explained, tilting her head playfully. Yang Chao approached, gently caressing her exquisitely smooth face. My, you possess quite the courage. What if you could not return to your former self? I have unwavering faith in my grandfather's medical skills. He would never harm me, she retorted, casting him a playful glare. Since you have tricked me so, let us see how I shall deal with you tonight, he teased. Humph, what do you plan to do, my husband? She inquired, her lips forming an adorable pout. Your little mouth looks quite tempting. I must first sample its flavor, he said, covering her cherry-like lips with his own, engaging in a delightful dance of teasing and savoring. He released her only after her perfect lips had nearly lost their shape. Delightful. Yet, I crave more, he declared, pressing her down. The following morning, as dawn broke, Yang Chao reluctantly turned over in bed and gradually sat up. His gaze lingered with a hint of longing. He pulled the silk blanket, which had slipped down to Siyu, up to her shoulders. At that moment, she too awoke, rubbing her eyes and pouting in feigned annoyance. Her voice carried a playful reproach, complaining about Yang Chao's actions the previous night, which had left her feeling uncomfortable in receiving guests that day. Why don't you sleep a bit longer? I can attend to them myself. Su Shui and Xiong Hao are both here. You should rest well, he suggested, his eyes filled with affection. From today onwards, I shall no longer be a child, and I must abandon my capricious ways. It would not do to let my husband bear the burden alone. With these thoughts, Siyu rose from her slumber. After both had freshened up, they made their way to the front hall. The astonishment on Siyu's face was evident, and even Rushue and Xinyue genuinely expressed their joy. Many guests had lingered late into the night and had not departed, so the newlyweds arose early to bid them farewell. Among them were Xiong Hao, Su Mo, Song Yifeng, and Xiao Zishuan, who exchanged vital energies through their shared experiences, establishing connections for the future. Aside from Yi Fan and Murong Xiaoyao, the remaining competitors had essentially become friends. After some pleasantries, everyone returned to their respective homes. Rushue felt that returning to Lingxiao Pavilion immediately after the wedding seemed rather inconsiderate. So she decided to stay in Yaowang Valley for a few more days before preparing to take her leave. By noon, Yang Chao personally prepared an elaborate feast. In recent days, the Medicine King had grown accustomed to the flavors of Yang Chao's cooking, indulging heartily at each meal. Whereas previously he would often go 10 days or even half a month without dining, merely savoring his medicinal wine incessantly. With the dishes arranged and everyone seated, I addressed my family before we began our meal. You two have graciously accompanied me for so many days following your marriage, which brings me great satisfaction. After we dine, you should tidy up and return home. It is not far, and you may visit whenever you wish. The Medicine King, aware of their busy schedules, did not intend to keep them longer than necessary. As for the congratulatory gifts from my grandfather, I shall select a few useful items to take with me, and should I find anything lacking, I shall return to request it from you. While eating, Siyu spoke to her grandfather without reservation. Everything has been packed for you, the Medicine King said, producing several storage rings. They are all here, along with those prepared by your grandfather. You may take your time organizing them upon your return. In addition to the few maids who have frequently attended to you, I have selected over 10 more capable and clever ones for you to bring along. With that, the Medicine King placed several rings into her hands and handed another to Yang Chao as a gift. This journey to Yaowang Valley proved immensely fruitful. Not only did he return with a stunningly beautiful wife, but he also acquired a wealth of dowry. The following day, after bidding farewell to the Medicine King, everyone departed on their swords. Yang Chao and Siyu shared a single sword in flight. Suddenly, Yang Chao felt a wetness on his arm where he held Siyu. Realizing that her eyes had already turned red from weeping, she feigned nonchalance before their departure to spare her grandfather's feelings. Wiping away her tears, Yang Chao reassured her, I shall ensure that you never feel a hint of regret in the future. Chapter 44. Resolving Xinyue after 2 days of arduous travel, they finally returned to Lingxiao Pavilion, which they had left some time ago. From a distance, the pavilion soared into the clouds, majestic and imposing. As they approached, they discovered Qingwan and Yiyun waiting outside to greet them. Qingwan donned a delicate lavender dress, her figure graceful and enchanting. Yiyun wore a pure white gown, exuding innocence and elegance. Both ladies, radiant and captivating, wore smiles of joy, their eyes shimmering with anticipation. Upon seeing Yang Chao and the others, Qingwan and Yiyun hurried forward. You have returned, Qingwan said gently. Your journey must have been arduous. Yiyun nodded with a smile, echoing her warm welcome. Yang Chao embraced Qingwan and Yiyun, basking in the joy of their long-awaited reunion. Together, they entered Lingxiao Pavilion, engaging in conversation while sharing their experiences and emotions. Yang Chao introduced Duanmu Siyu, and the group quickly grew familiar with one another. Sister, how is the arrangement for Siyu's accommodation that I mentioned to you earlier? After exchanging pleasantries, Rushue tightly grasped Yiyun's hand and inquired softly. Everything has been prepared. Please follow me, came the reply. Given the time constraints, I've already procured everything I could think of. If Siyu has any additional needs, she can let us know at any time. As the words left his lips, he took Rushue's hand, ready to depart. Thank you, elder sisters, for your thoughtful arrangements. Siyu expressed her gratitude with maturity. Ultimately, the bond between you sisters is profound. Since your return, you have been chattering endlessly, and your hands remain tightly clasped, unwilling to part. Alas, here I am the husband, left neglected and unacknowledged. Yang Chao feigned jealousy, pulling Rushue's hand away from Qingwan's grasp and boldly walking between them, simultaneously holding on to both. Didn't we just embrace? Qingwan shot him a shy glance, though her heart brimmed with delight. Observing from the back, Yiyun gently patted Yang Chao's head, laughing. You truly get jealous of everyone, don't you? Amidst laughter and chatter, they arrived at Siyu's residence, a grand estate similar to Rushue's. The 3 gilded characters spelling Siyu Palace were prominently displayed, exuding an air of magnificence. Upon pushing open the vermilion door, they entered a spacious yet exquisitely designed courtyard, featuring a delicate rockery at its center, surrounded by a gently flowing stream. The main house was a 3-story pavilion, adorned with wind chimes that jingled melodiously in the breeze. The interior was furnished with a classic elegance, showcasing renowned calligraphy and paintings on the walls, and exquisite porcelain and incense burners on the tables, radiating a serene and refined atmosphere. Adjacent to the swimming pool was a practice room, perfect for a refreshing bath after training, and a thoughtfully designed alchemy room was also included. Do you like it? Ian asked softly. I adore it. Thank you so much, elder sisters. I may lack other skills, but if you ever need any elixirs, just ask, and I shall fulfill your requests, Siyu replied. Not boasting lightly, there were but a handful of alchemists on the continent who matched her prowess. We are sisters, there is no need for formality. In the future, I won't hesitate to ask you for help, Ian responded, pulling Siyu into the alchemy room for a closer look. Following this, Siyu guided the maids and attendants she had brought along, as well as those arranged by Ling Shao Pavilion, to settle in, arranging the details according to her preferences. Rushweb busied herself with her own affairs, while Xianyu replaced Ian to continue teaching the practitioners. Yang Chao was not idle either. He summoned Qing Wan and Yun to engage in dual cultivation, replenishing their vitality along with that of their maidservants over the past few days. Today, Yang Chao found himself with nothing to do and, as if compelled by fate, wandered to the place where Xianyu was teaching. He observed her patiently explaining the methods and nuances of understanding the cultivation techniques to everyone. All right, I've shared all that needs to be noted. You may now begin to comprehend the techniques. Don't neglect your qi training when you return home tonight. After speaking, Xianyu moved to a nearby large tree to watch everyone practice. Yang Chao approached stealthily. Oh, the groom has arrived. Xianyu did not turn around. TCH, how dull. If I want to hug you suddenly, must I make my intentions clear? Although Yang Chao thought this, it did not prevent him from embracing her. Why are you here hugging me instead of accompanying your new bride at home? Xianyu made no move, allowing Yang Chao to wrap his arms around her waist from behind. I recall someone saying that if I claimed first place in the Medicine King Valley, she would become my woman. I am here to have someone fulfill her wager, Yang Chao said with a smile, nuzzling her neck and planting a kiss on her cheek. What if you refuse to honor the bet? Xianyu glanced back at him with a smile. Then I shall resort to force, Yang Chao declared, tightening his grip. Do you believe I could strike you down with a single blow? Come on, give it a try. Yang Chao leaned forward like a rogue. But when he saw Xianyu remain unmoved, he stole another kiss. All right. There are so many people here. Don't be reckless, Xianyu protested, feeling cornered. The more the merrier, Yang Chao. Please, stop this, she pleaded. Fine, I'll come over to clean up for you, so be sure to return home promptly after school. After giving him one last kiss, Yang Chao reluctantly departed. He first went up the mountain to hunt some game, then headed to the seaside to gather seafood. Spotting an abundance of oysters, he filled a large bag, knowing that they would make a delicious oyster sauce for cooking. Upon returning to Xianyu's residence, he instructed the cooks to prepare the ingredients and personally crafted a lavish spread of her favorite dishes. When Xianyu returned to find a table laden with her beloved food, she joyfully kissed Yang Chao and then, disregarding any decorum, began to eat heartily. Eat less tonight. You might feel uncomfortable if we exercise afterward, Yang Chao reminded her with a smile. I find your cooking far more enjoyable than exercising with you, Xianyu retorted, unexpectedly turning the tables on him. That's because you are unaware of how formidable your husband is. Soon, you'll be begging for mercy, and I shall show you no leniency. Forget about eating, let us prioritize exercise. With that, Yang Chao snatched her bowl and chopsticks, throwing them over his shoulder and heading straight for the bedroom. Put me down. I'm not full yet. Until dawn broke, the bedroom was filled only with Yang Chao, Xianyu, and her several maidservants, all sprawled languidly. Now you understand your husband's prowess, do you not? Yang Chao held Xianyu's small hand and kissed it. I do, my lord. But who told you to come looking for me after so many days? Xianyu's words carried a hint of dissatisfaction. It has been so long since I've seen Qing Wan and Yun. I needed to offer some comfort. Couldn't you have called for me? We are all sisters, and there are no outsiders. No, this is the first time you have been so reckless. Humph, you only know how to coax others. As she spoke, Xingyue tightened her embrace around Yang Chao. Chapter 45. Yi Fan. What brings you here? Xingyue whispered tenderly while holding Yang Chao closely. My lord, could you stay by my side for the next few nights? During the day, you are free to accompany my sisters or see you. I will utilize the free time during my lessons to refine and absorb essence. For I can distinctly sense that I am on the verge of breaking through my current realm. Yang Chao's gaze was filled with understanding and tenderness. He nodded slightly in agreement. For the following half-month, the situation unfolded largely as Xingyue had described. During the day, Yang Chao spent time with Rushue, Qingwan, Yun, and Siyu, while at night, he practiced alongside Xingyue. Ultimately, through Xingyue's unwavering efforts, she successfully broke through her realm. All four sisters stepped into the Tao immortal realm, earning recognition as formidable beings in the outside world. Within the Lingxiao Pavilion, there were 18 such great immortals, and their formidable strength was sufficient to launch a powerful challenge to those at the top of the rankings. It is worth mentioning that Yang Chao's cultivation progress had recently accelerated remarkably, thanks to Siyu's meticulous nurturing, Xinyue's assistance in unblocking his meridians, and Rushue's discovery of top-tier cultivation techniques and sword arts for him. He became acutely aware of the shortcomings in his martial arts during sparring. Consequently, he dedicated himself to studying several elite fist and palm techniques. Now, Yang Chao had successfully opened 8 meridians, his strength unfathomable. He had not only learned 2 top-tier techniques each from the wind, thunder, and light elements, but had also refined these techniques to their utmost limits. The wind techniques included the storm cannon and the wind spirit spell, which enabled him to wield the power of the wind freely, making his movements swift as lightning. His form elusive and difficult to grasp, even allowing him to fly with the aid of the wind. The thunder techniques, namely the 5 Thunder Righteous method and the Purple Sky Divine Thunder, granted him immense offensive power. Amidst the crackling lightning, enemies often found themselves powerless to retaliate, turning to ashes beneath the overwhelming force of thunder, making it the deadliest and fastest among all elemental techniques. In contrast, the primary drawbacks of fire and water techniques were their slower speeds, making them easier to evade. However, the swiftness of thunder is not something most can escape. The light techniques encompassed the Sacred Light Cannon and the Holy Light Formula, which not only possessed healing and restorative effects, but also purified malevolent energies and dispelled evil spirits. Moreover, Yang Chao could channel light energy to others, enhancing or diminishing their mental strength. In addition to this, Yang Chao was proficient in 2 powerful fist techniques, the Qiankuan fist and the Xiantian palm. These techniques were exceedingly forceful, and when combined with his profound inner strength, their power was astonishing. At this moment, Yang Chao was merely a step away from unblocking the Run and Du meridians, and his realm had already reached the mid-stage of the Xian immortal level. Once he successfully broke through this final bottleneck, his strength would undoubtedly surge once more, with limitless potential ahead. Despite the monks possessing lifespans that span thousands of years, they are often required to retreat into seclusion for decades or even centuries to cultivate their skills. Those who manage to ascend to the divine realm can share longevity with the heavens, whereas those who fail may find themselves facing eternal rest. In stark contrast, Yang Chao's approach to cultivation is leisurely. He spends his days engrossed in literature and his nights indulging in intimate practices with various enchanting beauties, a delight beyond compare. System. I misjudged you. You are indeed a commendable system. This is far more gratifying than exchanging for items in the marketplace, Yang Chao mused. However, the system remained unresponsive to his flattery. Your third task has been on cooldown for several days now. Are you not aware of this? Upon hearing the system's remark, Yang Chao hastily summoned his interface, unlocking it to reveal the task, 300 companions. He was not surprised. After unlocking it, he muttered, "You didn't inform me when the cooldown ended, and now that you've found a slight advantage, you falter. Am I to marry off your wives and ensure they bear children as well? I am a system, not a caretaker." The system's retort was as sharp as ever. All right. I was wrong, brother. I apologize. Yang Chao replied earnestly, though internally he pondered the absurdity of such phrases he had encountered. Regardless, he had yet to even secure half of the 100 companions required. Currently, his circle of women comprised only a few wives and their maidens. Totaling no more than 30, there remains a long journey ahead. After a few days, as Yang Chao held the diligent Rushue, who was busy reconciling accounts, he occasionally peeled fruit to feed her, resembling a handsome and attentive young consort beside a queen. At that moment, a maid approached with news. Rushue Shinzuan, Yi Fan from Xiantian sect has come to request an audience. Rushue paused her actions, contemplating. What could he want? She turned to Yang Chao for insight. I am uncertain, but it likely isn't a pleasant visit. Let us see what he desires, he replied, rising to accompany Rushue in receiving this unwelcome guest. As they arrived at the entrance of Lingxiao Pavilion, they found Yi Fan and his entourage waiting for the outcome of their summons. I have visited Lingxiao Pavilion numerous times, yet I have never had to wait for a summons. Since you, Brother Yang, have arrived, the rules seem to have changed. It appears that this pavilion will soon bear the Yang name, Yi Fan remarked, maintaining a stern and humorless demeanor, though his words hinted at an unfriendly intent. Yi Fan, do not misunderstand. This girl is also new here. Surely, as a person of your stature, you would not quibble over a mere attendant. I presume you have come to pay your respects to the pavilion master? The esteemed master is currently in seclusion. Unless there is pressing business to convey, feel free to make yourself at home within the Lingxiao Pavilion, with which you are already familiar. They all hail from the sect of the former patriarch of Xiantian. Hence the address as junior brother. My dear sister has misunderstood. I did not come here specifically to see the master, but rather to enjoy a brief respite. Recently, I have encountered a bottleneck in my cultivation and wish to exchange insights with Brother Yang, merely to enhance our respective realms. I wonder if my sister could bear the pain of parting and allow Brother Yang to spend a few days in discussion with me. Yet Yi Fan remained expressionless, appearing as cold as ice. Of course not. Why should others suffer just because you arrive? Besides, you are the one asking for a favor, so why inquire of Rushua? Is this how one approaches a request? Before Rushua could utter a word, Yang Chao interjected. Realizing her misstep, Rushua retreated a step behind Yang Chao, adopting a demure demeanor. How dare you speak to our young master Yi in such a manner? Do you even comprehend his status? One of the four burly men by Yi Fan's side pointed angrily at Yang Chao, exclaiming loudly, "What status? Isn't he the one I humiliated a few days ago, until he begged for mercy? If I could reduce him to such a state, do you think I couldn't eliminate you right here?" With that, a terrifying pressure locked onto several individuals, and Yang Chao's eyes flashed with a fierce murderous intent, indicating this was no jest. Even Yi Fan, of the same realm, showed difficulty in maintaining composure, while those around them coughed up blood. Chapter 46, A Brief Stay? Rushua, concerned that the situation might escalate beyond control, gently tugged at Yang Chao's sleeve. Yang Chao graciously retracted his oppressive aura and coldly addressed the towering man before him. "If you wish to live, then shut that foul mouth of yours." The burly man wiped the blood from his lips, his eyes filled with rage, yet he dared not utter another word, retreating with a sulky demeanor. Observing this scene, Yi Fan smiled faintly and remarked, "It has been a few days since we last met, and Brother Yang's prowess has indeed advanced. Given this, I shall extend my stay at the Lingxiao Pavilion to delve deeper into my studies. There is no need for you to set aside time specifically for me. Simply visit when you find the opportunity." With that, he strode directly into the pavilion. Seeing this, Rushua hastily arranged for some attendants to follow Yi Fan, ensuring his needs and comforts were met. She then gently approached Yang Chao, taking his hand with a soft voice. "Husband, I did not mean to offend earlier. Having been in charge of the Lingxiao Pavilion for so long, I have grown accustomed to certain habits and momentarily overlooked your feelings. I promise to be more mindful in the future. Please do not be upset with me." Her face was filled with a cautious expression, as if fearing Yang Chao might reproach her for it. This was the second time Yang Chao had witnessed such a demeanor from Rushua. The first being in the inn at Yaowang Valley when she sought to clarify her relationship with Murong Xiaoyao, anxious to prevent any misunderstandings. At that moment, as he gazed upon Rushua's careful countenance, his heart brimmed with boundless affection. He beheld Rushua, her head bowed like a delicate flower, and instinctively reached out to gently cradle her small face in his hands. At that moment, Yang Chao's eyes brimmed with compassion. "Rushua, my ire is not directed at you. It is merely the haughty and rude demeanor he displayed while conversing with you that incensed me. I cannot bring myself to utter a harsh word to my beloved. Yet he dares to speak to me with such disdain, expecting my cherished woman to offer him explanations and apologies. Who does he think he is?" Contemplating these thoughts, Yang Chao found it difficult to suppress his inner turmoil. Upon hearing Yang Chao's explanation, a warm current surged within Rushua, melting her heart completely. She nestled against Yang Chao's broad, sturdy chest, listening to the rhythm of his heartbeat as tears cascaded down her cheeks like a burst dam. Despite having experienced the affection of her mentor and the respect of many during her tenure at Lingxiao Pavilion, never had anyone desired to resort to violence to protect her over mere unkind words spoken by another. Realizing that his earlier actions might have startled Rushua, Yang Chao hastily began to tenderly stroke her hair in an attempt to soothe her. Nonetheless, Rushua remained still, quietly resting in his embrace. They held each other tightly for an extended moment, basking in the warmth and affection they shared. In Yi Fan's chamber, an oppressive silence reigned. Yi Fan sat alone at the dining table, idly toying with a wine glass, his gaze sharp and his expression as cold as ice, reminiscent of a volcano on the brink of eruption. The atmosphere within the room was stifling, rendering it difficult to breathe. The burly men and maidservants standing nearby had turned pale with fright, beads of cold sweat trickling down their foreheads. They were acutely aware that Yi Fan was engulfed in a fury, and none dared to provoke him. Initially, Yi Fan intended to assert his dominance, hoping to instill a sense of respect in those around him. However, he was taken aback by the unexpected assertiveness of his adversaries, leaving him somewhat disoriented. In light of the situation, although he seethed with anger, he could not afford to openly confront them, and thus chose to endure the humiliation for the time being. After a brief silence, Yi Fan slowly spoke. "You need not remain here to serve. Go and investigate his background as well as the events that transpired upon his arrival." His voice was frigid and composed, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Yet, it was precisely this calmness that struck fear into the hearts of those present. Following his orders, several individuals fled the room as if pursued by malevolent spirits, acutely aware that failure to fulfill Yi Fan's directive could lead to dire consequences. Rushua summoned everyone to her table for dinner and inquired, "What are your thoughts on Yi Fan's visit today?" Upon her utterance, none displayed astonishment, suggesting they were already aware of his arrival, nor did they pause their meals, indicating that his presence had not dampened their appetite. "I believe he came specifically for our husband," ventured the loquacious Xinhua, who had overheard their inquiries about their husband's background and the events that unfolded after his arrival. "Indeed, I have also heard the murmurs of agreement from others, merely noting that my presence has evoked a sense of crisis within him. Previously, he regarded the Lingxiao Pavilion as his own dominion. Now, with the sudden emergence of an opposite sex who has claimed several stewards, this is a perfectly ordinary occurrence, warranting no undue astonishment." Yang Chao continued with his meal as usual. "Your claim of dominance is misplaced. What do you take us for? You think you can assert yourself? I could easily dispose of you with a single slap." This statement from Yang Chao incited discontent among the crowd. "You are misdirecting your focus. It is merely a matter of improper phrasing. He should have come to assess the extent of the damage I have caused. Prior to his arrival, he was likely only aware of my relationships with Rushua and Xinhua. Should he perceive the destruction to be severe, the day of the Pavilion Master's re-emergence will not be far off." Yang Chao reclined in his chair, arms crossed, and addressed everyone seriously. After all, the Lingxiao Pavilion is rightfully his possession. Naturally, he would not treat me kindly, believing me to be an interloper who has stolen his woman. Whose woman is she, really? The others merely perceive a glimmer of hope for him to be with the Pavilion Master, given that there is no engagement. Just look at his icy demeanor. He is clearly a dull individual. Even if he were to marry the Pavilion Master, I would simply depart the sect. Fortunately, my husband participated in the competition. Otherwise, I would be in peril. Indeed, the one fanning you while sweating by Yi Fan's side is you, haha. Yang Chao's remark successfully ignited the ire of several beauties. Crash. Upon hearing his subordinate's report, Yi Fan overturned the table. The murderous intent in his gaze was chilling. "Yang Chao, you have gone too far. Not only have you stolen the heir of the Medicine King from me, but you also meddle in my Lingxiao Pavilion. You have not spared a single one of the 4 stewards. Had I not discovered this early, you would have assumed the role of Pavilion Master upon the Master's emergence. You must not be allowed to remain." With a forceful grip, he crushed the wine cup in his hand into powder. The 4 unparalleled beauties. Yi Fan's heart bled with anguish. Despite his indifference towards others, he indeed harbored an appreciation for beauty. The difference lay in his belief that others serving him was a privilege for them, and he would never genuinely care for anyone but himself. Chapter 46. A request for the old sect master. Young master, should we invite the Pavilion Master to re-emerge? Although she is older than you, she often clung to you like a shadow in the past. She still listens to your words. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan shook his head helplessly, filled with profound emotions. He was acutely aware that the Pavilion Master's previous insistence was merely due to the absence of competitors at that time. Among his contemporaries, he stood alone in brilliance, as others could not approach the Pavilion Master. Meanwhile, his fellow disciples were wary of his might and dared not approach her easily. However, as time passed, he grew increasingly arrogant and dismissive, even disregarding the Pavilion Master. Whenever she sought his attention, he would feel irritated, perceiving it as a hindrance to his cultivation. In former times, he brimmed with confidence, believing that women should readily embrace him at the mere beckoning of his finger, presenting themselves with perfect poise. However, the present circumstances starkly contrast this notion. The emergence of Yang Chao has instilled within him an unprecedented sense of crisis. Be it talent or cultivation, Yang Chao appears to possess an extraordinary advantage. Furthermore, his demeanor towards women is marked by profound respect and affection, attending to their needs with meticulous care. Such behaviors have compelled Yi Fan to harbor doubts and insecurities about himself. In this moment, he is consumed with regret, contemplating how foolish it was to invite the sect leader out, essentially granting Yang Chao an exceptional opportunity to strike. After all, his nature has never inclined him to pursue others actively. Having already succumbed to the heir of the Medicine King, the loss of Lingxiao Pavilion would spell his utter ruin. "You must summon the elder sect leader at once," he uttered through gritted teeth. "As you command," his subordinate replied dutifully. Compared to the sect leader, he held greater confidence in the elder sect leader, who had nurtured him since childhood and showered him with affection, treating him as if he were his own. Though unspoken, it was an open secret that the elder sect leader intended to groom him as a prospective son-in-law. In his twilight years, the elder sect leader had been blessed with daughters, while his previous offspring had either perished in sect disputes or fallen in battles against the demonic tribes. Thus, these 2 daughters had become the jewels of his heart, his very lifeline. Not only would he oversee the Lingxiao Pavilion, but it was also inevitable that the entirety of Xintian sect would one day be entrusted to his care. "Yang Chao, how dare you challenge my limits? Prepare for my ruthless retaliation. It is either your demise or mine." He clenched his fists, his eyes shimmering with resolute malice. The following morning, Yang Chao gently shifted the delicate arms and legs that lay atop him. Faced with the room brimming with the exuberance of spring, he tiptoed to find an exit from the bedroom. Having indulged in revelry until late the previous night, everyone had chosen to spend the night at Rushue's place. Yang Chao, having nearly endured an entire sleepless night, awoke in high spirits to prepare breakfast. As long as he was present, the kitchen staff needed only to handle the ingredients, leaving the rest to him. The women would not touch a morsel unless it bore his touch, as they could easily forego meals for days on end. Just as Yang Chao and his companions were enjoying breakfast, Yi Fan entered with his entourage. "Greetings, senior sisters. My master has expressed a desire for me to learn about sect management during my time here. I wonder if you might accommodate me?" He spoke while performing a respectful bow. "Of course. You may learn from any senior sister you wish. You are well aware of the responsibilities each of the sisters in Lingxiao Pavilion undertakes," Rushue remarked, setting down her utensils with a hint of impatience barely concealed in her demeanor. "I believe cultivating new talent is vital for the sustainable development of our sect. Today, I shall follow senior sister Xinu to learn about mentoring newcomers." Yi Fan's gaze shifted to Xinu, his expression remaining stern. "Very well. I have just finished my meal, so come with me," Xinu replied, her usually playful demeanor replaced with a serious countenance. In the early morning, the sunlight cascaded upon the training grounds, where numerous practitioners had already gathered. They stood in solemn silence or engaged in hushed conversations, creating an atmosphere of profound gravity. Xinhua, clad in white, gracefully approached the assembly, poised to speak, only to be interrupted by Yi Fan's voice. "Sister Xinhua, allow me to instruct them today. You have worked diligently, and it would be best for you to observe from the sidelines. Should I falter in any way, I implore you to offer your guidance." Despite the lack of expression on Yi Fan's face, his demeanor radiated sincerity. Xinhua nodded slightly in agreement and silently made her way to a nearby tree. Known for her cheerful disposition and love for lively banter, she felt little interest in someone as cold and brooding as Yi Fan, leaving her with no words to share. Yi Fan, catching a glimpse of the enchanting Xinhua leaning against the tree, felt a pang of anguish in his heart. He mused to himself, "She is meant to be mine. Even if Yang Chao has won her over, I shall not relinquish my claim. Once I deal with him, this impure woman shall not be worthy of becoming my wife, but she could serve as an amusing vessel for my desires. Just wait. Your current attitude towards me will soon change. I shall revel in your torment." Yi Fan understood that Xinhua had instructed the practitioners to comprehend their techniques during the day and practice their energy cultivation at night. However, he was determined to subvert this approach. With a smile, Yi Fan retrieved a golden funnel-shaped artifact from his storage ring. He waved his hand gently, sending it soaring into the air. As it ascended, the funnel expanded, enveloping the practitioners below. They immediately sensed a powerful stream of spiritual energy converging upon them from above. Originally, Lingxiao Pavilion was a place abundant in spiritual essence, but under the funnel's influence, the energy became extraordinarily rich. The practitioners, not daring to be complacent, promptly seated themselves to cultivate, eager to absorb the influx of energy. Indeed, they soon discovered that their cultivation was yielding significantly better results. Xinhua watched this spectacle unfold, marveling at the extraordinary artifact possessed by such an esteemed sect. It was undeniably a boon for their cultivation, and she silently rejoiced at the opportunity to witness such a wondrous scene. Aware that this was a crucial moment, Yi Fan swiftly commanded the preparation of numerous fire and water techniques for the practitioners. After diligent efforts over time, most had successfully opened one meridian, while a select few with exceptional talent had even opened two. To further facilitate their advancement, Yi Fan not only presented all the fire and water techniques stored within Lingxiao Pavilion, but also generously offered his own treasured manuscripts, allowing them to select the techniques that best suited their needs. As evening fell, Xinhua hurriedly arrived at Rushue's residence, her face etched with worry. "Sister Rushue, is my husband not here with you?" As the gentle snow shook her head softly, she replied, "Today, he should be at Cuyu's place." Xinu furrowed her brow, seemingly burdened with something significant she wished to convey to Rushue. Taking a deep breath, she recounted in detail how Yi Fan had charmed the cultivators. Rushue listened quietly, and to her surprise, she eventually burst into laughter. Why could her sister still find humor in this? She had already resolved to take action against Lingxiao Pavilion, and Xinu appeared quite anxious. "Dear sister, there is no need to fret. His actions today reveal his own insecurities. Consider the person he once was. He has always disregarded senior sisters like us, who are of a much higher caliber than he is. Why, then, is he now so eager to curry favor with the cultivators? Why?" Xinu gazed at Rushue, her innocent and beautiful eyes blinking in anticipation of an answer. Logically, if he sought to dominate Lingxiao Pavilion, it would suffice to establish relations with the two pavilion masters. Instead, His attempts to appease the cultivators indicate a profound lack of confidence. With Yang Chao present, he even dares not summon the pavilion masters, fearing he might unwittingly serve as a stepping stone for others. Such narrow-mindedness will prevent him from achieving great things. There is no need for you to worry, dear sister. Ru Shui dismissed the matter with ease, offering comfort to Xianyu. Enlightened by Ru Shui's words, Xianyu felt her anger dissipate, though she realized she was somewhat hungry. Do you still have any of those delightful snacks that your husband usually makes? I would like to share a meal with you. Without waiting for Ru Shui's response, she walked in, declaring, I shall stay with you tonight. I simply cannot sleep alone. I will cuddle with you. Ru Shui gazed at her dear friend with a fond smile. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the windows of the Divine Sense Hall, illuminating the entire chamber. Qingwan stood at the center, diligently organizing the details of the day's tasks. Suddenly, a faint sound of footsteps broke the tranquility, alerting her keen senses. She turned her gaze towards the door, her expression cold as she saw Yi Fan entering with several attendants. Junior brother Yi, what brings you here? Qingwan's voice was frosty and distant. She had long sensed Yi Fan's ulterior motives towards Yang Chao, which fostered her disdain for him. Yi Fan wore a faint smile that appeared somewhat insincere. He feigned cordiality, saying, Senior Sister Qingwan, I have come specifically to alleviate some of the burden of task assignments today. Let my subordinates lead your sect's disciples in the execution of today's duties. I have complete confidence in their capabilities. Qingwan's brow furrowed slightly, pondering what scheme Yi Fan was concocting this time. She responded curtly, that may not be appropriate. All our disciples are female cultivators, and working alongside your male subordinates may present certain inconveniences. However, Yi Fan seemed well prepared, promptly countering, is Yang Chao not a man? I have heard that since his recent arrival, he has already participated in 2 missions. His words bore a clear undertone of provocation as he fixed his gaze on Qingwan, showing no sign of retreat. A surge of anger welled up within Qingwan. She shot Yi Fan a glare and her tone grew increasingly severe. Yang Chao is my husband. It is only natural for him to accompany me on missions. How do you perceive this? Yi Fan's expression shifted slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. With a derisive laugh, he remarked, I see. It seems that senior sister holds deep affections for Yang Chao. However, I merely wish to offer my goodwill in alleviating your burdens. It would also serve as an opportunity for me to learn. Should the day arise when junior brother assumes control of a sect, it would be beneficial to possess experience in handling matters. Yi Fan withdrew his gaze, his words laced with implication. If you truly wish to learn, you may allow your maid to accompany us. I will ensure her safety. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan felt a flicker of dissatisfaction but still clasped his hands in a respectful gesture, saying, Then I shall entrust this to you, senior sister. Observing the now busy icy goddess Qingwan, a flame of desire ignited within his eyes. Well, since you all have chosen this path, do not blame me. As night fell and the lights illuminated the surroundings, Qingwan, as usual, arrived at Ru Shui's residence, discovering that Xianyu was also present. She recounted in detail Yi Fan's intention to intervene in the task at hand. It appears he wishes to take full control of Lingxiao Pavilion. Is he truly so impatient? I wonder if this aligns with the intentions of the former sect leader. Ru Shui's brows knitted tightly, a glimmer of worry flashing in her beautiful eyes. Noticing this, Qingwan gently suggested, Sister Ru Shui, why not consult the audiovisual mirror to inquire about the former sect leader's thoughts? Ru Shui shook her head lightly, her expression troubled. The former sect leader has been in seclusion for many years, and that device is not readily available. Moreover, it is not appropriate to disturb his tranquility for such trivial matters. Ru Shui's countenance grew increasingly conflicted. She had not anticipated that the former sect leader would emerge from seclusion before the martial arts competition at the Medicine King Valley. And now she found herself at odds with Yi Fan over this issue. I believe that fellow harbors ill intentions. Perhaps we should inform the pavilion master to emerge, allowing my husband and him to compete fairly. After all, I have faith in my husband. He is handsome, gentle, and considerate, far superior to that cold individual by 1,000-fold. If the pavilion master is truly swayed by past affections, we can leave the sect. It is better than enduring this vexation. The spirited Xianyu, with her fiery temperament, expressed her frustration, her beloved sausage losing its appeal in her grip. What you propose is indeed a viable option. Let us observe, if all goes as expected. Ian will arrive by tomorrow evening. Do not fret, sisters, the sky will not fall, Ru Shui reassured them. That night, Qingwan also stayed there, and Xianyu reveled in the joy of having them both by her side. Predictably, the next day, Yi Fan, accompanied by his subordinates, sought out Yun, who was patrolling the city walls. Greetings, senior sister Yun. What brings you here? Yun's demeanor was gentler than that of her other sisters, though still lacking warmth. Senior sister, guarding the city is arduous work, a task typically suited for men. Let them take the watch while you rest, he suggested. A man on guard carries a greater deterrent, while a stunning beauty like you might attract unwelcome attention. Yi Fan, who had never been one to offer compliments, suddenly made a remark that felt out of place, leaving an unsettling impression akin to harassment, as if he were insinuating that she was the one enticing others. Iyun's face betrayed her displeasure as she acquiesced to his request. After exchanging a few words with the sisters guarding the city, she descended the city wall alone, for she truly wished to avoid further entanglements with Yi Fan. Yi Fan, satisfied by this, contemplated treating Sister Iyun kindly in the future. In the evening, Iyun sought out Rushue, discovering Qingwan and Xinyue also present. She recounted the day's events, and after a brief discussion, the four shared a meal before retiring for the night. The following day, Siyu busied herself in her alchemy chamber. Suddenly, the door creaked open, and Yi Fan entered. Did you not think to knock before entering? Where are the attendants? What brings you here? Siyu's flawless visage displayed a profound anger. Madam Yang, do not be alarmed. It was I who did not instruct them to announce my arrival. I hold great admiration for your alchemical talent, and wondered if I might learn a thing or two from you. Yi Fan said, bowing respectfully, his demeanor humble. Absolutely not. My husband is absent, and you dare to intrude upon my alchemy chamber? Men and women should maintain their distance. Leave this place at once. It is mine, not a venue of your Lingxiao pavilion. With that, Siyu hurled anything within her reach at Yi Fan, who could only retreat in humiliation. Humph. There will come a time when you, this little vixen, will seek my assistance. Chapter 48. The arrival of the old sect master that night. The moonlight flowed like water as Yang Chao silently approached Rushue's dwelling. Upon opening the door, he was astonished to find Rushue and her three companions gathered around a meal, seemingly engaged in conversation. A delicate fragrance wafted through the room, and the four girls, illuminated by the bright light, appeared exceptionally enchanting. Yang Chao's lips curled into a sly smile as he softly remarked, "Ah, so you are all here. Just in time to ensnare you all." His voice conveyed a sense of triumph. "Oh my, young Master Yang actually remembers to visit us sisters?" Xinyue's tone dripped with sarcasm. Yang Chao discerned her underlying meaning, but chose to remain composed. Haha, the truth is, Siyu has recently encountered a pivotal moment in her breakthrough and successfully ascended to the Jade Immortal Realm. Thus, I accompanied her for a couple of days. This is a gift from Xiaoyu, specially prepared for you all. She has been refining these elixirs during this time. Yang Chao said as he began distributing the pills among them. Wow, these are all top-tier elixirs. Having Siyu is akin to possessing a treasure. Indeed, these elixirs are incredibly useful. Siyu is truly thoughtful. Speaking of which, Siyu's speed of advancement is astonishing. As an alchemist, she is only one realm below us. And we have only recently just leveled up ourselves. She is the granddaughter of the Medicine King, after all, and naturally lacks for cultivation resources, much like our pavilion master, who enjoys exceptional conditions. Observing the women animatedly discussing, Yang Chao inwardly sighed with relief. He was grateful for having timely presented the elixirs, which quelled any potential discontent among them. Simultaneously, he felt elated for Siyu, for her efforts and achievements had garnered the recognition they deserved. Upon noticing Yang Chao's embarrassment, Rushue gently took his hand and led him aside, whispering, "You are well aware that Xinyue enjoys jesting. Do not take it to heart. Yet, truth be told, during the lengthy span of your absence, nearly a millennium, our hearts have remained as tranquil as an ancient well. However, since your arrival, everything has transformed. Without the meals you prepare with your own hands, our appetites are utterly non-existent, and at night, if there is no companion by our side, an indescribable discomfort envelopes us. Thus, my sisters have all gathered here, creating a lively and joyous atmosphere." Yang Chao smiled faintly and jested, "All right, I understand. Let us bring Siyu over tomorrow, so we may all reunite. After all, as your husband, I am more than capable of handling it." With that, he took Rushue's hand, and they headed off to dine together. To compensate for the companionship he had missed over the past few days, Yang Chao remained busy until dawn. Not only did his wives plead for mercy, but even the maidservants were completely won over by him. As the city defenses were now under Yi Fan's management, Iyun devoted these days to accompanying Yang Chao on hunting excursions and seafood foraging. They meticulously prepared a plethora of delectable dishes, storing them properly for regular enjoyment or for sustenance during their tasks. Just as Yang Chao was engrossed in mixing the filling for some instant dumplings, an overwhelming and chilling pressure suddenly surged from the outside, gradually closing in on them. Yang Chao found himself momentarily at a loss. "Master, it is Master who has arrived." Iyun, usually composed and gentle, now wore an expression of surprise mixed with joy. "Are you referring to the Lord's father?" Yang Chao inquired, puzzled. "Indeed, it is the father of our Lord, and also our master," Iyun exclaimed, grasping Yang Chao's hand as they hurried towards the door. Rushue and the others swiftly sensed this formidable presence and hastened to the entrance of Lingxiao Pavilion. standing in a respectful line to welcome him. Meanwhile, Yi Fan approached quickly, positioning himself before the crowd. The old sect master descended, releasing the overwhelming pressure, accompanied by two youthful attendants, exuding both a smile and an aura of authority. As a pinnacle figure of the true immortal realm, the old sect master was on the brink of transcending to the celestial domain, making it imperative for him to arrange matters concerning his daughter. Disciple greets master and the esteemed sect leader. The disciples and those present called out in unison, bowing in reverence. Ha ha ha, rise, dear children. The old sect master beamed with a benevolent smile, clearly delighted, and gestured for them to stand. In the front row, Yi Fan furrowed his brow slightly, pondering. Why has this old man come over with such cheer? Could it be that the messenger did not convey the message clearly? With that thought, Yi Fan adopted a respectful demeanor and stepped forward. Master, you must be weary from your travels. Please, do come inside and rest well. As Ru Shui and others excitedly approached to greet the elder patriarch, they surrounded him, and he responded warmly. Grasping Ru Shui with one hand and Yi Fan with the other, he strode towards the great hall, followed closely by Chao, who lingered at the back. Upon arriving at the hall, the elder patriarch led his disciples into a modest side room, while two young attendants stood guard at the entrance, barring outsiders from entry. Chao, feeling like an outsider, refrained from entering, as he did not wish to intrude. His position was rather awkward. He had unceremoniously taken over the management positions that the elder patriarch had painstakingly cultivated for his daughter. Unsure of what he would say if he entered, he suspected that the elder patriarch might have come specifically to see him. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, several female disciples were in tears, their eyes red. The elder patriarch comforted them by gently stroking their heads. Why are you all crying? I am perfectly well. By the way, I heard from Shao Fan that a young man named Chao has recently arrived at Lingxiao Pavilion. Where is he? Bring him to me. The elder patriarch maintained a cheerful demeanor. Ru Shui hurriedly went out to fetch him. Greetings, elder patriarch. I am Chao, he said as he approached and bowed respectfully. The elder patriarch observed him with an inscrutable expression, revealing neither pleasure nor displeasure, and did not invite him to rise. I have heard that you have only been here for a little over 2 months, and have already captured the hearts of my 4 beloved disciples, he remarked. His words trailing off. Chao replied, Indeed, that is true. You are a person of courage and conviction, the elder patriarch continued. Li Fan felt a sudden jolt of surprise. Why was he praising him? I know my beloved disciples well. They are not superficial beings who only judge by appearances. I am quite curious about the means by which you have won their favor, the elder patriarch added, his tone unchanging, leaving others puzzled. Ru Shui and the other 3 knelt in unison. My husband has not employed any means. It is our own free will, Ru Shui explained. Firstly, I expressed my willingness. And secondly, calling him husband signifies my stance. If he were to leave, we would all depart together. Free will is all that matters. Rise, all of you, and you too, he said, nodding towards Chao. Li Fan, witnessing this, felt a sense of foreboding. Wasn't this a matter of inquiry? It seemed more like a matchmaking session. According to sect rules, if a female disciple formed a bond with a male from an external sect, she was required to leave with him and venture into the world, returning only at the sect summons. Li Fan respectfully addressed the elder patriarch. I have presented my blade. It is now up to you whether to thrust it or not. The disciples expressed their willingness to accept the sect's regulations and to accompany their husband into the world. Before the elder patriarch could respond, Ru Shui was the first to declare her intention. There's no rush. Your pavilion master is not yet married. This matter can be deliberated at length. The elder patriarch waved his hand. This statement struck Li Fan like a bolt from the blue, leaving him utterly astonished. He had always considered himself the successor of the sect, and had even envisioned a grand blueprint for its development over the next several hundred years. Yet at this moment, he suddenly realized that the person who would leave the sect in obscurity might very well be himself. Reflecting on the past, he could not help but feel a pang of self-reproach. He always maintained an air of superiority, believing that everything was within his grasp, with no one to rival him. Consequently, he had never proactively conveyed his intentions to the Grand Master or the Pavilion Lords. Throughout the years, it was the Grand Master who had generously provided him with resources and nurtured his growth, while the 2 Pavilion Lords followed him like devoted shadows. He never anticipated that he would find himself confronting such a grave crisis. With the number of people increasing, he resolved to express his heartfelt intentions to the Grand Master without delay. In his mind, Yi Fan silently vowed, My esteemed mentor, your strength is now unfathomable. And at any moment, you may break through to the realm of true immortals and ascend to the heavens to enjoy supreme bliss. Once you descend again, it may not be an easy task. It is prudent to make a decisive judgment sooner rather than later. Patience is key. Indeed, my master can ascend to immortality at any time, but the timing of that ascent is still within my control. After thousands of years of arduous cultivation, I have yet to savor the pleasures of the mortal realm. Thus, I must embark on a thorough exploration. Your senior sister is still young and has no need for haste. The Grand Master responded with remarkable candor, his gaze inadvertently scrutinizing Yang Chao. With the Grand Master's words, Yi Fan fell silent, yet an urgency brewed within him. Although the pavilion lord was indeed youthful, in 1,000 years, she would remain unchanged. This was clearly a mere excuse. My esteemed mentor has endured much hardship, and your husband possesses remarkable culinary skills. Perhaps he could prepare a feast to welcome you, suggested Ru Shui to the Grand Master. Oh, so, young Master Yang possesses such talents. I must certainly indulge in your cooking. However, for cultivators, diligent practice is the true path. While some hobbies are commendable, they must not interfere with serious matters. The Grand Master's commonplace remark struck Yi Fan as akin to a father-in-law's admonition to his son-in-law. I understand, Grand Master. You should rest. I will step out to prepare, Yang Chao said, bowing before departing. He crafted a menu of dishes from the Manchu Han Imperial Feast that he was adept at preparing and for which he could source the ingredients, quickly producing an extensive list. Among the dishes were 4 happiness meatballs, braised pork, roast duck, steamed fish, Buddha jumps over the wall, stir-fried shrimp, stewed chicken, roast whole lamb, and a selection of seafood and vegetables, enhanced with his recently brewed oyster sauce. Each dish was elevated in quality, and due to the number of guests, each was served on particularly large platters. He also procured a century-old medicinal wine from the apothecary for the feast, which would surely astonish even the current emperor. The cook and maidens prepared a grand table and laid out the completed dishes. Once everything was ready, Yang Chao led Ru Shui to pay their respects to the Grand Master and invited everyone to dine. This little girl must be the granddaughter of my old friend Duanmu Wuhan. Ha ha ha, how delightful. I held you on the day of your 100-day celebration. And now you have grown so much, the Grand Master said with a kindly expression, gently stroking Ru Shui's head, who, feeling comfortable, engaged in lively conversation with him. As the group chatted and made their way to the dining hall, Yi Fan trailed behind, his countenance darkened. This was far from what he had envisioned, resembling more a scenario where Yang Chao was introducing himself to his future father-in-law. Upon arriving at the restaurant, even the erudite elder master could not help but marvel at the sumptuous spread before them. After everyone was seated, Yi Fan and Yang Chao positioned themselves on either side of the elder master. Yang Chao deftly sliced a piece of the roasted lamb, golden and crispy, and placed it in the elder master's bowl. Please, do indulge in this roasted lamb first, he urged. The elder master typically favored vegetarian fare and a sip of fine nectar, showing little interest in meat. However, with the dish presented before him, he felt compelled to comply. He took a tentative bite, followed by a hearty mouthful. The exterior is crisp while the interior remains tender. It is fragrant and delightful. I have never tasted such exquisite meat before. How did you manage to eliminate any trace of gamey flavor from this lamb? Within moments, the piece of meat vanished, prompting him to request another, particularly a larger portion. Observing the elder master's uncharacteristic enthusiasm, Yi Fan felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. It was merely lamb, after all, yet it seemed to evoke the essence of dragon meat for him. Nevertheless, he too sampled a piece, savoring the exquisite flavor that indeed was remarkable. Yang Chao continued to serve the elder master with a communal chopstick, ensuring that all seafood was shelled, for it would be unseemly to have a pile of shells before them during the feast. With each new dish, the elder master offered compliments, feeling that compared to what he had previously dined upon, those meals hardly warranted the title of food. Each praise elicited a tightening in Yi Fan's heart, yet it did not impede his enjoyment of the meal. He had never encountered such delicious cuisine. Even those who often dined with him, such as Shui and others, acknowledged that Yang Chao's culinary skills had significantly improved. My dear nephew, your culinary prowess is remarkable, yet your cultivation far surpasses that of your peers. Just the other day, my disciple was bested by you in the Medicine King Valley, was he not? As Yi Fan had just placed a large piece of braised pork into his mouth, he nearly choked at the ill-timed remark. It is merely the grace of my senior. I, as a junior, must strive harder, Yang Chao humbly replied, refilling the elder master's wine cup. Haha, dear nephew, you are too modest. I am well aware of your disciple's character. I truly admire your humility and diligence. It was your earnest dedication to cultivation that first caught my eye. Though I must admit, I underestimated your hard work, the elder master remarked. The dinner concluded in a pleasant and harmonious atmosphere. Shui had personally arranged accommodations for the elder master. Just as he was about to rest, a knock at the door interrupted him. Come in, he called. Yi Fan entered, prompting the elder master to inquire, Fanner, is there something you need? Master, I have indeed come with a matter to discuss, Yi Fan replied. Today, I learned that you have delayed your path to immortality for the sake of my senior sister. This weighs heavily on my heart. Ha ha, Fanner, I believe you have misunderstood. My decision to postpone attaining immortality is entirely my own, unrelated to your senior sister. As I mentioned today, I previously abstained from indulging in the joys of the mortal realm for the sake of cultivation. Now, I wish to savor life before ascending to the heavens. Much like the exquisite banquet we enjoyed today, which I had never relished before, the elder master wore a look of contentment. But, master, Yi Fan started, only to be interrupted. There are no buts. A journey to the mortal realm must not conclude with regrets. In truth, my esteemed disciple, while I may roam the mountains and rivers, you are not yet afforded such luxuries. Your primary task at present is to diligently cultivate your skills. Upon your return, it would be prudent to enter seclusion for several decades. For now, cast aside all distractions. Not long ago, you wished to participate in the competition at the Valley of the Medicine King. Yet what was the outcome? Striving for self-enhancement is the true path. Enough of this. It grows late, and I must take my rest. You may withdraw now. The old patriarch exhibited a hint of impatience. Yes, master, I take my leave. Yi Fan exited the room and closed the door behind him. This old fox wouldn't allow me a single word. Chapter 50. The master emerges from seclusion the following morning. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow within the chamber. Yang Chao entered the old patriarch's room, carefully balancing a steaming bowl of 3 flavored dumplings. He served the food into a small bowl and placed chopsticks beside it. Upon seeing Yang Chao, the patriarch's face brightened with a joyful smile. Yang Chao set the dumplings before the patriarch, who immediately began to savor them, nodding in satisfaction and exclaiming, "The flavor is truly exquisite." Yang Chao felt a surge of happiness at the compliment. Subsequently, the patriarch summoned the 4 sisters of Rushua. Upon entering the room, they bowed respectfully. The patriarch regarded them kindly and inquired, "Rushua, I noticed yesterday that your cultivation has progressed remarkably. Can you share with me if there are any other reasons aside from normal training?" Rushua, feeling no hesitation with her master, candidly recounted the matter of Yang Chao's essence. The patriarch was taken aback and expressed that he had never encountered such an unusual individual before. He had never witnessed a couple mutually benefiting from dual cultivation. "My dear Rushua, now that we are alone, please tell me why you chose Yang Chao as your partner." The patriarch shifted the conversation toward Yang Chao. The 4 sisters exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Observing their silence, the patriarch encouraged them. "You may each share your thoughts. Rushua, you may begin." After a brief hesitation, Rushua summoned her courage and spoke. "I find him to be exceptionally gentle and considerate, demonstrating profound care for others, which aligns perfectly with my criteria for a partner. I seek nothing more than his genuine affection." He nodded slightly, indicating his understanding, and then turned to Qingwan, inviting her to speak. Taking a deep breath and reflecting on past events, Qingwan recounted, "Once, during a mission, he unhesitatingly shielded me from a lethal blow from a cat demon. In that moment, I was deeply moved by his bravery. He fell unconscious for several days. Yet my gratitude endured." Hearing this, the patriarch could not help but smile with satisfaction. Next, he directed his gaze toward Xinyue. Before he could utter a word, Xinyue interjected, "My reasons for choosing him are quite simple. On one hand, I wish to remain close to my sisters, and on the other, he is a marvelous cook and possesses a delightful sense of humor, which brings me joy in his company." Finally, it was Iyun's turn to speak. Her voice was soft yet resolute. "I first noticed him during a particular mission. At that moment, I realized he was utterly distinct from the other men. He possesses an extraordinary respect for women and a heart of unparalleled kindness." As she spoke, Iyun's face instantly flushed crimson, resembling a ripe apple. "Ah, it appears that the lad has quite a few merits. No wonder that old fox, the Medicine King, dares to act so brazenly, openly cheating for Yang Chao. Once Yi Fan returns, the old sect leader will undoubtedly grasp the situation." With a hint of hesitation, Shui courageously addressed the sect leader. "I believe I should mention that, in comparison to Yi Fan, Yang Chao is truly a man worthy of lifelong commitment. Of course, this is not merely flattery for my husband and esteemed mentor. You are far too discerning to be deceived. Yi Shidi's personality is proud and reclusive. He often appears indifferent, as if he cares only for himself. Marrying him might not yield a sense of happiness. He tends to be solitary, avoiding interaction with others, which can evoke feelings of loneliness and helplessness. In contrast, Yang Chao is much more cheerful, passionate, and adept at communication, bringing warmth and joy to those around him. Moreover, Yang Chao possesses a strong sense of responsibility, treating his relationships with utmost seriousness, nurturing and caring for his beloved. Hence, I deem Yang Chao to be the superior choice." Before Shui could finish her thoughts, Xinyue interjected, "Indeed, esteemed mentor, Yi Shidi always comes off as cold. Even I, a person of such amiable disposition, find it difficult to engage in conversation with him. Yang Chao surpasses him in this regard by leaps and bounds. Ha! I never claimed that Yi Fan is to be your junior sister's future husband. Such rumors are mere fabrications. Naturally, he, like everyone else, possesses the right to pursue your junior sister. I actually prefer for the two of them to choose for themselves. It is not necessary for the sisters to rely on a single individual. I am quite open-minded in this matter. The old fox spoke with an air of inscrutability, revealing no thoughts of his own. Time passed swiftly, and noon arrived once more. Come, let us see what delightful dishes your husbands have prepared for me. My curiosity is piqued, and it appears the old sect leader's stomach is growling again. Days turned into a blur, and during this time, the old sect leader specifically requested Yang Chao's company for fishing, playing chess, and preparing meals. Occasionally, he would bestow upon Yang Chao a few treasures. But what astonished him most were the top-tier cultivation techniques gifted to Yang Chao. To his astonishment, Yang Chao comprehended them upon a single perusal, which left him utterly astounded. He himself had spent years in seclusion to grasp such skills. This made him feel as if he had discovered a treasure, as Yang Chao possessed not only an extraordinary dual cultivation talent, but also an exceptional comprehension of techniques. The old sect leader realized he could not let him slip away. With a sword in hand, Yang Chao exhibited a vigorous stance, his swordplay flowing like a gentle stream. His movements were fluid and natural, each strike infused with a fierce momentum, the blade carving beautiful arcs in the air. The old sect leader stood nearby, his gaze fixated on Yang Chao's actions, admiration evident in his eyes. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would never have believed that Yang Chao had achieved a minor mastery of this sword technique after merely glancing at it once. He murmured to himself, "It seems the time has come for me to emerge from seclusion. Is there any more swordplay, esteemed sect leader? The cultivation method is indeed remarkable. I find myself engrossed in it and unable to pause." After spending several days together, Yang Chao no longer exhibits the initial timidity he once had. Instead, the atmosphere has become casual and comfortable. He can even sense that the old sect master regards him with a parental affection. Is it merely an illusion? Lost in his thoughts, the old sect master was interrupted by Yang Chao's voice, exclaiming, "Goodness! Even with my ample resources, I cannot sustain your fervent practice." Chuckling, he continued, "Dear nephew, I came in haste this time. Next time, I shall bring you even more exquisite sword techniques and cultivation methods. For now, continue to familiarize yourself with these sword techniques while I retreat for some rest." With that, the old sect master stretched and departed. When Yang Chao returned to the grand hall after practicing for a while, he was taken aback to find it filled with people. As he squeezed in, he discovered the old sect master seated in the chief position, flanked by two twins who seemed to be playfully vying for his attention. Yang Chao observed the twins quietly. They were statuesque, their figures harmoniously sculpted as if crafted by the hands of nature itself. Their features were exquisitely delicate, every detail flawless, evoking an involuntary admiration. Yang Chao marveled internally, realizing that such beauty was beyond reproach, as if they had descended from the celestial realms. Even he, accustomed to the stunning beauties like Shui, found himself momentarily entranced. "Are they beautiful?" Shui approached and tugged at Yang Chao's sleeve, whispering, "Indeed, as lovely as you," he replied, grateful for his quick wit. "That is the esteemed sect master. Do take a moment to greet her when time permits. Did you not say they were as innocent as children? I had imagined them to be quite petite." Seizing the opportunity when the crowd thinned, Yang Chao stepped forward to greet the two esteemed ladies. Chapter 51. The old sect master's support. As Yang Chao observed the gathering around the old sect master and the chief gradually disperse, he advanced and cupped his fist in salute. The old sect master beamed at him, his eyes radiating warmth and admiration, before beginning the introductions. "Linger, this is Yang Chao, the husband of your 4 elder sisters," he announced, a hint of pride in his voice. "Nephew, these are my 2 daughters, Linger and Linger." After the introductions, both parties exchanged polite greetings. Linger cast a gentle glance, her lips curling into a smile reminiscent of blooming peach blossoms in spring, delicate and enchanting. Linger, on the other hand, was lively and playful, her eyes sparkling with mischief, akin to a sprite in the dawn light. This nephew is not only handsome and talented, surpassing even your junior brother Yifan in skill, but his culinary prowess is exceptional as well. These past few days, his cooking has spoiled me. I can hardly eat anything else. The old sect master chuckled heartily, stroking his beard. "Really? How wonderful. Might this young brother prepare a few dishes for us to sample?" Linger's eyes shone with anticipation. "Of course, but please, esteemed sect master, you may simply call me young brother," Yang Chao corrected politely. "Sister, since father speaks so highly of him and we find ourselves with leisure time, why not join us in the endeavor?" Linger spoke softly and gently. Yes. Linger skipped ahead, pulling her sister towards the kitchen, while Yang Chao bid farewell to the old master and followed behind. "What delicious dishes are you going to prepare for us?" Linger inquired, tilting her head and gazing with her sparkling, expressive eyes. With her tall, alluring figure and innocent, charming face, she embodied the legendary essence of purity and desire. What do you both like to eat? Vegetables. Anything is fine, but chicken has the least peculiar taste, and eggs too. What about you, sister? Linger turned to look at her sister. Anything like yours is fine. We can't eat more than that, she replied. So, I just cook and leave, right? Yang Chao observed them with a half smile. Apologies, little brother. Then you should prepare a bit more, Rower said apologetically, gently patting Yang Chao's shoulder. Just call me little brother. Is that how you both address everyone? Upon hearing their favorites, Yang Chao quickly crafted a menu. Before long, he had prepared scrambled eggs with tomatoes, crispy fried chicken, oyster sauce lettuce, and a dish of sweet and sour pork. Linger and Rower beheld the exquisite array of unfamiliar delicacies on the table, their eyes sparkling with curiosity and anticipation. They gracefully picked up their chopsticks and sampled the food. Linger savored the dishes, her face lighting up with a satisfied smile as she exclaimed, "Wow, this tastes absolutely divine." Rower nodded frequently, astonished that meat could be prepared so deliciously, especially the chicken, which was exquisite. Their eyes seemed to twinkle like stars, clearly enchanted by the culinary delights. Just as the three of them were engrossed in their meal, the door creaked open. "So, you are all here," came the voice of a visibly irate Yi Fan. "Yi Shitty, you arrived just in time. Come join us. This little brother-esque cooking is marvelous." Linger greeted him warmly upon recognizing Yi Fan. "No, you, a grown man, should focus on cultivation instead of engaging in these trivial matters to please women. Such a man lacks ambition." Yi Fan scornfully directed his remarks towards Yang Chao, resembling a sulking wife. "Primarily, I am simply afraid." Yang Chao continued to serve himself, not even glancing up. "A grown man who constantly speaks of fear is quite shameful." Yi Fan replied with disdain. "I could easily defeat you while cooking for women every day. If I focused solely on cultivation, I fear I might kill you." Yang Chao maintained his impassive demeanor. You, are you performing Peking opera? Seeing you has completely diminished my appetite." Yang Chao set down his utensils and reclined in his chair. "It seems you've forgotten the pain after healing. You will inevitably face consequences. Last time, you were simply lucky. The annual martial arts competition is approaching, and I expect you to participate." With that, Yi Fan turned and exited. While the two ladies did not follow as he had anticipated, Rower and Linger, puzzled by the sudden confrontation, decided it was best to focus on their meal instead. Yi Fan returned to his room, his expression dark, his inner fury erupting like a volcano. His gaze fixed ahead, a mix of grievance and anger simmered within him. As he breathed heavily, his chest heaved dramatically, revealing the depths of his seething rage. His hands clenched into fists, veins protruding, and then with a sudden, violent motion, he shattered everything within reach. Glass shards and fragments of ceramics flew about, leaving the room in utter disarray. Each act of destruction seemed to unleash his pent-up fury and grievances, yet it did nothing to quell his tumultuous emotions. "My lord, you can no longer remain idle. I believe that now, with him taking the initiative, you should be even more proactive. In the past, when the master was around, no one competed with you. His methods with women were truly exceptional," whispered Yi Fan's maid as she approached him, referring to Yang Chao. "Are you suggesting that I mimic his obsequiousness and sycophancy? Forgive me, but I am inherently incapable of bowing or bending low." Since her earliest memories, she had followed the old sect master, remaining the center of attention wherever she went, basking in the admiration of others. Her pride would never allow her to stoop so low. "My lord, the circumstances have changed. As the saying goes, a true man is capable of both bending and standing tall. Enduring temporarily can avert many troubles. Taking a step back, enough. Is there no other way?" Yi Fan interrupted her curtly. To compel him to act thus was akin to a swift execution. "Then, we may have to proceed with the approach of making the raw rice into cooked rice," the maid suggested. "She is a figure of considerable standing, having attained the realm of Tao immortal, while I am merely a lowly Xian immortal. Whether I can turn raw rice into cooked rice is uncertain. But if she desires to add a meat dish, that would be a mere flick of the wrist." Yi Fan shot the maid a fierce glare, finding her suggestion utterly deplorable. "My lord, what I mean is, the master's disposition is somewhat childlike and easily deceived. If you seek more opportunities to be alone with her and gently coax her, it might just work." The maid cast him a knowing glance, as if hinting at something. Yi Fan remained silent, his expression shifting from fury to steely resolve. Observing this change, the maid wore an enigmatic smile. She knew that he was considering her words. Chapter 52. Accompanying the master on a mission, the sacred sense hall was tranquil and solemn in the early morning light, sunbeams streaming through the windows onto the floor. The old sect master arrived with two masters at the sacred sense hall, where Qingwan promptly greeted them upon their arrival. "Greetings, revered sect master." Qingwan bowed respectfully. The sect master nodded slightly and inquired in a low voice, "Is there a mission today?" Qingwan, with a respectful demeanor, responded, There is a small town in the southern region where it has been reported that several young girls and married women have mysteriously gone missing. The local authorities have investigated for many days without any leads, and they request our assistance in the matter. The sect master furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before stating, "This matter should not be underestimated. We must ascertain the truth." Qingwan accepted the command, her eyes resolute as she declared, "Understood. I shall exert every effort to fulfill this mission without disgrace." The sect master regarded Qingwan with a hint of concern, asking, "Who do you plan to send to handle this?" Qingwan replied respectfully, "To report to the esteemed master, based on the current information at hand. It is evident that this is a case orchestrated by a well-organized and premeditated trafficking syndicate. It would suffice to dispatch ordinary disciples for the investigation." However, the venerable patriarch gently shook his head, his tone grave as he remarked, "Such an approach would be ill-advised. If even the local authorities are at a loss regarding this matter, it suggests a far-reaching entanglement. This incident may not merely be a case of ordinary human trafficking. It could involve complicity within the local government, or perhaps illegal transactions conducted by cultivators for the purpose of refining cauldrons. There is even a possibility that malevolent entities are perpetrating heinous acts for their nefarious practices. Therefore, we must exercise utmost caution. I believe this matter warrants our serious attention." Qingwan, suddenly enlightened, nodded earnestly and inquired, "Then, according to your wisdom, esteemed master, how shall we proceed?" The patriarch pondered for a moment. Then with a decisive wave of his hand declared, "There is no need for you to personally intervene. Your two junior sisters have recently emerged from their seclusion. Although they hold the esteemed positions of sect leaders, they still lack experience in management. This presents an opportune moment for them to venture forth and broaden their horizons. In years past, I was overly protective of Ling and Ro, resulting in their limited understanding of many worldly affairs. It is time for them to learn through experience." Upon hearing this, Qingwan nearly dropped her jaw, exclaiming, "Is it appropriate to assign such a task to the sect leaders?" The patriarch responded with unwavering conviction, "There is nothing inappropriate about it. Remaining cooped up at home will only dull their wits." The two sect leaders chimed in playfully, "We are not foolish." Qingwan, realizing her persuasion was in vain, resolved to accompany them personally to ensure their safety. "Are the three of you truly embarking on a mission to subdue a nation? It is merely a small town. Let your junior sisters go for a leisurely respite. Equip them with a few task-oriented companions, and bring along that young man from the Yang family. He is quite capable and inspires my confidence." The patriarch's intentions became transparent despite his roundabout explanation. The astute Qingwan comprehended the underlying motive and promptly summoned Yang Chao, detailing the task at hand with precision. Once all preparations were complete, Yang Chao and the others set forth on their journey. As Yang Chao approached the group, he asked, "Who will be leading me on this expedition?" "What do you mean by who will lead you?" The patriarch raised an eyebrow slightly. Yang Chao innocently clarified, "I meant to say that I have not yet fully mastered the technique of sword flight and require someone to assist me in flying." The patriarch narrowed his eyes, contemplating the situation. It was astonishing that this young man could effortlessly grasp top-tier techniques, yet remained unskilled in the most fundamental art of sword flight. "Roar, you shall be responsible for guiding him," he decided, though a hint of displeasure crossed his face at the thought of Yang Chao potentially becoming restless along the way. After bidding farewell to everyone, the group officially embarked on their journey under the guidance of an experienced leader. "Esteemed leader, I must apologize. I have a slight fear of heights. Should I cause any offense, I hope you will be forgiving," Yang Chao said, his hands gently resting on the leader's waist, an expression of remorse adorning his face. "No worries, dear brother, there is no need for concern." Roer maintained her composure, not letting it trouble her. One must admit that Yang Chao indeed possesses a certain finesse when it comes to charming the ladies. He retrieved a sausage from his ring, not handing it directly to Roer, but rather breaking it into small pieces, delicately feeding them to her, while gently admonishing, "Stay focused." Thus, the group swiftly arrived at a small town on the Jiangnan border. They first visited the local government office, where, after gathering some fundamental information, they wasted no time in commencing their investigation throughout the town. They visited the families of several missing young women, yet upon utilizing their spiritual awareness, they sensed no trace of demonic presence, allowing them to preliminarily conclude that this was not the work of any malevolent entities. In fact, prior to Yang Chao's arrival, Qingwan had already conducted an analysis for him. If no demonic energy was detected at the crime scene, the next step should be to investigate the local brothels to ascertain whether these young women had been sold to distant lands. Additionally, they needed to closely monitor the local slave trade and black market dealings. This small town, known as Yinshui City, is not only a rich land of fish and rice, renowned for its stunningly beautiful women, but it also boasts abundant resources of tea, salt, and liquor. Due to its geographical proximity to the border, commercial trade here thrives splendidly. Yang Chao led the group to the largest brothel in Yunshui City, the Tianxiang building. This establishment was grand and majestic, exuding an extraordinary aura. The Tianxiang building is divided into 3 floors, each adorned in opulence, showcasing luxury and nobility. The spacious and bright hall on the first floor features a massive jade sculpture at its center, surrounded by exquisite screens and fine artworks. The second floor consists of private rooms, elegantly decorated, with tables, chairs, and beds crafted from the finest wood and silk. The third floor is reserved for VIPs, accessible only to distinguished guests. Outside, the building hung vibrant red lanterns, with several elegantly dressed women standing at the entrance, smiling to welcome patrons. Upon entering, one is immediately enveloped by a rich aroma, a delightful blend of sandalwood, floral notes, and rouge. The corridors on both sides are adorned with exquisite murals depicting beautiful women and picturesque landscapes, transporting one into a dreamlike realm. Overall, the grandeur of Tianxiang building leaves a profound impression. It is not merely a brothel, but a masterpiece that showcases the prosperity and luxury of Yunshui City. Dressed in splendid attire, Yang Chao exuded the demeanor of a refined gentleman with every gesture. As he entered the Tianxiang building, he quickly attracted a throng of admirers. The madam approached him with a beaming smile, her voice sweet as she said, "Esteemed sir, you are truly handsome and charming. Please come in." Yang Chao smiled gently and casually bestowed some silver coins, which made the madam beam with delight as she eagerly gestured, "Right this way, sir. I shall arrange the finest ladies for you." Upon entering the private room, it was lavishly decorated with an air of intimacy. Yang Chao settled into an ornately carved chair, and several beautiful women gracefully entered, clad in sheer fabrics, their figures alluring and their eyes brimming with affection. One of the women gently parted her crimson lips, saying, "My lord, allow me to pour you a glass of wine." With that, she offered the cup to Yang Chao's lips. He accepted the chalice, taking a delicate sip, pondering to himself that this indeed was a land of beauty, where every woman possessed extraordinary grace. While he appeared to jest with these ladies, his mind was actively engaged in contemplating how to discreetly investigate the situation. Yet, it seemed these women could see through his distraction and exerted all their charm to ensnare him in their tender embrace. Chapter 53. The Tianxiang Tower Incident. Yang Chao hastily interrupted the ladies' enthusiasm, exclaiming, "Wait, just a moment. I have a question for you all. Who among you has been here the longest? I shall keep the one who answers." After a brief comparison, a maiden clad in green remained. She obediently poured wine and served delicacies, observing, "My lord, you seem unfamiliar here. Is this your first visit? Your attire suggests you are not from this locale. Are you here for business or leisure?" Yang Chao drained his cup and replied, "This is indeed my first visit to your establishment, and I would classify it as a form of leisure. I have frequented many brothels, but in terms of beauty, yours is unrivaled. My lord, one who often visits such places must know that our Tianxiang Tower has branches across various nations, and our benefactor wields immense influence." The green-clad maiden remarked, pride evident on her face. Yang Chao gently caressed her chin and inquired, "How do the women of Tianxiang Pavilion come to be here? Some are sold into brothels by their families, others are compelled by hardship, and the most sought after are the fallen daughters of wealthy families or the wives and daughters of officials who have fallen from grace." Her expression darkened momentarily before she quickly regained her composure. A pang of compassion welled up within Yang Chao as he asked, "Do you not have the right to choose your fate?" The green-clad maiden forced a smile and replied, "Here, our destinies often lie beyond our control. However, there are some sisters who willingly enter brothels, perhaps driven by their own circumstances." Yang Chao fell into deep contemplation, beginning to grasp the helplessness and sorrow that lay behind the lives of these women. The maiden regarded him, seemingly reading his thoughts, and said, "My lord, there is no need for you to feel sorrow for us. This is our life. Though it is bitter, we strive to survive." He nodded slightly, feeling a newfound respect for these women. Turning to the green-clad maiden, he asked, "And what of you? Do you have any dreams?" She lifted her gaze, a glimmer of hope sparkling in her eyes, and said, "I only wish for the day when I can leave this place and lead an ordinary life." Yang Chao tossed a pouch of silver coins onto the table, declaring, "If you can answer a few questions, this shall all be yours." The maiden's eyes lit up at the sight of the coins. "My lord, please ask away. I shall share anything I know," she smiled, pulling the coins closer to herself. "Are you all locals?" he inquired. "Some are, while others are not. Those sold by their families, as well as those acquired through formal channels, can be found locally," she explained. Yang Chao shook his head in disbelief. "There are formal channels? Is that not risky in encountering acquaintances? Which of us is not at the end of our rope?" She replied, her voice tinged with melancholy. "Who still cares about acquaintances or strangers? Let us speak of the origins of the unorthodox. It is said that some individuals, burdened by debts upon the due date, resort to reclaiming what is owed by intruding into homes, seizing possessions, and even abducting wives and daughters. Fearing the adverse consequences of public disturbances, many are sold off to distant lands. Furthermore, there are traffickers and beggars. As one young woman was speaking, a dart suddenly flew through the window, piercing her neck. In agony, she clutched her throat, unable to utter a word, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Chao, checking for signs of life, noticed two figures swiftly pursuing the assailant, with him following closely behind. The assassin, not having fled far, was soon apprehended by Linger and Rower. An assassin capable of striking with a dagger from a distance with precision is not an ordinary individual, yet he was unfortunate to encounter someone of exceptional caliber. Eliminating him was as effortless as crushing an ant. With divine awareness, Chao swiftly subdued him, demanding, "Speak. Who sent you?" As the full weight of his aura bore down, Chao approached the assassin like a harbinger of death. Suddenly, the assassin straightened up and then quickly prostrated himself on the ground. Linger shook her head at Chao, lamenting. He severed his own meridians and died. "This is my fault for being negligent." At that moment, the esteemed leader appeared before Chao like a wayward child. Chao comforted her. "This is not your fault. It is my oversight for underestimating him. After all, the three of us lack experience in the martial world. Had Qingwan been here, such a tragedy would never have occurred." Subsequently, Chao returned alone to Tianxiang Pavilion, where he witnessed the brothel madam cursing vehemently at the girl's corpse, tossing a bag of money before departing without a backward glance, seeking to arrange a proper burial for her. That evening, upon returning to the inn, Chao and the others found themselves devoid of appetite, refraining from dinner as the atmosphere in the room grew tense. This marked the first instance of a life lost due to his actions, a reality he found difficult to accept. The others, accustomed to the cycle of life and death, remained indifferent, yet upon observing Chao's demeanor, they fell silent. After a moment of introspection, Chao, with his head bowed, gently inquired, "Does anyone know about the beggars?" One of the team leaders, who typically led their missions, rose to explain. The term beggar refers to a folk legend or saying, typically describing individuals who employ narcotics or other means to incapacitate children or others for abduction. Many of these individuals disguise themselves as beggars, hence the term beggar is attributed to them. Chao, expressionless, nodded in acknowledgement, adding, "There is another matter. We are being followed. Tomorrow, as we disperse to track the beggars throughout the city, let us alter our appearances. Rise before dawn. No need to gather. Each shall proceed independently. Remain vigilant for any suspicious individuals and use the audiovisual device to communicate. We will regroup and decide our next course of action based on the situation." "Do we still need to change our appearances?" Linger quietly asked Chao. "You two must indeed disguise yourselves," he replied. "Transform into men. With your current looks, you would attract attention everywhere. Today, wherever you go, not only will men stare unabashedly, but women will also cast lingering glances." Chao gazed at the two ethereal twin sisters before him. "Tomorrow, you both shall accompany me, otherwise, you may easily lose your way," he remarked playfully, to which Linger turned her head aside, pouting, "As if I would get lost in this minuscule city. I could merely flatten it. All right, it's getting late. Everyone should retire for the night. I lack the inclination to cook today, so please take some prepared food back with you," Chao said, retrieving provisions from his storage ring and distributing them. The younger disciples dispersed to their respective chambers, leaving only the twin sisters to follow Chao to his room. "What are you two doing following me? You tread so silently," he remarked, turning to close the door only to find them behind him. The sisters entered without hesitation, exclaiming, "Rest? After a long day. Wouldn't it be better to chat a while?" They settled at the table, with Linger eagerly munching on beef jerky, while Rower preferred sausages. Typically, Chao would relish the opportunity to converse with them, yet today his spirits were dampened. However, with their presence, he felt compelled to welcome them, as he was still a guest in their abode. Chapter 54. The rogue beggar Chao positioned himself before the sisters, his gaze flickering with curiosity. "I have a question to pose. What exactly is the relationship between you and Yi Fan?" Rower, with a puzzled expression, replied, "Do you not know? He is my father's most esteemed disciple, and he is also our junior." Chao probed further. "Is there no other special connection? I have heard whispers that he is to be your future husband." At his words, the sisters gasped in unison. The elder sister responded, "Who said that? Our father has always been quite strict with us. He either urges us to cultivate or to focus on comprehending our techniques. He often reminds us that he cannot protect us forever. Only by becoming strong can we truly safeguard ourselves." When our junior Yi Fan arrived, our father doted on him and allowed him to practice alongside us. Thus, he is, strictly speaking, one of our few friends. Rower added to the explanation. Chao nodded thoughtfully, yet his curiosity remained piqued. "What are your impressions of Yi Fan? After all, he is your father's favored disciple, and rumors abound that he may become your husband." The sisters exchanged knowing smiles, with the younger one speaking first. In truth, our junior is quite remarkable, diligent and gifted. Among his peers, he stands out, though he is somewhat reticent, rather like a closed book. As for the rumors, we have never taken them to heart. To us, he is merely a trustworthy friend and a fellow disciple. The elder sister concurred. Indeed, our bond is more akin to kinship and friendship. What the future may hold is uncertain, but for now, we simply wish to strive together, enhancing our abilities and bringing honor to our sect. As young Chao listened to their responses, his doubts gradually dissipated. He initially believed that there might be some intricate emotional entanglement hidden within, only to find it was rather straightforward. He continued to inquire, what if, I'm merely saying what if, he truly proposed to both of you alongside our venerable patriarch? How would you respond? The elder sister, her smile radiant, gazed at young Chao and playfully remarked, why do you always ask this question? If you have something on your mind, just express it outright. A true man should speak plainly instead of beating around the bush. Observing this, Yang Chao's expression shifted to one of seriousness, and he earnestly declared, indeed, I actually wish to pursue both of you. Do you think I stand a chance? Well, look at your physique, tall and robust, with striking features. Moreover, your cooking is simply exquisite, and you possess a nurturing spirit. Your personality is delightful, never dull. Being around you brings such joy. Hearing their lavish praise, Yang Chao excitedly waved his hands beneath him, secretly reveling in the moment. Wow, this is quite an accomplishment. However, the elder sister abruptly shifted the conversation, saying, nevertheless, it seems he hasn't been diligently practicing lately. The younger sister concurred. Father often reminds us that only through rigorous training can one truly discern another's potential for future growth. Even the most gifted individuals will struggle to achieve lasting progress without hard work. Remember, the path of cultivation is infinitely long. I too find wisdom in Father's words. Never mind, let's pretend I said nothing. You two should hurry back and rest. The abrupt turn of events nearly caused Yang Chao to collapse onto the table. He straightened up and promptly began ushering them out. What are you doing? Don't be so stingy. Can't you utter a single negative remark? Indeed, your tolerance is rather limited. The sisters remarked as Yang Chao pushed them outside. Before dawn the following day, Yang Chao disguised himself as a fortune teller, while the sisters played the role of his little attendants, wandering the streets. Whenever they encountered beggars, they would halt, set up their stall, and monitor the situation. If all seemed well, they would pack up and continue their journey. The trio eventually arrived at a large courtyard where they noticed a cluster of individuals resembling beggars gathered near the wall. Their behavior appeared rather furtive, raising Yang Chao's suspicions. What could these beggars possibly be doing away from the streets? Yang Chao advanced cautiously, discreetly observing them. Clad in tattered garments, the beggars bore haggard expressions, their eyes glinting with an unusual light. They formed a circle, whispering among themselves as if scheming something nefarious. Exchanging glances, Yang Chao and his companions silently speculated. Could these be the legendary flower pickers? Concealing their true intentions behind the facade of begging, they might be engaged in the illicit trade of human trafficking. Yang Chao signaled to his companions to remain vigilant as they cautiously approached the beggars, striving to overhear their conversation, though the distance rendered them only capable of catching fragments of speech. One of the beggars lifted his head, his gaze sweeping the surroundings as if he had sensed something amiss. A flicker of alertness flashed in his eyes, but it quickly vanished, and he resumed his conversation with the other beggars. Yang Chao decided to draw closer, intent on gathering more clues. They cautiously maneuvered to the side of the beggars, taking cover behind the wall to eavesdrop on their dialogue. A tightness gripped Yang Chao's heart when he overheard them discussing an event that was to take place at the alley entrance that evening, coinciding with their investigation. It seemed their suspicions were indeed valid. These beggars were likely plotting something nefarious. Having discerned the specific time and location, Yang Chao and his companions worried that lingering too long might arouse suspicion, and thus they strode purposefully ahead. Those individuals must be up to no good. Just look at their shifty eyes. They clearly do not exude virtue, Ling Er remarked with evident disdain after they had put some distance between themselves and the beggars. As they passed by, the beggars scrutinized the two sisters with lewd gazes, making them feel exceedingly uncomfortable. Despite their masculine attire, their figures and appearances were strikingly beautiful, and many powerful figures had a proclivity for such exquisite allure, which was often deemed more valuable than that of a woman. I nearly succumbed to the urge to eliminate them all. Their repulsive stares are enough to make one retch, Ro-Er exclaimed, sticking out her tongue in a mock display of vomiting. It is still early. Let us return to the inn to prepare and come back later to ascertain their true intentions. With that, Yang Chao led the two sisters back to the inn. Chapter 55. Atrocities. Shortly after noon, Yang Chao stealthily accompanied the two sisters to the vicinity of the courtyard, taking refuge in the shadows. The others concealed themselves at the alley entrance, awaiting developments. As evening approached, several beggars began to arrive from various directions, settling down to confer until the night deepened. This group of beggars stealthily approached the courtyard. Clad in tattered garments and bearing disheveled appearances, they wielded knives to pry open the door latch. Evidently preparing to infiltrate the courtyard for nefarious purposes, they tiptoed to the entrance, cautiously pushing the door open before slipping inside. Once within the courtyard, the beggars scanned their surroundings, searching for the lady's presence. They moved with utmost stealth, striving to make no sound. One beggar approached a door and gently pushed it. Discovering it was unlocked, he signaled to the others, and they all squeezed into the room together. Inside, the furniture was overturned, belongings scattered across the floor, revealing a scene of chaos. Several beggars, agile in movement, swiftly carried 3 tightly wrapped bundles resembling human forms, hastily exiting the courtyard. Their expressions were tense. They cautiously cradled the bundles while vigilantly surveying their surroundings. One beggar, arms trembling slightly under the weight of the package, appeared to struggle. Yet he gritted his teeth and pressed onward with determination. Another beggar, burdened with a package, staggered forward with a slightly hunched back, yet his gaze betrayed a fierce intensity. The attire of these beggars was tattered and soiled, caked with dirt and stains, but their movements were swift and decisive. Their breaths came in rapid bursts. Chao flicked his head to signal to follow, as these beggars approached the alley's entrance, where a horse-drawn cart awaited, draped in a canopy. In a flurry, they carelessly tossed the large package inside before scattering in various directions. Chao and his companions hastily trailed behind the cart as it exited the city. After a prolonged pursuit, the cart jolted to a stop before a dilapidated temple, swaying unsteadily on the crumbling road. A figure atop the cart rapped on the temple door, and soon after, a dozen beggars emerged, hauling the large package inside, their faces alight with lascivious grins as the bearers of the package fondled it with their hands. The forsaken temple stood solitary amidst a desolate expanse, seemingly forgotten by time. The temple door hung ajar, adorned with rust and cobwebs, the once bright vermilion paint flaking away to reveal the original wooden grain. Within, the gilded Buddha statues had lost their sheen, exposing the mottled clay beneath, while the surrounding walls were riddled with cracks, threatening imminent collapse. The courtyard was overrun with weeds, with an occasional mouse scurrying about, enhancing the temple's desolation. Chao and his companions ascended the towering trees beside the temple to peer inside. Where the scene unfolded in its entirety, a layer of straw and chaff covered the entrance of the dilapidated temple, where several beggars either lay or crouched, shooing away any intruders. Venturing further and led to the main hall of the decrepit temple, which appeared to house a considerable number of individuals. Chao observed as those clutching the large package traversed the hall to an adjoining courtyard, where a row of relatively better-kept rooms awaited. One by one, they entered one of the rooms. Consequently, the 3 concealed themselves outside this row of chambers. A burly man in his 40s, his face flushed with a menacing glare, scrutinized the women before him, his eyes brimming with malice and avarice. The whip in his hand cracked against the ground, producing a chilling sound. He advanced step by step towards the women, his voice dripping with menace. "You have been here for some time, enduring hardships and suffering. Look at those who accompanied you, obediently serving the young masters, engaging in business, even those who are scholars or officials. Would it not be better to be redeemed by someone who fancies you, living as a concubine and enjoying a life of ease? Yet, you stubbornly refuse to comply, choosing instead to be toyed with by foul-smelling beggars. Let me warn you, if you suffer any lasting harm, no one will want you at the brothel. Do you see the dog outside? It will feast upon you." The abducted women huddled together, their garments torn to shreds, their bodies trembling incessantly, their eyes filled with terror and despair. Upon the arrival of 3 new women, a lecherous grin spread across the face of the man overseeing them. He surveyed them with lewd eyes, as if they had already become his possessions. His laughter echoed chillingly in the air. "Take these 2 maidens to my room. This young lady was specifically requested by Master Jean for a handsome sum. Attend to her well, or else I shall flay your skins." 2 young beggars hoisted the maidens out of the room, while the lead beggar, grinning obscenely with his hands behind his back, sauntered behind them. Upon exiting, he gestured to a few other waiting beggars outside. "Go." Instantly, their eyes lit up, and they rushed into the room, only to be met with the women's anguished cries. At that moment, Chao could no longer contain his fury. He stormed in and sliced the beggars who were tearing at the women's garments into pieces. The sisters then entered to console the unfortunate women, retrieving garments from their storage rings to clothe them. Chao, filled with rage, flung open the door, his eyes ablaze with wrath, his expression twisted with murderous intent. The young beggars looked at him in terror, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Chao advanced step by step, a chilling smile upon his lips that sent shivers down spines. He seized one young beggar and hurled him to the ground with great force. The beggar groaned in pain, yet Yang Chao showed no mercy. A fireball engulfed him, reducing him to cinders. Next, Yang Chao raised his foot and stomped down mercilessly upon another beggar, exerting every ounce of his strength. The beggar's screams reverberated through the air, a haunting sound. Other beggars attempted to flee, but Yang Chao swiftly captured them, lifting them as if they were mere chicks. His hands were filled with power, and the beggars were utterly defenseless, each one tossed into the air, where he wielded his sword to slice them thinner than hot pot lamb slices. Yang Chao's eyes were filled with madness, reveling in the thrill of slaughtering the young beggars. Their blood stained the ground, transforming the scene into one reminiscent of hell. At last, Yang Chao surveyed his gruesome handiwork with satisfaction, a grotesque smile spreading across his face. He turned towards the lead beggar, who, seeing the carnage, collapsed in fear, the stench of excrement wafting from him. "Good sir, spare my life. I will serve you like a beast for the rest of my days," he pleaded, terror-stricken, his speech faltering amidst his humiliation. "I find you repulsive," Yang Chao replied coldly, enunciating each word with deliberate disdain. You cannot kill me. Do you know who stands behind me? Surely, you do not believe that our mere handful of beggars could carry out such deeds without being discovered?" As he crawled backward in desperation, the murderous tyrant approached with menacing intent. "Then tell me, who is it that stands behind you?" Yang Chao pressed the tip of his sword against the beggar's throat. "Could you perhaps spare my life?" The lead beggar seemed to glimpse a glimmer of hope. "I might consider slicing you thicker when I cut you." Yang Chao's tone was icily serious, revealing he was not jesting. "What difference is there between being dismembered and cut into pieces?" As he spoke, he prepared to hurl himself against the stone steps. Yang Chao exerted his pressure, rendering him immobile. "Want to die? That would be too merciful for you." As the two sisters stepped outside, they couldn't help but furrow their brows at the gruesome scene before them. Is there a spell that can read others' memories, or compel them to speak the truth when questioned? Yang Chao inquired, turning to his sisters behind him. "Indeed," Rower replied, approaching and placing her hand upon the head of the fallen foe, muttering incantations. After a moment, she withdrew her hand and nodded at Yang Chao. Transforming his palm into a claw, Yang Chao plunged his 5 fingers into the crown of the fallen's head, extracting his soul and dispersing it with his energy. "Such a wretch must never be reborn," he declared, an aura of chilling malevolence radiating from him. Rower stepped closer, offering a comforting pat on Yang Chao's shoulder. "I have accessed his memories and discovered that he was in collusion with a steward-like figure in these heinous deeds. Naturally, a person of significance would not directly associate with such filth." After a moment of contemplation, Yang Chao slowly regained his composure. "Our next step is to investigate whether the individuals from his memories can be found at Tianxiang Tower. Additionally, we shall provide these women with silver coins to ensure they can live better lives." He recalled the words of the green-clad maiden, who had mentioned that their enigmatic boss held considerable power. Rower distributed a bag of silver coins to the women, who expressed their heartfelt gratitude before returning to their homes. That evening, the group returned to the inn, where Yang Chao prepared dinner. After they finished their meal, the others retired to rest. Yet the sisters followed Yang Chao to his room. "You were truly frightening today. To be honest, I was quite scared," Rower said as she sat at the table. "Just yesterday, he expressed his intentions to pursue us, and now to see him so brutal makes me fear for our safety," she continued, with Linger chiming in with laughter. Having vanquished the principal villain, Yang Chao appeared considerably lighter in spirit. Observing the sisters' banter, he refrained from elaborating, pondering whether the steward-like figure was indeed one of Tianxiang Tower's affiliates, and if so, where he might be hiding. At that moment, Yi Fan sent Linger a communication mirror, which she activated with her spiritual energy. "Where are you?" Yi Fan inquired immediately upon connection, his usual stern demeanor revealing a hint of urgency. "We are out on a mission with our little brother. We just finished dinner and returned to our room to rest," Linger replied cheerfully. "Where exactly?" Yi Fan pressed impatiently. Yang Chao quickly interjected, "Of course we are in my room. Your call is interrupting our rest." He rotated the communication mirror to show his surroundings. Suddenly, the sound of shattering items came from Yi Fan's end. "What have you done, you beast? Why are the two of them still in your room at this late hour? Are you not aware of the impropriety of a lone man and 2 women being alone together?" Yi Fan's voice was tinged with hysteria, his expression likely contorted with anger. Yang Chao shook his head, smirking with playful mockery. "We are not just a lone man and 2 women. Rather, we are a lone man with 2 women. It does indeed require more effort to manage, but I digress. I shall take a bath now. Wait, if you dare to engage in any scandalous behavior, I will remember this for a lifetime. We shall have no peace until one of us is dead." Yi Fan's voice trembled, his expression unseen as he turned off the communication mirror. "Remember you for a lifetime?" With remarkable skill, Yang Chao severed his spiritual connection and returned the mirror to Ling Er. "Why are you angry with him? After all, he is our junior disciple, and we do not wish for conflict between you two," Ro'er remarked with a hint of exasperation in her tone, revealing a trace of reproach. I am not angry with him. I merely speak the truth. This is my room, and his presence makes me feel nauseous to the point of sleeplessness, which indeed disrupts my rest. It seems we can only choose one of us. You both decide whom to keep, she continued. Immature. With that, the two sisters departed from Yang Chao's chamber. How could those two naive souls deem me immature? Yang Chao thought, incredulity etched across his face. Hadn't it been said that they were innocent and easily deceived? Yet, through their interactions over the past few days, it became evident that while they were certainly innocent, they were not entirely foolish. As night fell, darkness enveloped the earth. Yang Chao, accompanied by a few individuals, stealthily exited the inn, their figures appearing particularly enigmatic beneath the faint moonlight. Their steps were light and cautious, as if fearful of awakening the slumbering city. Guided by the invisible sisters, Yang Chao carefully entered the Tianxiang Tower. Inside, the air was thick with rich aromas and dim lighting, creating an intoxicating atmosphere. They navigated through the corridors and rooms of the brothel, meticulously searching every nook and cranny. Yang Chao's gaze was sharp and focused, leaving no clue overlooked, while the sisters utilized their invisibility to silently seek their target among the crowd. They gently pushed open each door, scrutinizing every couple on the beds within. Some rooms were filled with raucous laughter and the clinking of glasses, while others exuded an air of sensuality. However, their aim was not these revelries. They sought a specific individual. Their search was thorough and patient, leaving no potential hiding place unchecked. They inspected beneath beds, inside wardrobes, behind screens, and even in concealed spaces atop the ceiling. Every detail was noted, and every sound heightened their alertness. As time slipped by, their heartbeats quickened with the hope of soon locating their quarry. Yet, the patrons of the brothel remained oblivious to their presence, lost in their own worlds. Eventually, after a comprehensive search, they failed to uncover the individual resembling a steward. Returning to the inn as dawn's light began to break, Yang Chao still felt at a loss. He decided to send a message to Qing Wan, who resided with Siyu, but found that they had yet to awaken. As he gazed in their direction, his mind momentarily wandered until Qing Wan's repeated reminders brought him back to the matter at hand. After listening to him, Qing Wan pondered for a moment before responding. If he is dressed as a steward, he must belong to that household. A brothel has no need for a steward, as they primarily employ brawlers and sycophants. The case of the missing person is not particularly difficult to investigate, and it is astonishing that the local authorities have no leads. I suggest you begin your inquiries with the officials. Her insights illuminated Yang Chao's understanding. It was no wonder he had been followed after merely inquiring at the government office upon his arrival. Chapter 57. Passionate tenderness. Yang Chao summoned everyone, carefully outlining their tasks. They divided into 3 small groups, silently infiltrating the homes of influential officials within the government. Ro'er gently pressed her hand atop their heads, imprinting the image of the steward into their memories. The first group comprised the governor, the highest official in the locality. The second group consisted of the deputy governor, who assisted the governor in managing governmental affairs. The third group was the inspector, responsible for supervising the governor and other officials, possessing certain administrative powers. By day, they disguised themselves as servants, attentively observing the individual resembling the steward. By night, they ventured into the study and storeroom to seek evidence of wrongdoing. Once they were divided into groups, they set off on their respective missions. Yang Chao gazed at the exquisite sisters before him. This picturesque town in the Jiangnan region, with its beautiful landscapes and abundant resources, thrived in prosperity. How about I take you both out for a stroll? We can also indulge in some local delicacies, he suggested. Absolutely. We've been busy day and night without enjoying ourselves. The moment the idea of fun was mentioned, the lively Linger sprang up with joy. She exclaimed, Indeed. I should also buy some gifts for my father, sister Shui, and our little junior brother. Let us go at once. The gentle and serene Ro'er also appeared quite pleased, as shopping undeniably held a certain allure for women. Oh, you plan to buy gifts for your little junior brother? In that case, perhaps we should just stay at the inn and enjoy some noodles instead, Yang Chao jested, yielding to the playful teasing of the two girls. But you both must promise me one thing before I take you, he added. What is it? They inquired in unison. You must agree to be the mothers of my children, he declared. That's not a difficult task. We shall take care of your children in the future. Let's go? Linger replied, leading the way downstairs. Upon reaching the street, Ro'er suddenly realized. Did he just say we should be the mothers of his children? She nudged her sister. Yes. What's the big deal? We will have apprentices in the future anyway. One more child won't make a difference. What mothers? I thought he meant mentors. Linger, who had just been beaming with joy, suddenly froze in shock. You mischievous Yang Chao. The sisters chased after him, playfully delivering a flurry of punches. It wasn't until Yang Chao retrieved some candied hawthorn from his storage ring that they finally ceased their playful assault. The sisters felt they hadn't exerted much force. Yet Yang Chao was left wincing in pain. "This is quite a formidable strength," he exclaimed. Cautiously, the sisters bit into a piece of the sweet treat, and the tangy sweet flavor burst forth in their mouths. The sugary coating was delightful, and their eyes lit up with surprise as they had never imagined that such ordinary hawthorn could taste so exquisite. Previously, they had only encountered hawthorn while concocting medicinal pills. There are strawberries and small pieces of honeydew as well, and every variety is simply delectable. Observing Yang Chao, who was rubbing his shoulders and grimacing, the sisters realized they might have indeed been a bit too vigorous. "What is wrong with you? We hardly used any force." "Exactly. You're just too delicate. You should train your body. I've never seen anyone in cultivation so leisurely," they remarked. The sisters, deeply influenced by their father, held a strong affinity for diligence, hard work, and relentless practice. Yang Chao wore a bitter smile, fully aware that while his physical prowess was formidable, it paled in comparison to that of true masters. Perhaps it was indeed time to focus on refining his body. This outing held another purpose for him. By eliminating the threat of the beggar gang, their open enjoyment would likely cause those behind it to let their guard down, benefiting the covert investigators. Thus, they ventured to popular scenic spots, bustling food streets, and commercial areas, indulging in extravagant shopping. Yang Chao also procured numerous bolts of exquisite silk and satin for the ladies left behind at Lingxiao Pavilion. Though he refrained from buying cosmetics, their skin, nourished by spiritual energy through their cultivation, was flawless. Applying makeup would only serve to mask their natural beauty. As Yang Chao stuffed his storage ring with a myriad of silks, porcelain, jewelry, tea, and handicrafts, the two sisters realized that neither their father nor their brothers had ever returned with gifts for them. Their father had only brought back techniques or magical artifacts. "Little brother, you bought so many gifts for your sisters, why not for us?" Ling Er's tone carried a hint of jealousy. She appreciated Yang Chao's discerning taste, as his selections aligned perfectly with the young lady's aesthetic. "Do you both have some affliction? Can't you buy things for yourselves?" Yang Chao retorted, nursing his own pain and lacking patience. "Is there a difference between buying for oneself and receiving gifts? Are you still sulking, you miser?" Ling Er sensed that her words had struck too hard. Yang Chao rolled up his sleeve, revealing bruises and scars on his arm. "So tell me, should I not be angry?" He jested, but his irritation was palpable. "I make a light-hearted joke, and yet you strike with such ferocity. What kind of woman are you?" "You are the fierce one." Ling Er shot back, her spirit undeterred despite the evidence of Yang Chao's discomfort. "How is it that you can compare yourself to a woman of fiery tenderness?" Yang Chao, in a foul mood, continued to vent his frustrations. Noticing his discontent, Ro Er approached him with a small vial, pouring its contents onto her hands and rubbing them together. The moment her flawless, delicate hands made contact with Yang Chao's arm, a refreshing chill surged through him, soothing his aches, so pleasurable that he could hardly distinguish whether it was the remedy or her touch that brought such relief. When he glanced at his arm again, the bruises had vanished. "I have similar injuries," Ro Er observed, understanding his thoughts, and promptly thrust the vial into his hands before rolling her eyes and returning to her shopping. Men are so easy to please. Yang Chao found himself eagerly trailing behind the two sisters once more. After their shopping spree, they proceeded to the largest restaurant in the area, ordering a lavish spread of delicacies. Although the food was quite good, Yang Chao mused, "I still believe it pales in comparison to your cooking. Why don't we prepare our own meals?" Linger gazed at Yang Chao, deeming his culinary skills quite satisfactory, though he lacked refinement in technique and seasoning. She acknowledged her need to learn new dishes, lamenting the monotony of her usual fare. Yang Chao astutely remarked that the unpopularity of the meat dishes stemmed from a failure to blanch the ingredients with white wine to eliminate the gamey taste and enhance the aroma, particularly with the addition of oyster sauce, which could elevate the dish's freshness. His thoughtful consideration warmed their hearts, yet Linger believed his foremost priority should be his cultivation. Grateful. She cast a glance at Yang Chao. "My cultivation has not faltered," he boasted. "I excel in techniques and swordplay with ease, for my innate talent is unparalleled. Should I cease my training, what fate would await other practitioners?" He exuberantly bragged before the two sisters. "Then why is it that you cannot even master sword flight?" Rower retorted, arching an eyebrow and regarding Yang Chao with a teasing gaze. Her words struck him like a resounding slap across the face. "Let us eat, let us eat." He chuckled, attempting to divert the conversation. Chapter 58. The arrival of a notable figure. Days later, a group of individuals reported to the governor's residence. Following several days of clandestine investigation, they found the front courtyard to be normal, yet the rear courtyard was deep and tranquil, as if it were a corner forgotten by time. The entrance was shrouded in dense foliage, creating an air of mystery. Upon entering the rear courtyard, a musty atmosphere engulfed them. The stone pavement, worn smooth and uneven by the passage of years, led to towering walls that exuded an aura of solemnity and authority. Ancient trees stood prominently in the courtyard, their sturdy trunks and expansive canopies bearing witness to the estate's rise and fall. Underneath, wild grass flourished, and the occasional insect flitted through, adding a touch of life to the desolation. Deep within the rear courtyard lay a forsaken garden, once meticulously tended. The flower beds were now overrun with weeds, the blooms wilted and lifeless. The pond within had long since dried up, its cracked bottom releasing an unpleasant odor. The entire courtyard was enveloped in an atmosphere of silence and desolation, yet upon closer inspection, complexities lay beneath the surface. On a pitch-black night, the investigators moved like phantoms through the governor's estate. As darkness deepened and the moonlight was obscured by clouds, they stumbled upon the figures of the governor and his entourage. Their movements were furtive, as if evading something, making their way toward the seemingly abandoned rear courtyard. Intrigued, the investigator felt a surge of suspicion but trusted her keen instincts, deciding to follow them discreetly. Traversing the dilapidated courtyard, she was astonished to uncover a grand subterranean palace hidden within. However, as the governor and his companions entered, the entrance swiftly sealed shut, trapping her outside. Reluctantly, she returned and reported her findings to Yang Chao. It seems that Qing Wan was indeed correct. How often do they visit? Yang Chao inquired, furrowing his brow at his senior sister who had come to report. After a moment of contemplation, she replied, "A few days ago, no anomalies were detected, but it appears that an important figure has taken residence within the governor's estate recently. Perhaps, in the ensuing days, they shall frequent this place with great regularity." A flicker of determination flashed in Yang Chao's eyes as he resolutely declared, "Very well. This night, we shall set our plan in motion." He then proceeded to meticulously outline every detail of their operation. Yang Chao first summoned all those involved in the mission, discreetly arranging for them to be concealed within the governor's residence. Should the governor prove to be entangled with the notorious Bahuazi, Yang Chao's nature would not permit him to overlook any associated individuals. As night descended, Yang Chao and the two sisters stealthily ascended to the rooftop of the main hall. Concealing themselves in the shadows, they awaited in silence until the late hours of the night, when they beheld the governor himself, lantern in hand, leading the enigmatic figure toward the back courtyard. The group gradually receded from view, ultimately arriving at the rear. There, the governor activated a hidden mechanism, and with a faint sound, the entrance to the subterranean chamber slowly revealed itself. The governor and his companions entered without a trace of anxiety, proceeding at a measured pace. However, just as the entrance was about to close, the sisters swiftly guided Yang Chao into the underground realm. Upon entering the chamber, Rower astutely detected the presence of 4 formidable guardians flanking the mysterious figure, though these guardians were only a tier below the sisters in prowess. Should Yang Chao attempt to infiltrate alone using his concealment technique, he would likely be discovered. Thus, the sisters made a swift decision, firmly grasping Yang Chao's hands, and together they invoked their spells to ensure absolute safety. This subterranean chamber was a marvel of opulence, its walls adorned with countless luminous pearls, casting a radiant glow that rendered the space as bright as day. At the center of the chamber stood a vast jade platform, laden with an array of exquisite delicacies and fine wines. Numerous lavishly decorated rooms branched from the chamber, each featuring beauties of diverse styles for the enjoyment of the attendees. At the far end of the chamber loomed a colossal iron cage, within which resided a fearsome magical beast, adding an air of mystery and peril to the scene. In one corner of the chamber lay a designated area for indulgence, equipped with various musical instruments and dancers, allowing the master to revel in leisure. The esteemed figure was surrounded by a throng of admirers, exuding an aura of awe despite his youth. Clad in a resplendent robe intricately embroidered with lifelike auspicious beasts, every stitch showcased unparalleled craftsmanship. A delicate jade pendant adorned his waist, glimmering with a soft, lustrous sheen, and upon his feet were exquisite boots fashioned from rare materials, their exquisite design and luxurious fabric unmistakably signaling his noble status. From any vantage point, this illustrious individual was far from ordinary. After exchanging pleasantries with those present, the figure finally broached the main topic. "What fresh endeavors do we have today?" The governor promptly bowed in response, "My lord. The individuals tasked with our affairs have unfortunately encountered a mishap. They were all annihilated by operatives from the Lingxiao Pavilion. However, rest assured, I have expended considerable wealth to procure a batch of specially trained young beauties from distant lands. They are not only skilled in song and dance, but are also reputed to be untouched. I am acutely aware of your unique preference for women, particularly your inclination towards virgins, and your desire to indulge in them but once. Therefore, I have meticulously selected these candidates in accordance with your wishes, and I am confident they will meet your satisfaction." Upon finishing his statement, the governor wore a sycophantic smile, leaning slightly forward to express his reverence for the esteemed individual. "Let us have them come forth for your appraisal." This declaration, though delivered in a remarkably mundane manner, carried an undeniable authority. The dignitary sat there impassively, his expression devoid of anticipation, as if he were already accustomed to such spectacles. The governor immediately bent forward, his posture seemingly forever bowed in the presence of his superior. A fawning demeanor that evoked distaste. He softly clapped his hands, the sound neither too loud nor too faint, perfectly measured. Soon after, a group of over 20 young maidens emerged, arranged in 4 lines. Each girl possessed skin as fair as snow, their beauty striking and their figures lithe and graceful. They adorned themselves in golden strapless bodices embellished with sequins that shimmered brilliantly. Their lower attire consisted of matching short skirts, also adorned with sequins, whose fringes swayed gently with their movements. As the musicians played a melodious tune, the maidens began to dance elegantly, their movements as captivating as blooming flowers, vibrant and resplendent. The sequins clinked together with a crisp and melodious sound, akin to celestial music. The esteemed figure remained seated, his gaze fixed upon the maidens on stage, gradually revealing a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. Nevertheless, the governor dared not relax his vigilance. He remained acutely attuned to his superior's demeanor, fearful of any misstep that might incite displeasure. Chapter 59. A fruitless endeavor. The dignitary sat below the stage, his gaze wandering and his mind elsewhere. His eyes occasionally flitted over the dancing maidens, yet he displayed little genuine interest in their movements or performances. Rather, he seemed more captivated by the maidens themselves, stealing glances at their beauty and form, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. His thoughts were evidently not focused on the dance. Rather, his expression conveyed a sense of appreciation devoid of any lasciviousness. He exuded an innate nobility, as if he were searching for something among these young women. His fingers gently tapped the armrest, as though pondering how best to indulge in their company. The governor, clearly perceiving his superior's intentions, leaned closer with a bow, his face adorned with a sycophantic grin, and quietly suggested, "Shall we conclude the dance here? It is rather late. Let these young ladies attend to you, and you may retire early." After speaking, he cautiously scrutinized the dignitary's expression, awaiting a response. Observing no sign of displeasure, the governor's courage swelled slightly, prompting him to tentatively inquire, "What are your thoughts?" Upon receiving an affirmative response from his esteemed master, he felt a surge of delight within and promptly replied, "Excellent. Please, do take your rest. Do not hesitate to command us should you require anything." The distinguished figure merely nodded slightly in acknowledgement before gracefully making his way towards the most spacious and opulent chamber. The governor then exchanged a knowing glance with the group of maidens, signaling them to follow. Understanding his cue, the maidens obediently trailed behind the illustrious figure as he entered the grand room. Once everything was arranged, the governor straightened his posture and turned to face the subordinates of the esteemed figure, as well as his own attendants, proclaiming loudly, "Do not dawdle. Go and relax in the adjacent room." No sooner had he spoken than his subordinates, unable to contain their excitement, began to jest and make their way towards the room. However, unlike the others, the 4 formidable experts standing beside the distinguished figure remained rigidly stationed at the entrance of the chamber, unmoving, as if the surrounding clamor bore no relevance to them. The governor cast a glance at them, opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately refrained from uttering a word. Perhaps he had long since grown accustomed to such scenes. Eventually, the governor returned to his own quarters. While his room appeared less lavish compared to that of the esteemed master, it was nonetheless far more exquisite than that of his subordinates. Naturally, the women accompanying him were equally refined. Yet, events did not unfold as anticipated. Suddenly, the sound of clashing swords and the sharp reprimands of a woman echoed from the chamber of the distinguished figure. "Scoundrel, you shall surely meet your demise today." The 4 experts reacted with remarkable swiftness, rushing into the room upon hearing the commotion. Chao shouted in haste and followed suit, while the 2 sisters entered the room a moment later. At that moment, the distinguished figure had already sustained multiple sword wounds, blood continuing to flow from his injuries. 2 experts were occupied with staunching his bleeding and administering medicine, while the other 2 engaged in a fierce battle with over 20 maidens. Within mere moments, several maidens lay lifeless in pools of blood, clearly outmatched by the 2 experts. Just as the 2 experts prepared to strike decisively, Rower swiftly targeted them and unleashed a formidable pressure, successfully immobilizing their movements. Meanwhile, Linger hurried over to assess the wounds of the other maidens. At that critical juncture, the governor, accompanied by a throng of subordinates, rushed in, swiftly shielding the distinguished figure behind him. "Bold ruffians! How dare you attempt to assassinate this official?" Although the esteemed figure had managed to halt the bleeding, his injuries were evidently severe. "Shameless wretches! You have committed vile acts. Your madness surpasses that of beasts. You are fit to be slain by all." The leading maiden glared furiously, brimming with uncontainable rage towards the assailants before her. Nevertheless, the distinguished figure paid no heed to the maiden's wrath, instead turning to the arriving governor with an authoritative tone, Is this the elaborate scheme you have orchestrated? Why do these maidens possess storage rings? Upon hearing the news, the governor's complexion turned pale, and in a state of utter panic, he repeatedly knelt and begged for mercy. Internally, he pondered how such a grave oversight could have occurred, having meticulously examined these women beforehand. Little did he know that these young ladies, with their astute minds, had cleverly intertwined their storage rings with the shimmering golden sequins adorning their attire, rendering them nearly indistinguishable at first glance. Once they entered the room, the maidens quietly extracted their long swords from the rings, initiating a thrilling assassination endeavor. Enough, first ensure my safe retreat from this place. Observing the governor's desperate pleas for mercy, the prominent figure understood that this was not the opportune moment to execute him. The priority was to secure his own escape. Retreat? What nonsense is this? You shall all perish. The governor discerned that the speaker, Yang Chao, was indeed affiliated with Lingxiao Pavilion, who had recently visited the government office with inquiries. You've truly uncovered our intentions, but escaping unscathed will not be so simple. My men have surrounded the premises. I suggest you heed my advice and follow my master, whereupon you shall indulge in endless wealth and honor. Yang Chao, upon hearing these words, merely smiled slightly, his gaze reflecting unwavering resolve and cold indifference. He calmly declared, "Surrounded, you say? Then let us slay them all." With that, his sword unsheathed like a flash of lightning, and in an instant, he plunged into the fray. Yang Chao's swordsmanship was akin to that of a phantom. Each strike was imbued with a fierce sword energy, causing foes to fall one after another in his wake. His movements were swift and precise, as though he and his sword were one, forming an unstoppable force. As the governor beheld his subordinates succumbing one by one, a wave of dread washed over him. He recognized that this young man possessed extraordinary prowess, far beyond what an ordinary warrior could withstand. Thus, he promptly resolved to have 2 skilled fighters escort him and his master to safety. These 2 warriors were renowned figures of the martial world, seasoned from countless battles and possessing exceptional skills. Yet, in that moment, they felt an unprecedented pressure, for they clearly observed the 2 female cultivators standing behind Yang Chao, whose enigmatic auras indicated strengths that surpassed their own. Faced with such formidable adversaries, the duo dared not exhibit any negligence. They exchanged a knowing glance and nodded in silent agreement before simultaneously launching their attacks. One employed palm techniques while the other wielded a long sword, their coordination flawless as they endeavored to thwart Yang Chao's pursuit. However, the young woman, Rower, swiftly brandished her sword, unleashing a powerful wave of sword energy that sent one of the skilled fighters flying several yards away. The remaining fighter, sensing the peril, immediately hurled a smoke bomb, using the cover of the thick fog to escort the governor out of the room. "Humph, trivial techniques," Rower remarked, effortlessly dispelling the smoke with a wave of her hand. Just as she was about to pursue, the remaining 2 experts, having ignited their life force to forcibly elevate their cultivation levels and shake off the oppressive pressure, charged towards Rower with reckless abandon. Yet, even when forcibly enhancing their prowess within the same realm, they were swiftly dispatched by the sisters, each delivering a decisive blow. Meanwhile, Yang Chao swiftly eliminated the governor's remaining entourage and rendered him unconscious. Without hesitation, he dashed out to pursue the illustrious figure. Upon witnessing the 2 sisters besieged by hundreds of retainers blocking the entrance, a pang of compassion surged within him. Yet, he did not falter. Instead, he plunged directly into the throng. He unleashed 2 formidable thunderous techniques, the overwhelming force instantly sending all intruders sprawling. However, more assailants continued to flood in, attempting to seal off the escape. Undaunted, Yang Chao pressed forward, engaged in fierce combat. "What are you waiting for? Eliminate them all," he bellowed. At the sound of his command, the sisters ceased their hesitation, swiftly taking action to clear the enemies at the exit with remarkable precision. When they arrived outside the magistrate's residence, they discovered that 2 more adept warriors had ignited their own lifeblood, incapacitating all of Yang Chao's outer circle of senior sisters. Yet, rather than fleeing, these 2 chose to remain, hoping to buy more time for the eminent figure to escape. "You cannot catch up," one of the warriors declared. However, this time, Rower offered no retort. She decisively struck, effortlessly dispatching the 2 skilled opponents. Yet, when they sought the illustrious figure again, they found he had vanished without a trace. The sisters approached Yang Chao, their heads bowed as they whispered, "This is all due to our softness and hesitation." Before Yang Chao, the esteemed leader appeared as a wayward girl, and he bore them no blame. Chapter 60. Mission accomplished. In return, Yang Chao returned to the underground palace in a state of urgent concern, his gaze sharp as he focused on the unconscious magistrate. He crouched down, shaking the magistrate vigorously in an attempt to rouse him from his stupor. Gradually, the magistrate's eyes fluttered open, and through the haze, he glimpsed Yang Chao's figure, instantly displaying a look of terror. "Speak. Who is your master?" Yang Chao demanded in a fierce tone. The magistrate clenched his jaw, remaining silent, his eyes reflecting unwavering resolve. Yang Chao, seeing this, grew increasingly furious. He seized the magistrate by the collar, shouting, "If you do not speak, do not blame me for being merciless." The magistrate gasped for breath, struggling to articulate. "You have crossed paths with those you should not have. Whether I speak or remain silent, death is inescapable." A weight settled in Yang Chao's heart. He understood the magistrate's stubbornness stemmed from a deep-seated fear. Yet he refused to relent, pressing on. "If you divulge the truth, I may spare your life." The magistrate laughed bitterly, a hint of despair in his mirth. "Do you think I would trust you? I will not speak. Do not waste your effort." A flicker of hopelessness crossed Yang Chao's eyes, yet he remained unyielding. "Are you not afraid of the tortures I could inflict upon you?" The magistrate straightened his posture. Defiant. "No matter what methods you employ, I shall never utter a single word." Recognizing the futility of further inquiries, Yang Chao's expression hardened. Without hesitation, he struck the magistrate's chest with his palm. The blow appeared light, yet it contained boundless might and power. Yang Chao's hand transformed into a sharp claw, akin to that of an eagle, plunging into the magistrate's chest before twisting violently. A muffled groan echoed, and the governor's face instantly contorted into a grotesque mask of agony, his entire body writhing in a bizarre and tortured manner, rolling upon the ground. The bone-splitting technique. Yang Chao scoffed, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his lips. This method engenders excruciating torment without leading to immediate death, instead dragging the victim into a prolonged descent into madness. Observing the governor's anguished struggles, Yang Chao felt a surge of satisfaction. To kill you so easily would be too merciful. Only through enduring relentless suffering and a slow demise could I begin to atone for your heinous sins. Despite the escape of that prominent figure, dealing with this governor greatly lightened Yang Chao's spirits. Meanwhile, Linger sprang into action. She aided the injured maidens one by one, administering precious medicinal pills. Thanks to the timely arrival of Yang Chao and his companions, the formidable guards of those influential figures were too preoccupied with rescue to inflict further harm upon the maidens. Thus, their injuries were not severe, and with Linger's care, they quickly regained some vitality. Yang Chao approached the maidens, his expression softening as he inquired, "Why did you attempt to assassinate that man?" The lead maiden, still seething with rage at the mention of the scoundrel, replied, "That villain, devoid of conscience, has committed countless atrocities deserving of punishment. Such hatred implies you must be aware of his identity. Furthermore, from whence do you hail?" Yang Chao's lips curved slightly, his demeanor resembling that of a friend engaged in casual conversation rather than an interrogation. "Grateful for your timely rescue of my sisters and me from peril, I must confess, I cannot answer those two questions. Even if I divulged the truth, it would be of little use to you. Having missed this opportunity, seeking his life in the future may prove exceedingly challenging. If you do not disdain, we could exchange communication mirrors. Whenever you require assistance, we shall do our utmost to repay your life-saving grace." Upon finishing her words, the maiden intended to kneel in gratitude, but Yang Chao promptly intervened with a raised hand. Subsequently, the two exchanged a trace of spiritual energy through their mirrors. After another round of heartfelt thanks, the maiden and her companions turned to depart. Yang Chao stood quietly, watching their receding figures, his mind pondering, what kind of force could they possibly represent? Having only recently arrived in this world, my knowledge of its various powers remains scant. Perhaps I should return and consult Qing Wan for further insight before making any plans. Oh, our benefactor seems reluctant to part, even as they vanish from sight. He remains lost in thought. Linger teased playfully, a mischievous smile adorning her face. Yang Chao furrowed his brow at Linger's words, reflecting inwardly, why do I perceive traces of Xi in you in Linger? Is it merely because I miss her so deeply? Just as Yang Chao was absorbed in contemplation, Linger chimed in again. They have already traveled quite a distance. Should I use my magic to summon them back, allowing them to offer themselves as repayment? Upon finishing her words, Linger blinked, seemingly awaiting Yang Chao's response. Yang Chao, regaining his focus, gazed at the whimsical Linger before him and shook his head in resignation. He mused to himself, here lie two exquisite ladies, twins no less, readily available, and yet I find myself preoccupied with thoughts of those who have just departed. Moreover, this opulent setting, complete with a comfortable grand bed, is far more enticing. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, a mischievous grin spread across his face as he approached Linger and her companion with ill intent. Ugh, how revolting! Linger exclaimed in shock, swiftly retreating from Yang Chao. It was then that he realized his behavior was inappropriate. Casting his gaze upon the corpses strewn about, a wave of discomfort surged within him. They resolved not to linger any longer and hurried to the magistrate's office to report the incident. Before departing, in a fit of frustration, Yang Chao decisively severed the head of the writhing governor. Thus, the task was deemed successfully accomplished. Yang Chao and the two ladies returned to the inn, packed their belongings, and swiftly mounted their flying swords, racing toward home. During their return, Yang Chao shared a sword with Rower, though he was far less restrained than on their journey to this place. His hands, which had previously held her waist gently, had become rather restless. After feeding her, he even took the liberty of wiping her mouth. To his surprise, Rower neither chastised him nor displayed any irritation, which emboldened him further. Leaning down, he rested his chin on her shoulder and inhaled deeply. "Rower, you smell delightful." Rower turned her head and playfully tapped his forehead. "How presumptuous. Not even addressing me as sect master, just calling me by my name. Be careful, or I shall expel you from Lingxiao Pavilion." It seemed she had only then remembered her position as the sect master. "Wait, who will cook for you after I leave?" "Open wide," Yang Chao said, offering her a milk tea with a straw. "Now that's more like it," Rower replied, affectionately patting his head. Chapter 61. Rower in yearning. As Yang Chao stepped into Lingxiao Pavilion, his heart raced with excitement. At long last, he beheld the ladies he had longed for. He rushed forward, embracing them tightly, as if to encapsulate all the days of yearning in that singular moment. The ladies' eyes sparkled with joy as they tenderly caressed Yang Chao's face, inquiring with concern about his well-being. Feeling their affection, warmth flooded his heart. They gathered around, sharing stories of recent days, the atmosphere thick with warmth and camaraderie, intoxicating in its embrace. The two sisters, the sect masters, observed the affectionate scene with envy before discreetly excusing themselves to seek out the old patriarch. Upon returning to Rushua's residence, Yang Chao unveiled the gifts he had procured for them, which nearly formed a small mountain in the center of the hall. As he crossed the threshold, the ladies' eyes glimmered with delight, encircling him as they eagerly accepted the carefully chosen tokens of his affection. Siyu opened a beautifully crafted jewelry box, the dazzling radiance filling her with ecstatic joy. Adorning herself with the exquisite pieces, she beamed at her reflection in the mirror. Qing Wan, equally delighted, perused a long-desired book, while Ian excitedly unveiled a stunning garment, immediately donning it and twirling around Yang Chao. "Does it look good?" she inquired. Yang Chao, with a playful expression, replied, "My darling, everything looks splendid." Each lady received numerous gifts that filled them with delight, and they beamed as they carefully stowed away these precious treasures. The joy of receiving gifts from their beloved brought a special happiness, leading the ladies to cling tightly to Yang Chao, as if fearing he might vanish should they let go. After several days apart, their yearning for Yang Chao had intensified, though they conversed through the audiovisual mirror daily. It could not compare to the warmth and authenticity of face-to-face encounters. "My dear husband, it has been far too long since I savored your home-cooked meals. The dishes you left behind have long been devoured, and since then, we have not had a proper meal," Xinyue exclaimed, enveloping Yang Chao in a tight embrace. Her emotions running high, Yang Chao gently reassured her, "Do not worry, my precious Xinyue, I will prepare a feast for you shortly. But before that, let us indulge in some other activities, for during my days away, I have missed you all dearly." With that, he effortlessly lifted both Xinyue and Rushua, turning towards the bedroom, while the other ladies followed closely behind, their faces radiant with happiness. The sisters cautiously pushed open the door to the old patriarch's study, and upon opening the door, their gazes fell upon the patriarch seated in a chair, his expression grave, imbued with infinite wisdom and authority. Beside him sat Yi Fan, his countenance dark and eyes coldly piercing, exuding an air of invisible pressure. The sisters felt a tightening in their hearts, sensing the palpable tension in the atmosphere. Yi Fan furrowed his brow, his voice tinged with dissatisfaction. "What have you two been up to these past few days?" Rower cast a glance at Yi Fan and sighed softly. "We have been completing an important task with Yang Chao, as you well know." Yi Fan's eyes widened. "Then why did you not inform me before you left? You didn't mention anything while you were there. And what were you both doing in his room so late that night?" The sisters were momentarily taken aback by the urgency of his inquiries. Ling Er interjected. "The task came up unexpectedly. We didn't have time to prepare our belongings and bought what we needed upon arrival. It was not a significant mission, merely a case of human trafficking. We thought we would return promptly, hence we did not want to trouble you for another trip." That night in his room, "We were merely strategizing for our actions the following day." Yi Fan's expression darkened further. "You lingered for over 10 days on such a trivial case? What were you frolicking about? Are you not aware that when a lone man and woman share a room at night, they should exercise discretion? Where are the other sisters?" The two sisters exchanged glances. Today, Yi Fan was unusually talkative, uttering more words in this brief moment than he had in an entire day with them. Linger casually remarked that what concern could there be with a little brother? He is no outsider but the husband of several elder sisters. This was the first mission for my sister and me, and thankfully, he had meticulously arranged everything and taken great care of us. Dear junior brother, do not always think ill of him. Linger believes Yi Fan has their best interests at heart. Yi Fan's face involuntarily twitched. What good intentions could he possibly have? A lecherous man, here for merely 3 months, has not only seduced 4 of the elder sisters, but also married the heir of the Medicine King. How can you not see his true colors? He is undoubtedly after the Lingxiao Pavilion. Rower could no longer contain herself. Junior brother, I cannot allow you to speak of Yang Chao in such a manner. He deserves much of the credit for our successful mission. Rising early to prepare meals and being the last to rest while researching plans. I do not know what misunderstandings you harbor against him, but I can assure you he is not the person you claim him to be. Through this mission, the sisters developed a strong fondness for Yang Chao, to the extent that on the return journey, Rower did not refuse some of his affectionate gestures. Yang Chao, mindful of their identities as pavilion masters and the reputation of the elder patriarch, refrained from any excessive actions, observing how his former little follower now boldly defied him. Yi Fan's anger surged. Very well. If he is so adept at caring for others and so compassionate, then go to him from now on and cease bothering me. With that, he turned and slammed the door, completely disregarding the elder patriarch, who sat helplessly in a chair. Previously, the elder patriarch regarded Yi Fan as a child of immense talent, diligent in cultivation and reserved in speech. Although he was often cold towards others, the patriarch did not see this as a flaw. After all, no one is perfect. Those who appear flawless in front of you are often the most deceptive. Hence, the elder patriarch cherished Yi Fan and intended to groom him as his son-in-law. However, it became apparent over time that Yi Fan was resolute in his convictions, with a fiery temper and a proud demeanor, which left the patriarch dissatisfied. In contrast, when comparing him to Yang Chao, in terms of both talent and character, Yang Chao seemed to be the more suitable son-in-law. Yet, having only interacted with him for a mere few days, it was premature to draw conclusions, better to observe further. Father, look at our junior brother. What madness has overtaken him? We even brought him gifts upon our return. Linger, oblivious to the reasons behind Yi Fan's anger, found it curious and angrily reported to her father. However, Rower had noticed the underlying issues. Yet, she had always regarded Yi Fan as a younger brother. Whether it was applying medicine to Yang Chao during the mission or his affectionate gestures upon their return, although she did not outwardly express anything at the time, her heart was far from tranquil. This feeling is truly extraordinary. She had never experienced anything like it before. While they were purchasing gifts, she found herself foolishly feeling envious of Yang Chao for not buying anything for the two of them, even though they were together at that moment. Chapter 62. Siyu returns to Ning. The old patriarch gazed benevolently at his 2 daughters, a contemplative glimmer in his eyes. He understood well that his daughters had matured, no longer the naive children they once were. They possessed their own thoughts and perspectives. The elder daughter, Ro Er, with her gentle demeanor and amiable nature, softly expressed, "Father, I believe Fan Er may have his own reasons for his actions. We should extend him our understanding and compassion." Her tone bore a hint of concern, reflective of her kind-hearted and empathetic character. The younger daughter, Ling Er, was spirited and clever, her eyes sparkling with intelligence. With a playful smile, she remarked, "Brother Fan Er seems a bit strange today, but that's all right. I will have a good chat with him to uncover what he is truly thinking." Ling Er's words revealed her candor and determination. The old patriarch looked at his daughters with immense pride, knowing they had developed their own ways of thinking and problem-solving abilities. He smiled gently, stroking their hair, and said, "You both are quite perceptive. Your father believes you can manage your relationship with Fan Er well. Now, allow me to pose you a question. Hypothetically speaking, considering your age, if you were to choose between Yi Fan and Yang Chao as your husband, whom would you select? Please share your reasons." The patriarch regarded his daughters with a serious expression. Ling Er, taken aback and shy, responded, "Father, why do you suddenly bring this up? We are still quite young. It is not yet the time to ponder such matters." Typically articulate, Ling Er now found herself blushing under the weight of the inquiry. "Ro Er, you go first," the patriarch directed. After a moment of contemplation, Ro Er replied softly, "Father, for many years, Yi Fan has lived alongside us. When he first arrived, he was just a child, and it was my sister and I who accompanied him as he grew. In my heart, he is like a brother to me, and I have always been inclined to yield to him. However, beyond that, I harbor no other special feelings. Yang Chao, on the other hand, presents a delightful demeanor. He is considerate and attentive towards others, exuding a profound sense of responsibility and commitment. Spending time with him is always a pleasure. During this journey, although my sister and I are both involved in the task, all plans and strategies have been devised by him. With him by my side, I feel secure and reassured." Ro Er candidly conveyed her genuine sentiments. Her words few but sincere in emotional depth. Seeing her sister's openness, Ling Er no longer pretended to be reserved. "If I were to compare Yi Fan and Yang Chao, I too would choose Yang Chao. Like my sister, I have always regarded him merely as a brother. In stark contrast, Yang Chao is imbued with a sense of humor and charm that far surpasses the cold and unremarkable demeanor of Yi Fan. Moreover, I have a particular fondness for the delectable dishes he prepares. Witnessing the choices made by his two daughters, the old sect master nodded slightly, indicating that he had a plan in mind. He then spoke. This year, you three shall participate together in the sect's martial arts tournament. I believe it would be quite splendid for Yang Chao from Lingxiao Pavilion to compete. Take this time to diligently hone your skills. Securing a commendable position in the competition should not be beyond your reach. The elder's intentions were clear. He hoped to strengthen their bonds through this opportunity and aspired for them to achieve fame and fortune in the martial arts contest. On this sunny day, with a gentle breeze caressing the air, Yang Chao joyfully accompanied Siyu to the alchemy chamber. Upon entering, he clung to her like a sloth, as if fearing she might suddenly take flight. My dear wife, did you not say you would prepare something special for me today? What could it be? He inquired softly, resting his head on her shoulder. Siyu's cheeks flushed a rosy hue, her lovely eyes brimming with affection. Of course, I am concocting some nourishing pills for your well-being. You toil so hard every day and manage so many sisters. How could you possibly endure without them? At this, Yang Chao could not help but chuckle. Ah, you misunderstand. I am growing ever more resilient. Not only do I not feel weakened, but there are also many evident benefits. Have you not noticed my recent growth? He flexed his robust biceps for Siyu to admire, showcasing his strength. This endearing display elicited a delightful laugh from Siyu. I certainly know my husband is formidable. However, these nourishing pills are still essential. They will strengthen you without excess. By the way, dear husband, there is something else I wish to discuss with you. Speak plainly. There is no need for formality between us. Yang Chao interrupted, waving his hand with a sense of camaraderie. I have been here for a while and have enjoyed my time with the sisters. I wish to return to Yaowang Valley in a couple of days. My grandfather recently sent me a message saying he would be traveling to reconnect with old friends for a time. I would like to visit him. Knowing you are preparing for the tournament, I thought it best to have two maidservants accompany me. As Yang Chao gazed at the considerate Siyu, his heart ached with tenderness. Just half a month prior, she was the cherished jewel of the sect, a girl with a hint of temper and individuality. Yet since marrying him, she had transformed into a thoughtful woman, always placing him at the center of her world. Gently stroking her head, he said softly, silly girl, how could I allow you to return alone? If others were to see you, they might mistakenly believe I have mistreated you. Let me bid farewell to Rushue and the others, and I shall return home with you tomorrow. Siyu nodded in delight, her agreement evident in her expression. After all, this was her first return home since her marriage. If she were to return to her family alone, it would undoubtedly be perceived as a lack of value placed on her by her husband. As night descended, everyone gathered at Rushue's residence, where Yang Chao personally prepared a sumptuous feast. The atmosphere was filled with joyous laughter and hearty feasting. During a brief intermission in their dining, Yang Chao mentioned their plans to visit the Yaowang Valley the following day. Everyone expressed their eagerness to return home and pay a visit, as Yang Chao had been unable to do so previously due to his mission. Now that he had returned, it was the perfect opportunity to accompany Siyu back home. Rushue had even thoughtfully prepared numerous generous gifts for the occasion. The next morning, everyone rose early to bid farewell to Yang Chao and Siyu as they set off into the sky, gradually disappearing from view. Chapter 63. He actually is here. Yang Chao and Siyu traveled by sword, and after 2 days of journeying, they finally arrived at the Yaowang Valley. However, the Medicine King was currently in seclusion, attending to a patient, and they could only wait patiently. Siyu's emotions were complex upon her return. She felt both anxious and excited. She missed her grandfather dearly, having never been apart from him for such an extended period. In the past, the old Medicine King would often take her along on his travels. At the same time, she yearned to share the news she had gathered with the sect. As she stepped into the sect, she was greeted by familiar and warm faces. The members of the sect welcomed Siyu with enthusiasm, inquiring about her well-being and expressing their concern for her. Siyu smiled and exchanged pleasantries, her gratitude evident in her demeanor. She recounted her experiences during her journey and shared her anticipation for the Yaowang Valley. In her conversations with the sect members, Siyu felt enveloped in warmth and support. Their care alleviated some of her anxiety and solidified her resolve to contribute to the Yaowang Valley. In the ensuing days, Siyu busied herself with various affairs of the Yaowang Valley. With focus and decisiveness, she managed tasks of all sizes in an organized manner. During the day, Yang Chao wholeheartedly assisted her, utilizing his strength and intellect to alleviate her burdens. His presence provided Siyu with a sense of security and support. As the day came to a close, Yang Chao redirected his affection towards Siyu. With warm embraces and gentle words, he enveloped her in the nurturing essence of love. In these tranquil moments, they nestled against one another, sharing their warmth. Especially when Siyu was handling significant matters at the Yaowang Valley, Yang Chao would quietly observe her from the side. With encouraging glances and smiles, he instilled confidence and strength in her. His admiration for her abilities and wisdom was palpable, and his support bolstered Siyu's self-assurance and determination. On a day when Siyu led a free clinic for the local villagers, a large group suddenly halted outside the gates of the Yawang Valley. One individual at the forefront dismounted and hurried inside with an anxious expression. Upon recognizing that the newcomer was her grandfather's disciple, Zhao Boyong, Siyu felt a twinge of confusion and approached him, asking, "Uncle Master, why are you in such a hurry?" Zhao Boyong glanced around before lowering his voice to whisper urgently to Siyu. "Siyu, I have something important to discuss with you, but this is not the right place." His eyes betrayed a hint of tension and worry. Siyu noticed the unusual expression on Zhao Boyong's face, and her heart tightened involuntarily. She nodded, signaling Zhao Boyong to follow her to a quiet corner. The two arrived at a secluded little room, where Zhao Boyong took a deep breath and whispered, "Siyu, I have just received news that a young gentleman has sustained severe injuries and is currently receiving treatment at our Medicine King Valley. Is this true?" Siyu gestured for him to sit down on a chair. "I have only just returned a couple of days ago. When I came back, my grandfather was in seclusion tending to patients, and he has yet to emerge after several days. I wonder if he is the young gentleman you mentioned." Zhao Boyong sighed with relief, believing it must be him, for if Master intervened personally, everything would be fine. "By the way, you mentioned you just returned. Where have you been?" "Uncle Master has been wandering outside, unaware that I got married half a month ago. A few days ago, I took the opportunity to return with my husband to visit grandfather," Siyu replied, treating him as family. Upon hearing Siyu mention her marriage, a flicker of an unusual expression crossed Zhao Boyong's eyes, quickly replaced by an apologetic smile. "Look at me, busy as ever. And I didn't even realize my niece is married. I still thought of you as a little girl. It's hard to believe you've grown into such a tall young lady. May I ask where your husband is from?" Siyu answered him honestly, and after exchanging pleasantries, Yang Chao entered the room, carrying a bowl of freshly fried meatballs. He pushed open the door and walked straight over to Siyu, feeding her a meatball. "I searched high and low for you. These are the crispy little meatballs just made by my husband. Do try them and let me know if they are to your liking," Yang Chao said. Gazing at Siyu with affection, unaware of Zhao Boyong seated in the chair, he continued to feed Siyu 2 more meatballs and even kindly wiped the crumbs from her mouth. "Oh, how can you look so awkward while eating a meatball?" Yang Chao asked in confusion. "Presumably, this must be your esteemed husband?" Zhao Boyong remarked gently, observing Yang Chao with kind eyes while remaining seated. "Wow, what was that?" Yang Chao exclaimed, startled by the sudden voice, his hand trembling and nearly dropping the bowl. Zhao Boyong felt somewhat embarrassed by Yang Chao's abrupt action, and Siyu quickly stepped in to ease the tension by introducing Zhao Boyong. Upon hearing this, Yang Chao finally behaved properly, bowing to Zhao Boyong and greeting him. At that moment, someone came to report that the Medicine King had emerged from seclusion. Zhao Boyong's eyes brightened at this news, and he hurriedly urged the messenger to lead the way for their meeting. Upon seeing the Medicine King, Zhao Boyong bowed deeply, saying, "Your unworthy disciple pays his respects to his esteemed teacher. It has been many years. I hope you have been well." "Good, good. Please rise. Although we have not seen each other for many years, I have heard of your deeds and take great comfort in them," the Medicine King replied affectionately, helping Zhao Boyong to his feet. Even though disciples leave the sect after completing their training, they are summoned back in times of difficulty. I am truly humbled. In truth, my senior brother's accomplishments far surpass those of his disciple, Zhao Boyong said. "Humph, do not mention that ungrateful child," the Medicine King retorted, his expression turning stern as he turned away. Zhao Boyong, in a state of panic, hurriedly rose and cast his gaze upon the young man behind the Medicine King, adorned in opulent attire. He then bowed deeply, his forehead touching the ground, exhibiting an evident anxiety. "I am culpable for arriving late to rescue your highness. Please forgive my transgressions," he uttered, not daring to lift his head, awaiting judgment. "You need not blame yourself. Rise," the prince replied with an impassive expression and a frigid tone. It was indeed inappropriate for the Medicine King to address the transgressions of his apprentice in front of him. "Thank you, your highness, for your mercy," Zhao Boyong exclaimed, feeling as though he had been granted a reprieve from death. He stood up, wiping the sweat from his brow, and took a position respectfully behind the young man. At that moment, Siyu, having been fed an entire bowl of meatballs by Yang Chao, rushed over and leaped into the embrace of the Medicine King, playfully pouting. "Grandfather, I missed you so much. Did you miss me?" "Of course, my dear. Come, let your grandfather see if my granddaughter has grown plump or slender. Should she have suffered any grievance, I shall not spare that rascal," the Medicine King remarked, scrutinizing his precious granddaughter. Noticing her rosy complexion and lively demeanor, he discerned that Yang Chao had treated her well. "Son-in-law Yang Chao, greetings to you, grandfather," Yang Chao said, bowing while the Medicine King lent him a hand to rise. The three exchanged pleasantries for a while. Yang Chao's casual glance fell upon the prince behind the Medicine King, and their eyes met, resulting in a moment of mutual recognition. "It is you," they both exclaimed simultaneously. Chapter 64. Resolving the conflict. Yang Chao's eyes widened in fury. Fixated on the prince, his gaze ablaze with seething rage. His hand instinctively reached for his sword, drawing it from its sheath with a flash of steel that emanated an icy chill. At that moment, he was engulfed by his wrath, completely oblivious to his surroundings, including the presence of the Medicine King and Siyu. The prince, witnessing this, dared not exhibit any semblance of carelessness. He swiftly adopted a defensive stance, his eyes betraying determination and resolve. The atmosphere around them seemed to solidify, the tension palpable and suffocating. Zhao Boyong, taken aback, felt an impending sense of dread. He quickly stepped in front of the prince and sternly admonished, "You dare, Yang Chao? This is His Royal Highness, the 7th Prince of the Heavenly Dragon Kingdom. How dare you be so disrespectful? Lay down your weapon at once." Yang Chao let out a cold snort, a glimmer of resolve flashing in his eyes as he retorted fiercely, "Humph. Do not think that even a mere 7th Prince can escape my wrath. Even if his father were here, I would not spare him. Are you aware of the heinous acts this scoundrel has committed? Today, I shall act to uphold justice." In that moment, Yang Chao was consumed by his fury, disregarding the propriety of his words. One must understand that compared to sects, nations wield a far broader influence and greater power. Within a nation, various sects and factions coexist, often collaborating with local authorities to eradicate demons and safeguard righteousness, continuously nurturing and exporting exceptional talent. Conversely, a nation, through its formidable strength, attracts the most elite individuals. Despite this, the relationship between a nation and a sect is not one of hierarchy, but rather one of equal partnership. It is precisely due to this delicate equilibrium that both parties can coexist peacefully and endure over time. However, when Yang Chao unexpectedly drew his sword, intent on striking the prince, the assembly was taken aback in astonishment. The Medicine King and Siyu promptly stepped forward to intervene, questioning Yang Chao regarding the cause of his outrage. Before Yang Chao could utter a word, the 7th Prince preemptively bowed and spoke with utmost respect. "Esteemed sir, please allow me to offer a few words. Surely, there must be some misunderstandings between us. The reality is far from the dire assumptions you may hold. My visit to Jiangnan is solely for official business." While passing through Yinshui City, the local governor extended a warm invitation, hosting a banquet in my honor. As for other activities that may have transpired, I am not entirely aware of them. Moreover, it is quite customary in such situations for me to request the company of dancers after their performances. How could one possibly deem that as immoral? It must be acknowledged that this 7th Prince possesses a certain acumen. He is acutely aware that Yang Chao lacks concrete evidence against him, as those involved have long since departed from this world, leaving no witnesses to contest his claims. Moreover, he is cautious not to adopt an overly aggressive demeanor, should he continue to entangle himself with Yang Chao. The risk of uncovering something detrimental could not only tarnish his reputation as a prince, but also cast a shadow over the entire royal family. After all, having navigated the treacherous waters of courtly intrigue, he is adept at swiftly analyzing situations and making prudent decisions. With the calming influence of the Medicine King and Siyu, Yang Chao's agitation gradually subsided. He conceded that he indeed lacked direct evidence implicating the 7th Prince. "Do you think I possess no proof?" Yang Chao chuckled lightly, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, his gaze betraying a mix of confidence and disdain, as if he had already seen through his opponent's facade. "The local governor called you master. After your departure, I merely employed a few tactics, and he divulged everything. Would you care to review his testimony?" Yang Chao's tone carried a hint of mockery, seemingly challenging the prince. Yet, this was merely a ruse. He held no genuine evidence. With a keen intuition and an understanding of human nature, he sensed that the 7th Prince was not as uninformed as he claimed. Confronted by Yang Chao's inquiries, the 7th Prince appeared somewhat flustered but quickly regained his composure. He stood tall and declared with righteous fervor, such a morally bankrupt individual would stop at nothing to save his own skin. Under the duress of severe punishment, many innocent lives may be ensnared. How could I, a prince, condescend to associate with someone lower than a beast? Your efforts to eradicate them are commendable, and I shall certainly report this to my father for commendation. Under the collective persuasion of those present, Yang Chao found it prudent to relent. He understood that prolonging the confrontation could lead to unnecessary complications. Thus, he acquiesced with a few diplomatic remarks. Subsequently, Yang Chao departed alongside the Medicine King and Siyu, returning to the embrace of his kin. The 7th Prince stood silently, watching as Yang Chao and the others departed. His gaze greedily lingered on Siyu's figure until she vanished from sight. A flicker of desire and reluctance shone in his eyes, clearly indicating a particular interest in Siyu. In stark contrast, he regarded Yang Chao with utter disdain, perhaps considering him merely a minor character of little consequence. Is that young lady the granddaughter of the Medicine King? The seventh prince squinted, his gaze traversing the crowd to settle on the ethereal beauty in the distance. He inquired softly. Zhao Boyong promptly replied, "Your Highness, this person is indeed the granddaughter of our esteemed master, named Duanmu Siyu." He bowed deeply, his demeanor humble, not daring to exhibit the slightest semblance of negligence. The seventh prince's eyes remained fixed on Duanmu Siyu, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He licked his lips, as if savoring a delightful taste, and then murmured, "Is there a way for this prince to experience this new flavor?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Boyong was taken aback, his face betraying a look of difficulty. After a moment's hesitation, he cautiously replied, "Your Highness, Miss Siyu married some days ago, her husband being the young man standing beside her. You have always favored maidens untouched by another, and should your Highness wish, I can promptly seek out a few pure and flawless maidens from the Medicine King's valley for you." However, the seventh prince dismissively shook his head, his eyes glinting with greed and desire. While maidens are indeed delightful, how could they possibly compare to this enchanting beauty, akin to a celestial being gracing the mortal realm? Such a stunning figure, with a beauty that could captivate nations, I would stop at nothing to possess her, regardless of her marital status. Initially, I thought little of that young man as a rival, but now that he has become her husband, he should not blame me for my ruthlessness. Alas, if my second brother had not urgently summoned me back to the palace, I would have certainly handled this matter before departing. With that, the seventh prince slowly turned his head, casting a lingering glance at Duanmu Siyu before striding away. Zhao Boyong, following behind, shook his head in resignation, fully aware of the seventh prince's temperament. Chapter 65, representing the Medicine King's Valley in competition. Yang Chao and his companions entered the Medicine King's hall, where the Medicine King joyfully reunited with his granddaughter, their eyes sparkling with delight as they engaged in fervent conversation, as if there were an endless stream of words to share. Soon after, the Medicine King's demeanor turned serious as he turned to Yang Chao, gradually stating, "What you proposed earlier, to kill the seventh prince, is decidedly inappropriate." The Medicine King's tone bore a hint of reproach, and Yang Chao's face reflected confusion, as he had not anticipated such a response. "Grandfather, you are unaware of what I encountered during my last mission." Yang Chao recounted the events to him. Siyu was left speechless in shock, while the Medicine King displayed no overt signs of doubt. At his age, he had witnessed many things, and while Yang Chao was indeed worldly, even he struggled to process the shocking events that had unfolded before him. The venerable old Medicine King, with heartfelt sincerity, offered him a few words of comfort. However, his admiration for his granddaughter's husband only deepened. Observing his resolute disdain for malevolence, it was clear he was no villain. The three engaged in animated conversation, and before they realized it, midday had arrived. The old Medicine King suddenly remarked, "It has been quite some time since I have savored Chao's culinary skills." No sooner had he spoken than Yang Chao entered the kitchen with a radiant smile. Before long, the air was filled with a symphony of delectable aromas. Yang Chao emerged bearing several plates of visually appealing and flavorful dishes: braised pork, tomato and eggs, steamed fish, stir-fried seasonal vegetables, a platter of sausages, a plate of freshly fried meatballs, and a few homestyle dishes, concluding with a fragrant bowl of soup. Seated around the table, their eyes sparkled with anticipation. The old Medicine King was the first to take a piece of braised pork, which melted in his mouth, releasing a burst of savory delight. He nodded in satisfaction, exclaiming, "Chao's culinary skills have truly reached new heights." Siyu also indulged heartily. Laughter and joy filled the dining room as the three relished the exquisite food while continuing their delightful conversation. As night fell, Siyu lay in bed, the weariness of the day gradually dissipating. Yang Chao sat beside her, gently massaging her shoulders and back, his fingers deftly kneading with every motion infused with affection. Siyu slightly closed her eyes, savoring the massage, her face illuminated by a blissful smile. Her breathing became steady, and her body relaxed under his tender touch. Yang Chao's gaze was filled with warmth as he whispered sweet nothings into her ear. A blush crept onto Siyu's cheeks as she turned her head slightly, meeting Yang Chao's gaze, which was brimming with love. Their proximity diminished, and Yang Chao's lips brushed softly against Siyu's earlobe before gliding slowly to her cheek. Siyu trembled slightly, her hand instinctively grasping Yang Chao's arm. In this atmosphere of affection, their flirtation intensified, as if the entire world belonged solely to the two of them. Their souls intertwined, and in that moment, their desires were fulfilled. A sleepless night passed, and Yang Chao rose early to freshen up. Despite the previous night's exertions, his innate vitality ensured he appeared vibrant, while Siyu remained nestled in bed, reluctant to stir, needing to rest comfortably before refining her energy. After completing his morning routine, a servant from the Medicine King's valley arrived, announcing that the old Medicine King awaited him in the main hall. Yang Chao proceeded to the hall, where he found the old Medicine King seated, a smile gracing his face as he regarded him. Chao approached and bowed, and the old medicine king gestured for him to sit. Chao, you have arrived. The old medicine king stated. I summoned you today to present you with a renowned alchemical vessel. Thank you, grandfather. May I ask what this vessel is? Chao inquired. With a gentle smile, the old medicine king produced a delicate wooden box from behind him and opened it carefully. Inside lay a small, bronze-colored pot adorned with intricate patterns. This pot is known as the Shumi pot, a treasured alchemical artifact passed down through the generations in our Medicine King's Valley. It has the ability to concentrate medicinal properties, thereby enhancing the quality of the elixirs produced. This vessel is akin to a divine artifact for someone as inexperienced in alchemy as Chao. This pot requires no fire and cannot be used for alchemical concoctions. However, it possesses the extraordinary ability to extract the spiritual essence from the cosmos when ordinary elixirs are placed within. Over time, the quality of these elixirs will enhance, becoming increasingly pure and potent. With trepidation, Chao received the Shumi pot, his eyes widening as he examined it closely. He could distinctly sense the formidable waves of spiritual energy contained within. Chao could not help but exclaim, such a precious vessel. I am truly unworthy to receive it. There is no need for modesty. In truth, I should have presented this pot to you on the day of your marriage to Yuer. Yet, I wish to observe first whether you would genuinely cherish her after your union. From our first meeting yesterday, I am quite satisfied. Henceforth, I can entrust the legacy of the Medicine King Valley to you with confidence. The Medicine King expressed his contentment, gently stroking his beard, before continuing. Moreover, there is another significant matter. The annual martial arts tournament is set to commence next month. As the son-in-law of the Medicine King Valley, I intend to appoint you as our representative in the competition. Grandfather, I shall give my utmost effort and not disappoint your expectations, Chao declared, his gaze resolute as he looked upon the venerable elder, clasping his hands in salute and bowing deeply to signify his commitment to fulfilling this important task. He understood well the high hopes his grandfather had for him, and this entrustment was intrinsically linked to the honor and future of their family. Excellent. Excellent. Chao, do you understand that the path of cultivation is fraught with challenges and obstacles? While the majority of cultivators focus on the refinement of qi and martial techniques, the art of alchemy must not be underestimated. The variety of elixirs is vast, and their effects and applications are remarkably diverse. They not only aid practitioners in swiftly enhancing their cultivation levels, but also possess various supportive abilities. For instance, certain elixirs can enhance one's capabilities, such as the concealment pill that allows one to become invisible, the illusory face pill that alters appearances, and the ethereal pill that grants lightness akin to a swallow and even enables fleeting flight. Additionally, there are elixirs designed to weaken foes, such as the bewitching pill that induces hallucinations and hypnosis. It can be said that in nearly every domain, there exists a corresponding elixir. These elixirs serve as treasures, often yielding unexpected results at critical moments, catching adversaries off guard. Even the most formidable cultivators fear the possibility of treachery. The Medicine King earnestly elucidated the myriad benefits of elixirs to Chao. He listened intently to his grandfather's teachings, internally marveling. Who would have thought that these seemingly insignificant elixirs wield such immense power? He realized that to advance further along the path of cultivation, the art of alchemy must indeed be regarded with the respect it deserves. Chapter 66. Breaking the Ren and Du Meridians. The Medicine King meticulously explained the rules of the martial arts tournament to Chao. This tournament differs from mere sparring. It not only tests physical prowess, but also permits the use of elixirs and magical artifacts. Participants are permitted to bring their favorite elixirs, ensuring preparedness for unforeseen circumstances while simultaneously showcasing their unique treasures, thereby adding an element of unpredictability to the competition. The contest will be conducted upon a specially crafted arena, encircled by barriers to guarantee fairness and safety. Throughout the event, the use of any prohibited substances or malicious attacks on opponents is strictly forbidden. The judges will meticulously oversee proceedings to uphold the integrity of the competition. The ultimate victor will be determined by the judges based on a comprehensive assessment of the contestants' performances, skill application, and strategic execution. Thus, to triumph in this martial arts assembly, one must not only possess formidable prowess, but also exhibit acumen in strategy and judicious use of elixirs and treasures. Upon hearing this, Chao felt a surge of profound anticipation. He recognized the extraordinary significance of this martial arts gathering, as it presented a rare opportunity to contend with esteemed masters and to demonstrate his capabilities, affirming his self-worth. Consequently, he resolved to exert every effort to showcase his utmost potential. Subsequently, the Medicine King elaborated on the rewards system for the martial arts assembly. It is reported that this event annually invites 50 prestigious sects to participate. Each sect is required to bring a gift to the contest, which may consist of precious artifacts, rare techniques, elixirs, and more. Ultimately, the judging panel will select the 10 most exceptional gifts as generous rewards for the champions, while the remaining gifts will be awarded sequentially to the top 5 contestants according to their standings. It is noteworthy that while the martial arts assembly does not explicitly stipulate the specific realms of the participants, powerful figures such as Jade Immortals, Tao Immortals, and True Immortals are typically regarded as treasures of their respective sections. They usually remain in seclusion, seldom making appearances unless significant matters arise. Even independent great immortals scattered across the lands rarely lower themselves to partake in such contests. In the ensuing days, Chao diligently delved into the art of alchemy with the Medicine King during the day, while at night, he honed his skills alongside Cu. Benefiting from the synergistic effects of their dual cultivation and the assistance of elixirs, Chao made remarkable progress, successfully opening the last 2 critical channels of Ren and Du. This breakthrough significantly enhanced his power and bolstered his confidence. Having unblocked the Ren and Du channels, an indescribable joy and excitement surged within Chao. He quietly embraced the myriad benefits brought forth by this remarkable transformation. Firstly, his internal energy experienced a remarkable enhancement. Previously, the true qi within his body was confined to a cyclical flow. However, he could now freely absorb the spiritual essence of the world around him. This newfound ability to absorb energy imparted an unprecedented sense of exhilaration, as if the entire universe's energy was at his disposal. Secondly, his meridians had widened considerably. With the unblocking of the Ren and Du channels, other meridians followed suit, enabling the cultivator to absorb the spiritual essence of the heavens and earth more efficiently. This implied that his cultivation speed would accelerate dramatically, and his strength would advance by leaps and bounds. Thirdly, his physical constitution underwent a tremendous enhancement. The various functions of his body have undergone significant enhancement, be it strength, speed, or endurance. They have all experienced a remarkable leap beyond previous limits. This endows him with a distinct advantage in combat, enabling him to confront a multitude of challenges and crises. Furthermore, his spiritual realm has ascended to new heights. The unblocking of the Ren and Du meridians seems to have opened a portal to a higher echelon of the spiritual world, rendering his state of mind more lucid and transparent. His comprehension of the Tao has deepened considerably, and his understanding of the path of cultivation has become increasingly clear. As a result, Chao has attained the celestial realm through this breakthrough. Moreover, the possibility of transcending his martial arts has emerged. Beyond the elemental techniques he previously mastered, he is now poised to explore a wider array of other disciplines. Certain renowned, god-tier techniques often necessitate the unblocking of the Ren and Du meridians as a prerequisite. With this barrier now dismantled, he finally has the opportunity to cultivate these extraordinarily powerful arts, embarking on a more illustrious journey of cultivation. Additionally, there lies the prospect of extended longevity, one of the most coveted benefits for cultivators. With the enhancement of bodily functions and the continual strengthening of internal energy, a cultivator's lifespan is destined for significant extension. They will possess ample time to pursue higher realms of cultivation and explore the infinite mysteries of existence. Imagine, while an ordinary mortal may only traverse a brief span of decades, a cultivator can transcend the confines of time, relishing the blessings of longevity. They can dedicate more years to the study of techniques, the practice of the Tao, and the relentless pursuit of surpassing their own limits. This extended lifespan not only affords cultivators greater opportunities to realize their ideals, but also grants them sufficient time to experience the myriad wonders of the world and grasp the true essence of life. Moreover, longevity signifies that cultivators can amass greater experience and wisdom. Throughout their lengthy journey of cultivation, they will encounter a myriad of challenges and opportunities. Through the continuous resolution of these matters, their state of mind will be refined and elevated. They will emerge as wise and composed individuals, evolving into true masters of cultivation. Furthermore, an extended lifespan provides cultivators with more time to share with loved ones. On the path of cultivation, they may encounter separation and solitude. Yet longevity allows them to traverse more years alongside cherished companions, sharing in each other's growth and joy. Such companionship is undoubtedly a precious treasure, enriching the lives of cultivators with meaning and fulfillment. In summary, the extension of life is an extraordinary advantage for cultivators, akin to a fish returning to water. It endows them with myriad possibilities, enabling them to journey further along the path of cultivation, achieving extraordinary feats. Chao's momentous breakthrough is indeed worthy of grand celebration. He personally took to the kitchen, preparing an opulent feast replete with delectable dishes such as braised bear paws, steamed base, and Buddha jumps over the wall, among others. Moreover, the apothecary king generously presented his meticulously crafted top-tier medicinal wine, a labor of love he had perfected over many years. That evening, The apothecary valley was aglow with lights and bustling with excitement. Yang Chao gathered with all the esteemed members of the apothecary valley to collectively celebrate this exhilarating moment. The group gathered together, savoring exquisite delicacies and fine wines, engaging in lively conversation and laughter, enveloped in a warm and joyous atmosphere. They reminisced about cherished memories from the past, filled with deep emotion. Time flew by swiftly, and before they knew it, it was already late into the night. Yet the revelry showed no signs of waning. In this delightful gathering, each person felt an overwhelming sense of joy and the profound bonds of friendship that connected them. Chapter 67. The arrival of the Lingxiao Pavilion in a pill-refining chamber permeated with the fragrance of herbs. A massive urn stood at the center, brimming with various rare herbs that shimmered in an array of colors, exuding an air of mystery. Below, a fierce flame boiled the water, the bubbling sound resonating continuously. The Medicine King cast a glance towards Yang Chao, whose eyes betrayed a hint of hesitation, yet he resolutely approached the great urn. His steps were heavy, as if confronting an unknown challenge. As he drew near, the heat enveloped him, reddening his face instantly. Taking a deep breath, Yang Chao leaped into the urn. The potent aroma of the herbs surrounded him, and he gradually submerged in the bubbling water. His expression contorted as he seemed to endure immense suffering, yet he persisted unwaveringly. Siyu, filled with anxiety, clutched her grandfather's sleeve, fearful for her husband's safety. "Grandfather, will this not scald him?" she asked, her voice tinged with worry. The Medicine King smiled gently and shook his head. "Silly girl, have you forgotten? You have witnessed this method of body refinement before, and you even playfully named it the 39 Great Stew of the Living. Why are you so concerned now that it is Yang Chao undergoing the refinement?" Upon hearing this, Siyu released her grip on the Medicine King, a flush of shyness blooming on her delicate face as she turned away, comforted. As moments slipped by, Yang Chao's body gradually acclimated to the intense stimulation of the herbs. His initial tension transformed into a serene tranquility. At that moment, he appeared to merge with the colossal urn, quietly absorbing the nourishment and baptism of the herbs. Over the ensuing days, Yang Chao engaged in his daily regimen of herbal body refinement each morning, while in the afternoons, he sought the Medicine King for advanced techniques to study and comprehend. These techniques were designed to complement the elixirs, including invisibility, aerial dance, illusion, and various auxiliary methods to enhance one's strength. Through practical application, Yang Chao discovered these techniques to be exceedingly useful in combat. The Medicine King personally concocted elixirs for Yang Chao's martial practice. After several days, Yang Chao felt a significant boost in his strength. One day, after finishing his refinement and emerging from the urn, Siyu hurried over to gently dry his body. Once clean, she leaped onto his back, inhaling the herbal scent that clung to him, a fragrance she cherished as one who had always been in communion with herbs. As Yang Chao carried Siyu out of the pill-refining chamber, a servant approached with news that someone from the Lingxiao Pavilion had arrived and was awaiting them in the hall. At this, Yang Chao's heart leaped with joy, and he quickly made his way to the hall to see which lady had come to visit. Yang Chaoxing hurriedly entered the hall, his gaze immediately captured by the twin sisters, Linger and Rower, standing there. A joyful smile blossomed on his face, and his steps became light and buoyant. "Linger, Rower, it has been such a long time," he exclaimed loudly, seemingly oblivious to his surroundings. "Did you miss me?" Upon seeing Yang Chaoxing, Linger and Rower were equally overjoyed and hastened to greet him. "Yang Chaoxing, it seems you think of nothing but the dishes you prepare," the innocent Linger exclaimed, her face radiating unmistakable excitement. "You are becoming increasingly impudent, daring to address me so casually. Be careful, or I shall expel you from the Lingxiao Pavilion," Rower retorted playfully, yet she gently patted him a few times. Suddenly, she felt a difference. Yang Chaoxing's physique seemed much stronger than before. Not bad. Your training has evidently yielded results these past few days. This time, you shouldn't end up with a bruised face like before." Yang Chaoxing chuckled heartily and humbly replied, "Oh, it's nothing much. By the way, why haven't T. Rushue and the others come?" Just as he finished speaking, Ling Er pouted in mock annoyance. "Humph? Are you so disappointed to see us? Look at your pathetic self, getting all anxious after just a few days without your wife." She rolled her eyes dramatically at him. "Why do I sense a hint of jealousy in the air? Is someone envious?" Yang Chaoxing teased, leaning closer to Linger and sniffing playfully. "Dream on. Who would be jealous of you? We would rather feast on your cooking instead. Hurry and get to it." Linger shot back with an eye roll. "Of course, I would be delighted to prepare a meal for you. But first, a kiss," Yang Chaoxing said with a cheeky grin, leaning in towards Linger's face. Cough, cough, cough. Suddenly, a series of coughs interrupted him. Startled, Yang Chaoxing opened his eyes wide and looked around. He saw Yi Fan sitting coldly in a chair, his expression frosty, his gaze sharp enough to pierce. "Humph, in broad daylight, you dare engage in such indecent behavior?" How can such a lecher represent the Lingxiao Pavilion at the martial arts tournament? Yi Fan scoffed, his tone laced with disdain and anger. Who brought this person here? He clearly does not belong to our Lingxiao Pavilion. Moreover, what does he intend to accomplish? Even if my defeated opponent showed up, it would be a futile effort. Yang Chaoxing showed no sign of yielding. Humph, do you really believe you won that match last time? Surely, you are aware of your own capabilities. Furthermore, this tournament permits the use of magical artifacts. A novice like you can possess but a handful, if any. Yi Fan sneered, his face a mask of contempt. Rower gently patted Yang Chaoxing again, interjecting, All right. Why must you two argue every time you meet? Yang Chaoxing, you represent the Lingxiao Pavilion, while Yi Fan represents the Xiantian sect. Upon hearing these words, Yang Chao's lips twitched slightly, and he awkwardly chuckled as he explained, I apologize, but I have already promised the Medicine King that I would represent the Medicine King Valley in this competition. It's no trouble. I can have my grandfather select another individual to participate in this contest. Stepping forward, Siyu interjected, as Yang Chao is the son-in-law of the Medicine King Valley. It is only fitting that he represents us. After all, having one more person merely serves to bolster our numbers. Hearing this, Yi Fan's eyes widened in disbelief, and he retorted with indignation, How can you call him one of our own? Just because this enigmatic individual has enticed the 4 stewards of Lingxiao Pavilion. Does that mean he can lay claim to it? Yang Chao looked at Yi Fan provocatively, a smirk playing on his lips as he replied, No need to rush. Look, is he not currently charming the pavilion master? Who knows, perhaps before the festival arrives, he might win over both of them. Yi Fan's face flushed with anger. His expression contorted as he pointed an accusatory finger at Yang Chao, yet he was so flustered that he could not articulate a single coherent sentence. What else with your sudden outburst? Are you performing Peking opera in your haste? Yang Chao teased, reveling in his triumph. However, at that moment, Roair unexpectedly reached out and pinched a soft spot on Yang Chao's waist with surprising force. He winced in pain, his eyes widening as he turned to Roair, his voice trembling as he said, Pavilion Master, please allow me a moment. I shall prepare your favorite dishes at once. With that, he hurriedly made his way to the kitchen. Chapter 68. Departure to Tianlong City. Roair, Ling Air, and Siyu gathered around, engaged in lively conversation, their laughter ringing melodiously. Before long, Yang Chao emerged from the kitchen, carrying the last dish, enthusiastically announcing, Dinner is served. The table was laden with an array of sumptuous dishes, filling the air with tantalizing aromas. There was the enticing braised pork, its glossy, rich sauce enveloping each succulent piece of meat, exuding a mouth-watering fragrance, a tender and juicy steamed fish, drizzled with savory sauce and garnished with vibrant green scallions and cilantro. Golden, crispy fried chicken wings, their exterior perfectly crunchy while the inside remained moist, and a refreshing cold spinach salad, enhancing the appetite further. Countless dishes adorned the expansive table, complemented by exquisite side dishes and delicious soups, catering to everyone's palate splendidly. The restaurant was suffused with alluring scents as Siyu warmly invited the Medicine King to take a seat. Roair and Ling Air greeted the Medicine King with gracious smiles, and Yi Fan approached, offering polite salutations before joining them at the table. As they indulged in the lavish feast, laughter and conversation flowed freely, creating a relaxed and joyful atmosphere. The Medicine King shared amusing anecdotes and insights on alchemy, prompting peals of laughter from all. After the meal, everyone returned to their respective rooms to rest, just as Yang Chao and Siyu were sharing whispers. A gentle knock echoed from outside the door. Siyu swiftly tidied her garments and rose to open the door. As it swung open, she beheld Roair and Ling Air standing at the threshold. A look of delight graced Siyu's face as she promptly invited, Dear sisters, please come in. The sisters entered the room and seated themselves at the chairs by the table. At that moment, Roair spoke. I hope you will not take offense for disturbing you at such a late hour. We have come on behalf of our esteemed father to deliver 2 magical treasures to Yang. No sooner had she finished speaking than she and Ling Air retrieved from their respective storage rings 2 resplendent artifacts radiating brilliant golden light. These are divine artifacts. Siyu exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment. Yang Chao, equally taken aback, had never anticipated witnessing such precious treasures with his own eyes. Indeed, this is the Ling Xiao armor, which is impenetrable to anyone below the Jade Immortal Realm, and this is the 7-star sword, an exceedingly rare divine artifact even among those of the Jade Immortal Realm. Roair continued, in other words, during this competition, even if you merely stand and engage with others, you shall remain unscathed. However, one must not become complacent, for others may possess various wondrous treasures as well. With these 2 artifacts, I would be guaranteed victory. Yang Chao thought, his excitement palpable, though he feigned politeness, asking, Why would the esteemed sect leader bestow such precious treasures upon me? Surely, one ought not to receive rewards without merit. Is this truly acceptable? despite his words. His hands eagerly drew the two artifacts closer for a thorough examination. The sisters could not help but chuckle at Yang Chao's reaction. Hearing their laughter, he turned to glance at them, his face flushing with embarrassment. My dear husband, since the esteemed sect leader has given such a grand gift, why not represent Ling Shao Pavilion in the competition? Siyu proposed, feeling a sense of reassurance with the two treasures in hand. Rather than focusing on Yang Chao representing Yaowang Valley, her primary concern was his safety. Ro Air, upon hearing Siyu's words, smiled gently and remarked, Sister, you are overthinking. This is merely our father expressing his fondness for Yang Chao, as he feels a kinship with him. There is no ulterior motive. Yaowang Valley and Ling Shao Pavilion are essentially one family, and it matters not who represents us. Siyu nodded, falling silent, confident that Yang Chao would achieve commendable results through his own prowess. The following morning, sunlight bathed the earth, bestowing warmth upon the world. Yang Chao and Siyu stood before the Medicine King to bid farewell. The Medicine King smiled, offering them his blessings before watching them embark on their journey. Together, Yang Chao and Siyu mounted a flying sword, soaring through the sky. The sword shimmered like a meteor streaking across the heavens, their figures appearing particularly radiant in the sunlight. The journey unfolded amidst picturesque mountains and swirling clouds. Yang Chao and Siyu reveled in the gentle caress of the breeze. Their spirits uplifted. Leaning against one another, they admired the stunning scenery while discussing their aspirations for the future. As they drew closer to the capital of the Tianlong Kingdom, Tianlong City, their excitement intensified. Before them, the city of heavenly dragons loomed like an immense fortress, rising majestically into the clouds. Yang Chao, Siyu Ro Air, and Ling Air stepped into the city of heavenly dragons, instantly awestruck by the splendor that unfolded before their eyes. Towering buildings flanked the streets. Shops lined up in meticulous rows, and a throng of people bustled about, creating an atmosphere of vibrant liveliness. The architectural style within the city was unique, featuring quaint and elegant pavilions alongside grand and magnificent palaces. The streets were paved with neatly arranged stone slabs, exuding cleanliness and order. The shops along the street were filled with an array of dazzling goods, captivating the eyes of passers-by. The air was rich with the tantalizing aromas of diverse cuisines, enticing all who wandered by. At the small food stalls, patrons savored the local delicacies with great enthusiasm. In the distance, a group of performers showcased their acrobatic talents in the square, drawing resounding applause from the audience for their spectacular acts. The bustling scene of the city of heavenly dragons enchanted Yang Chao and his companions, immersing them in the vitality and charm of this extraordinary city, allowing them to experience its distinctive allure. They ventured onto a lively and resplendent commercial street, where Ro Air and Ling Air found themselves overwhelmed by the plethora of goods, their eyes darting about in wonder, occasionally gasping in delight. Yang Chao and Siyu patiently introduced them to various fashionable trends and intriguing novelties. Shortly thereafter, the group arrived at the food street. The enticing aromas of numerous local specialties wafted through the air, making their mouths water. Ling Air tried a spicy skewer, turning crimson from the heat but unable to resist going back for more. Ro Air, on the other hand, was captivated by an exquisite dessert, savoring its sweet flavors with great care. As night descended, they made their way to the riverside to admire the city's nocturnal splendor. The dazzling lights reflected in the river's surface, resembling a beautiful painting. Ro Air and Ling Air gazed quietly at the breathtaking scene before them, completely absorbed and unable to detach themselves from the moment. Meanwhile, Yi Fan, his face ashen, trailed behind with his entourage, paying the bill. Chapter 69. The ball toss for marriage proposals in the evening. After enjoying dinner on the streets, Yang Chao and Siyu arrived at an upscale restaurant. The interior of the restaurant was lavishly decorated, with soft lighting that created an elegant ambience. At that moment, the establishment was bustling with patrons, alive with activity. The diverse crowd, drawn by the martial arts competition, included martial artists clad in brocade, exuding an extraordinary presence, wealthy merchants whose every gesture radiated opulence, and various figures from the martial world, some boisterous, others enigmatic. They engaged in hushed conversations or animated discussions, their topics revolving exclusively around the upcoming martial arts competition. As they had arrived early, the rooms were plentiful, with Yang Chao and Siyu sharing one, Ro Air and Ling Air another, while Yi Fan occupied a room with his maid, along with 4 burly men squeezed into a single space. The following morning, as the eastern sky began to blush with dawn, Yang Chao and Siyu, having toiled throughout the night, had only just fallen asleep. Suddenly, a soft knock echoed from the door. Yang Chao quickly donned his attire, rose, and opened the door, while Siyu remained lost in her dreams. Why are you here so early? Is there something amiss? As Yang Chao rubbed his sleepy eyes, he inquired with a hint of confusion. Ling Er leaned closer to him. Lowering her voice, Yi Fan typically doesn't rise this early. Let's take advantage of his slumber and explore the streets. His presence always felt so cold and dull. Having arrived in the capital, Linger and Rower had been so exhilarated the previous night that they could hardly sleep. Faced with Linger's suggestion, Yang Chao felt a twinge of reluctance but gently closed the door and accompanied the two sisters out into the street. As they strolled along, they came upon a breakfast shop where they found a table and ordered several steaming baskets of buns. Linger requested some sausages for Yang Chao and shared a few with Rower. It's not wise to indulge in such greasy fare so early in the day, Yang Chao observed, though he himself did not partake. Look at you, stingy. A little sausage makes you squeamish? I could drink oil straight, and it wouldn't faze me. Linger playfully rolled her eyes and took a hearty bite of her sausage. Hey, did you know the only daughter of the wealthy Wang family is about to throw her embroidered ball to seek a suitor? Who among you plans to attend? I, for one, have no hope since I'm already married, huh? Boomed a burly man at a nearby table, his face adorned with a thick beard, seated beside a woman and a child who appeared to be his family. Although the appearance of the Wang family's daughter remained unknown, it was certainly worth attempting to win her favor. After all, the Wang family was affluent. Being chosen would ensure a life devoid of worry, even if one faced some misfortune thereafter. A daughter from a wealthy family would undoubtedly possess striking beauty, for such affluent families are meticulous in their selection of brides, choosing only the finest. Naturally, children born from such unions would also be exceptional. I am not coveting their wealth or the beauty of their daughter. I simply relish the thrill of competing for the embroidered ball, he continued. The breakfast they had just ordered suddenly lost its appeal. Let it be for now. If I succeed in catching that ball, I shall demand a lavish feast and celebration. Listening to the animated discussions around him, Yang Chao felt a slight smile tugging at his lips as he shook his head gently. What are you laughing at? Do you not wish to vie for a lady? Linger asked curiously, observing Yang Chao's peculiar grin. Desirable things are never on sale, and besides, I still have not settled matters with you two. Where would I find the energy to pursue another? Yang Chao replied, a mischievous smile creeping onto his face as he regarded the sisters. You cheeky Yang Chao. Teasing us again. You seem rather restless. By the way, what does on sale mean? Linger raised her hand, adopting a mock-threatening pose. Just as Yang Chao was about to respond, Yi Fan appeared as if conjured from thin air, taking a seat opposite him with a chilling gaze, quietly demanding, why didn't you call me when you left? Unfazed by Yi Fan's inquiry, Yang Chao maintained his composure, his expression betraying no emotion. Observing this, Rower quickly sought a seemingly casual excuse, explaining, but you hadn't woken up yet. Isn't it just the perfect occasion for someone to throw the embroidered ball? Let us make our way there early to secure a good vantage point and enjoy the spectacle. With that, she deftly shifted the topic, attempting to alleviate the awkward atmosphere surrounding them. The group followed the throngs of people to the crossroads of the Wang family's embroidered ball event. The eastern side of the street was already densely packed, with a serious-looking entourage of house servants and some formidable-looking enforcers standing guard. As Yang Chao surveyed the scene, he couldn't help but marvel at the Wang family's grandiosity. This was no ordinary ball. Entry came with stringent conditions. Ordinary looks would not suffice, nor would plain attire. Even those possessing handsome features and wearing exquisite clothing would be deemed unworthy. The two sisters turned around, subtly altering their appearance, and strode confidently alongside Yang Chao and Yi Fan into the gathering. The inspectors, upon seeing them, instinctively thought they were the chosen ones. The four of them were unparalleled in both demeanor and appearance, even in the entirety of the capital. As the crowd swelled, around noon, a gong sounded. A short, stocky middle-aged man ambled to the center of the high platform. Those familiar with the gathering murmured that this was the head of the Wang family. He had a rotund visage, balding crown, and small, shrewd eyes, while his lips were thin but notably full. Yang Chao's first impression was that even if he were to mate with a celestial being, he would not produce anything of worth. The family had exchanged pleasantries with the crowd before outlining the rules. Once the embroidered ball was thrown, the attendees could begin to compete for it. However, merely catching it would not guarantee selection. The ball must be delivered to the lofty platform, towering over 10 zhang. During this endeavor, all could attempt to seize it, but the use of magical artifacts was strictly prohibited. Yang Chao frowned slightly. While ostensibly a matchmaking event, the rules rendered it even more challenging than a combat arena. For an individual to ascend the high platform amidst the onslaught of hundreds was nearly insurmountable, especially without the aid of magical artifacts. Only those with overwhelming strength could hope to succeed. After the head of the family concluded his remarks, a Wang family young lady gracefully ascended the stage. Despite the height of the platform, those cultivated in the arts could perceive her clearly. This noble and elegant woman possessed extraordinary beauty, tall and proportionate, with skin whiter than snow and bright, captivating eyes. Her appearance elicited gasps of admiration from the crowd as she held the embroidered ball and scanned her surroundings. Those beside Yang Chao were eager to participate, yet he remained indifferent. Suddenly, the embroidered ball soared towards Yang Chao. Before he could react, Yifan caught it effortlessly beside him. All eyes converged on Yifan, who regarded the young lady on the platform with an expression of cold detachment. The atmosphere was charged with tension, as if a grand event was about to unfold. Chapter 70. So it is. Yifan lightly raised his arm and tossed the embroidered ball. It traced a graceful arc through the air before landing steadily on the ground. The crowd paused momentarily, then surged forward like ravenous wolves descending upon their prey. They unleashed a myriad of martial arts, some as swift as leopards, others as agile as monkeys, weaving effortlessly through the throng. The swordsmanship flourished magnificently at this moment, with shimmering blades and intertwining shadows, resembling a splendid dance of swords. Those who practiced their techniques were even more formidable, their inner strength surging like a tidal wave, each strike resonating with the power of thunder. The crowd engaged in a fierce contest, neither yielding to the other. Some reached out to seize the embroidered ball, only to be thwarted by a kick from a nearby contender. Others attempted to deflect it with their swords, yet were met with opposing blades. The clash of techniques unleashed shockwaves, compelling those in proximity to retreat several steps. Amidst this chaotic scene, Yang Chao observed quietly, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He understood that this scramble was not merely for the embroidered ball, but rather a stage for all to showcase their prowess. This was far more challenging than any arena. As someone snatched the embroidered ball and sent it soaring into the air, he instantly became the focal point of attention and a target for assault. A deluge of wondrous techniques and exquisite swordplay rained down upon him, as if intent on engulfing him entirely. Undoubtedly, he would crash heavily to the ground, and the embroidered ball would be seized by another. Soon after, a new round of contention unfolded, perpetuating this cycle. The scene was rife with chaos. Not only did the four of them refrain from acting impulsively, but many others remained motionless as well. Yang Chao scrutinized those who held back, and suddenly, he spotted a familiar face, Murong Xiaoyao. Yang Chao fixed his gaze on Murong Xiaoyao, who happened to look back at him. Upon realizing that Ru Shui was not by Yang Chao's side, an unmistakable chill flickered in Murong Xiaoyao's eyes. Do you know that person? Ruo Er noticed Yang Chao's unease and inquired softly. Yang Chao shook his head, responding, "We are not well acquainted. He is merely a persistent suitor of Ru Shui." His tone carried a hint of disdain and resignation. At that moment, the number of injured and incapacitated individuals continued to rise. Murong Xiaoyao could no longer restrain himself and began to take action. With a swift flick of his sleeve, 3 elemental techniques surged forth like a tempest, indiscriminately striking every individual in their path. In an instant, the air was filled with anguished cries from the crowd. Despite Murong Xiaoyao's questionable character, his prowess was undeniably remarkable. Shortly thereafter, his figure flashed through the chaos, deftly seizing the embroidered ball from another's grasp before sprinting towards the raised platform without pause. Just as he was on the verge of triumphantly stepping onto the platform, Murong Xiaoyao lowered his head, gazing down with evident satisfaction, a hint of contempt curling his lips. However, as he lifted his head, ready to ascend the steps, a figure suddenly materialized before him. In the blink of an eye, a sharp sound echoed as he was forcefully knocked to the ground. Subsequently, Ling Er descended gracefully, landing firmly on the ground. With a cold smile, her piercing gaze fixed on Murong Xiaoyao, she remarked icily, "You truly possess a deep well of cunning, young sir. Regrettably, what I detest most are those who resort to underhanded tactics like yourself." Her voice, clear and melodious, carried an undeniable authority. Coughing, Murong Xiaoyao endured the intense pain in his chest as he fixed his piercing gaze on the individual before him, raspily inquiring, "Who are you? Why do you appear alongside Yang Chao? Are you perhaps his pawn, sent to thwart my plans? Yang Chao, why do you persist in obstructing me? First, you seized my beloved Ru Shui, then you wed the granddaughter of the Medicine King. And now you even dare to vie with me for the eldest daughter of the Wang family?" With each question he uttered, Murong Xiaoyao's agitation escalated, and the blood he coughed up stained his garments crimson. At that moment, his once handsome visage became grotesque, marred by the blood. Yang Chao, however, approached with a smile, leisurely standing over Murong Xiaoyao, his face betraying unabashed disdain and contempt. Yet, while some found amusement, Yifan, observing quietly from the sidelines, fell into deep contemplation. She couldn't help but recall the words spoken by Murong Xiaoyao, lying on the ground, which struck her as eerily familiar. These women were destined to be mine. The thought ignited a surge of unnameable fury within Yifan, prompting her to instinctively clench her fists. An awkward moment unfolded when the embroidered ball, cast aside by Murong Xiaoyao, was left unclaimed, with those still present having refrained from participating. Yang Chao surveyed the surroundings, then bowed slightly to the crowd, stating, "Esteemed gentlemen, this is merely a personal grievance of mine. Please, continue." At that moment, a man adorned in opulent attire, resembling a noble scion, approached. He, too, returned the gesture of respect, remarking, "It seems you all do not frequent martial competitions often?" Regular attendees are well aware that such tactics as tossing an embroidered ball to solicit suitors are merely schemes devised by various factions to attract talent. Look at the pair on the high platform. Do they bear any resemblance? Clearly, she is a beautiful woman sourced from elsewhere, merely a tool to entice talent. As far as I know, the Wang family has some connections with the National Guardian General, and they must be recruiting on his behalf. Yang Chao suddenly comprehended, having sensed something amiss from the beginning, yet unable to articulate what it was. Now, with Wei Weiyan's subtle nudge, enlightenment dawned upon him. You speak most wisely. My participation in this contest is merely to make up the numbers, devoid of any grand expectations. May I inquire, what are the dominant factions in this locale? Yang Chao humbly sought his counsel. Wei Weiyan smiled slightly, appearing to possess ample knowledge on the matter. In recent years, our emperor's health has been declining, and he has not personally handled state affairs for quite some time. Currently, the most formidable factions are undoubtedly the Prince's party and the National Guardian General's estate. As for the once celebrated princess, news of her has been scarce for ages. These are all well-known facts. After listening, Yang Chao nodded repeatedly, pondering to himself, so it is. The situation in the capital is indeed intricate. He couldn't help but feel a greater admiration for Wei Weiyan, who appeared youthful yet possessed remarkable insight. Thus, Yang Chao once again clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and politely inquired, "I am Yang Chao. May I ask your esteemed name, kind sir?" Wei Weiyan promptly returned the gesture, smiling as he replied, "You are too kind, brother Yang. I am Wei Weiyan, and I have a modest reputation here. However, I have participated in this martial arts tournament several times, and my best achievement is merely a 5th place, which I find rather shameful." Before Yang Chao could respond, Yi Fan interjected coldly, "Oh, that is indeed quite embarrassing." His tone was icy, and his expression inscrutable, making it difficult to discern his true thoughts. Chapter 71. Receiving the embroidered ball. Upon hearing this, Yang Chao and the two sisters instantly turned somewhat awkward, wishing to pretend they did not know him. Feeling at a loss, Wei Weiyan cleared his throat softly, seemingly attempting to alleviate the tension. His gaze fell upon Yi Fan. So you are the veteran of the martial arts tournament? In previous editions, your performance was commendable. However, as far as I know, your achievements are somewhat inflated. With the Xintian sect providing you with all manner of treasures and an abundance of high-grade elixirs, it would be difficult not to excel. Yet you fail to mention that I fought against opponents of a higher realm than mine. Treasures and elixirs are merely components of one's own strength, Yi Fan retorted, maintaining his proud demeanor and gaze unwavering. At that moment, a sharp voice from the high platform broke the conversation. "Why are you still chatting? What are you all dawdling for? Hurry up and seize the embroidered ball. Whoever retrieves it, I will do my utmost to assist them in advancing further in the tournament." The crowd remained motionless, for those with strength and ambition understood that before forming alliances, one must evaluate who offers the most favorable conditions that align with their interests. A beautiful woman paired with a substantial reward would certainly not satisfy those of considerable capability. Seeing the crowds in action, Morong Xiaoyao wiped the blood from his lips and resolutely strode toward the location of the embroidered ball. After picking it up, he headed straight for the high platform, encountering no one who dared to obstruct him. Upon reaching the high platform, Morong Xiaoyao handed the embroidered ball to the head of the Wang family. Yet the latter did not exhibit any signs of satisfaction. The outcome of this ball-throwing match for courting was far below his expectations. Immediately, the head of the family ordered Morong Xiaoyao to enter for bathing and changing, preparing for the wedding ceremony. After all, there had been no loss incurred. It was merely a woman, perhaps one discarded by another. The matter of the embroidered ball had reached a conclusion, and the spectators below began to disperse. Through their conversation, it was revealed that Wei Weiyan and Yang Chao were lodging at the same inn. Upon returning to the inn, Yang Chao summoned the waiter to arrange a table, and the four of them enjoyed several drinks in the grand hall on the first floor. Yang Chao ordered a few dishes and brought out several plates of cooked food, which delighted Wei Weiyan upon tasting. "These dishes are quite delicious, brother Yang. Where did you procure them?" Wei Weiyan remarked, savoring the flavors with evident satisfaction. I'm glad you like it, brother Wei. This is my exclusive secret recipe. You won't find it elsewhere," Yang Chao replied with a smile. The skills displayed were hardly commendable, and it was rare to hear of a culinary expert triumphing at a martial arts competition. Yi Fan wore a look of disdain, yet his hands remained busy, lifting a generous piece of braised pork to his lips. He sipped a bit of wine and let out a contented sigh, exclaiming, "This is truly delightful." At that moment, a gust of wind swept through, parting the curtains at the adjacent table, drawing Yu's attention to a figure. She squinted, feeling an odd sense of familiarity with the individual. "What's the matter? Have you spotted an acquaintance?" Yang Chao followed Siyu's gaze and noticed a woman in purple standing at a distance. Her hands entwined in front of her as if she wished to approach but hesitated. Yang Chao scrutinized the woman, an inexplicable sensation swelling within him. He felt as though he had encountered her before, though he could not place when or where. Siyu, do you recognize her? Yang Chao turned to ask. Siyu shook her head, replying, I too find her somewhat familiar, but I can't recall where we've met. Just then, the woman in purple seemed to gather her resolve and walk toward them. Yang Chao and Siyu exchanged glances, both uncertain of her intentions. It has been a while. Young Master Yang. The woman greeted them with a smile as she approached, failing to recognize Siyu, who had been dressed as a street urchin at their last meeting. Yang Chao and Siyu looked at her in confusion. Do you not remember me? I am Chu Xian. We met at the Medicine King Valley. My senior brother is Murong Xiaoyao, Chu Xian reminded them. Suddenly, realization dawned on Yang Chao and Siyu. Well, it is hardly my fault for not recalling. You are indeed more beautiful than before, Yang Chao chuckled. No worries, it has been some time, Chu Xian replied. I happened to see you from over there. So I came to say hello. What brings you here? Siyu inquired curiously. I am accompanying my senior brother to participate in this martial arts tournament, Chu Xian explained. Oh, are you also competing? Yang Chao asked, astonished. Not I, but I am here to accompany my senior brother, she clarified. What a coincidence. We are here for the tournament as well, Yang Chao said, motioning for Chu Xian to take a seat on a nearby stool. I happened to pass by and noticed you all. Actually, I was hoping to inquire if you might have seen my senior brother? This morning. He mentioned attending the ball toss event, but as women are not permitted inside, I could not accompany him. Since then, I have lost contact with him, and I cannot even reach him through the audiovisual mirror. Chu Xian's words were laden with urgency. Yang Chao furrowed his brow, contemplating before responding, Murong Xiaoyao? Yes, I have indeed seen him. He was the one who caught the embroidered ball and was selected by the Wang family as a suitor. However, it is perplexing why he has not reached out to you since then. Upon hearing this, Chu Xian's complexion drained of color, her eyes widening in disbelief as she shook her head, tears welling in her eyes. Her voice trembled as she exclaimed, What? He actually caught the embroidered ball. However, he clearly stated that he was merely going to join the festivities. He is fully aware of the recruitment methods employed by the general of the protectorate. I do not oppose his companionship with other women, yet my father initially intended to pass the legacy of our sect, Qingfeng Mountain, into his hands. Now, he has chosen to serve under the banner of the protectorate general. What could he possibly desire? At this moment, the corners of Chu Xian's eyes glistened with tears, which cascaded down her cheeks. A complex expression of anxiety, anger, and helplessness adorned her lovely face, enhancing her already captivating beauty, evoking deep sympathy from those who beheld her. Realizing the nature of Murong Xiaoyao's character, Siyu hastily approached to assist Chu Xian in taking a seat, softly offering her comfort. Rower and Linger, upon hearing her distress, quickly gathered around, holding her hands and speaking words of solace, for as daughters of the sect leader, they could deeply empathize with her plight. Wei Weian gleaned much from their conversation and offered a few words of consolation, while only Yi Fan remained impassive, methodically finishing the remaining half plate of braised meat. What are the young ladies planning to do next? It is getting late. Perhaps you should rest here for the night, and we can devise a plan tomorrow? Yang Chao tentatively suggested. After being comforted by her friends, Chu Xian's spirits lifted slightly, and with no better alternative, she merely nodded in agreement. Chapter 72. Encountering brothers again after dinner. They arranged their rooms and retired for the night. Chu Xian shared a room with Linger and Rower. Inside, Yang Chao furrowed his brow and spoke in a low voice. Murong Xiaoyao's hypocritical actions are truly disappointing. How could he treat Chu Xian in such a manner? Siyu nodded, a flicker of indignation crossing her face. Indeed, Chu Xian is such a wonderful girl, yet he fails to cherish her. It is utterly outrageous. Yang Chao fell into contemplation. Recalling the hurts Chu Xian had endured, his heart swelling with sympathy. What do you think we should do tomorrow? Siyu sighed softly. We must first locate Murong Xiaoyao and hear what he has to say, unless she hears it from him directly. Chu Xian will not be able to let go. However, Murong Xiaoyao is insincere and will likely deceive women with sweet words, lacking genuine intentions. I do not wish for Chu Xian to remain with him. Ultimately, it depends on Chu Xian's own decisions. We can only offer our opinions, Yang Chao remarked, as his large hands began to wander over Siyu, who lay on the bed. What a frustrating day. In no mood for anything, Siyu turned over, pouting in displeasure. It is precisely in moments of discontent that one must seek joy. By the way, what did you use to wash today? You smell delightful. Stop it. Don't touch me so carelessly. The following morning, the sun shone brightly, and after enjoying a delicious breakfast, the group set off with Chu Xian towards the Wang family, determined to seek justice from Murong Xiaoyao. As they journeyed, a sudden commotion ahead caught their attention, suggesting an intense altercation was unfolding. Driven by curiosity, Yang Chao and the others quickened their pace. Upon advancing, they were met with a scene that left them utterly astonished. A young nobleman, adorned in opulent attire and exuding grace, was engaged in an intense duel with two individuals who appeared to be brothers. The nobleman demonstrated remarkable agility and prowess, holding his ground against the duo with ease. The brothers, far from being ordinary adversaries, displayed a remarkable synergy and unleashed a unique combined technique. Yet, despite their efforts, they remained at a disadvantage. In that moment, the perceptive Siyu recognized the nobleman and urgently grasped Yang Chao's hand, exclaiming, "Isn't that your sworn brother, Suemo?" Upon hearing her words, Yang Chao focused intently and confirmed her observation. The nobleman embroiled in combat was indeed Suemo. Yang Chao's keen eyes scanned the surroundings, seeking the opportune moment to strike. At last, he spotted a fleeting opening and, without hesitation, executed a technique of instantaneous movement, appearing like a specter behind the two brothers. With all his might, he unleashed the Xiantian palm, the force of which surged like an unstoppable tide, crashing into the brothers' backs. The impact sent them reeling forward, blood erupting from their bodies like leaves caught in a tempest. Unfortunately, they collided directly with Suemo's ferocious swordplay. In an instant, arms separated from their bodies, soaring through the air in a gruesome arc, writhing in agony on the ground. The brothers cursed Yang Chao and Suemo, branding them as despicable ambushers and shameless scoundrels. Meanwhile, Suemo noticed Yang Chao had come to his aid. Overjoyed, he sheathed his sword and rushed towards Yang Chao, the two embracing tightly, lost in the euphoria of their reunion, exchanging heartfelt greetings. After a considerable time, Yang Chao released his hold, glancing at the brothers still sprawled on the ground, and inquired curiously, what transpired here? With a scowl of fury, Suemo glared at the fallen duo and replied through gritted teeth, "Humph. These two wretches are the infamous lecherous duo, known as the Flower Lane Twin Monsters. Today, they are simply unfortunate to have crossed paths with me." He then bellowed at them, "Today, out of the kindness of my heart, I shall spare your wretched lives, so be gone at once." Enduring excruciating pain, the Flower Lane Twin Monsters glared fiercely, yet dared not retaliate, begrudgingly grunting in response before staggering away from the scene. Subsequently, Suemo walked over to a man and woman standing by the roadside. He smiled and introduced them to Yang Chao, saying, "This is my senior brother, and that is my junior sister." Yang Chao politely nodded in acknowledgement to both. Suemo then turned to indicate another group, stating, "These are my sworn elder brother and his companions." Yang Chao mused to himself, realizing that these were all acquaintances of Suemo. They exchanged courteous bows, collectively expressing, "A pleasure to meet you." Yang Chao had indeed noticed the couple by the roadside earlier. At that moment, he observed the young woman nestled closely against the man, initially mistaking them for merely startled passersby. However, after Suemo's introduction, he suddenly sensed that something was amiss. After all, his senior brother and sister should not be lacking in strength. Yet, while his junior brother was engaged in a desperate battle, these two were merely embracing each other and watching the spectacle without a care, which was indeed peculiar. Once Suemo had ascertained the whereabouts of Yang Chao and the others, he turned to his senior siblings and said, "You both should return to your residence. I wish to spend some time with my elder brother first. We shall reconvene when the competition begins." Upon hearing this, Sumo's senior sister gently approached him, tenderly adjusting his attire. Then, she produced a heavy bag filled with glimmering gold coins from her storage ring. She handed the bag to Suemo, urging him to take good care of himself and to never allow himself to be wronged. Finally, her eyes glistened with reluctance as she watched Suemo depart. Meanwhile, the senior brother standing beside her furrowed his brow slightly, a hint of agitation crossing his face. Yang Chao keenly observed this detail and couldn't help but ponder. It seems the relationship among the three of them is rather intricate. Before long, several individuals arrived at the entrance of the Wang family residence and informed the gatekeeper of their intention to see the newlywed son-in-law of the Wang family. Upon hearing this, the gatekeeper hurried inside to announce their arrival. However, they were left waiting for quite some time before the gatekeeper leisurely emerged from the Wang residence to convey the son-in-law's message. The son-in-law expressed that he too had his own grievances and would personally seek out Miss Chu Xian to clarify matters when the time was right. He implored her to trust him, assuring her that he would never betray her heartfelt affections. Upon hearing this, the hot-tempered Ling heir even contemplated storming into the Wang residence to confront the heartless individual for an explanation, but the others managed to restrain her. While the group waited at the Wang family's entrance, a few individuals nearby were closely observing their every move. Chapter 73, Prince Su Xingyu, the leader of the group. Yang Chao was particularly striking. Clad in a pure white robe adorned with golden embroidery depicting a resplendent qilin, he radiated brilliance. In traditional culture, the qilin symbolizes auspiciousness and nobility, second only to the five-clawed golden dragon, and the exquisite craftsmanship of the embroidery highlighted the remarkable status of this individual. He stood tall, exuding an elegant demeanor, with an air of authority that commanded respect without the need for anger. His facial features were well-defined, and his brows conveyed a sense of majesty and confidence. His piercing gaze rested upon Chao and the others, as if he could see beyond their exterior to their innermost thoughts. Behind him stood the seventh prince and his personal guards. The seventh prince, with his striking figure and dignified presence, donned splendid attire that complemented the noble aura of the leader. The guards, each robust and solemn, wielded sharp blades, vigilantly observing their surroundings, ever prepared to respond to any potential threats. "Brother, look over there. The beautiful woman standing next to that tall fool is indeed the granddaughter of the Medicine King Valley that I previously mentioned to you. Behold her unparalleled beauty, a true embodiment of grace and elegance. To possess such a captivating enchantress within one's grasp would surely be an exquisite delight," the seventh prince remarked, his eyes glistening with desire as he addressed the young gentleman in white before him. Despite the lasciviousness of his words, the innate nobility of his royal lineage rendered him devoid of any sordid demeanor. Younger brother has always favored maidens, and only once at that. How is it that you suddenly find your tastes altered? Have you perhaps begun to appreciate the allure of married life?" The young man in white teased with a subtle smile. This individual was none other than the second prince, Su Xingyu. "Do not mock me, dear brother. It is simply that this woman is so breathtakingly enchanting. She seems to epitomize my highest aesthetic ideals. Whether she is a maiden or not has become irrelevant. If I could have her by my side, I would willingly sacrifice 10 years of my life, for her sole companionship would suffice," the seventh prince, Su Xingyu, declared, his gaze filled with avarice and fervor, as though the object of his desire was already within his grasp. "Such aspirations," the second prince remarked, tilting his head slightly to cast a sidelong glance at him, a smirk of disdain and mockery playing upon his lips. In truth, the second prince regarded the twin sisters as the true celestial beings who had descended to earth, rare gems in the mundane world. However, at this moment, his gaze seemed to waver. Like many in high positions, he had a peculiar fascination for the wives of others. The charm of youthful maidens was lost on him. It was only the wives of others that could ignite the flames of conquest within his heart. "From my observation, dear brother, those two ladies, judging by their poise and demeanor, are undoubtedly pure and unblemished maidens," the seventh prince affirmed, demonstrating his acumen in discerning the virtue of women. Yet, a flicker of disappointment, barely perceptible to others, crossed the second prince's eyes, though his customary stoicism served to mask his true feelings from prying eyes. Alas, it seemed that the time for reaping had not yet arrived. A profound sense of disillusionment welled up within the second prince. He had eagerly anticipated the day when he could claim the twin sisters, but now he was compelled to momentarily relinquish that thought. However, he quickly regained his composure and shifted the topic. "Younger brother, do you not feel curious as to why this group gathers around that individual?" His gaze turned towards the seventh prince, seemingly probing for a reaction. "Indeed, brother, your words hold merit. I shall dispatch someone to investigate their circumstances forthwith," the seventh prince replied, his eyes resolute and his tone unwavering, reflecting his trust and support for his elder brother. At that moment, the second prince, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke. "Do we have any news regarding that woman?" His voice was calm and low, devoid of emotional fluctuation, yet it emanated an intangible sense of pressure. "Brother, my investigations have revealed that the mastermind behind my recent assassination attempt was indeed that woman," he concluded. "At present, we are intensifying our efforts to locate her, and we believe that we shall soon uncover their hiding place. The obstacles previously encountered by the second brother have largely been removed, leaving only that woman and this ineffectual fellow before us." The seventh prince responded with deference, bowing his head slightly in reverence. "Make haste," the crown prince declared curtly before turning on his heel and departing with his guards. It was evident that the crown prince harbored some dissatisfaction. The seventh prince, wiping the sweat from his brow with his sleeve, straightened up, relieved that he and the crown prince shared the same mother. Otherwise, he too might have met a fate akin to the other princes who faced death, madness, or disability. Before departing, the seventh prince lingered for a moment, gazing longingly at Siyu. Linger had scolded at the door for quite some time, but after persuasion from several others, she eventually relented. The group then began to stroll back while engaging in casual conversation. Chao and Su Mo also sent a voice message to Xiong Hao, knowing that he would arrive the following morning. Noticing Chu Xian trailing behind, looking dispirited, the kind-hearted Su Mo slowed his pace to wait for her. Once she caught up, he gently patted her shoulder, his eyes filled with concern. "Chu Xian, you are a wonderful girl. I have heard from my elder brother and have a basic understanding of what your senior brother is like. I sincerely hope he does not let you down. If he does, he will undoubtedly regret it in the future," Su Mo said softly. Chu Xian raised her head, a flicker of doubt crossing her eyes. But she remained silent. Su Mo continued, "Your senior brother has overlooked your virtues, and that is his misfortune. You are such an exceptional and kind person. His failure to cherish you is indeed a loss for him." At last, a glimmer of light appeared in Chu Xian's eyes. Observing this, Su Mo encouraged her with a warm smile. "You should recognize your own strengths and not allow the words and actions of others to undermine your confidence. Your worth lies not in his approval, but in your own qualities and abilities." Chu Xian stared blankly at Su Mo, nodding slightly as she seemed to contemplate his words. "Trust me, time will heal all wounds. You will meet someone who genuinely understands and cherishes you. One day, your senior brother will realize what he has missed," Su Mo said gently. A faint smile graced Chu Xian's face as she replied, "Thank you, Su Mo. Your words bring me comfort. However, I have grown up alongside my senior brother. I have always followed in his footsteps, rarely interacting with other men. Everyone in our sect believes he will marry me. But now I truly do not know what to do." Su Mo gently grasped Chu Xian's hand. "May I ask, do you consider us friends?" Chu Xian nodded. "Though I have known you for only a short time, I find you all to be joyful, and I am happy to be friends with you. Friends support and encourage one another. You will surely emerge from this predicament." Su Mo looked at Chu Xian with sincerity. Chu Xian gazed back at him with gratitude. Her mood seemingly lightened. As the two individuals continued their journey side by side, the shadows of despair within their hearts began to lift significantly. Chapter 74. The unsavory man abroad. As Yang Chao and his companions entered the tavern, the clock struck noon. At that moment, the hall was alive with a cacophony of voices, bustling and chaotic, creating a scene of utter disarray. Yet, amidst this clamor, a diminutive man with a sharp, simian visage stood out conspicuously. He was seated on a chair, his sordid appearance starkly contrasting with the exquisite woman beside him. This man's bony hands roamed over the woman with brazen audacity, while she bore the marks of tears on her cheeks, her expression a mask of numbness, as if engulfed in a profound despair that left her indifferent to the world. Before them lay a young man grievously injured, his sword carelessly discarded on the ground, while four diminutive warriors held him down, rendering him immobile. It was evident that this was an act of intimidation, aimed at coercing the woman into submission. Women from the northern region are truly remarkable, not only tall and fair-skinned, but also possessing a delightful grace, the simian-faced man remarked, his attire suggesting he hailed from the Eastern Overseas Domain. The Eastern Overseas Domain is a realm shrouded in mystery and savagery. It hosts both enchanting celestial mountains, ideal sanctuaries for many a powerful immortal, and retains numerous primitive, barbaric micronations. Amongst the celestial peaks, mist swirls and bizarre stones tower. In the embrace of verdant hills and flowing waters lie countless mysterious caves and cascading springs, resembling a paradise on earth. Immortals practice here, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, pursuing realms beyond the mundane. However, this idyllic imagery is sharply contrasted by the untamed savagery that also characterizes the domain. Vast primordial forests house a multitude of fierce beasts and peculiar creatures. The wilderness is fraught with unknown dangers, rendering it a forbidden territory for adventurers. In this land, where notions of propriety and honor hold little weight, such acts occur brazenly in broad daylight. Before Yang Chao and his companions could approach to discern the situation, Ling Er had already leapt into action, swift as lightning, launching a fierce claw strike aimed directly at the unsavory man's face. Yet, unexpectedly, the man evaded her attack with a ghostly agility, gliding several meters back with ease. Undeterred, Ling Er continued her assault, sweeping her sleeve with force, unleashing a powerful surge that sent the four warriors flying like cannonballs. She then hurriedly assisted the two fallen individuals. Witnessing this unfolding scene, Yang Chao and the others rushed forward to inquire about the events. It turned out that the pair were free practitioners, visiting solely to observe the martial arts competition. Upon their arrival at the tavern, they had secured a room and ordered a few dishes to enjoy. Just then, the unsavory man had suddenly appeared, his gaze rife with malice and ulterior motives as it lingered indecorously upon the woman. The man sensed something amiss and immediately stepped forward in an attempt to halt the lewd man's harassing behavior. To his dismay, the lewd man disregarded the warning, ruthlessly striking him instead. The woman, witnessing this scene in sheer terror, was met with the lewd man's increasing arrogance as he threatened her in a menacing tone, attempting to impose his vile will upon her. At that moment, the lewd man finally regained his senses upon seeing a multitude of stunningly beautiful women in the distance. An overwhelming desire and impulse surged within him. Even in his wildest imagination, he could scarcely fathom the existence of such exquisite beauties in the world. In an instant, his lascivious thoughts were ignited. "Who are you to dare disrupt my affairs?" he bellowed. "If you wish to avoid a grim fate, summon those lovely maidens to serve me well, and perhaps I shall grant you a merciful end." With that, he lewdly licked his lips, a sight that made onlookers' stomachs churn in disgust. At that moment, a shadow darted forth like a wraith from behind Yang Chao, swiftly unleashing a series of exquisite palm techniques that surged toward the lewd man like a tempest. Surprisingly, the lewd man remained unfazed. He simply raised his hands above his head to absorb the blow, emerging unscathed and unmoved. It was only then that the crowd recognized the assailant as Yi Fan, who stood resolutely against the lewd man, his jaw clenched in determination. The lewd man, wearing a smug expression, clearly underestimated Yi Fan, who was gritting his teeth in defiance. Linger, observing intently, remarked gravely, "The fact that he could evade my earlier strike indicates his formidable strength." Yang Chao understood well that, given his current abilities, he could not have dodged Linger's attack, since even she harbored caution toward the lewd man. It could be inferred that the lewd man's prowess was certainly not inferior to his own. Just then, the lewd man suddenly unleashed a powerful hidden force, sending Yi Fan hurtling through the air as if propelled by a slingshot, soaring several meters before crashing heavily onto the ground outside the tavern. Upon witnessing this, Linger's lips curled into a faint, scornful smile, her gaze sharpening as if capable of piercing through the soul. Instantly, an unparalleled pressure descended upon the lewd man, locking him in place. He had no time to react before being brought to his knees, utterly immobilized. Seeing this, Yang Chao swiftly drew his sword, poised to deliver a fatal blow to the lewd man. Yet, the lewd man cried out, "You cannot kill me. I have come specifically to participate in this year's martial arts tournament. There are clear regulations. Anyone who dares to harm a contestant will face the wrath of all participating sects." Such words were nothing but absurdity. What relevance did the tournament hold for those like him from overseas? As death approaches, one still dares to argue. "Yang Chao, do not sully your sword by striking him. Allow me to deliver the fatal blow from a distance." No sooner had she spoken than Rower's expression turned exceptionally stern. Slowly, she raised a hand, summoning an immense force of true energy that enveloped the lecherous man in an overwhelming chill, as though he were ensconced in an icy cavern. "I speak the truth. I possess an invitation. Release me, and I shall present it to you. You can crush me as easily as one would an ant. There is no escape for me." The once arrogant man now stood utterly deflated. Acknowledging his predicament, Rower signaled to Linger, who then relinquished her oppressive aura. Subsequently, 4 warriors stepped forward to assist him. The lecherous man retrieved the invitation from his storage ring, bowed deeply to Rower, and handed it over reverently. "Indeed, the invitation is authentic," she confirmed, before returning it to him. "Begone. Should I witness your misdeeds again, no one shall come to your aid." The murderous intent in Rower's eyes suggested she was not jesting. The man hastily stowed the invitation and stammered, "I'm leaving. I'm leaving." With the assistance of the surrounding warriors, he stumbled out of the tavern. Once they departed, the couple quickly knelt before Rower, expressing their profound gratitude for their salvation. After being helped to their feet, they exchanged words of thanks before bidding farewell and retreating upstairs to rest. Chapter 75. The Nighttime Visit of Assassins in the Stillness of Night. Yang Chao and Siyu engaged in mutual cultivation within their chamber, the ambience beyond description. In the latter half of the night, 2 shadowy figures emerged silently at the door, akin to phantoms. Moments later, wisps of purple smoke drifted through the crack beneath the door. After waiting for about half an hour, the door creaked open, revealing 2 assassins clad in dark garments and masked, stealthily approaching the bed. Just as one reached for the figure nestled beneath the covers, Siyu abruptly opened her enchanting eyes, tightly clutching 2 anesthetic pills shaped like smoke, and without hesitation hurled them at the assassin. However, the assassin, with remarkable agility, deftly evaded the attack. The pills fell to the ground, erupting into dense clouds of smoke. Clearly seasoned, the assassins realized the perilous situation and attempted to retreat. But it was already too late. Yang Chao appeared almost simultaneously in the courtyard behind the tavern. With arms crossed firmly before his chest, he stood resolutely in their path. "Since you have arrived, why not reveal yourselves? Who sent you?" Yang Chao's voice was cold and unwavering, exuding an undeniable authority. The 2 assassins turned to see Siyu standing there with a radiant smile. "Are we not capable of coming here on our own? And how is it that you seem unaffected despite being exposed to the sleeping gas?" One of the assassins questioned, confusion etched across his face, before both drew their daggers, assuming a combat stance, ready to confront the impending challenge. "Oh, that is certainly permissible. Pray tell, what brings you 2 to this place? If you were aware of the identity of the figure behind you, your surprise would dissipate." Yang Chao was not incited by the words of his adversary. Instead, he merely narrowed his eyes with a subtle smile gracing his lips. He then stepped forward with calm and composure. This seemingly casual stride exuded an unparalleled sense of oppression, compelling the 2 individuals before him to feel a heavy pressure weighing down upon them. Hey, as the saying goes, a full man knows not the hunger of an empty one. With so many exquisite beauties around you, isn't it a bit much to share one with your brothers? One of them continued, his eyes gleaming with lascivious intent, unabashedly revealing his greed and desire. However, in response to such provocation, Siyu merely let out a cold laugh. It would be a pity if you weren't an actor. Do you truly believe anyone would take a professional assassin seriously when they utter such words? Standing beside, Siyu maintained an enchanting smile. Gently swaying a handful of red elixirs in her grasp, her movements graceful yet imbued with menace. Her gaze was as sharp as an arrow, firmly locking onto the two assassins before her, as if poised to strike at any moment. Given that you know we are professional killers, do you think we would disclose who our master is? Enough with the idle chatter, let's engage, declared the other assassin coldly. No sooner had the words left his lips than their figures vanished like phantoms, leaving no trace behind. In the blink of an eye, the air was engulfed in an eerie silence, as if everything that transpired was but a fleeting illusion. A smirk played on Yang Chao's lips, revealing a disdainful sneer. Huh. To think such mediocre skills would dare to present themselves before me? His voice dripped with contempt as he swiftly formed seals with his hands, reciting incantations. In an instant, the sky darkened, thunder roared, and it felt as though the world were coming to an end. Brilliant bolts of lightning flickered around Yang Chao, his gaze sharpening to a frigid intensity. He bellowed, 5 thunder justice. A resounding crash echoed as 5 lightning bolts, as thick as barrels, descended from the heavens. 2 of them struck the assassins, sending them flying, foam spilling from their mouths as they lost all capacity for movement. My apologies, but this lightning follows its target. Disregarding your invisibility, Yang Chao said, leisurely striding towards the fallen assassins. At this moment, a tempest swirled around him, dust swirling in the air. He stood amidst the wind, resembling a war god, instilling dread and an overwhelming sense of pressure. Speak. Among the 2 of you, only one may leave this place alive. Whoever speaks first shall be granted their freedom, Yang Chao stated coldly, his eyes glinting with a chilling light. Don't dream. I absolutely refuse to divulge anything. One of the assassins barely managed to utter before Yang Chao swiftly struck, delivering a powerful blow to his crown. The sound of cracking bones echoed as the assassin's head was reduced to a bloody pulp, rendering him lifeless on the spot. Yang Chao gazed impassively at the corpse sprawled on the ground, as if he had merely crushed an inconsequential insect underfoot. He turned his gaze towards the remaining assassin and coldly remarked, Now, it seems you are the last one left. You can speak freely. The assassin's face turned as pale as a sheet, his body trembling incessantly. Gritting his teeth, he managed to utter, Haha, I truly wish to survive. But I am even more concerned for the safety of my entire clan. However, the moment those words left his lips, a stream of blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. His eyes rolled back, his body stiffened, and he succumbed to lifelessness. My lord, what shall we do? Upon witnessing the scene, Siyu felt a surge of panic. Yang Chao calmly analyzed, the noise we just made is likely to attract others. You must dispose of these 2 bodies. Before he finished speaking, Siyu swiftly retrieved a small vial from her bosom and sprinkled some powder over the corpses. Instantly, a dense fog enveloped the area, and when it dissipated, only a few dark pits and 2 ghastly pools of blood remained. Upon returning to their room, Siyu lay down beside Yang Chao and inquired, Why do you think these 2 attempted to assassinate us? Who sent them? Reflecting on their previous words, Yang Chao replied softly. They referred to their master as the owner, and mentioned the safety of their clan, which brings to mind a certain individual. Who do you mean? Siyu asked, intrigued. The 7th prince we encountered in the Medicine King Valley, Yang Chao replied. Why would it be him? She wondered. I have heard his subordinates refer to him as the owner, and he has a penchant for annihilating clans, which could indeed connect him to the royal family. Are you suggesting he seeks revenge for the eradication of his human trafficking ring? Siyu questioned. That seems unlikely. The assassins he sent this time were far too weak. Their expertise lies in incapacitating and abducting individuals, which indicates they were likely after you, Yang Chao responded. Siyu paused, perplexed. Why would they be after me? I hold no grievances with him. Yang Chao sighed. It must be because my lovely wife is simply too alluring. The way he looked at you in the Medicine King Valley made me wish to extract his eyes. As he spoke, he playfully pinched Siyu's delicate face. Is that so? What should we do now? Siyu asked, anxiety creeping in. What should we do? My dear wife, leave it to me. Yang Chao declared as he began to remove Siyu's garments. How can you think of such things at a time like this? She exclaimed. Rest assured, my darling. While I am here, nothing will happen. Soon, the room was filled with intimate sounds. Chapter 76. 2 green tea bitches. Today is a special day. For Xiong Hao is about to arrive. Yang Chao and Su Mo had arrived early at the designated spot in the street, anxiously awaiting his arrival. At last, the figures of Xiong Hao and his entourage appeared around the corner. A joyous smile spread across Yang Chao's face as he strode forward to warmly embrace Xiong Hao. Su Mo stood to the side, smiling as he observed them, his eyes reflecting genuine friendship. Xiong Hao and Yang Chao patted each other's shoulders. As if there were endless words to share, they spoke together of their recent experiences, laughter resonating in the air. Su Mo joined their conversation, and the atmosphere among the three was harmonious and joyous. Beside him, Qing Ling dashed over to take Siyu's hand, engaging in lively chatter. Xiong Hao and his companions, along with Yang Chao, formed a lively procession to find a suitable restaurant, where they arranged 3 large tables. Brother, since we parted last time, I haven't had the pleasure of enjoying your exquisite cooking, Xiong Hao, the boisterous giant, remarked, all the while filling Qing Ling's bowl with food. That's easily arranged. You all can return with us to the same hotel, and I shall cover all your meals for the day, Yang Chao declared with generous flair. While the others animatedly conversed, Su Mo sat quietly in a corner, his gaze distant, fixated on a table across the room. There sat his senior brother and junior sister. She animatedly gestured as she spoke, while he responded with a calm demeanor, occasionally offering a word. Recognizing something amiss, those who followed his gaze understood the source of Su Mo's silence. However, in matters of the heart, particularly in a love triangle, little could be done to assist. As the group descended after their feast, they coincidentally encountered the departing senior brother and junior sister. The latter, upon spotting Su Mo, bounced over, showering him with concern after 2 days apart, dabbing the sweat from his brow with a handkerchief. I say, third brother, is this your sister-in-law? You ought to introduce her. Xiong Hao's booming voice likely echoed throughout the floor. She is my junior sister. Su Mo replied. Exactly. Your junior sister can indeed become your sister-in-law. Speaking of which, we are all set to leave the sect, and if you don't hasten to win her over, you may find it difficult to return. Xiong Hao jested, laughing heartily, until he noticed the peculiar glances from the others and gradually fell silent. Su Mo's junior sister stood quietly beside him, a radiant smile adorning her lips. Her gentle gaze rested on Su Mo, filled with affection, as if she could embrace all of him. However, just half an hour prior, she had been exchanging tender glances with his senior brother, lost in their own world of affection. Yang Chao observed with a hint of confusion, perplexed by the situation. He could distinctly sense that both Su Mo and his senior brother harbored feelings for this junior sister, yet she seemed to reciprocate a special sentiment towards both men. Though there were women in their sect who held leadership positions, and many male cultivators had female partners, those destined to leave the sect typically chose to form pairs for their journeys ahead. Yang Chao also perceived that the relationship between Su Mo and his senior brother was not as close-knit as that of other disciples, instead revealing an air of awkwardness and distance. The junior sister expressed her intention to stay by Su Mo's side for several days, suggesting that her senior brother return first. Noticing his slightly furrowed brow, kind-hearted Su Mo gently declined, assuring him that he would return on his own after a few days. However, after being rejected, the younger sister unmistakably displayed a hint of disappointment, and soon thereafter, she took the elder brother's hand and left together. As they exited the tavern, they engaged in casual conversation on their way back. Suddenly, a figure appeared ahead, obstructing their path. Upon closer inspection, it was Murong Xiaoyao. After several days apart, Murong Xiaoyao's attire had become exceedingly extravagant. He was clad in resplendent brocade, adorned with exquisite patterns, and a belt encrusted with jewels encircled his waist, exuding an air of opulence with every gesture. He seemed oblivious to the gazes of those around him and approached Chu Xian directly. A flicker of surprise crossed Chu Xian's eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. Murong Xiaoyao slightly leaned in, whispering into her ear, I wish to speak with you privately. After assuring her companions that she would return shortly, Chu Xian followed Murong Xiaoyao to a secluded corner. Once there, he drew closer and softly confessed. You must have heard about my circumstances. In truth, I have been thinking of you constantly. You are the only one I have ever loved. Yet, being the daughter of the sect leader places immense pressure on me. I am an ambitious man, unwilling to settle for mediocrity in marrying you. As you know, the conflict between Tianlong Kingdom and Luocha Kingdom has reached a critical juncture, and this is a pivotal time for me to achieve success and serve my country. The National General is currently seeking talented individuals through a matrimonial competition, and regrettably, I must endure the humiliation of competing against others to seize this opportunity. Do you have any idea how difficult this is for me? Murong Xiaoyao's hands grasped Chu Xian's shoulders, his eyes reddening with tears. Chu Xian, I promise you, I will not lay a finger on that woman, nor will I father a child with her. Once I achieve success, you shall be the only woman in my life. I will honorably bring you home and cherish you for a lifetime. Upon hearing this, Chu Xian did not respond with the tears and forgiveness that Murong Xiaoyao had anticipated. Instead, her spirits dampened as she lowered her gaze and replied, Elder brother, how many times have you admitted to deceiving me? Time and again, I chose to trust you, only to be let down repeatedly. I do not know if I can believe you again this time. I will not stand in the way of your ambitions. but I cannot promise I will be here waiting for your success. I am weary, and if you marry the young lady from the Wang family, you must treat her well. She is innocent in all of this. In truth, I despise those who are heartless and ungrateful." With that, Chu Xian turned away, tears streaming down her cheeks. Deep down, she still cared for Murong Xiaoyao and would have been willing to wait for him to succeed and marry her. However, hearing him insist he would not touch that woman or have children with her pained her deeply. If her happiness came at the expense of another, she would rather suffer herself. Murong Xiaoyao, flustered, believed he understood Chu Xian completely. He was aware of her profound love for him and relied on it to keep her in his grasp. He could not bear to lose her. With countless rivals under the national general's command, the path to personal achievement seemed daunting. Yet, if he had the backing of Qingyun Mountain, everything would be different. In contrast to the serene and ascetic cultivation practiced within the sect, where one remains detached from worldly affairs, Murong Xiaoyao finds greater allure in the vibrant world outside. Filled with indulgences, sumptuous feasts, and alluring beauties, wielding power with decisive resolve. However, Murong Xiaoyao has yet to truly understand Chu Xian, rather than love him. Her heart is inherently kind, unable to bear the thought of harming anyone. Ultimately, he could not retain Chu Xian, as he watched her retreating figure. He did not surrender, but merely perceived that the situation was too sudden for her to accept at that moment. Chapter 77. The top 5 contenders. As the competition drew near, the once bustling streets became even more animated than usual. Crowds surged, transforming the once spacious thoroughfare into a dense throng. Amidst this lively assembly, many martial artists clad in fitted attire stood out prominently, armed with various weapons. They exuded vitality and focus, seemingly engaged in their final preparations for the impending contest. Some displayed their martial prowess at the roadside, drawing bursts of applause. Others gathered in small groups to exchange insights on their training. The entire street was enveloped in this fervent atmosphere, instilling a sense of both tension and excitement surrounding the upcoming event. Today, Yang Chao, Xiong Hao, and Su Mo ventured out to procure some necessities, while their female companions remained indoors, chatting. Rower and Linger did not join them, and Yi Fan also chose not to accompany them, as they did not invite him to partake in their outing. As the trio strolled along the street, they were suddenly captivated by a sizable gambling den. The attendants at the entrance warmly beckoned to passers-by, their faces adorned with sycophantic smiles. "There's much fun within. Come take a look." Wei recently introduced the favorites for the martial arts competition. One attendant called out loudly. Upon hearing this, Yang Chao chuckled inwardly, thinking that if he listened to the internal explanations, he could easily end up losing his shirt. Nevertheless, intrigued by the lively scene and eager to glean information about their opponents, the three decided to enter the gambling den. The atmosphere inside was quite pleasant. At the gaming tables, people either shouted in excitement or anxiously scrutinized their cards, while attendants moved about, providing assistance. "How about a game?" An attendant approached Yang Chao, offering a set of dice. Unmoved, Yang Chao shook his head and prepared to leave. The attendants, undeterred, continued to enthusiastically greet other patrons, infusing the gambling den with an illusory sense of prosperity. The trio arrived at the betting table for the martial arts tournament, where they observed a posted odds chart for the top contenders. First place, Ouyang Yifan, early stage Jade Immortal, odds 21. Second place, Ling Runin, early stage Celestial Immortal, odds 51. Third place, Katu Ichinari, pinnacle stage Celestial Immortal, odds 81. Fourth place, Chen Wuhan, mid-stage Celestial Immortal, odds 101. Fifth place, Yi Fan, mid-stage Profound Immortal, odds 151. What? Yi Fan is actually listed here? How could this fellow possibly be among the top 5 contenders for the competition? Yang Chao widened his eyes, staring incredulously at the rankings, his tone laced with disdain and dissatisfaction. "If this is sufficient for one to ascend, then surely I can as well?" he scoffed. "Huh. Do not underestimate Yi Fan," remarked Su Mo with a chuckle, giving Yang Chao a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Although his cultivation level appeared modest, he was indeed a master who frequently participated in various martial arts tournaments, consistently achieving commendable results. "Oh, is that so?" Yang Chao inquired skeptically. "Is he truly that formidable?" As they engaged in discussion, an elderly man, unkempt in appearance and of considerable age, emerged from the gambling table. Clearing his throat, he gestured politely to those around him before commencing an analysis of the contestants' strengths and backgrounds. "First, let us examine this contestant named Yi Fan," the old man stated, pointing to the name on the list. "He is a prized disciple of the former grandmaster of the Xiantian sect, and it is rumored that he is being groomed as a future son-in-law." The old man took a swig from a gourd beside him, wiping his mouth with his sleeve as he continued. "This young man is diligent by nature, with a solid foundation and commendable comprehension. He has virtually no rivals within his realm. However, his only shortcoming is his relatively low cultivation level. Yet, let us not forget, he is backed by the Shintian sect, which possesses countless treasures and profound heritage. Thus, he is undoubtedly a dark horse in this competition, worthy of attention. Next, allow me to speak of Chen Wuhan. Though this name may not resonate widely within the martial world, it is indeed well known among certain circles. He was once an aide to the royal faction but chose a path of anonymity, immersing himself in various sects to hone his skills. Throughout this journey, his intelligence and exceptional talent earned him the favor of numerous sect leaders. However, upon mastering the highest techniques and secrets each sect could offer, he would quietly depart, seeking refuge in another sect. Such behavior has allowed him to amalgamate the strengths of many, rendering him an enigma to his adversaries. By chance, Chen Wuhan stumbled upon a relatively low-profile sect, nestled in a picturesque locale where the mountains were pristine and the air was fragrant, resembling a paradise. Within this sect resided a captivating maiden named Mingyue, the daughter of the sect's leader. From the very first glance, Chen Wuhan was consumed by a fervent desire for her. Consequently, he launched an ardent pursuit, ultimately ensnaring the heart of this innocent and virtuous young woman. At this moment, an unforeseen incident unfolded. One day, the former leader of Chen Wuhan happened to wander to this place and witnessed everything. He instantly recognized Chen Wuhan's true identity and unveiled his past deeds. Faced with the condemnation and wrath of the gathered crowd, Chen Wuhan was compelled to leave Mingyue's sect and, after much turmoil, sought refuge with the reigning prince. The old man continued to introduce the other contestants on the list. Kato Ichinari hails from a remote island overseas, a descendant of its lord. The numerous islands beyond the seas are rich in spiritual energy, serving as ideal sanctuaries for the great masters to retreat and cultivate. Even among many formidable beings who suppress their own ascension, there exist those who lead a life akin to deities in the mortal realm. Legend has it that Kato Ichikij's master is one such immortal who dwells in this secluded locale. Despite the relative scarcity of material resources on the isolated island, these individuals possess a ferocious nature, often engaging in rampant plunder, thereby amassing a wealth of rare treasures. Kato Ichikij's advantage lies in the rich spiritual energy of his environment, endowing him with inner vitality that far surpasses that of ordinary mortals. Furthermore, their remote overseas existence imbues them with an air of mystery, leaving the outside world largely unaware of their true nature. It is rumored that they possess numerous esoteric techniques and skills unknown to outsiders, making them formidable contenders for the championship in the upcoming martial arts tournament. In principle, Kato Ichikij should not have had the opportunity to participate in the tournament due to his overseas status. However, this year a minor sect ventured abroad to beseech his representation. Since there were no explicit regulations against seeking external participants, Kato Ichikij seized this loophole to his advantage. Ling Runin, a mysterious and powerful entity, makes her debut on the tournament stage, hailing from the illustrious Starry Pavilion, ranked second among sections. Although her background remains shrouded in mystery, her displayed prowess is impossible to overlook. The Starry Pavilion is renowned for its mastery in artifact forging, and the treasures they produce are unparalleled in the world. These artifacts are not only exceedingly precious, but are also crucial for cultivators. Many skilled practitioners have met their demise due to unexpectedly formidable artifacts wielded by their opponents. Thus, the Starry Pavilion naturally becomes the focus of attention. Reflecting on past tournaments, competitors from the Starry Pavilion have always been generous in showcasing their artifacts, which gleam with extraordinary radiance and are cast forth as if they were of no cost, leaving other participants in awe. This has established the Starry Pavilion as a frequent champion in these contests. Ouyang Yifan is the highest-ranked participant in this tournament, having attained the remarkable realm of Jade Immortal. It is important to note that individuals of such elevated status seldom engage in these competitions. They are typically either sect stewards or valuable assets of certain factions, often concealed trump cards. Ouyang Yifan has never participated in such tournaments before, leaving his specific identity largely unknown. However, in the absence of clarity regarding each other's hidden strengths, the ranking is naturally determined by the level of cultivation. After all, instances of transcending realms to vanquish foes are exceedingly rare. Chapter 78. The tournament begins under the Elder's introduction. Yang Chao gained a clearer understanding of the 5 most promising contenders for the championship. Among them, he had previously witnessed 2 participants, Yi Fan and the overseas Kato Ichikij. He was familiar with Yi Fan and felt confident in his ability to defeat him based on his own strength. Though he remained uncertain about the hidden cards and strategies Yi Fan might possess, especially since the tournament permits the use of artifacts and elixirs. In contrast, Kato Ichikij stood in stark opposition to Yi Fan. He hails from overseas, slightly shorter in stature, with an appearance that might be deemed unseemly. Yet he exudes an undeniable aura of strength. His expression is one of cold indifference, making it difficult to decipher his inner thoughts. Kato Ike's movements are swift and precise, each strike imbued with the force of thunder, and the mere act of evading Ling Er's ethereal form is awe-inspiring. Who are you betting on, big brother? Xianghao inquired, glancing at the betting table before turning to Yang Chao. Yang Chao stroked his chin, pondering momentarily before responding, I wish to place my bet on myself, but alas, I cannot. I believe wagering on the higher realm is a sound choice. Suemo interjected from the side. The trio's gaze collectively fell upon the betting table as they each calculated their options internally. Xianghao licked his lips, seemingly in a state of indecision, while Yang Chao maintained an air of calm, as though he had already made up his mind. Suemo gently shook his head, as if in self-doubt. After a brief silence, Xianghao finally spoke up, then I shall bet on the higher realm. A hint of uncertainty laced his tone. Just as he was about to place a hefty bag of gold coins atop Ouyang Yifun's name, Yang Chao interjected with a hand gesture. Second brother, do not be hasty. Let us take a moment to reconsider, he said, leading the two out of the betting hall. Upon exiting, the three brothers encountered a group led by Shao Zishuan from the Xingqian Pavilion. They quickly approached to greet them. As Yang Chao and Siyu had formed a camaraderie during their wedding festivities, and Shao Zishuan was known for his loyalty. Are you representing the Xingqian Pavilion in the competition? Suemo was the first to inquire. The moment he spoke, he sensed something amiss. As it had been mentioned in the betting hall that a certain Ling Runin was the representative, yet Shao Zishuan was not adorned in the pavilion's attire. Indeed, Shao Zishuan shook his head and replied, No, this time our junior sister is the one competing. We have come to cheer her on. He gestured towards a short-haired woman to introduce her. This is our junior sister, Ling Runin. Junior sister, these are my friends. Ling Runin nodded in acknowledgement, her demeanor exuding an air of elegance and an indescribable charm. Yang Chao observed her closely. Her short hair was impeccably neat, highlighting her refined features. Her gaze was sharp and resolute, as if capable of piercing through one's soul. Her face was exquisitely sculpted, radiating a unique allure. Tall and slender, her athletic physique conveyed health and vitality, while her simple attire accentuated her competence and nonchalance. Her beauty resembled that of a winter plum blossom, defiant against the snow and frost, independent and resilient. In any crowd, she stood out, commanding attention without the need for excessive words, her confidence and strength palpable. Yang Chao regarded Ling Runin, marveling at her as the most beautiful short-haired girl he had ever encountered, as if she had stepped out from a painting, evoking a sense of longing. Yet, she radiated an icy demeanor, seemingly isolated from the world, making her difficult to approach. During the ensuing pleasantries, Ling Runin offered no further glances towards Yang Chao and his companions. She remained quietly poised, like a blooming ice lotus on a mountain peak. Yang Chao inquired softly to Shao Zishuan beside him. Why does your junior sister always wear such a stern expression? Could it be that she is related to Yi Fan by blood? They not only share a striking resemblance, but also exhibit remarkably similar temperaments. Shao Zishuan chuckled lightly in response. Young brother, please do not misunderstand. Junior sister Ling is, in fact, the daughter of our sect leader. She is generally reticent and maintains this demeanor with everyone. However, we all know that you have a knack for charming young women. Perhaps you might consider winning over our little junior sister? Yang Chao smiled gently, shaking his head. I think I shall pass. I am not particularly interested in such an icy beauty. Shao Zishuan sighed in resignation and lowered his voice. Alas, junior sister Ling's disposition has become a source of concern for my esteemed mentor. Initially, he intended to imitate the divine physician's method of hosting a martial arts contest to seek a spouse, but junior sister Ling firmly opposed this. She stated that anyone wishing to marry her must first defeat her in combat. Can even you not overcome her? Shao Zishuan shook his head. Her prowess is at least on par with Yi Fan's. As if she had overheard their conversation, Ling Runin cast a frosty glare in their direction, causing Shao Zishuan to hastily fall silent. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, the group parted ways. Yang Chao and Xianghao returned to the inn, for the competition was set to commence the following day, while Suemo went off in search of her seniors. The day of the martial arts tournament arrived, adorned with a splendid sun and a clear sky, as flags from various sects fluttered in the breeze. The audience seats surrounding the arena were filled to capacity, and the judges' panel comprised several sect leaders and dignitaries from the Tianlong Kingdom. Contestants entered the venue in succession from the four cardinal directions, introducing themselves and their sects under the guidance of the host. As the drums resonated, the grand curtain behind them slowly drew back, revealing 5 colossal arenas protected by barriers. These barriers shielded the outside world from interference, while each arena featured 2 skilled guardians ensuring the safety of the competitors. After the introductions, the participants began to draw lots to determine their opponents. By chance, Yang Chao's first-round opponent was Su Mo's senior brother. According to Suemo, her brother's strength was closely matched to hers. During the last contest at the Divine Physician Valley, her brother had sustained an unexpected injury, leading to her stepping in as a substitute. This time, her brother would compete. In truth, during the previous contest at the Divine Physician Valley, Chao had not aspired to secure first place. He harbored feelings for his junior sister, who had previously shown affection for both him and her brother, though her inclinations were evidently more towards him. However, since her brother's injury and Chao's subsequent participation in the contest, her attitude had shifted. While she continued to treat him kindly, her affections now leaned decidedly towards her brother. This realization deeply wounded Su Imo, coupled with his forthright and pure nature. He disdained the notion of manipulation, believing such actions would tarnish the sanctity of love. His greatest aspiration had always been to traverse the world alongside his beloved junior sister, embodying the virtues of chivalry and justice. Even if his own standing was not extraordinary, he possessed no ambitions beyond that. After several rounds of competition, it was finally time for Chao and his opponent, Su Mo's senior brother, to take the stage. Judging by his appearance, the senior brother seemed rather ordinary. His stature was not imposing, but the cunning and malevolent glint in his eyes suggested he was far from benevolent. Chao held such disdain for this type of individual that he resolved to teach him a lesson. The two exchanged their names on the field. "I am Chao," he declared. "I am Galfeng. I look forward to your guidance." Chapter 79. A swift victory over Galfeng. Chao stood firm as a mountain, his posture erect, his gaze piercing, fixated on every movement of Galfeng. An invisible pressure radiated from him, as if to convey to his opponent that he possessed absolute strength and confidence. In stark contrast, Galfeng's breathing grew rapid, his eyes betraying a hint of urgency. Unable to contain his impulsive nature any longer, he launched the first attack, swinging his sword with a speed akin to lightning. The force of his strike was fierce, accompanied by the sound of slicing air, aiming directly at Chao's vulnerabilities. Galfeng's sword danced like a phantom, each swing leaving behind a dazzling trail of sword blooms in the air. Some of these blooms were mere illusions, while others were real, creating a bewildering spectacle. Due to the extraordinary speed of his swordplay, it was exceedingly difficult for an ordinary person to discern which blooms were genuine and which were mere facades. This left them in a perilous predicament when faced with Galfeng's onslaught. Either risk injury from the authentic sword blooms by failing to identify them in time, or expose themselves to counterattack by overly evasive maneuvers. However, upon witnessing Galfeng's technique, a sneer of contempt appeared on Chao's face. "You dare to compare swordplay with me? You are still far from my level. Behold my chaotic sword technique." No sooner had he spoken than the chaotic energy around him began to converge wildly, as if summoned by an unseen force. His sword transformed into a weapon of unparalleled sharpness, exuding the might reminiscent of the primordial chaos before the separation of heaven and earth. Chao's swordplay was unpredictable, at times fierce and relentless, at others elusive and ethereal, making it nearly impossible to grasp. The uniqueness of this chaotic sword technique lay in its boundless variability and enigmatic power, capable of ensnaring opponents in a state of confusion. Once enveloped by the chaotic energy, if one could not find a means of escape, they would, like lambs to the slaughter, succumb to Chao's will. The chaotic sword technique could launch attacks from myriad angles while inducing hallucinations in the enemy, ultimately leading to mental disarray and demise. At this moment, Chao's swordplay had reached its zenith. He regarded Galfeng with unwavering confidence, thinking to himself, "How could this brat possibly defeat me?" As the chaotic energy thickened, his swordplay became increasingly incisive, each strike imbued with cataclysmic force. Alarmed, Galfeng quickly retracted his strike and retreated, but Chao pursued him relentlessly, the chaotic energy pressing ever closer. His assaults descended like a tempest, leaving Galfeng struggling to respond. In this thrilling clash, both sides exchanged blows, neither yielding an inch. Suddenly, Chao seized upon a flaw in Galfeng's defense, delivering a kick that sent him flying beyond the boundary, crashing to the ground. As Galfeng rolled to his feet, he inwardly lamented his misfortune. He had not anticipated the formidable strength of Chao, who effortlessly breached his defenses. However, Galfeng did not succumb to despair. With both hands forming a seal, he recited incantations. Wind sweeps away the clouds. As his spell echoed, 3 tornadoes, each several meters in diameter, materialized on the arena, hurtling towards Chao. The chaotic energy was not something that ordinary wind techniques could dispel, Chao scoffed. He thrust his palms forward with great force, instantly saturating the entire arena with chaotic energy. Just when Chao believed the outcome was certain, a brilliant golden light erupted from the center of the arena, revealing Galfeng completely enveloped in this radiance, rendering the mysterious assault of chaotic energy ineffective against him. It turned out that Galfeng had activated his strongest defensive artifact, the golden body Arhut. At this critical moment, Galfeng gazed at Chao, eyebrows raised. his eyes filled with provocation. He understood that retreat was not an option. If he could not defeat Yang Chao, he would not advance any further. Thus, he had to muster all his strength, employing his most powerful techniques to confront Yang Chao. Yang Chao, shaking his head in resignation, vanished into the chaotic energy. In that moment of distraction, Gao Feng suddenly noticed his little junior sister below the arena, tenderly wiping the sweat from Su Mo's forehead with a handkerchief. Their affectionate demeanor resembled that of newlyweds, as Su Mo gazed at her adoringly, arms wrapped around her shoulders, leaning in for a kiss. Silence, you shameless couple. Engaging in such indecent behavior in public. Wu Jingyi, do you not feel guilty towards me? Gao Feng seethed through gritted teeth. I feigned injury to let that useless Su Mo take my place in the competition at Yaowang Valley for your sake, sacrificing my chances with the granddaughter of the old medicine king. His voice was laced with fury and resentment. And you, Su Mo, knowing your illustrious background, why do you contend for my junior sister? With your noble status and handsome appearance, what kind of girl could you not attract? Gao Feng glared at Su Mo, his eyes flashing with jealousy and animosity. Do you know why, upon your return from Yaowang Valley, my junior sister's enthusiasm for you waned? Ha ha ha. It is because while I feigned injury, we engaged in all the necessary activities during her care for me. Ha ha ha. Do you still want such a junior sister? Gao Feng laughed triumphantly, his laughter tinged with mockery and disdain. Upon hearing this, Su Mo's expression darkened, fists clenched, coldly regarding Gao Feng. Meanwhile, Wu Jingyi's face flushed crimson. A mix of shame and anger flooding her, tears welling up in her eyes. Watching Gao Feng's erratic ramblings on the arena, the little junior sister's face turned beet red. As radiant as a ripe apple, biting her lip, her eyes brimming with embarrassment and indignation. Senior brother Gao Feng, I never imagined you to be such a despicable person. Between senior brother Su Mo and me, there was only a kiss, nothing beyond that, truly. You must believe me. Yet, in that moment, Su Mo was entirely lost in his own thoughts, his expression vacant, eyes filled with rage, fixated on Gao Feng on the stage. He seemed to have lost all awareness of the surrounding world, oblivious to the words of his junior sister tugging at his sleeve. To the eyes of outsiders, the figure of Gao Feng in the arena appeared as a madman, rambling incoherently, his treasured golden Buddha form rendered ineffective and lying abandoned on the ground. Seizing the moment, Yang Chao unleashed a ferocious set of Qian Kuan fist strikes, landing solidly upon Gao Feng's body. Gao Feng's form traced an elegant arc in the air, a spray of crimson erupting from his lips before he crashed heavily onto the ground. As the barrier dissipated, Yang Chao descended from the stage with measured steps. He gently patted Su Mo's shoulder, his gaze conveying a hint of solace. Meanwhile, the junior disciples of Qing Yun sect swiftly carried the unconscious Gao Feng away, their faces etched with concern for him. The junior sister, Wu Jingyi, did not spare a glance at Gao Feng, instead tugging at Su Mo's sleeve, incessantly murmuring something into his ear. Chapter 80. The transformation of Xiong Hao. With buoyant steps, Xiong Hao descended from the arena, his heart brimming with the joy of victory. Noticing a gathering around Su Mo, seemingly offering him comfort, he approached with curiosity to discern the situation. Upon closer inspection, he found Su Mo's countenance clouded with despondency, a glimmer of sorrow reflected in his eyes. Wu Jingyi was attempting to grasp his hand, but was gently rebuffed. Senior brother Su Mo, I understand that you may not be ready to accept me just yet. I too was deceived by senior brother Gao Feng. We both need a moment of calm. I promise to explain everything once we return to the sect. As these words left her lips, tears swiftly welled in Wu Jingyi's eyes. Like a frightened rabbit, she abruptly turned and hurried away from the scene. Witnessing this, the onlookers immediately rallied to console Su Mo, affirming their trust in his character and urging him not to let this incident affect his performance in the forthcoming matches. Deeply touched by their concern, Su Mo smiled, assuring them that he was unharmed and urging them not to dwell on this matter, lest it disrupt their spirits. At that moment, Chu Xian approached Su Mo, offering him a towel dampened with cool water. Brother Su Mo, wipe your face, she said, gazing at the girl before him. Su Mo returned a grateful smile and accepted the towel. He recognized that Chu Xian was not only kind-hearted and sensible, but also exceedingly gentle and considerate, endearing her to him. Soon, the first round of the competition concluded, with Yang Chao, Xiong Hao, and Yi Fan successfully advancing to the second round. Subsequently, the remaining competitors drew lots to determine their adversaries for the next phase. After an intense bout, the final results emerged. Xiong Hao was matched against the formidable Chen Wuhan, while Yang Chao and Yi Fan enjoyed favorable draws, facing lesser-known opponents. As the morning's events came to a close, the contestants were granted a brief intermission, utilizing this time to recuperate, restore their strength, and tend to any injuries with simple first aid. When the afternoon's matches commenced, they would once again ascend the stage, prepared to confront new challenges. As anticipated, in the afternoon, Yang Chao and Yi Fan effortlessly secured victory in their matches. In stark contrast, the final bout featured Xiong Hao and Chen Wuhan, who fought with a ferocity that seemed to darken the very skies. Although Chen Wuhan held an advantage in realm and displayed a plethora of techniques in both his martial arts and swordplay, Xiong Hao's formidable physique and primarily defensive techniques rendered him a challenging opponent. On the arena, Chen Wuhan moved with the agility of a nimble monkey, darting across the stage with a grace that seemed to challenge the very wind. Each step he took resonated with a unique rhythm, evoking admiration from the spectators. Simultaneously, his sword gleamed with a cold light, akin to a serpent poised to strike, ready to deliver a fatal blow to his adversary. However, Xiong Hao remained unfazed. While lacking Chen Wuhan's agility, his body stood as an indomitable fortress. His skin shimmered with a golden glow, a testament to the formidable defensive strength bestowed upon him by his body-refining techniques and artifacts. When faced with Chen Wuhan's onslaught, Xiong Hao merely waved his arms or legs, effortlessly neutralizing the fierce attacks. Chen Wuhan was acutely aware that a body-refining practitioner like Xiong Hao, who specialized in defense, typically harbored a relatively vulnerable vital point. If he could pinpoint this weakness, he could deliver a devastating strike. Thus, Chen Wuhan continuously probed for Xiong Hao's flaws, attempting to unveil any openings. Yet, Xiong Hao maintained unwavering vigilance, denying Chen Wuhan any opportunity to exploit. For most of the time, Xiong Hao was relegated to a passive defense. As Chen Wuhan's speed was simply too overwhelming, he could scarcely catch a glimpse of his opponent. Furthermore, Chen Wuhan's movements were broad and unreserved, with no deliberate attempt to conceal his vital areas. This made the situation particularly vexing for Xiong Hao, who found himself at a loss for how to breach his opponent's defenses. Just as the two stalemated, a transformation in Xiong Hao drew Chen Wuhan's attention. The once unyielding golden light enveloping Xiong Hao began to shift. The dazzling gold gradually softened into a gentle lavender hue, eventually deepening into a profound violet. A mysterious sphere emerged from within Xiong Hao, enveloping him entirely. The association of purple with poison struck Chen Wuhan, signaling that Xiong Hao had likely mastered a lethal venom technique. It appeared that Qing Ling had imparted her unique secret arts to Xiong Hao, enhancing his combat prowess significantly. Experienced in battle, Chen Wuhan refrained from recklessly advancing. Instead, he unleashed a wave of sword energy from a distance, striking the violet light shield. The impact was akin to striking water, as the purple shield dissipated into droplets that splattered outward, hissing as they hit the ground, emitting a corrosive sound. This sight sent a chill down Chen Wuhan's spine. He pondered the uncertainty of whether a full-force attack could breach the defense. But he was certain that the venom would splatter everywhere, inevitably affecting him as well. As he stood there, contemplating his next move, Xiong Hao suddenly quivered, causing the tiny purple droplets to bounce around the arena, ricocheting in every direction within the confines of the stage's barrier. The densely packed purple droplets were impossible to evade. Chen Wuhan summoned the divine tree artifact for protection. The sapling in his hand expanded continuously until it transformed into a grand tree, measuring 5 to 6 meters in diameter, enveloping him within its embrace. As the venom struck the tree, it released plumes of black smoke. Yet, the tree twisted, its branches thrashing wildly, causing the venom to be flung off entirely. Under Chen Wuhan's control, the tree surged forward towards Xiong Hao. Two robust branches resembling colossal hands pierced through the purple sphere, seizing him firmly. Xiong Hao hastily withdrew his technique, subsequently unleashing a fire-based spell, flames erupting from his body that caused the tree to crackle ominously. If I'm not mistaken, trees fear fire. Do they not? Xiong Hao remarked with a simple, earnest smile. The tree lost 2 branches, but quickly sprouted new ones. If it feared fire, it could hardly be deemed a divine tree, Chen Wuhan retorted defiantly. No matter, this means I can capture you, Xiong Hao declared, producing a claw-like artifact to adorn his hand, instantly magnifying his fists several times over. He charged forward, raining down a flurry of blows upon the tree. With the enhancement of the artifact, combined with Xiong Hao's extraordinary strength, it took merely a few strikes for the tree to disperse, and Chen Wuhan was sent sprawling, blood spewing forth. Xiong Hao wasted no time, seizing Chen Wuhan by the throat with one hand while the other immobilized his limbs. Just as Chen Wuhan's visage turned a shade of purple, safety personnel rushed onto the stage to intervene, declaring Xiong Hao the victor. And this is what qualifies him as the 4th contender? The giant he fought didn't even sustain any injuries. Bah, I heard that old gambling fool boast about his prowess, and now I've lost 100 silver coins. Thankfully, I wagered 500 on Ouyang Yifan, hopefully. That can recover my losses. You only bet 100? I staked 500 on him. You've truly cursed me. With that, the man crumpled his ticket into a ball and hurled it at Chen Wuhan. Outside the arena, the spectators engaged in animated discussions regarding the match. After leaving the stage, Yang Chao and Su Mo rushed over to celebrate with him. Well done. It hasn't been long since we last met, and your strength has grown immensely. Have you encountered some fortuitous event? Yang Chao barely recognized Xiong Hao's prowess. What fortuitous event? It's merely the techniques taught to me by the Qingling sect. My inherent strength lies in defense, and against agile opponents, I truly had no means to counter. With the Qingling techniques, I've managed to compensate for that shortcoming. Heh, I haven't even revealed my trump card yet. Xiong Hao replied with a cheerful grin. Chapter 81. Battle against Cat Ichinari following the fierce competition of the second round of the martial arts tournament. Yang Chao and Xiong Hao advanced successfully due to their remarkable performances. Meanwhile, among the 5 highly anticipated contestants, all but Chen Wuhan also progressed smoothly. At this moment, the atmosphere in the arena reached a fever pitch as the audience eagerly anticipated the upcoming thrilling matchups. During the drawing phase, competitors gathered anxiously, their eyes fixed on the rolling list of matchups. Each name that appeared was met with cheers or sighs. At long last, the results of the draw were revealed, and the matchups began to crystallize. Yang Chao drew a Dan cultivator, while Xiong Hao seemed to be enduring a streak of misfortune as he faced the overseas Kato Ichikich. Nevertheless, he appeared to hold great anticipation for his opponent. With the conclusion of the draw, the competitors began to ardently prepare for the forthcoming matches. They recognized that each bout represented a challenge as well as an opportunity to showcase their prowess. In this martial arts tournament, only through the continuous transcendence of oneself could one hope to advance further. As Yang Chao and the Dan cultivator took to the stage, they exchanged respectful bows and introduced themselves. The youthful Dan cultivator courteously remarked, I am aware that you are the son-in-law of the Medicine King Valley. Surely, your alchemical skills must be extraordinary. I am but a humble loose cultivator, fortunate to witness the high arts of the Medicine King Valley. His sincerity was palpable, as the Medicine King Valley held an almost sacred status in the eyes of all Dan cultivators. Yang Chao smiled faintly and replied graciously, well said. Let us learn from one another. With that, the Dan cultivator crossed his arms over his chest, revealing a small red pill nestled between each of his 10 fingers. A confident smile graced his face as his gaze turned resolute. With a powerful shout, his inner energy surged forth like a torrential current, converging into his palms. He then unleashed this energy, sending the 10 red pills hurtling toward Yang Chao with astonishing speed, akin to rockets ignited. However, the most astonishing moment was yet to come. As the pills neared Yang Chao, a violent explosion ensued, transforming them into a splendid array of colorful smoke. Yang Chao was inwardly astonished, but remained composed, fully aware that each type of smoke possessed its own unique effects. Some were hypnotic, capable of inducing slumber, others obscured vision, and some might even contain toxic gases harmful to the body. Faced with such a complex and shifting situation, Yang Chao understood the necessity of maintaining his calm and responding swiftly. Thus, he held his breath, focusing his mind, and activated the Storm True Sutra. In an instant, a fierce gale swept across the arena, dispersing the smoke without a trace. Even the Dan cultivator was forcefully hurled against the barrier by the tempest, though he appeared unscathed. Meanwhile, Yang Chao hovered gracefully in midair. To think your technique is so profound, my friend. Your first move reveals a mastery of top-tier arts. I am truly impressed, the Dan cultivator remarked. Observing the ineffective pills, the youth quickly seized several more, consuming them with fervor, followed by a small vial of liquid. Yang Chao remained suspended in the air, silently watching the youth eat and drink, choosing not to interrupt. He observed as the boy's form gradually became transparent, until he vanished entirely. Yang Chao probed with his spiritual sense, yet received no response. A subtle smile played at the corners of Yang Chao's mouth. He then unleashed the 9 suns burning heaven technique, and in the blink of an eye, a fierce conflagration erupted upon the stage. Its intensity so fierce that it seemed destined to burn endlessly. Within this inferno, a figure appeared somewhat disheveled, frantically leaping through the sea of flames. After a while, the shadow ingested a medicinal pill and soared into the air. Yang Chao gazed at the figure suspended above, where flames still raged, and softly remarked, Brother, perhaps we should refrain from continuing this contest? At that moment, the youth revealed himself, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect towards Yang Chao, and stated, I concede wholeheartedly. However, it is somewhat regrettable that I did not allow you to utilize your medicinal pills. With that, the youth signaled to the security personnel to dismantle the barrier and subsequently exited the arena. Observing this, Yang Chao also withdrew his cultivation technique. But the arena was already reduced to ashes. Just as Yang Chao believed he was the first to advance, Su Mo and a few others unexpectedly approached, carrying the gravely injured Xiong Hao. Witnessing this scene, Yang Chao was taken aback and could not help but inquire, how could this happen? Xiong Hao struggled to open his eyes. Gazing at Yang Chao with a feeble voice, he rasped, cough, it was too swift. I hadn't even revealed my trump cards. and his internal strength is terrifyingly high. The techniques he employed were ones I had never even encountered before. I never anticipated such a complete defeat. After uttering these words, Xiong Hao coughed heavily several times, clearly finding it laborious to speak. Yang Chao turned his gaze to Kato Ichii, who regarded him with a disdainful look, as if to imply that he would be next. Angered by the injury inflicted upon his comrade and the provocation that followed, Yang Chao's fury ignited. As Su Mo and the others attempted to carry Xiong Hao away for recuperation, he protested, "I am fine. I wish to remain here and witness my brother defeat Kato Ichii." As this round concluded, Yang Chao, Yi Fan, and the four most popular contenders from the top 5 all advanced to the next round. A new draw was conducted, resulting in Yang Chao facing Kato Ichii, Ling Runan against Ouyang Yifan, and Yi Fan up against his old adversary, Song Yifeng, from the arena at the Medicine King Valley, with one contestant receiving a bye. With the resounding clang of a gong, the competition officially commenced. Yang Chao, unable to contain his excitement, was the first to rush onto the stage. His opponent, Kato Ichii, consumed 2 medicinal pills before ascending, instantly revitalized, as though imbued with formidable strength. Upon taking the stage, Kato Ichii moved with an ethereal grace, his eyes glinting with a chilling intensity that sent shivers down one's spine. Yang Chao dared not be complacent, gripping his fists tightly, wholly focused on his adversary's every move. The atmosphere atop the arena became palpably tense. The audience held their breath, eagerly anticipating this fierce confrontation. Yang Chao and Kato Ichii stood in opposition, neither willing to make the first move, each seemingly searching for a crack in the other's defenses. Suddenly, Kato Ichii launched an assault, his speed akin to lightning, catching Yang Chao somewhat off guard. Yang Chao deftly sidestepped the attack, swiftly countering with a barrage of powerful punches, each accompanied by a whooshing sound. Kato Ichii's form was elusive, his movements rapid and enigmatic. Just when one felt certain they could strike him, it seemed as though they were merely hitting an afterimage. His essence shifted with astonishing speed, mere inches from your fist. You could sense his presence, yet capturing his precise location eluded you. His form wavered unpredictably, sometimes to the left, at other times to the right, and occasionally appearing behind you, leaving you defenseless. Each time you believed you were on the verge of striking him, he deftly evaded, leaving only a blurred shadow in his wake. This unique ability rendered him increasingly enigmatic and perilous in combat, ensnaring his opponents in an endless labyrinth of confusion and passivity. Chapter 82. Entering the finals, Yang Chao gripped his sword tightly, channeling all his strength to thrust at Kato Ichii, who effortlessly sidestepped the attack and retaliated with a punch, forcing Yang Chao to hastily evade. After attempting various sword techniques and martial arts, he found himself unable to inflict any harm upon Kato Ichii, causing his confidence to waver, and a hint of despondency crept across his face. Kato Ichii perceptibly detected Yang Chao's shift in demeanor, a smile gracing his lips as he declared, "Now, it is my turn to counterattack." No sooner had the words left his mouth than he moved like a specter, unleashing a full-force punch that surged toward Yang Chao like a tempest, leaving no opponent capable of withstanding the blow. Die! Kato Ichii's already grotesque visage twisted into a more fearsome grimace. Yang Chao could have easily teleported away, yet emboldened by the Lingxiao armor gifted by Rower, combined with his diamond technique and his own 100-fold physical enhancement, he had recently undergone bodily refinement with the help of the Medicine King. He wished to test the potency of this strike and ascertain the strength of his own body. A resounding clash echoed as Kato Ichii's powerful blow struck Yang Chao squarely in the chest, the tremendous impact causing him to slide back several meters. Kato Ichii's eyes widened in astonishment, his mouth agape, seemingly unable to comprehend the unfolding events. Yang Chao's expression mirrored his disbelief. He clutched his chest, brows furrowed, clearly taken aback by the force of Kato Ichii's attack. Time appeared to freeze in that moment. The expressions of both combatants crystallized in shock. Kato Ichii's gaze, once brimming with confidence and disdain, was now overtaken by incredulity as he looked at Yang Chao, as if to inquire, "How can you still stand?" Yang Chao, equally bewildered, glanced down at his chest, feeling the dull ache, realizing he had underestimated his opponent. In that fleeting silence, the atmosphere thickened with tension, as if a tempest were about to break. "You managed to withstand that blow. Can you endure a 5-fold attack?" Kato Ichii's expression turned cold, familiar to those who knew him as a sign that he was now serious. With that, he began to circle Yang Chao, creating an additional clone with every 2 steps, ultimately surrounding him with 5 replicas. Yang Chao suddenly recalled that this was the very technique he had longed to master. Indeed, his innate task had seen little progress of late. Observing Yang Chao deep in thought, Kato Ichii felt a surge of irritation. "I've become serious. And you still have time to daydream? You will surely perish today." 5 identical strikes from Kato Ichii, each executed with utmost force and astonishing speed, rendered Yang Chao momentarily intangible upon impact. In an instant, Yang Chao vanished, and the 5 clones collided with one another, sending his real body tumbling across the ground while the clones dissipated. Seizing the opportunity, Yang Chao pressed his foot onto his opponent's neck, hurling an array of external elixirs, poisonous, decelerating, blinding, and more, directly into Cato's face, even dousing him with a potion meant for dissolving corpses, though it proved ineffective against a living target. With relentless vigor, Yang Chao unleashed a flurry of strikes, momentarily stunning Cato Ichikich. Regaining his composure, Cato employed their unique overseas ninjutsu, the art of invisibility, which diverged from the techniques of the continent. This stealth technique concealed his presence, rendering him undetectable to spiritual senses. As Cato's phantom fist struck emptiness, he too disappeared from view. Yang Chao, hastily activating his spiritual awareness, sensed no trace of Cato on the arena. The barrier remained intact, indicating he was still within the confines of the stage. Cato Ichikich took a moment to catch his breath before launching a frenzied assault on Yang Chao. Although invisible, his attacks failed to inflict significant harm. Realizing that this stalemate was untenable, Cato pondered whether it was time to resort to his ultimate weapon, one he had meticulously prepared for the finals. His expression turned grave as his hands trembled slightly while he cautiously retrieved the enigmatic artifact, the 100 Demons Night Parade. The scroll unfurled, unleashing an infinite darkness that devoured the surrounding light. An ominous aura emanated from the scroll as ghostly apparitions flickered into view, twisting and struggling as if yearning to break free from their confines. Each specter exuded an air of despair and ferocity, instilling a sense of dread. At the center of the scroll, a brilliant light suddenly burst forth, resembling a gateway to the underworld. Hundreds of malevolent spirits surged forth from this illumination, their grotesque forms clawing at the air, emitting chilling wails. These fiends radiated a foul stench and an aura of wickedness, sending shivers down the spine. Like a tide, they flowed from the scroll, slowly advancing towards Yang Chao, their eyes glimmering with a sinister light, hungrily surveying their surroundings. The entire arena became shrouded in this malevolent force, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Faced with this harrowing scene, Yang Chao recalled his vow to Lin Xiaowan, to eradicate any malevolent practitioners he encountered in this lifetime. You sought death, do not blame me. With eyes ablaze, he regarded Cato Ichikich, who materialized before him as if he were already a specter. The 9 suns burning heaven technique ignited an unquenchable flame upon the arena. The spirits, having undergone various refinements, were not easily incinerated. Yang Chao then drew the 7-star sword, channeling the supreme light technique, the holy cannon, which erupted into blinding brilliance, illuminating the previously darkened arena. The malevolent spirits, momentarily immobilized by the radiance, found themselves further empowered by Yang Chao's aura. Subsequently, he unleashed the holy light technique upon the 7-star sword, wielding it with the ferocity of a wolf among sheep, and in the blink of an eye, dozens of malevolent spirits collapsed, unable to rise again after being purified by the holy light. After Yang Chao eliminated more than half of the malevolent spirits, Cato Ichikich, sensing the dire situation, hastily concealed the remaining spirits and murmured, "If all are eradicated, there will be nothing left to use. No need to worry about a future." "You won't have one," Yang Chao retorted, unleashing his mastery of water, fire, and wind towards Cato Ichikich. However, the latter effortlessly evaded the onslaught with his invisibility technique. "Not again. If that's how it is, do not blame me," Yang Chao declared, his eyes ablaze with fury, his expression twisted, as a tempest of energy surged from his body, disheveling his clothes and hair in a terrifying display. Below the stage, Siyu, Ro Air, Ling Air, Su Mo, and Xiong Hao were no longer composed. Yang Chao was about to ignite his vital essence. "No, my husband, don't act rashly," cried Siyu. "Calm down, Yang Chao. This contest isn't a matter of life and death," urged the others. But Yang Chao was deaf to their pleas, his eyes entirely crimson, enveloped in a shroud of red mist. "Insanity. This fellow has lost his mind. It's merely a competition, and he is risking everything. If I too ignite my essence, I would likely not survive the ordeal. Damn it. I can only hope the safety personnel respond in time," Cato Ichikich thought, unwilling to match Yang Chao's madness and resigning his fate to the Guardians. Yang Chao, fists clenched, let out a thunderous roar towards the heavens, causing violent tremors in the arena. Cato Ichikich, unable to withstand the force, reappeared. In an instant, Yang Chao teleported and drew the 7-star sword, swiftly slitting his throat before the safety personnel could react. He then extracted Cato Ichikich's soul, scattering it asunder. "Evil practitioners must never attain rebirth," he proclaimed, collapsing lifelessly. Chapter 82. The importance of Siyu. The moment the barrier was lifted, Siyu, Ro Air, and Ling Air surged towards the arena like arrows, their eyes reflecting urgency and concern. Siyu led the charge, tender yet resolute, cradling the unconscious Yang Chao, with Ling Er and Ro Er closely following, as if safeguarding a treasure of immeasurable worth. They hastened to the inn, their steps brisk yet measured. Upon entering the room, Siyu gently laid the unconscious Yang Chao on the bed, treating him as the most fragile being in existence. Her movements were soft and meticulous, imbued with love and care. Yang Chao's pallid face, with eyes tightly shut, appeared devoid of all vitality. Siyu sat quietly beside him, her gaze fixed on his countenance, filled with worry and heartache. Ro Er and Ling Er stood silently nearby, ever ready to assist him. Siyu instructed Ro Er and Ling Er to remain while asking the others to wait outside. Ro Er gazed at Yang Chao on the bed and implored, "Sister Siyu, as the heir of the Medicine King Valley, you must have a way to save him, right?" Her grip tightened around Siyu's hand, anxiety evident in her voice. Siyu nodded earnestly, replying, "There is indeed a way, but it may require the assistance of both of you." Upon hearing this, Ro Er eagerly responded, "As long as we can save him, we will do whatever it takes." Ling Er nodded in agreement. Siyu cast a grateful glance at her sisters and softly said, "What I need is merely a few drops of the fountain of life." The fountain of life? Both Ro Er and Ling Er exclaimed in unison, their faces reflecting astonishment. It turns out that female practitioners do not need to give birth to produce the fountain of life. They can harness their own vital energy to stimulate the mammary glands, thereby generating a unique essence that merges with their true energy. This special fountain of life resembles vital essence and is particularly beneficial for those with severe injuries, especially those weakened from the consumption of their own essence, as it can be swiftly absorbed by the body. However, to heal injuries like Yang Chao's, a substantial quantity of the fountain of life is necessary. Consequently, many cultivators have taken numerous female practitioners under their care specifically to produce this essence for them. The two sisters merely paused momentarily before loosening their garments and retrieving containers to collect the fountain of life. By late at night, Yang Chao had regained considerable mobility. After a night of diligent efforts, his body had recovered to about 80 or 90% of its former strength. The medical skills of Siyu, the heir of the Medicine King, were indeed remarkable. She not only exerted herself to the utmost in treatment, but also administered precious elixirs to Yang Chao in a timely manner. Under Siyu's skilled hands, Yang Chao's complexion gradually regained its rosy hue, and his previously pallid lips showed a hint of color. His breathing became steady, no longer irregular as it had been before. Ro Er and Ling Er remained steadfastly beside him, silently guarding him, and upon witnessing Yang Chao's improvement, expressions of relief emerged on their fatigued faces. "Fortunately, you are not gravely injured. Otherwise, we would have been at a loss for what to do," Siyu remarked gently, wiping the sweat from her brow. Ro Er and Ling Er shared a look of gratitude, their eyes brimming with concern as they gazed at Yang Chao. "Why were you so foolish at that moment? Despite his peculiar techniques, he could not breach your defenses. He was utterly powerless against you. All you needed was to hold on a little longer, and victory would have been yours. There was no need to burn your essence. Even if you despised him, you could have simply ended his life. Why extinguish his soul as well?" Ro Er furrowed her brow slightly, revealing a trace of worry as she gazed at Yang Chao, sighing softly before expressing her thoughts. Upon hearing her words, Ling Er and Siyu nodded in agreement, signaling their support for Ro Er's perspective. However, Yang Chao did not respond to Ro Er's concerns. His gaze deepened, as if lost in reflection. After a while, he slowly articulated his reasoning to the three of them, explaining that the malevolent practices of the heretics were utterly depraved, violating the moral fabric of humanity. They imprisoned souls, denying them rebirth, and thus, he felt compelled to enact a similar retribution. Yang Chao's voice carried a note of determination and resoluteness, revealing his unwavering commitment to justice. As Ro Er, Ling Er, and Siyu listened to his explanation, their expressions gradually softened. They began to comprehend Yang Chao's decision and lend their support to his cause. At that moment, Yang Chao suddenly coughed, clutching his chest, his face as pale as parchment. Ro Er hurried to steady him, her voice tinged with concern. "What is wrong? Did the battle earlier inflict too much harm upon you?" Yang Chao shook his head, offering a wry smile as he replied, "It's nothing. I'm merely a bit fatigued. A brief rest will suffice." With that, he closed his eyes, sitting quietly as he regulated his breathing. Ro Er watched him with a heart full of compassion. "I am not striving against him with all my might. Previously, Ian burned her essence to rescue me, and we brought her back. Now that I have Siyu by my side, I feel even more at ease. With so many beloved wives, aside from their matters, I would not recklessly engage in conflict with others, as that would be irresponsible towards them. I am merely prepared to forego the martial competition." Upon hearing this, the three women felt that Yang Chao indeed was a man of deep affection and loyalty. After all, they had never witnessed a man willing to go to such lengths for a woman. After confirming Yang Chao was unharmed, Ruru and Linger returned to their rooms to rest. Yang Chao, upon seeing his beautiful wife lying on the bed without a stitch of clothing, was consumed by desire and yearned to continue, only to be gently pushed away by Siyu, who was genuinely fatigued. The following day, as dawn began to break, Yang Chao rose early to prepare a lavish breakfast for everyone, expressing his gratitude for their assistance the previous day. When Siyu, Ruru, and Linger awoke and saw the sumptuous spread Yang Chao had prepared, they were taken aback. "Wow, how extravagant!" Siyu exclaimed, gazing at the table laden with delicacies. "I merely wanted to thank you all for your care yesterday," Yang Chao replied with a smile. Everyone was aware of Yang Chao's swift recovery, and today, witnessing his remarkable progress, they were pleasantly surprised. Particularly Siyu, who felt a sense of relief upon seeing Yang Chao vibrant and full of life again. "It seems our worries were unfounded. Who would have thought you would recover so quickly and still participate in today's competition?" Siyu remarked with a smile. Yang Chao chuckled. "Indeed, I did not expect to recover so swiftly. However, I owe my rapid restoration to your assistance, along with Ruru and Linger." Siyu gently patted Yang Chao on the shoulder. "All right, let us not dwell on that. We should eat quickly as we have the competition ahead." Everyone took their seats and began to relish the delightful breakfast. Yang Chao gazed at their joyous smiles, his heart brimming with gratitude. He silently vowed to strive diligently to win the competition and live up to their expectations. Chapter 83. Yi Fan withdraws. Yang Chao, Siyu, and the others arrived at the competition venue, which still bore the marks of yesterday's fierce contests. They learned from others that in the remaining 2 matches of the previous day, Ling Runan and Yi Fan emerged victorious, with Ling Runan defeating Ouyang Yifan and becoming the surprise champion of the day. As Yang Chao made his entrance, all eyes were drawn to him. Wasn't he burning his essence yesterday? How can he appear unscathed and return for the competition today? Indeed, has he discovered a remedy? Do you not recognize the celestial beauty by his side? She is the granddaughter of the old medicine king. All 4 by his side are enchanting. Which one do you refer to? You are digressing. We must acknowledge that he was truly formidable yesterday. Not only did he strike with lethal intent, but he also left his opponents utterly dismayed. Can those from the overseas islands truly be called men? You have heard of his recent actions here, have you not? He is indeed ridding the world of evil. As the crowd engaged in animated discussions, a stir arose at the judging panel, heralding the arrival of 2 groups from either side. Leading from the left was the crown prince, accompanied by the 7th prince and others, while from the right strode a formidable figure clad in the garb of a general. His robust physique exuded an imposing presence, with sharp facial features and piercing eyes that radiated determination and decisiveness. Draped in a black battle robe adorned with the emblem of a descending tiger, symbolizing the pinnacle of martial prowess, he wielded a long sword that glimmered ominously, seemingly recounting tales of his illustrious victories. Upon reaching the center, the general bowed respectfully to the crown prince, who acknowledged him with a nod, and they both settled into the 2 central seats. With the prominent figures assembled, the drums sounded, inviting the 3 contestants, Yang Chao, Yi Fan, and Ling Runan, to the stage. As they prepared for the drawing of lots, Yi Fan stepped forward. "Forgive me, esteemed guests," he began. "I wish to address you all. It is well known that my sect, Shantian sect, and Lingxiao Pavilion were once one. My brother Yang here has ties to Lingxiao Pavilion. He represents Yaowang Valley and Lingxiao Pavilion in this competition, and it is his inaugural participation. Therefore, I shall withdraw to express my support for him." Without waiting for the host's response, he turned and descended from the stage. Yi Fan's withdrawal was not as selfless as he portrayed. During the previous day's competition, he had witnessed Yang Chao wielding 2 artifacts, the Lingxiao armor and the 7 Stars sword, treasures he had sought from the old patriarch multiple times without success. Fully aware of Yang Chao's current prowess and the advantage those artifacts conferred, he recognized that, despite his usual arrogance, he was no match. Under ordinary circumstances, he would rather concede defeat than withdraw, but with Rower and Linger present, he felt the sting of losing before them would be more unbearable than death itself. After deliberation, it was determined that the champion would emerge between Yang Chao and Ling Runan. The 2 ascended the stage, exchanging greetings and names. "I hear from Xiao Zishuan that your single status persists because no one can defeat you. Is that so?" Yang Chao inquired playfully before engaging in combat. "And what of it?" Ling Runan replied, her demeanor as frosty as her expression, devoid of emotion. "Nothing much, merely that I find the prospect of claiming the first prize, with its wealth of artifacts, quite appealing. I had not anticipated gaining an additional wife in the bargain." "Humph, just on your merit?" Ling Runan scoffed, her expression still unyielding. This icy demeanor surpassed even that of the previously serene Qing Wan. "I must ask, does that statement still hold weight?" "It holds true whenever," she retorted. "Are you done with your trivialities? If so, I grant you the first strike." Ling Runan had gleaned sufficient understanding from the previous day's competition. She paid little heed to an opponent from a distant island nation who resorted to burning his essence. Yang Chao initiated the encounter with a swift strike of his sword. Yet, Ling Runin refrained from countering, merely regarding him with a cold stare. Internally, Yang Chao mused, "This woman truly possesses an air of arrogance." Nevertheless, he remained undeterred. Pressing his assault against Ling Runin held several magical artifacts in her hands and tossed them into the air. The 5 artifacts gradually expanded, ultimately hovering behind her. With a swift motion of her hands, the 5 artifacts shot towards Yang Chao, unleashing 5 elemental spells of formidable power that compelled even Yang Chao to evade with utmost seriousness. Subsequently, Ling Runin produced an exquisite white jade vial, causing Yang Chao to startle in alarm, as he feared what may come next. "Should I call your name? Would you dare to respond?" she inquired. Ling Runin delicately traced the vial's opening with her slender, jade-like fingers, releasing a purple mist that melded with the elemental magic to assault Yang Chao, ensuring that the wind-based spells would not affect the poison. Hastily, Yang Chao popped an antidote pill into his mouth. It became evident that his reliance on magical artifacts for offense revealed a significant shortcoming in close combat. With this realization, Yang Chao instantaneously teleported before Ling Runin, delivering a half-hearted strike to her chest. He feared that striking her with full force might necessitate his own healing efforts afterward. To his astonishment, Ling Runin remained unscathed, while Yang Chao's hands tingled from the impact, leaving him questioning whether she had some form of reflective armor. As Ling Runin unleashed an increasing number of artifacts, Yang Chao dodged while deploying medicinal pills for defense. The threat posed by the artifacts was not insurmountable. He could endure considerable punishment by merely standing there. Yet, the inability to breach her defenses left him frustrated. On the arena, Yang Chao sidestepped with agility, while Ling Runin's artifact assaults descended upon him like a torrential downpour. Despite his best efforts to evade, he struggled to find a viable counterattack. Ling Runin, nimble and relentless, wielded her artifacts with a fierce intensity, amplifying the pressure on Yang Chao. As time passed, beads of sweat began to form on Yang Chao's forehead, and his expression betrayed a mixture of anxiety and resignation. He searched desperately for an opening in Ling Runin's relentless barrage, but her attacks followed no discernible pattern, making them elusive and difficult to counter. He could only remain vigilant, striving to avoid her lethal strikes. The audience watched with bated breath, their hearts entwined with Yang Chao's plight. Many clenched their fists, cheering him on. Yet Ling Runin's onslaught intensified, rendering Yang Chao's situation increasingly dire. After an hour of grueling combat, Yang Chao finally noticed the arena littered with the artifacts Ling Runin had previously discarded. They were scattered across every corner. In that moment, he suddenly retrieved a massive black pill from his robe and hurled it towards the center of the arena. Upon impact, the pill erupted into a thick cloud of black smoke, swiftly enveloping the entire space. Ling Runin was momentarily taken aback by this sudden turn of events and hurriedly employed her wind-based technique in an attempt to disperse the encroaching smoke. However, when the black mist finally cleared, she was astonished to discover that all the artifacts she had thrown earlier had come to a standstill. Chapter 84. The talent skill proves invaluable. With a triumphant expression, Yang Chao's eyes gleamed with a hint of provocation as his gaze settled upon Ling Runin, as if to say, "Without your artifacts, what else do you possess to claim victory over me?" He grasped several crimson pills in his hand, a subtle smile gracing his lips, seemingly brimming with confidence in his own advantages. Subsequently, Ling Runin let out a cold chuckle and remarked, "This is merely the tip of the iceberg among my numerous treasures. Even if they were to be destroyed in droves, I would feel no remorse." Her voice carried a hint of disdain. Without hesitation, Ling Runin continued to hurl forth new artifacts, each more formidable than the last. Yang Chao, in a flurry of confusion, found himself at a loss. Suddenly, a rope materialized in Ling Runin's hand. Her gaze sharpened as she pinpointed a gap beside Yang Chao and, without a moment's hesitation, cast the rope forth. The rope elongated swiftly through the air, akin to a serpentine creature, darting towards Yang Chao with unexpected swiftness. Realizing the impending danger, Yang Chao attempted to evade, yet the rope clung to him like a shadow, ensnaring him tightly. His complexion flushed, veins bulging on his forehead. He exerted every ounce of strength he had summoned the previous night, yet remained unable to break free from the binding. Meanwhile, Ling Runin appeared calm and composed, gradually retracting her other artifacts and approaching Yang Chao with a serene demeanor. She gently shook her head, saying, "Your struggles are in vain. It would be wiser to conserve your strength." Unexpectedly, Yang Chao ceased his struggles, a smile gracing his face as he replied, "I believe I have yet to lose." Ling Runin regarded him with an impassive expression, asking, "Even in such a predicament, do you still think you can defeat me?" At that moment, Yang Chao's eyes emitted a faint crimson glow, while Ling Runen's beautiful orbs shimmered with deep affection. She reached out to retrieve the rope binding him, then leaned against his chest, embodying the essence of a delicate woman. The spectators below the arena were left in astonishment. What had transpired? Were the finalists, in fact, a couple? Who could truly claim victory here? Surely, I had wagered on Ling Runen. She must have won by binding that man, hadn't she? It was evident that they had fallen under an illusion or perhaps a hypnotic spell. They must have been caught off guard. Yang Chao disregarded the murmurs from the crowd, cradling Ling Runen in his arms as he descended from the platform. Excellent. Haha, just when we are in need of talent in the military. May I inquire if this young gentleman would be willing to join me in battle for the sake of our nation? At that moment, a general from the judging panel rose and called out. The prince, rising leisurely beside him, faced the general of the National Guard. While the military is indeed in need of personnel, the palace is equally short-handed. Just this month, there have been as many as 12 assassination attempts within the palace, resulting in significant losses among the royal guards. My father is preparing to recruit some talents this year to ensure the safety of the royal family. The prince's expression bore a faint smile, his tone gentle yet firm. I would not dare to compete with the emperor for talents, but I, too, am devoted to safeguarding the nation. As the saying goes, there is no family without a country. Should I fail to protect the national borders, it would only serve to heighten the royal family's concerns. The general of the National Guard appeared respectful, yet his stance was resolute. It seems you wish for the ailing emperor to personally address you in his weakened state? The prince's smile faded as he fixed his gaze upon the general. I dare not presume. However, it has been 2 years since I last beheld his majesty. If his royal highness the crown prince could grant me an audience with the emperor, I have pressing matters to report. My father, the emperor, has not been in good health of late. It would be best not to trouble him, as my words would suffice. After years of relentless warfare, I have lost the majority of my valiant soldiers in battle, and I beseech the emperor to exercise his wisdom in providing necessary reinforcements, as well as to bestow appropriate compensations to the families of the fallen. Are you resolute in vying for my father's favor? As the crown prince uttered these words, a glimmer of anger flickered in his eyes. I implore the emperor and the crown prince to prioritize the affairs of the realm. The grand general, his countenance steadfast and unyielding, stood undeterred. Very well, let us see who can secure his allegiance. With that, the crown prince swept away in a flourish. The grand general also departed with his subordinates, unable to reach a consensus, thus relegating discussions to private negotiations. After Yang Chao descended from the arena with Ling Runen in his arms, he approached the judging panel to collect their awards, including Ling Runen's share. The judges, observing Ling Runen clinging to Yang Chao, sensed an unusual intimacy, but chose not to comment, promptly awarding them both. Upon returning to the inn, Yang Chao noted that Ling Runen was burning with heat, her body twisting and rubbing against him incessantly. At this moment, Yang Chao had released her. Yet Ling Runen remained firmly attached to him, as if she wished to merge her being with his. Witnessing such a forward display from the enchanting beauty, Yang Chao realized it was time to disengage from his beguiling powers of charm. Thus, he swiftly averted his gaze. However, due to inertia, Ling Runen continued to writhe against him, her cherry lips persistently seeking his neck. Suddenly, a deafening scream pierced the air, followed by a resounding slap. The force of the blow was so tremendous that 5 distinct fingerprints were left upon Yang Chao's cheek. Ling Runen, as if jolted by electricity, sprang away from him. What have you done to me? She exclaimed, her face flushed crimson, tears brimming in her beautiful eyes, appearing utterly aggrieved. Yang Chao, touching his face with an expression of innocence, pointed towards Xiao Zishuan and his companions, exclaiming, by all that is sacred, it was you who initiated this. Ask your companions if it was not you who clung to my neck without release. Ling Runen cast a tearful gaze towards Xiao Zishuan. He hurriedly approached her, saying, what young Master Yang says is true. You have been attached to him throughout the competition and even during the award ceremony on the way back. You did not let go. Enough. Silence. Ling Runen interjected, her face burning with embarrassment. Upon hearing Xiao Zishuan's words, her cheeks reddened further. She was filled with confusion, pondering how she could have acted in such a manner. Moreover, she did not feel under the influence of any seductive potion. After all, as the daughter of a prominent sect, she had always been vigilant against such risks. Furthermore, the symptoms described in literature regarding the effects of such potions did not align with her current sensations. The book states that after being enchanted by the love potion, one experiences dizziness and weakness, requiring some time to recuperate. Yet, she felt no discomfort at all. In her moment of confusion, Siyu stepped forward, gently taking her hand and leading her into the room, closing the door behind them. This left the others bewildered, unsure of how to respond, as they stood in silence, exchanging glances. Chapter 85. The arrival of guests inside the room. Siyu was attending to Ling Runen, while outside, Yang Chao was bustling about. He skillfully wielded his utensils, chopping vegetables and cooking, showcasing his culinary prowess. Yang Chao's spirits were as bright as the spring sunshine, filled with joy over his victory and happiness at having a stunningly beautiful wife. With meticulous thought and superb technique, he prepared a series of delectable dishes, each plate seemingly narrating his joy and love for life. These days were becoming increasingly promising. Today, with a larger gathering, 3 tables were set, and as all the dishes were served, everyone settled in. Just then, the door swung open, and Siyu emerged, leading Ling Runin, casting Yang Chao a reassuring glance. They took their seats beside him. As everyone began to eat, the atmosphere at the table was lively, although Ling Runin was less frosty. Her cheeks still flushed as she focused solely on her bowl of rice. Noticing this, Yang Chao placed 2 tender pieces of braised pork ribs and a generous chunk of the most flavorful part of a red braised fish into her bowl. Ling Runin responded with a sweet smile that left Yang Chao momentarily spellbound, realizing that a girl with short hair could be so enchanting. After the meal, everyone retreated to their respective rooms, with Siyu and Ling Runin sharing one, sending Yang Chao away, explaining that Ling Runin was the eldest daughter of the Xingchen Pavilion and that a wedding ceremony at the sect was necessary before they could consummate their union, leaving Yang Chao to spend the night on the rooftop. The following day, nearing noon, the Crown Prince and the 7th Prince arrived at the tavern with several attendants and numerous gifts. The top 3 competitors, Yang Chao, Ling Runin, and Yi Fan, sat with the Crown Prince and the 7th Prince in a room, while the rest were asked to wait outside, with the Crown Prince's attendants stationed at the door. I am a person who speaks frankly. I have come today because I find you all quite admirable and wish to invite you to serve the current sovereign. What are your thoughts? Of course, you may propose any conditions, and we shall not refuse what we can fulfill, began the Crown Prince. As Yang Chao and Ling Runin pondered their response, Yi Fan stepped forward and said, I have little interest in the worldly riches and glory. From a young age, I have aspired to focus on cultivation, just as my esteemed mentor did, seeking to attain immortality. I hope for your understanding. Certainly, the aspiration for immortality and longevity alongside the heavens is a common desire among cultivators. I wonder how you both feel about this. The Crown Prince directed his gaze towards Yang Chao and Ling Runin. I am already betrothed to young Master Yang, and I follow his lead, Ling Runin replied. Her eyes filled with an unmistakable affection that contrasted sharply with her earlier cold demeanor. My primary focus at present lies in my cultivation. As this is a period of rapid advancement, I regret to inform you that I shall not be aligning myself with any faction. Yang Chao showed no deference to the Crown Prince. I believe that joining us and enhancing one's abilities are not mutually exclusive. Which sect can claim to possess better resources than the royal family? I assure you that all your cultivation needs will be met. For your growth and strength contributes to our collective power. I could even venture to say that one day, should I hold sway over governance, I might bestow upon you the title of nobility, allowing you to establish your own sect. The Crown Prince's words were unequivocal, even going so far as to offer his future imperial authority, as he had conducted inquiries into Yang Chao and recognized his connections with 2 major sects. Such individuals must be firmly retained. I apologize, but my thoughts are truly elsewhere, and I shall not be seeking refuge with any faction. You are aware that I am the son-in-law of the Medicine King Valley, and the old Medicine King has recently expressed a desire to travel, intending for us to take over the valley. Therefore, further persuasion is unwarranted. Yang Chao made it clear that he would not ally with him or the Grand General of the nation, nor would he become an adversary. He would assume control of the Medicine King Valley, and should trouble arise, it would be wise to consider the consequences. What a lack of consideration. My royal brother has offered every compliment and condition, yet you remain unmoved? Does inheriting the Medicine King Valley conflict with serving our father the emperor? In due course, the entire Medicine King Valley would be under the aegis of the court, reaping the bounteous favor of the emperor. Is this not more advantageous than the free consultations you currently provide to the local populace? Do you truly believe that the royal family holds less value than the commoners in your eyes? The 7th Prince, incensed by Yang Chao's demeanor, spoke harshly, his thoughts consumed by Siyu. He believed that if his elder brother were to recruit Yang Chao, he would have countless means to compel Siyu to yield. Initially, due to the incident with the flower vendor, Yang Chao had a rather unfavorable impression of the 7th Prince, having perceived from the outset that the Crown Prince and he were in collusion, and certainly, he would not consider aligning with him even if he were inclined to join a faction. Each person has their own aspirations. I suggest you refrain from imposing your will on others. This statement from Yang Chao was rather ungracious, addressing them without the honorific title. Just as the 7th Prince was about to respond, the Crown Prince, now standing, interjected. Young Master Yang speaks wisely. Each has their own aspirations. In truth, 7th brother, your words were misguided. The free consultations offered by the Medicine King Valley contribute to the peace and prosperity of the surrounding region. Thus, let us proceed in this manner. Since you are intent on prioritizing your cultivation, I shall not press further. Should you ever wish to achieve greatness, consider yourselves always welcome by the royal family. If you require assistance, do not hesitate to speak up. Very well, we shall not intrude further. Farewell. The crown prince spoke with sincerity and calmness, leading the aggrieved seventh prince away. Yang Chao courteously accompanied them to the door, observing their departure. Yang Chao possessed this temperament. Should you treat him well, he would reciprocate. Should you treat him poorly, he would respond in kind. As the midday meal had just concluded, the great general arrived at the tavern accompanied by several attendants, including Murong Xiaoyao. Yang Chao invited the general into the room, and this time, Yi Fan did not emerge. Nor did the general summon anyone to fetch him. Yang Chao and Ling Runan sat opposite the general, while Murong Xiaoyao closed the door behind him and stood at the general's side, with the remaining attendants stationed at the door. Murong Xiaoyao retrieved some precious gifts from his storage ring and placed them on the table. Brother Yang, he exclaimed, these are several rare treasures collected by the general from various regions, meant to celebrate your victory. Please do not refuse them. Murong Xiaoyao's tone and demeanor exuded warmth, akin to that of longtime friends. Yang Chao discerned that he had spoken to the general about their acquaintance in hopes of persuasion. However, it seemed Murong Xiaoyao did not wish for Yang Chao to ally with the general, as he was not particularly familiar with him and bore some grievances. Should individuals like Yang Chao and Ling Runan, who surpassed him, join, it would overshadow his own capabilities. In Chapter 86, teasing Ling Runan, within a spacious room, Yang Chao, with a smile, feigned ignorance and asked, without merit, one cannot receive rewards. May I inquire what brings the general to seek me? The general laughed heartily and replied, my dear fellow, your triumph is precisely why I am here to win you over. The prince visited earlier today. What conditions did he offer you? Yang Chao candidly recounted the prince's promises to fulfill all his demands, even suggesting that upon his ascension, he would consider bestowing upon him titles and lands, allowing him to establish his own sect. The general's gaze sharpened as he continued, you are a wise individual and should recognize the significance of alliances within this court. I hope you will join my faction. I can assure you that the promises he has made appear to be the highest of honors, yet they are mere illusions. His assurances regarding your training needs are motivated solely by your identity as the heir of the Medicine King Valley. In due time, he will demand more from you than he offers. As for titles and lands, consider how few of those granted such honors have met a favorable end. The court will never tolerate the existence of a king from a different lineage. This prince cannot even tolerate his own siblings, let alone grant you kingship. What I present to you is the reality. Possessing your own troops and influence is what truly matters. Should you ally with me, I can guarantee that with your talents, you will become a formidable general, earning your rightful place on the battlefield. The general spoke earnestly, laying bare his heart to Yang Chao. You misunderstand me. I have not agreed to his terms, Yang Chao responded sincerely. As the heir of the Medicine King Valley, my only desire is to preserve the legacy left by the old Medicine King. Furthermore, my aspirations lie primarily in cultivating immortality. I am not inclined towards worldly disputes. Rest assured, General, I have no intention of opposing you by joining another faction. I am grateful for your kindness, but I hope you can understand my predicament. Yang Chao's words were earnest, yet the atmosphere in the room grew somewhat heavy. The general furrowed his brow, sighed, and said, in that case, allow me to speak frankly with you. Our nation has been embroiled in conflict with the Rusalka kingdom for several years, resulting in substantial losses on both sides. Nevertheless, every attempt at peace talks has failed to yield consensus. Recently, intelligence has surfaced indicating that other nations are poised to seize this opportunity amidst the turmoil between the two kingdoms. Over the years, the princess forces have remained idle, while I have been tirelessly engaged in battles to safeguard our nation's tranquility. If this continues, I too shall find it unbearable. Were it not for the emperor's benevolence towards me, I fear I would have long since faltered. Young Master Yang, the general implored, his words abruptly halting mid-sentence as he gazed earnestly at Yang Chao. Yang Chao, not being a native of this land, felt an aversion to the moral coercion being exerted upon him. Furthermore, having only met the general once, he could not ascertain the veracity of his claims. Thus, he replied, General, I have no intention of involving myself in the affairs of either faction. I merely wish to manage my own sect. I hope you can understand. A flicker of resignation crossed the general's eyes, for he realized that no further words would sway Yang Chao's resolve. He placed a reassuring hand on Yang Chao's shoulder and said, very well, I shall grant you time. However, I am confident that you will ultimately make a prudent decision. With that, he turned and exited the room, with Yang Chao accompanying him to the door. Upon returning to his quarters, Yang Chao, in high spirits, approached the table and began to examine the exquisite treasures the general had bestowed upon him. He curiously studied these precious items, reveling in the novelty and delight they brought. Meanwhile, Ling Runin silently poured him a cup of hot tea and gently presented it before him. Gratefully accepting the cup, Yang Chao instinctively drew Ling Runin into his embrace. What are you doing? What if someone walks in? She playfully scolded, her cheeks flushing with a delicate hue of embarrassment, her lovely hands fidgeting uncertainly at her chest. A mischievous smile danced upon Yang Chao's lips. Oh, you're blushing. Just yesterday in the arena, you certainly made me suffer. Shouldn't I be allowed to savor some sweetness now? As he spoke, his strong hands began to roam unabashedly over Ling Runin's graceful form, one hand boldly slipping beneath her skirt. Flustered and anxious, Ling Runin's hands repeatedly struck Yang Chao's sturdy chest, attempting to halt his advances. Yet, the more she resisted, the more emboldened he became, delighting in the playful torment. Just then, as Ling Runin attempted to speak, her words were abruptly silenced by Yang Chao's fervent kiss. His lips swiftly enveloped her delicate mouth, his tongue dancing within. Stirring and teasing, Ling Runin's eyes widened in astonishment, her body trembling slightly, momentarily forgetting her resistance. It was only when her gaze grew distant and her body weakened, nearly gasping for breath, that he finally released her. Ignoring her labored breathing, his hands grew ever bolder, rendering Ling Runin's cheeks a deep shade of crimson, her body radiating an inviting warmth. Please, not like this. Spare me, will you? Let's save it for our wedding day, she implored, her voice a mere whisper. Yang Chao paused, momentarily halting his actions. Indeed, the hardships endured have now been repaid, and I wonder if you shall dare to challenge again. No more, no more. At this moment, Ling Runin transformed into a remarkably obedient little girl, entirely shedding her previous icy demeanor. With a creak accompanied by a jarring sound, the door to the room slowly swung open, and Ling Er bounded in like a lively little rabbit, hopping joyfully. However, at that instant, Ling Runin was nestled against Yang Chao, attempting to rise but being firmly restrained by him. With a sudden scream, she hastily buried her face deep into Yang Chao's chest, clutching his garment to cover her visage. Haha, it seems I have inadvertently interrupted the affairs of the esteemed young Master Yang. Yet, is it not a tad premature, given that it is still just past noon? Observing the scene before her, Ling Er could not suppress her laughter, playfully teasing them without reservation. Shortly thereafter, Ro Er and Siyu entered the room in succession. Upon seeing Ling Runin, who was fervently concealing her face in Yang Chao's embrace, they exchanged knowing smiles. Understanding one another perfectly, how did your conversation with the general go? Why did they depart so soon? Siyu inquired softly, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she gazed tenderly at Yang Chao. In response to Siyu's question, Yang Chao offered no elaborate explanation, simply stating, he wished for me to follow him, but I was unwilling. Unable to persuade me, he chose to take his leave. Thus, Yang Chao succinctly encapsulated the entire event. Chapter 87. Return journey. Several days had passed since the conclusion of the martial arts competition, and Yang Chao along with Siyu began to pack their belongings, preparing for the journey home. Today, they had all agreed to stroll through the streets, purchasing some gifts along the way. When they went to call Su Mo, Yang Chao suddenly noticed that Su Mo and Chu Xian had somehow become an item. Their hands were tightly clasped, and their gazes exchanged a unique understanding and sweetness. Su Mo wore a blissful smile, while Chu Xian gazed at him tenderly, as if the entire world revolved solely around them, completely oblivious to Yang Chao's entrance. Ahem. I saw nothing, nothing at all. You may continue, Yang Chao remarked as he withdrew from the room. At that moment, Su Mo's voice of complaint reached him from behind. Brother, don't you know to knock before entering someone else's room? Shortly after, Chu Xian, her face flushed, emerged from the room. While shopping, a group of women chattered incessantly, their laughter ringing through the air. Yang Chao approached Su Mo, gently nudging him with his elbow, and inquired, when did this all begin? You concealed it quite well. Beside them, Xiong Hao, intrigued, leaned in and asked what began. Who started what? Yang Chao chuckled and replied, it was after that day when my brother and my master competed. I was feeling rather down, and then she knocked on my door, calling me out to share some pastries she had personally made, telling me that indulging in something sweet could greatly uplift one's spirits during gloomy times. At that moment, I found her to be exceptionally gentle and attentive, always caring for others. Su Mo snapped his folding fan shut, tapping it against the palm of his other hand, his gaze filled with tender reminiscence. For a dashing and aristocratic young gentleman like him, such heartfelt expressions undeniably stirred the hearts of young ladies. Are you returning to the sect this time, or going with Chu Xian to her place? Yang Chao observed his dear friend's blissful demeanor with a sense of comfort. I've made arrangements with her to visit her parents first. After all, I am soon to leave the sect, and there are people I would rather not see back home. I will simply inform my mentor through the audiovisual mirror. He will understand. Alas, we brothers have barely reunited for a few days, and now we must part once more. Even the usually jovial Xiong Hao felt a tinge of melancholy at the prospect of their separation. It won't be difficult for us to meet again, will it? When will you hold your wedding? Then we can see each other. As for Ruan-Nan and me, we'll be following suit shortly. You must attend, Xiong-hao remarked, his face alight with admiration. They soon arrived at the most bustling shopping street in the capital, where throngs of people created an atmosphere of vibrant excitement. An array of goods dazzled the senses, overwhelming the eye. Yang Chao eagerly wove through the crowd, embarking on a frenzied shopping spree. His discerning gaze sought to procure the finest treasures to bring back for his beloved ladies. Exquisite garments, intricate accessories, luxurious cosmetics. Each stall captivated him. He persistently selected items, haggling with the vendors, a smile of satisfaction gracing his face. He also chose numerous gifts suited for Siyu and Ruan-Nan, as well as many presents for Ruan-Nan's parents, instructing her to take them home first. Following this, Yang Chao planned to find an auspicious day to propose. The moment of parting had finally arrived, and Yang Chao was filled with reluctance. After bidding farewell to Su Mo, Chu Xian, Xiong-hao, and Qingling, he slowly approached Ling Ruan-Nan. A hint of sadness shone in her eyes, as if she were bravely holding back tears. Ruan-Nan silently gazed at Yang Chao, their unspoken emotions palpable. Yang Chao cradled her delicate face with both hands. Do not worry, my dear. I shall settle matters upon my return, and will go to Xingchen Pavilion to propose. Please wait for me patiently. Here are your favorite snacks. Take them with you. I promise, I will come to see you before you finish them, all right? He then handed her a large bag filled with beef jerky, sausages, and meatballs. You said so. So I will finish them in a day. If you don't come to see me, I will have to deal with you, Ruan-Nan replied playfully, her mood lifting. Xiao Zishuan and the other members of Xingchen Pavilion were left astonished. They had never witnessed such a side of Ling Ruan-Nan. After sending everyone off, Yang Chao and his companions flew back on their swords. Yang Chao continued to share a sword with Siyu, embracing her from behind as she comfortably leaned into him. My husband, it seems you will be quite busy in the coming days? Siyu remarked without preamble. What do you mean? I am not concerned with the affairs of the idol sect. Moreover, your husband is exceptionally gifted and does not require arduous practice. He merely needs to wait for an auspicious day to propose to Runan. Why should there be any urgency? As Yang Chao spoke, he fed the beloved fried meatballs to Siyu, relishing the act of feeding his wives. In reality, if he were in the mortal realm, his wives would probably be indulged to the point of becoming plump. As for Rauer and Ling, do you not care for them? They selflessly expended their energy to save you, and after you have consumed so much of their essence, do you not feel a sense of responsibility? This matter also touches upon the purity of women. If word gets out that they have been depleted by you, who would still wish to marry them? Siyu pouted, displaying an indignant expression as she gazed at Yang Chao, refusing to take a bite of the meatball he offered her, as if to say that without a satisfactory response, she would not partake in his offering. Siyu's stance stemmed from witnessing the two sisters unhesitatingly sacrifice their invaluable virtue for Yang Chao. She had observed their anxious expressions and their willingness to exhaust their vital energy to produce a copious amount of milk, enabling Yang Chao to regain his vigor overnight for competition. The bond between the sisters was not inferior to her own as his wife, and Siyu was deeply moved, demanding her husband grant them a rightful acknowledgement. Upon hearing Siyu's account, Yang Chao realized the gravity of that night's events and was profoundly touched, never expecting the sisters to go to such lengths for him. I have no objections, but I am uncertain how the elder sect master will respond. If the elder does not consent, will she permit them to accompany you in the competition? Will she allow them to gift you those two magical treasures? Dear husband, please heed my request this time. Upon your return, propose to the elder sect master, ideally coinciding with the matter of Runan. Yang Chao was eager for this, certainly not wishing to decline, though he was aware the elder sect master held a fondness for Yi Fan, yet he resolved to press forward. Very well, my dear. I promise to propose to the elder sect master upon our return. Chapter 88. In the company of wives as Yang Chao and Siyu arrived at Lingxiao Pavilion. Before they even touched the ground, they spotted Ru Shui, Qing Wan, Xin Yu, Yun, and other wives waiting at the entrance. Upon their descent, the wives promptly approached them. Ru Shui, clad in a flowing white gown, exuded elegance, her eyes shimmering with joy as she rushed forward to embrace Yang Chao. Qing Wan, in a lake blue dress, appeared graceful and enchanting, smiling as she greeted both Yang Chao and Siyu. Xin Yu, in a charming pink gown, held Siyu's hand, chattering animatedly. Yun gazed gently at everyone, her face adorned with a blissful smile, indicating that the wives had all taken great care in their appearances for the day. As they exchanged pleasantries, their eyes reflected the delight and anticipation of reunion. Engaging in conversation, they strolled into Lingxiao Pavilion, filled with laughter and merriment. The entire pavilion was enveloped in this joyous atmosphere. After sharing tender moments with the wives, Yang Chao led them to pay respects to the elder sect master, who had yet to depart. Upon entering the chamber of the venerable patriarch, Rower and Linger were already in attendance, while Yi Fan stood nearby, casting a cold glare at Yang Chao and his wives. Haha. Indeed, my dear nephew has not disappointed. He has clinched the championship in his very first competition. I have heard that he has even formed an engagement with the daughter of the infamous Ling from the Starry Pavilion. Truly, a hero emerges in youth. It was evident that the patriarch held Yang Chao in high esteem. Meanwhile, Yi Fan's furious gaze bore into Yang Chao. Had his stare the power to kill, Yang Chao would surely have been reduced to mere fragments. I dare not presume. It was merely fortune, Yang Chao replied. This is but a token of gratitude from a disciple to his esteemed master. Please accept it without disdain, indicating the treasures bestowed upon him by the national general. Even the erudite patriarch could not conceal his satisfaction. My dear nephew, you are quite thoughtful. A simple selection of local specialties would have sufficed. These gifts are rather extravagant. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan's expression darkened further, for he had brought nothing. It was not that he lacked the means, but rather that he had no inclination for shopping. He had acquired all his necessities through his maidservants, allowing him to devote himself solely to cultivation. Since your departure, I have not enjoyed a proper meal. Food prepared by others rarely suits my palate, so I have abstained. Now that you have returned, let us prepare a splendid feast in celebration. Yang Chao nodded in agreement. After some pleasantries, he departed with his wives. Su Shui, Xinu, and Qing Wan had their own matters to attend to, while Siyu returned to Siyu Palace to settle certain affairs. Yang Chao chose to venture out with Yi Yun. They planned to hunt in the mountains before heading to the seaside to gather seafood. Yi Yun remained as gentle as ever, stirring profound emotions within Yang Chao, to the extent that he could not contain himself and indulged in a passionate encounter with her amidst the woods. Afterwards, Yi Yun, rendered weak and weary, had to be carried down the mountain by Yang Chao. They then proceeded to the shore, where they collected a bounty of fresh seafood. Upon returning home, they entrusted the catch to the chef for cleaning and preparation, while Yi Yun assisted with the tasks at hand. Soon, dinner time arrived, and the table was lavishly adorned with a multitude of dishes, dozens in total, featuring the patriarch's beloved roast lamb, the sisters' favorite seafood feast, as well as various vegetables and fried chicken that delighted the two sisters. Yi Fan's favored braised pork was also among the offerings, while for Siyu, all the dishes were her favorites. Yang Chao carefully sliced a piece from the roast lamb and presented it to the patriarch, gently stating, "This is the most fragrant and delectable part of the entire roast. Do indulge and see if it pleases your palate." Upon hearing this, the patriarch burst into hearty laughter, a look of satisfaction lighting up his face. He patted Yang Chao on the shoulder, exclaiming, "You are indeed thoughtful. You remember my favorites. Haha, come, do not busy yourself. Sit and join me for a few drinks." With that, the patriarch eagerly raised his cup, clinking it with Yang Chao's. At that moment, the patriarch was wholly immersed in the pleasures of fine food and exquisite wine, his spirits exceptionally elevated. He was no longer as reserved as before. Instead, he addressed Yang Chao in a more amiable and casual manner. Yang Chao, in response, took a seat beside the old patriarch, poured him a full glass of wine, and began to drink heartily alongside him. "What are your intentions regarding Ling Leaguai's daughter? Will you visit her, or?" The old patriarch looked at Yang Chao, his expression devoid of the previous drunkenness, a smile gracing his face. "I do not wish to go to her side. She has 2 older brothers and is destined to marry. As for the future, I have yet to decide. My foremost concern now is to diligently cultivate and enhance my abilities. Prioritizing your own cultivation amidst so many wives? What will become of you in the future?" The old patriarch's tone seemed to carry a hint of jest, yet there was an underlying reproach. He still held on to his old beliefs. The pursuit of immortality through cultivation was paramount, and everything else was secondary. For the sake of his own cultivation, he had sacrificed many beautiful aspects of life. During an attack by the demon clan on Xiantian's sect, his son and wife were murdered, and since then, he had not sought another heir, dedicating himself to seclusion in hopes of one day avenging his family. Yang Chao, feeling awkward, smiled but said nothing, merely raising his glass in a toast to the old patriarch. The banquet was filled with harmony and joy. Yang Chao continued to drink with the old patriarch, while laughter and merriment occasionally emanated from the ladies and the 2 pavilion masters. The only one who remained silent was Yi Fan, who sat consumed by his meal, occasionally casting an angry glare towards Yang Chao. Once the banquet concluded, Yang Chao instructed the ladies to return to their chambers to pack their belongings and arrange the tasks for the next 3 days. Subsequently, they were to gather in Ru Shui's room. When everything was prepared, Yang Chao entered her boudoir with Ru Shui. As soon as they crossed the threshold, Ru Shui eagerly leapt into Yang Chao's embrace. He instinctively lifted her and tossed her onto the soft bed, gazing at Ru Shui's exquisite beauty and graceful figure. Yang Chao could not help but begin to caress her. Ru Shui did not resist. Rather, She passionately responded to his touch. The two embraced and kissed, their fervor igniting like a blazing fire. Darling, after so many days apart, did you miss me? Yang Chao softly inquired. Although we connect through the audiovisual mirror daily, my longing for you grows ever stronger. Ru Shui breathlessly replied, of course I missed you. Next time you go out, I must accompany you. Husband, please cherish me well. She added, her words trailing off as she began to move her body, eagerly meeting Yang Chao's advances. Oh, it seems the original partner is indeed irreplaceable. We haven't even arrived, and the fun has already begun, came a voice, indicating the arrival of Xianyu. Her presence enlivened the atmosphere, and the room was filled with laughter and conversation that persisted until dawn. Chapter 89. Proposing to the old patriarch. Yang Chao slowly pushed open the door, the sunlight cascading over him, causing him to squint slightly. The room behind him was imbued with a rich, feminine fragrance. On the plush velvet carpet, a grand bed that could accommodate 10 lay strewn with delicate bodies, the space suffused with an intimate, spring-like ambience. Yang Chao stretched languidly, as if just awakening from a deeply satisfying dream. His face bore a satisfied smile as he slowly surveyed the room before stepping out to prepare breakfast for them. The other ladies had all gone about their respective tasks, and Yang Chao followed Ru Shui to her workspace. Ru Shui sat earnestly in her chair, attending to matters she had not managed to address in recent days, while Yang Chao maintained his usual position behind her, embracing her gently. Shui Shui, would you accompany me to propose to the old sect master later? I feel a bit uneasy going alone, Yang Chao cooed, nuzzling his face against Ru Shui's shoulder. Must a man like you require a lady's company to court another maiden? Ru Shui retorted, rolling her eyes dramatically. How would I explain to my esteemed mentor that he should marry his daughter to my husband? After being declined by Ru Shui, Yang Chao meandered slowly towards the old sect master's quarters, pausing at the door for a moment to gather his courage before knocking. Come in, boomed the deep voice of the old sect master from within. Upon entering, he observed 2 maidservants tidying the room, while his 2 young companions stood behind him. And the old sect master was engaged in conversation with an old friend, holding a mirror. Yang Chao respectfully stood aside, refraining from interrupting until their conversation concluded, at which point he stepped forward to refill the empty teacup. Ah, my dear nephew has arrived. Please, take a seat. The old sect master gestured towards an adjacent chair. Yang Chao remained still, silent. Is there something you wish to discuss? The old sect master inquired, noticing Yang Chao's lack of movement. I do have a matter to address. Yang Chao replied hesitantly. Then speak plainly. The old sect master urged, taking a sip of tea. I would like to speak with you privately. Kindly excuse the others. The old sect master instructed. Once they had exited, he continued. Now, what is so secretive? I wish to propose marriage to you. Requesting your blessing to wed Ro heir and Ling heir, Yang Chao summoned all his courage to voice his intentions. Should the old sect master refuse him, he would leave with Ru Shui and the others, as he was quite sensitive about his pride. Oh, the old sect master paused, and after a moment of silence, he added, so, is it a yes or a no? Provide me with compelling reasons to agree. His piercing gaze seemed to penetrate Yang Chao's very soul. I care for them deeply. I shall treat them well, care for them throughout their lives, love them with all my being, and respect them. Yang Chao expressed his genuine feelings, deliberately omitting any mention of the more intimate aspects of their relationship, fearing it might appear threatening to the old sect master. Is that all? Are there no other compelling reasons? The old sect master scrutinized Yang Chao, recalling how Ling heir and Ro heir had recounted the incident of saving him that very night, curious to see if Yang Chao would mention it himself. In truth, he held a favorable view of Yang Chao as a potential son-in-law, yet he would feel discomfort if Yang Chao were to bring it up directly. That is all I have to say. Now, tell me, what are your plans for Ling Shao Pavilion after marrying my daughter? I find the current management quite satisfactory. The only aspect that could be improved is the recruitment of male cultivators, which would broaden our talent pool. With the arrival of Siyu and Runin, I am confident that our alchemy and artifact crafting will advance significantly. I am determined to assist Rower and Linger in elevating the strength of Ling Shao Pavilion. The old patriarch is content in his heart, though his face reveals no emotion. Yang Chao is correct. Exclusively admitting female cultivators is not a viable path. He fears that the future son-in-law might possess a narrow-minded disposition, continuing to admit only female cultivators after marriage, thereby monopolizing the entire Ling Shao Pavilion. This would be detrimental to our development. A sect composed solely of female cultivators, if it falls behind, would be seen as ripe for plunder, ultimately leading to the son-in-law's demise and the division of the female cultivators as spoils of war. Previously, he had subtly probed Yi Fan's thoughts on the future management of Ling Shao Pavilion, to which Yi Fan responded that the current arrangement was quite satisfactory, leaving the old patriarch somewhat disappointed. Very well, I have always been open-minded. Their opinions are also of great significance, he declared, summoning the sisters. Rower was the first to enter, spotting Yang Chao and bounding toward him, grasping his arm and shaking it. So it is you. Will you prepare delicious food for us later? At that moment, Ling also entered, offering Yang Chao a smile as a greeting. He is here to propose to me. And if you both agree, you shall enjoy his culinary delights every day. I called you here to gauge your opinions, the old patriarch interjected before Yang Chao could respond. Rower blushed at his words, while Ling appeared delighted. I, like my sister, defer to our father's decision. Then, I must express my dissent. The old patriarch's words had barely left his lips before both sisters voiced their incredulity, their expressions reflecting disbelief. Rower had discerned the situation when they were tasked with delivering treasures. How could they now oppose? Truly, a daughter is not meant to be kept at home. I jest, my dear daughters. Since you have no objections, let this matter be settled. I shall fulfill a wish of mine. The old patriarch, in high spirits, lifted his teacup and took a sip. After some further conversation, the old patriarch instructed the sisters to accompany Yang Chao for a stroll. Did you not just express a desire for delicious food? Shall we have a picnic on the highest peak, Lingxiao Peak? Yang Chao suggested, to which the sisters eagerly agreed. They soared through the skies on their swords, gathering whatever they encountered along the way for their lunch. Yang Chao still shared a sword with Rower, but now, with their relationship openly acknowledged, their movements became bolder. Throughout the journey, Yang Chao and Rower exchanged tender affections, while Ling took charge of hunting for wild delicacies. Soon, they reached the summit of Lingxiao Peak, where they found a clearing to relish the breathtaking scenery and delightful food. Standing atop the peak, they gazed into the vast expanse. Feeling as though they were suspended between heaven and earth, their visions remarkably unbounded. The mountains stretched endlessly, shrouded in mist, resembling a paradise. Yang Chao retrieved tables and chairs from his storage ring, along with milk tea, pastries, and snacks, allowing the sisters to indulge in culinary delights while appreciating the magnificent views. Though raised in a prestigious household, where every desire was met with the finest offerings, I had never truly paused to appreciate the breathtaking scenery until now. It is only at this moment that I realized the beauty that lies at the summit. The two sisters, awed by the magnificent view, expressed their sentiments. Chapter 90. An unexpected visitor at the Xiantian sect. Rower and Ling were subjected to their father's stringent expectations from a young age, diligently honing their skills. The old sect master, filled with sorrow and indignation, had witnessed the brutal murder of his wife and son at the hands of the demon clan. Each day, as dawn's light graced the peaks of Xiantian sect, Rower and Ling rose to commence their arduous training. Their father, the resolute old sect master, silently observed them, his eyes brimming with earnest hope. In the training grounds, their garments soaked with sweat, their techniques became increasingly adept. The old sect master personally guided them, his voice deep and resolute, imparting the unique skills of Xiantian sect. Rower and Ling listened intently, fearful of even the slightest lapse in their dedication. As they matured, they began to enter seclusion for prolonged periods, sometimes for decades, even over a century. Upon emerging, they would spend a few days with their father, primarily receiving his guidance in their cultivation. They understood this was his special form of love, aimed at ensuring they could protect themselves. Meanwhile, Yang Chao conjured fireballs to ignite several piles of wood, swiftly dispatching a wild boar, its innards spilling forth. After skinning it, the meat still quivered. He removed excess fat, leaving just enough to retain its flavor without becoming greasy. By using genuine energy to sever the connective tissues throughout the meat, he ensured it was tender, aromatic, and crisp. A few wild chickens were plucked and gutted, then wrapped in yellow clay and buried underground to prepare a beggar's chicken, complemented by 2 dishes of wild vegetables and a matsutake chicken soup. Before long, Yang Chao served the meal at the table, and as Ling tasted the roasted wild boar, she nearly shed tears of joy. This is incredibly delicious. It's even better than dragon meat. You've tasted dragon meat? Yes, long ago, but I still remember its flavor. Yang Chao was astonished. It seemed dragons truly existed in this world. How can these vegetarian dishes be so delightful as well? How did you prepare them? Rower asked in astonishment. I sauteed them in lard, which enhances the aroma, he replied. After their meal, Yang Chao embraced both sisters, admiring the picturesque landscape below as they reminisced about their childhood escapades. Occasionally, their laughter would fill the air, a delightful sound that punctuated their conversation. At midday, Yang Chao felt a vibration from the audiovisual mirror within his storage ring. Upon infusing it with spiritual energy, he discovered a stranger, a beautiful woman. Who are you? Young Master Yang, you truly have a tendency to forget your acquaintances. Have you forgotten me so quickly? The young woman in the mirror feigned sadness. Are you not the dancer from the governor's underground palace who attempted to assassinate the 7th prince? Rower recognized her first. Your memory is indeed remarkable, esteemed sect master. The girl in the mirror acknowledged with a bow. This is not my fault. You weren't dressed as elaborately last time. This is my fault. Just speak plainly. What is it? Yang Chao replied, somewhat impatient, as he was already vexed by this unexpected interruption of his rendezvous with a beautiful woman. Young Master Yang, our esteemed master seeks your presence. I am rather occupied. If she wishes to speak with me, let her come here. She has already arrived and is currently awaiting you at the Ryua Palace in Lingxiao Pavilion. If it is convenient, please return promptly. Very well. I shall return at once. With no other choice, Yang Chao accompanied the two sisters back. Upon arriving at Ryua Palace, he found the four sisters present, and seated beside them was a man clad in immaculate white robes. Yang Chao surveyed him from head to toe. His features were strikingly handsome, with chiseled contours reminiscent of a masterful sculpture. His brows exuded an air of heroism, and his demeanor radiated unwavering confidence. Beneath his high-bridged nose, his lips curled slightly upwards, hinting at an elusive smile. Having deemed himself fortunate to have completed two extraordinary tasks, the system bestowed upon him a visage rare in this world. Yet, the individual before him possessed a charm surpassing his own. There was a delicate elegance to his allure, a noble confidence that enhanced every graceful gesture. His striking beauty made him an object of admiration not only for women, but also for men who yearned to gaze upon him a moment longer. As Yang Chao approached, the man rose to greet him with a respectful bow. You must be young Master Yang. I am Ji Wushuang, having heard of your triumph at the martial arts competition. Seeing you today, I must say, your reputation does not do justice to your presence. You are truly exceptional. Ji Wushuang commenced with lavish praise. Brother Ji, you flatter me. What brings you here today? Yang Chao gestured towards a seat, inviting him to sit. Indeed, Brother Yang speaks candidly. I have heard that after your victory, both the Crown Prince and the Grand General of the Kingdom sought your alliance, only to be graciously declined. It is said you wish to pursue the path of immortality. Is that true? Ji Wushuang inquired directly, taking a seat and fixing his gaze upon Yang Chao. Yes, that is indeed the case. How did you come to know such detailed information, Brother Ji? Yang Chao replied as he took a sip of tea. This is common knowledge in the capital and hardly a secret. It is said you do not seek fame or fortune, remaining true to your original aspirations. However, I believe you seek to rise above others, to be free from the influence of others. Am I correct, Brother Yang? Ji Wushuang remarked, giving Yang Chao an understanding look. Brother Ji, please state your purpose directly. As a cultivator, I do not favor circumlocution. Yang Chao's tone shifted slightly, revealing his displeasure. Very well, I shall be forthright. I have come to discuss a potential collaboration with you. Collaboration? What sort of collaboration? Pray, enlighten me. Currently, it is well known that the kingdom of Tianlong is dominated by two major factions, the Crown Prince's party and the Grand General. However, I believe you could be considered the third major force. Pray elaborate. I was unaware of such influence attributed to myself, Yang Chao responded, taken aback. As if someone had informed him he had suddenly made the Forbes list. Consider this, as the spouse of the heir to the Medicine King Valley. There are persistent rumors of your impending succession to lead the valley, and these two beside you are the heads of Lingxiao Pavilion, are they not? If I am not mistaken, you already share a betrothal, ensuring that Lingxiao Pavilion and Xintian sect will not fall into the hands of others. Furthermore, you are soon to propose to Lin Runan, the daughter of the Starry Sky sect's leader, thus intertwining your fate with theirs. Furthermore, your sworn brother Su Mo is affiliated with the Qingyun sect, and his current fiancée is the sole daughter of the Qingfeng Mountain, Chu Xian. Your other sworn brother, Xiong Hao, is backed by the Aoying Villa, and his fiancée is also a princess from the frontier. Additionally, you share a good rapport with Song Yifeng from the Ghost Valley. Stop. My goodness. I want to discuss the earlier matters. But what does Su Mo's connection to the Qingyun sect have to do with me? Such sects produce hundreds of disciples every year, don't they? If they were to fight for every disciple that leaves, they would be overwhelmed. Moreover, my brother and Chu Xian have yet to even begin their relationship. How does that concern my power? The most ridiculous is Song Yifeng. We are merely acquaintances and do not share a deep bond. My spiritual mirror does not even reflect his true energy. If what you say holds true, why should I toil away in my cultivation? I could simply make friends daily and harness their power for my own gain. Don't even mention the Tianlong kingdom. Unifying the three realms would be a trivial matter. Yang Chao found the person before him utterly incredulous, which led to his rather irritable tone.